Dr. Zhang Hao, the eccentric physician, and Detective Zhang Feng, the astute sleuth, joined forces to unravel a series of bizarre cases. Extra, extra, shocking news. A headless female corpse has been discovered at Nanan Pier, shouted a newspaper boy, waving a paper on the bustling street. One for me, please, requested a well-dressed young man, producing a banknote to hand to the boy. Certainly, sir, the boy replied cheerfully, handing over the paper along with some change. The man accepted the newspaper and returned the coins with a smile, saying, "You can keep the change." "Thank you, sir," the boy responded gratefully, realizing that the coins could buy him several more newspapers. "Look, we have work ahead of us," the young man said, passing the newspaper to his companion. "This is just what you relish. You are not one to sit idly," his companion replied with a grin, his smile enhancing his already charming demeanor. "Shall we head to the police station or go straight to Nanan Pier?" the young man inquired, his expression turning serious. "You know the answer," his companion replied, and they exchanged knowing smiles. "Master, let's take a rickshaw to Nanan Pier," the elegant young man ordered. "Huh, you truly understand me," Zhang Hao, his companion chuckled, clapping him on the shoulder. "I echo that sentiment. You comprehend me well, Chun Feng," Zhang Hao replied, returning the gesture. They both burst into laughter. "Madman," a passing woman remarked disdainfully, casting an irritated glance at the two, perceiving their boisterous laughter in broad daylight as the act of either lunatics or fools. Embarrassed, they exchanged pointed looks, declaring, "You are the one she referred to." In a moment of shared understanding, they clapped their hands together and laughed once more. Before long, the rickshaw arrived at Nanan Pier. During the tumultuous era of the Republic, Shanghai was a place where fortunes shifted like the wind, with foreign concessions and a melange of characters. Numerous cases emerged, overwhelming the local authorities, prompting the various concessions to unite and establish a new investigation bureau dedicated to managing the myriad of cases plaguing the area. Chun Feng and Zhang Hao were renowned detectives and psychologists invited by the bureau to assist in these investigations. Within half an hour, they arrived at Nanan Pier, which had been cordoned off by police, the white tape surrounding a throng of onlookers. "How was the investigation progressing?" Chun Feng inquired, crouching to examine the recently recovered corpse. "Who are you? Do you not see the barricade? No unauthorized personnel allowed. Leave immediately," a young officer barked at Chun Feng. Unperturbed, Chun Feng retrieved a notebook from his pocket and stated, "I am Prosecutor Chun Feng, and we're taking over this case. Here is my identification. By the way, who holds the highest rank here?" "Good day, Prosecutor," the young officer said, snapping to attention upon seeing the identification. "I apologize for not recognizing your status." "No harm done," Chun Feng replied, scrutinizing the headless corpse. "Answer my earlier question. Who holds the highest rank here?" Chun Feng asked calmly. "It's Captain Han." "Han, so the officer responded. "Fetch him," Chun Feng instructed. "Yes, sir," the officer replied, hastening to find Captain Han. "Any findings?" Chun Feng asked Zhang Hao, who was closely examining the body. "Nothing significant. The corpse has been submerged for quite some time and has begun to decompose," Zhang Hao replied. "It appears this body has been in the water for over a month. Fortunately, it's autumn, otherwise it would have rotted beyond recognition by summer," Chun Feng concurred. "However, there is one puzzling detail," Zhang Hao said, his brow furrowing. "Oh, what's your query? Let's see if we're on the same wavelength," Chun Feng chuckled. "Shall I go first, or will you?" Zhang Hao asked playfully. "He'll take the lead," Chun Feng said with a smile. "This individual is clearly dressed in maid's attire, yet her hands do not resemble those of a servant. Rather, they appear to belong to a lady of affluence. Just look at how delicate they are. There's no trace of a maid's roughness. Your thoughts align with mine. However, without a head, we face challenges. Even if we issue a public notice, responses may be scarce," Zhang Hao said, his expression growing somber. "But there is still a glimmer of hope. Do you see her clothing?" Chun Feng remarked, glancing at Zhang Hao. He trusted that Zhang Hao would grasp the implication. "Are you suggesting we investigate the clothing? That is indeed a reasonable approach. The body has no wounds, save for the missing head. Typically, maids wear fabric of lesser quality, so if we inquire at the silk shops in the city, we may trace the fabric's origin," Zhang Hao mused. "Great minds think alike," Chun Feng snapped his fingers. "Captain Han should be arriving shortly," Chun Feng said, raising his head. "Speak of the devil," Zhang Hao replied. "Presumably, you're a prosecutor, Chun?" Hans said, extending his right hand as he approached. "Indeed, Captain Han. This is my partner, the esteemed psychologist Zhang Hao, who will be collaborating with us in the days to come," Chun Feng introduced, releasing Han's hand. Welcome, Dr. Zhang, Hans said with a smile. Good day, Zhang Hao replied, shaking Han's hand gently. What insights do you have regarding this case, Captain Han? Zhang Feng inquired. Currently, we have no leads. We received orders to await your arrival. For now, we are merely securing the scene. Han Su replied, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Ah, it seems our initial findings are indeed valuable, Zhang Feng remarked, exchanging a smile with Zhang Hao. Although we face a headless corpse, there are still clues. We must ask Captain Han to arrange for the deceased's clothing to be photographed and taken to the silk shops to investigate which establishment provided the fabric. While this may prove challenging, it is the only lead we have at present, Zhang Feng stated to Han Su. Chapter 2. Rong Yuan Silk Store, let us return and await further news. Zhang Feng remarked to Zhang Hao that it will take a few hours before we receive any updates. He added with a gesture of resignation. Perfect. I shall return and see if there are any new discoveries. Zhang Hao replied. What's this? Dr. Zhang is still a forensic specialist. Han Su inquired with a hint of surprise. Indeed, Dr. Zhang is a genius. Proficient not only in psychology but also in treating patients. Even more astonishing is his ability to study the deceased. Zhang Feng jested from the side. Moreover, his remarkable skills in treating the living have been honed through extensive practice on the dead. Are you praising me or mocking me? Zhang Hao chuckled. Certainly praising you. I am in awe of your exceptional skills. How could I mock you? Zhang Feng responded with a knowing smile. Zhang Hao shook his finger at Zhang Feng, exclaiming, I knew nothing good would come from your mouth. Upon returning to the Joint Investigation Bureau, Zhang Hao focused solely on examining the headless female corpse. Captain Han, please arrange for someone to draft a notice regarding this incident. And also take photographs of the deceased's clothing to circulate. We are rather desperate at this point, Zhang Feng said, sipping his tea. Understood. I will take care of it right away, Han Su replied, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Zhang Feng called after him. Is there something else, prosecutor? Han Su asked. Could you bring in the person who first discovered the body? I have some questions, Zhang Feng pondered. Very well, I will attend to it immediately. Han Su confirmed. Before long, Han Su returned with two individuals before Zhang Feng. Are you the ones who discovered the body? Zhang Feng inquired. Yes, one man replied. When exactly did you discover the female corpse? And what were you doing at the time? Zhang Feng continued his questioning. At around 6 in the morning, we are warehouse managers. We went to check on the warehouse and noticed something floating at the dock. So we approached to investigate, only to find it was a female corpse. One of the men recounted, visibly shaken. What is your name? Zhang Feng asked. My name is Zhang Chong, and this is Chen Si. The man introduced himself. According to your account, you were the first to see the corpse around 6 o'clock. Was there no one else who noticed it before you? Our estimation suggests the body has been submerged for over a month. Zhang Feng mused. Indeed, we only discovered the body this morning. Prior to that, we hadn't paid much attention, Zhang Chong admitted. Did you hear any unusual sounds? Zhang Feng probed. Sounds? Not that we noticed. Zhang Chong scratched his head. How could you not? Do you not recall the heavy rain that fell about a month ago? We heard a loud thud and thought the warehouse had been robbed, so we rushed outside to check. However, the warehouse door was securely locked, and there were no signs of forced entry. Chen Si interjected. Right? I remember now. We even saw a rickshaw parked there for a brief moment before it left. Zhang Chong added. You mean to say you saw a rickshaw? Did you get a good look at the person driving it? Zhang Feng asked eagerly, recognizing the potential significance of this information. No, the rain obscured our view. I only caught a glimpse of the rickshaw when lightning illuminated the surroundings, Zhang Chang replied, shaking his head. Captain Han, instruct all remaining officers to investigate the whereabouts of rickshaws that visited the south dock about a month ago. Zhang Feng urged. Did you not return to the dock the following morning to see what had transpired? Zhang Feng continued after relaying some details. We did go to check, out of curiosity. However, we found nothing the next day. The heavy rain had washed everything away, Chen Si explained. Yes, the rain may have cleansed everything, but it left behind a corpse, urging us to seek justice for her, Zhang Feng said. All right, you may leave for now. But please do not wander too far in the coming days, as we may need your cooperation as the case develops. Rest assured, Sir. We are at your service, Zhang Chang and Chen Si assured him. What is the latest development? Zhang Hao approached Zhang Feng after examining the corpse. Indeed, there is a new lead. According to the two men, the body was likely discarded at the dock on a rainy night over a month ago, accompanied by a rickshaw. However, due to the darkness, they could not see the person's face or even their height clearly, Zhang Feng explained as he poured a glass of water for Zhang Hao. I have also made a significant discovery. There are distinct ligature marks around the victim's waist, indicating she was bound and thrown into the sea. Additionally, I found traces of a sedative in her system. Zhang Hao added thoughtfully. A sedative. Interesting. This case is becoming increasingly intricate, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Currently, we do not possess any solid evidence. Our hopes rest solely on the clothing and the rickshaw. Zhang Hao stated. Let us remain hopeful that I have already had the deceased's clothing photographed and circulated. I anticipate we will receive news shortly, Zhang Feng said, massaging his temples. Let us await the outcome, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. I shall take a brief rest. Call me if anything arises. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, but scarcely a minute passed before he heard Zhang Feng's laughter. It seems your slumber will be interrupted. What is the situation? Zhang Feng asked a police officer who entered. Prosecutor, after a thorough investigation by our team, we have discovered that the officer began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Feng. Please, just the essential details. Zhang Feng insisted, cutting through the officer's self-indulgence. Yes, sir. Similar fabric patterns were found at the Rongyuan silk store in the southern part of the city, the officer reported succinctly. Let us head to the Rongyuan silk store. Zhang Feng commanded. Yes, sir, the officer acknowledged before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Zhang Feng said. Chapter 3. Discovering the source of the fabric. Is there something else, prosecutor? The officer asked, turning back. Remember, in our line of work, it is imperative to quickly gather first-hand information. When reporting later, avoid extraneous details, Zhang Feng instructed. Understood, prosecutor, I will certainly keep your advice in mind, the officer replied, but was again interrupted by Zhang Feng. Enough, hurry back to work. Zhang Feng urged, feeling exasperated by the officer's verbosity. It seems you have finally met someone who gives you a headache. Zhang Hao chuckled from the side. I am not concerned. I have ample time. I will eventually straighten him out, Zhang Feng said confidently. Let us proceed to the Rongyuan silk store, he declared, donning his overcoat. 10 minutes later, a vehicle came to a halt outside the Rongyuan silk store. This must be the place, Zhang Feng said, glancing at the sign as he exited the vehicle. Let us go inside and inquire, Zhang Hao suggested with a smile. Good day, gentlemen. What type of fabric may I assist you with? A clerk approached them eagerly. Zhang Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Hao, who promptly pretended to examine the fabric nearby. Just browsing, but I must say, your fabric appears to be in high demand. Zhang Feng remarked, feeling the texture of the material. Indeed, to be frank, although our Rongyuan silk store is situated in the southern part of the city, it is quite renowned along the Bund, the clerk replied proudly. Customers from other districts come seeking us, and our daily earnings are substantial. Do you specialize in high-end fabrics? Zhang Feng inquired further. Not exclusively. We stock a variety of fabrics. If we only offered high-end items, our clientele would dwindle considerably. Our business thrives on welcoming customers from all corners, the clerk explained with a smile. You certainly know how to conduct business, Zhang Feng responded, equally amused. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, may I ask if you intend to make a purchase? If not, I must refrain from further idle chatter, lest the boss reprimand me, the clerk said, shifting the conversation. Yes, I intend to buy this fabric. I wonder if you have it in stock, Zhang Feng replied, producing a photograph from his pocket that depicted the very fabric worn by the deceased. This. The clerk scratched his head, pondering. Is this fabric not available in your store? Zhang Feng pressed. I'm not entirely sure. Please wait a moment while I fetch the owner, the clerk responded. Thank you for your assistance, Zhang Feng replied courteously. What do you think? Zhang Feng asked Zhang Hao as the clerk departed. Zhang Hao shook his head. Could it be that we are off course? Is there another store in the southern district? He pondered aloud. It seems unlikely that there is another store in the southern part of the city. If there were, the attendant would have informed us when he was at a loss just now. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and remarked that perhaps he had simply forgotten due to the passage of time. Or the matter of fabric trade was something this particular attendant was not involved in. Let's hope so, Zhang Feng said, tapping the table. That moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe approached, clasping his hands together in greeting. I presume you gentlemen are the ones inquiring about the fabric? Indeed. May I know your esteemed surname, kind sir? Zhang Feng inquired. My humble surname is Ho, the man replied. Pray tell, do you have this particular fabric in stock, Mr. Ho? Zhang Feng asked. May I inquire what you intend to use it for? As far as I know, this fabric is typically reserved for the common folk. Thus Mr. Ho scrutinized the two men. So, if we don't divulge our intentions, you shall remain silent as well? Zhang Feng smiled. Why, sir, that is hardly the case. We would never slight our customers in business. I am merely curious. Mr. Ho responded with a smile, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. It was clear, as you said, that without your disclosure of the fabric's purpose, I shall not reveal whether I possess it. Zhang Feng exchanged a glance with Zhang Hao, tinged with resignation. He then produced his police badge, stating, We are law enforcement officers. The fabric in question is a crucial lead in our investigation, so we kindly ask for your honesty. I see. I did not recognize the authority before me. Please forgive my oversight, Mr. Ho said, his expression shifting to one of deference. Not at all, but please do share what you know about this fabric. I inquired with your attendant, but he seemed unaware. Surely, you must have some recollection. Zhang Feng returned to the matter at hand. Of course, I am quite familiar with it. The attendant's ignorance stems from the fact that I personally handled this fabric, Mr. Ho explained. Oh, is it particularly valuable? It appears rather coarse to me, and I cannot fathom a reason for your personal involvement, Zhang Feng queried. Your observation is correct. This fabric is indeed coarse and generally does not require my attention. However, it is not exclusive to our shop. This fabric is so rough that even commoners would not wear it. Only the maids in wealthy households would don such attire that we merely facilitate its procurement. Once the fabric arrives, it will be picked up by someone, Mr. Ho elucidated. So, you imply that this fabric is designated for affluent households? Zhang Feng smiled. Precisely. Mr. Ho nodded. Do you happen to know which household specifically? Zhang Feng pressed further. Primarily the Qin family and the Zhu family, with occasional orders from other estates, Mr. Ho reflected. Could you provide more details? Which Qin and Zhu families are you referring to? Zhang Hao inquired. The Chun family refers to the residents of the esteemed Qin Yutong, and the Zhu family pertains to Zhu Heling. Both are quite renowned. A simple inquiry among locals would yield information, Mr. Ho replied. Thank you, Mr. Ho, Zhang Feng said, taking a photograph with a smile before turning to leave. Officer, do you not wish to purchase fabric? Mr. Ho called after Zhang Feng. No. Thank you for the information, Zhang Hao replied as they departed from the Rongyuan silk store. Promptly returning to the investigation bureau. Has anyone reported a case? Zhang Feng asked upon their return. Not yet. A police officer responded. We have acquired vital leads. The fabric in question is most frequently associated with the Zhu and Qin families. We shall divide into two teams. One will accompany Dr. Zhang to the Qin residence, and the other will follow me to the Zhu residence. Set aside your current tasks and prepare immediately. Zhang Feng instructed the officers. 5 minutes later, both teams departed for their respective destinations. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the Zhu household's door. Who is it? An aged voice inquired from within. Greetings, I am Zhang Feng from the Joint Investigation Bureau, here to gather information regarding a recent incident, Zhang Feng announced from outside. Joint Investigation Bureau, the elder murmured as he opened the door. Good day. Sir, I am from the Joint Investigation Bureau. A murder occurred a few days ago at the Nannan Wharf, and we are here to seek your assistance in understanding the matter, Zhang Feng politely explained. Please wait a moment while I inform my superior, the elder said, glancing at Zhang Feng. A few minutes later, the elder reappeared at the door. The master requests your presence. He gestured for them to enter. Thank you, sir, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Please wait outside for a moment, he instructed the younger officers accompanying him. Entering the grand courtyard, Zhang Feng found an elderly gentleman seated at the head of the room. Appearing to be in his 60s, exuding an air of refinement, apart from a few strands of white hair, he seemed remarkably well preserved, likely the esteemed Zhu Heling. What do we owe the honor of your visit? Officer, Zhu Heling inquired as he rose. Mr. Zhu, I apologize for the intrusion, that we have come regarding a murder that occurred at the Nannan Wharf, as there may be a connection to your household, Zhang Feng said. Bowing slightly. Is that so? What an unfortunate situation. Fubo, please serve our guests some tea, Zhu Heling instructed. Yes, sir, Fubo replied. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, Zhang Feng expressed with a smile as he settled into his seat. Officer, could you clarify how this murder is linked to our household? Zhu Heling asked, taking a sip of his tea. Zhang Feng produced a photograph, stating, We discovered a headless female corpse at the Nannan Wharf. The most telling clue was this piece of clothing. Zhu Heling examined the photograph closely. I see. This fabric is indeed used by our household, but I have not heard of any missing persons in recent weeks, he replied. Moreover, we are also investigating the Qin family. Have you any knowledge of their situation? Zhang Feng probed further. We have divided into teams, and I am yet to receive updates from the Qin household. Zhang Feng admitted, We have no missing persons in our household. To my knowledge, that is the case. Zhu Heling replied. Turning to Fubo. Is there any report of missing servants? None that I have heard. Sir, Fubo confirmed. Officer, it is likely that the deceased belongs to the Qin family. Perhaps we should wait for news from them before conducting a thorough investigation. Zhu Heling suggested. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhu, Zhang Feng said as he prepared to take his leave. It is my duty to assist, especially in light of such a serious incident. I hope for a swift resolution. Zhu Heling replied earnestly. Your assistance is invaluable, and I will surely return for further inquiries, Zhang Feng stated as he departed. Safe travels, officer. Fubo, please see him off, Zhu Heling instructed. Right this way, sir, Fubo said with a bow. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and his team had already arrived at the Chun residence. Who is it? a young woman asked, startled by the sudden knocks. Hello, we are from the Joint Investigation Bureau, here to speak with Mr. Chun regarding a murder case. Please relay our message, Zhang Hao said with a polite smile. Please hold on a moment. The maid replied hurriedly as she rushed into the inner quarters. Sir, our master requests your presence. The maid extended her hand in invitation. Thank you, Zhang Hao replied with a smile, stealing a glance at the maid before stepping inside. Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Zhang Hao, and I seek to inquire about a murder case. He began directly upon meeting Chen Yutong. What inquiries do you have, Mr. Zhang? Speak freely. I assure you I shall answer honestly, Chen Yutong replied. I would like to know if there have been any missing persons in your household. We discovered a headless female corpse at the Nannan Wharf, believed to have died about a month ago. The clothing she wore matches that of the young woman just seen, Zhang Hao succinctly explained. Indeed, here is the photograph for your reference, Zhang Hao added, producing the image. After donning his spectacles and examining the photo for a few moments, Chen Yutong responded, this fabric is indeed used in our household. But to my knowledge, there have been no reports of missing persons in the past month. I am afraid I cannot be of further assistance. Very well, since there are no missing persons, I shall take my leave. Zhang Hao concluded. Safe travels, Chen Yutong said as he rose. Please, do not trouble yourself, Zhang Hao replied before exiting the Chen residence. Yet, instead of hurrying back to the investigation bureau, Zhang Hao leaned closer to one of the officers and whispered a few words. To which the officer nodded vigorously. Zhang Hao departed with a satisfied smile. Uncle Fu, who was that man just now? Inquired a young man, leaning against a corridor pillar while cracking sunflower seeds. Young master. That man is from the Joint Investigation Bureau. He is here to investigate a murder case. Uncle Fu replied. A murder case? The young master trembled slightly, his expression one of shock. Young master, what's wrong? Uncle Fu asked, puzzled. Nothing, the young master dismissed, tossing the seeds to the ground and leaving with a clap of his hands. Chapter 5. The missing maid Xiao Zhang. Where are you going? At that moment, Zhu Heling emerged from the hall. Father, I suddenly feel unwell. I need to return home for a bit. Oh, it hurts so much. Zhu Xiaozhang clutched his stomach and dashed back to his room. What a farce. Zhu Heling scoffed at the melodramatic display. What's wrong with you? As soon as Zhu Xiaozhang entered his room, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached him. This was Wang Yue, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. What else could it be? Just pretending, of course, Zhu Xiaozhang replied, reverting to his previous carefree demeanor. Are you sick? Why feign illness? Wang Yue pushed him aside. You're the one who is sick. What do you know? A few strangers came to the manor just now. Uncle Fu said they were from the Joint Investigation Bureau. It seems they're linked to the murder at the Nannan dock a few days ago. What does this mean for our family? Zhu Xiaozhang exclaimed angrily, sitting at the table with his legs wide apart. This has nothing to do with you if you haven't done anything wrong. Why fear the knock at the door? Even if they investigate, they won't find anything on you. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? Are you the murderer? Wang Yue suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Zhu Xiaozhang. Shut up. Do you not realize that disaster often comes from careless words? Zhu Xiaozhang slammed the table and reprimanded. Oh, I look like a murderer to you. Stop shouting nonsense every day. By the way, where are you off to now? Zhu Xiaozhang asked. Noticing Wang Yue's ostentatious attire. I'm meeting a few friends for some leisure, she replied, fiddling with her ring. Humph, wasteful woman. Just playing all day. Zhu Xiaozhang scoffed and ignored her. How dare you criticize me? You're just living a mediocre life, a complete failure. This family fortune will eventually fall into the second brother's hands. Wang Yue retorted angrily, grabbing her bag and storming out. What did you say? You wretched woman, just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Zhu Xiaozhang, feeling provoked, stood up, ready to confront her, but she had already vanished. How did the visit go? Zhang Feng asked upon returning to the investigation bureau. I have some leads. The Chun residence. I saw servants dressed in clothing identical to that of the deceased, but I found out the Chun family has no missing servants. However, I've instructed someone to keep an eye on them, and they will report back immediately if anything arises, Zhang Hao replied. Removing his coat, I haven't uncovered anything either, and the Zhu family doesn't seem to be lying, Chen Feng remarked, frowning as he pondered over a photograph. Have we possibly misdirected our investigation? Perhaps that person isn't a servant, but the murderer, who obtained a set of clothes to confuse us, Zhang Hao suddenly suggested. Chen Feng's face brightened with a smile. His spirits lifted. Haha, you truly are my excellent partner. It's quite possible that's the case. However, there's a problem. With only a headless corpse, we cannot extract any valuable information, Chen Feng noted. That clothing is indeed a significant clue. Let us consider where it might have come from, likely from one of the prominent families in the city. Naturally, we should first inquire with the Zhu and Chen families. Zhang Hao suggested with a smile. That's a good plan. But what if there's nothing? I think we need to add another line of inquiry, Zhang Feng replied, looking at Zhang Hao with a knowing smile. The missing persons, Zhang Hao said with a grin. I'll go to the Zhu family, and you can head to the Chen family, he instructed. Realizing Zhang Hao understood his thoughts, Zhang Feng promptly arranged for the next steps. Minutes later, Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao arrived once more at the Zhu and Chen residences, respectively. Who is it? Uncle Fu's aged voice echoed. Uncle Fu, it's me, Zhang Feng. I visited earlier and was wondering if Mr. Zhu is home. I have further inquiries. Zhang Feng called from outside. It's Officer Chen. Please come in. The master is in the room, Uncle Fu said with a smile as he opened the door. Thank you, Uncle Fu, Zhang Feng replied politely. What brings you back to our humble abode, Officer Chen? Zhu Heling asked as he rose. Mr. Zhu, I must trouble you again. Might I inquire if any clothing like this has gone missing from your household? Chen Feng pointed to the clothing in the photograph. Haha, Officer Chen, you jest. This clothing belongs to our servants. As for whether it has gone missing, I cannot say. Even the steward would struggle to keep track of such details. Zhu Heling responded with a smile. Does your household have any reports of absentees? Chen Feng pressed on. Such matters are generally handled by the steward. Uncle Fu, please inform Officer Chen if there are any absentees. Zhu Heling instructed. Yes, Master. Officer Chen, over a month ago, a maid requested a month's leave, and according to the timeline, she should have returned by now. No one else has reported absences. Uncle Fu stated. So, there is indeed one person unaccounted for. Chen Feng remarked, his spirits lifting. Indeed, Uncle Fu confirmed. What was the maid's name? Do you know where she intended to go? Chen Feng asked urgently. I recall she was quite a lovely girl, named Chui Fong. She seems to have gone back to her hometown to visit relatives, in a place called Shiban Village, Uncle Fu recalled. Chui Fong, Shiban Village. Thank you, Chen Feng said, rising to express his gratitude before returning to the investigation bureau. I haven't found anything, Zhang Hao reported. That's all right. I just received significant news. There's a maid named Chui Fong from the Zhu family who took a month's leave to visit Shiban Village and hasn't returned yet. This could be a lead. It's getting late. Let us rest for the night and set off first thing in the morning, Chen Feng said, patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. All right, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Chapter 6. Trapped in a deadlock. The following morning, Chen Feng and Zhang Hao, accompanied by several officers, arrived at Shiban Village. Excuse me, do you know a girl named Chui Fong? Chen Feng asked an elderly woman. What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak louder, the old woman called back. It's nothing. Chen Feng realized she was hard of hearing and turned to ask someone else. What a little rascal. Bothering an old woman, the elderly lady grumbled, leaning on her cane. Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. Sir, do you know if there's a girl named Chui Fong in this village? He inquired of a middle-aged man. Never heard of her, the man waved dismissively. After questioning several others, they found no one who had heard of Chui Fong. Are you sure you heard correctly? Zhang Hao asked. That I heard clearly. Let us keep asking. Chen Feng insisted, surveying the area. At that moment, a middle-aged woman washing vegetables by the river caught Zhang Hao's attention. Excuse me, madam, may I ask if you know a girl named Chui Fong? Zhang Hao approached her. The woman's hands visibly paused, a moment that Chen Feng noted keenly. I don't know anyone named Chui Fong, she replied, resuming her washing. We mean no harm. We're only seeking information regarding this woman, as she is involved in a murder case. If you have any knowledge of her whereabouts, please let us know, Chen Feng urged. A murder case? The middle-aged woman immediately became flustered, dropping her basket into the water. What happened to Chui Fong? She grasped Chen Feng's sleeve anxiously. Please don't panic. We need to confirm if the Chui Fong you're referring to is the same one who worked at the Zhu family. Chen Feng reassured her. Yes, my niece works at Mr. Zhu's house, the woman replied, her anxiety intensifying. We've learned that Chui Fong returned a month ago. Do you know where she might be now? Chen Feng pressed. What? She returned a month ago? I had no idea, the woman exclaimed, but her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Zhang Hao subtly shook his head to signal Chen Feng that she wasn't being truthful. Madam, with Chui Fong's life in question, we implore you to speak honestly. Chen Feng insisted. I am telling the truth, the woman insisted vehemently. Understand that time is of the essence. If you do not tell us the truth, you may bear the consequences. Should the deceased turn out to be Chui Fong, do you wish for the murderer to go free? Zhang Hao stated firmly, attempting to breach the woman's psychological defenses. He told me not to say anything. The middle-aged woman spoke with an air of urgency, her words becoming increasingly stammered. She referred to Chui Fong. Why won't Chui Fong allow you to speak? Chen Feng grasped the woman's hand tightly, pressing for answers. It is not Chui Fong who silences me, but a man, the woman replied, her hands intertwining nervously. A man. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged glances in unison. Indeed, Chui Feng returned just a month ago, but she was taken away by a stranger shortly after arriving. It seemed she was acquainted with him, and before leaving, he instructed me not to disclose this matter. I was puzzled at the time, but had I known it would lead to this, I would have done everything in my power to keep Chui Feng here, though, my poor Chui Feng. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman broke down into tears. Madam, we cannot yet ascertain that the deceased is indeed Chui Feng. Please accompany us back to verify if the deceased is your niece, Chen Feng urged. Oh, very well, I will go with you now, the woman said, wiping her tears. The hour-long journey felt like an eternity to her. Upon reaching the investigation bureau, Zhang Hao led her to the morgue. Upon seeing the familiar clothing, the woman rushed forward, crying out, Chui Feng, why did you have to die? How am I to live now? Madam, how can you be so certain that the deceased is Chui Feng? Chen Feng approached to comfort her. This is the dress Chui Feng wore when she left. She returned in this very outfit. I remember it vividly. The woman sobbed. Madam, a piece of clothing alone cannot confirm the identity of the deceased. Otherwise, we would have filed a case already and would not have troubled you. Chen Feng reminded her, if Chui Feng had any distinguishing marks, like a birthmark, she was merely a poor child. She had no such distinguishing features. The middle-aged woman cried again, clutching the deceased's hand. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao felt a sense of disappointment. The woman's assertions alone were insufficient to conclude the identity of the deceased. Yet, at this moment, the deceased could only be Chui Feng. Madam, please accept my condolences, Zhang Hao said, gently lifting the sheet to cover the body as he assisted the woman in leaving. Madam, due to the ongoing investigation, you cannot take Chui Feng's body for burial yet, that I hope you can understand. Chen Feng expressed with regret, my poor child. The woman wept anew. Madam, please rest here for the night, that I will send someone to escort you home tomorrow morning. While we are currently treating the deceased as Chui Feng, we lack absolute certainty. Should anything arise, I hope you will inform us immediately, Chen Feng said, leaning closer. The woman nodded, clearly engulfed in sorrow. Take madam down to rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall see your home. Chen Feng instructed a nearby officer. It appears we are once again at an impasse, he murmured, biting his lip. At least we are not yet in despair. We know Chui Feng was taken away by a man. Even if we do not know his identity, our investigation scope is now considerably narrowed, primarily focusing on the Zhu family, Zhang Hao noted. Let us go and deliver the news, Chen Feng replied to Zhang Hao. Chapter 7. Casting a wide net for big fish. Master Zhu, I apologize for the repeated disturbances, Chen Feng said, seeming quite at ease as he entered directly. What is there to apologize for? Inspector, please, speak your mind. Zhu Heling gestured for Chen Feng to sit. Master Zhu, our investigation suggests that the deceased is likely Chui Feng from your household. Chui Feng took leave to visit family a month ago, but returned to the city after only a few days. And now she is missing. We have come to convey this unfortunate news, Chen Feng stated. Is that so? Zhu Heling sighed. I had not anticipated that someone from my Zhu family would meet such a tragic fate. Fubo, please go to the treasury and prepare some funds for the deceased family as compensation. Of course, master, Fubo replied. Is there anything else? Zhu Heling inquired. No. Master Zhu. We apologize for the inconvenience these past 2 days, Chen Feng said as he stood to leave. Inspector Chen, what a thing to say. It has been established that the deceased is from my Zhu family. You have worked hard on our behalf, and we are grateful. There is no need for apologies. Zhu Heling waved his hand dismissively. Then we shall take our leave, Chen Feng said, and Zhang Hao rose as well. Xiaozhang, where are you going? Come here and greet Inspector Chen, Zhu Heling called as they noticed Zhu Xiaozhang attempting to slip away behind some flowers. Inspector Chen, this is my son Zhu Xiaozhang, a rather disappointing fellow, Zhu Heling lamented. Zhu Xiaozhang appeared indifferent to his father's reprimands, displaying a lack of concern. Greetings, Inspector Chen, Zhu Xiaozhang said with a casual bow. Chen Feng, however, paid little attention to someone who sought to avoid him. Greetings, young Master Zhu, Chen Feng replied politely. Master Zhu, please arrange for someone to retrieve Chui Feng's body in a few days. He added, certainly, I appreciate your diligence, Inspector Chen, Zhu Heling responded. Upon hearing Chui Feng's name, Zhu Xiaozhang involuntarily trembled. Xiaozhang, what is the matter with you? How can you behave so erratically? Zhu Heling scolded again. I apologize, father, that I've been feeling unwell these past few days and am a bit chilly. I will take my leave now, he said hurriedly, retreating to his room. What an oddity. He claimed to have a stomach ache and now feels cold. What ailments could he possibly have? Zhu Heling sighed as he watched Zhu Xiaozhang rush away. Inspector Chen, I apologize for making you witness such a spectacle, Zhu Heling said regretfully. Master Zhu, it is quite all right. Illness is a common part of life, and young Master Zhu must take care of his health. Chen Feng replied with concern. Thank you for your concern, Inspector Chen. This way, please. Zhu Heling gestured with a smile. As they exited the Zhu residence, Chen Feng's smile vanished immediately. Xiao Wang, keep a close eye on Zhu Xiaozhang. He instructed the officer accompanying him. Understood, Inspector, Xiao Wang replied. When we mentioned Chui Feng, Zhu Xiaozhang clearly flinched, indicating there is likely more than mere acquaintance between them. Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. I am casting a wide net to catch a big fish. If we were to question Zhu Xiaozhang too hastily, he would surely deflect. Without solid evidence, we cannot take any firm action against him. Should he become suspicious, extracting information from him later will prove challenging. Chen Feng chuckled softly. It seems one must tread carefully when dealing with you, Zhang Hao said with a grin. Let us return, there is still much to be done, Chen Feng stated. Upon returning to the investigation bureau, they encountered Han Su. Captain Han, may I ask you a question? Chen Feng inquired. Inspector, please go ahead, Han Su replied. Are you from Shanghai, Captain Han? Chen Feng asked curiously. Yes, I was born and raised in Shanghai, so I am quite familiar with the bond. Han Su confirmed. In that case, you must be well acquainted with the Zhu family. Chen Feng transitioned the topic. Are you referring to the Zhu family, the largest flour producer in Shanghai? Han Su asked. I am not certain, but the Zhu family I mentioned is connected to this case, specifically Zhu Heling. Chen Feng clarified. That would be the one. The Zhu family is quite prominent. Zhu Heling has 2 sons. The elder, Zhu Xiaozhang, is a frivolous spendthrift, married to a woman prone to gossip. The younger, Zhu Xiaojue, is quite astute and has contributed significantly to the family's business. He married Feng Yao, a woman of moderate beauty, and their union was primarily for business interests, as Zhu Heling felt indebted to him and wanted to involve him in the family business. Zhu Xiaojue has indeed proven himself, quickly making a name for himself in the business world. The majority of the Zhu family's enterprises are now under his control. Han Su elaborated on the Zhu family. Zhu Xiaojue sounds like quite a figure, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zhu Xiaojue is far superior to his brother and keeps himself distanced from scandal. Unlike his sibling who is constantly embroiled in controversy, Han Su praised. Zhang Hao, what are your thoughts? Chen Feng pondered aloud. Reputation can be misleading, and ill repute does not guarantee authenticity, Zhang Hao replied thoughtfully. By all accounts, the Zhu family's assets should be shared between the brothers, with Zhu Xiaozhang at the helm. Yet the situation appears reversed, and Zhu Xiaozhang has shown no reaction. He is either truly despondent or biding his time. What do you think? Chen Feng asked. Based on my brief observations, it appears that Zhu Xiaozhang is indeed a hopeless case, unable to rise to any occasion. However, what the human eye perceives is not always the truth. And sometimes, these eyes can deceive. I hesitate to make any rash judgments. But it is clear that both brothers are problematic. I recommend a thorough investigation into their affairs starting from today, Zhang Hao suggested. Captain Han, could you please assign someone to look into Chui Feng's connections within the Zhu family? The sooner, the better, Chen Feng addressed Han Su. Chapter 8. The Thief's Deception. Let us go. We've been busy all morning. It's time for a meal. Zhang Hao remarked that man is like iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal truly can leave one feeling famished, Chen Feng replied. Patting his stomach. A new Western restaurant has opened on Prosperity Street. Come on, I'll treat you, Zhang Hao said with a smile. This is a true display of friendship, and I get to save a meal's worth of money. Chen Feng replied, grinning. How could I afford to treat you with my meager salary? If ever I get to enjoy a meal at your expense, it would be a rare blessing indeed, Zhang Hao chuckled. That's simply one to-do. I cannot let you down for bestowing upon me the title of Iron Rooster, Chen Feng retorted proudly. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Western restaurant on Prosperity Street. Entering amidst laughter. Oh, I'm so sorry, a beautifully striking woman, dressed plainly, exclaimed as she bumped into Chen Feng, brushing off his clothes in apology. It's quite all right, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Perhaps it was due to her beauty. But he felt an inexplicable fondness for her, and did not express any anger. You are truly a kind person. I must be going now, the woman said hurriedly, dashing away, a barely noticeable smile gracing her lips. What a peculiar person, Chen Feng remarked, shaking his head. After brushing off his clothes, he casually checked his pocket, only to find it emptied. My wallet, Chen Feng exclaimed, immediately forgetting about the meal as he rushed after her. Haha, this is what you get for not treating me to a meal. Now it's been stolen by a thief. Zhang Hao laughed from beside him. You're laughing. Hurry up and help me chase after her. Chen Feng replied helplessly. That wallet contained all my savings for the month. I sensed something was amiss when that woman bumped into you. She was smiling when she ran away, clearly having succeeded. Such a simple trick, and you still naively said it was nothing, Zhang Hao commented, watching the scene unfold. You noticed? And didn't he tell me? That's truly inconsiderate. Hurry up and help me chase her. Or else you'll have to treat me to dinner this month, Zhang Feng said, gazing at the woman's retreating figure. Oh heavens, as the old saying goes, better to have no friends than to have bad ones. These bad friends truly bring trouble, Zhang Hao lamented. All right, let us hurry. If we don't chase her now, she'll vanish without a trace, Zhang Feng urged, pulling a still lamenting Zhang Hao along. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded on Prosperity Street, a woman sprinting ahead. Pursued by two men, sensing she was being followed, the woman made several turns down nearby streets, eventually stopping at a welfare institution. Sister Jingjing, you've come. A group of orphans rushed towards the woman who had just stolen Zhang Feng's wallet. Did you miss me? Han Jingjing beamed at them. Yes, the children, a mix of boys and girls, clamored around her. Sister Jingjing, what delicious treats did you bring today? A chubby little boy asked. Today, Sister Jingjing hasn't brought any food. But a kind-hearted person donated a large sum to our welfare home, which can buy us plenty of good food, she replied, pinching the boy's cheek with a smile. Oh, wonderful. The chubby boy clapped his hands joyfully. You all go play. I need to find the director, Han Jingjing instructed the children. Soon, she arrived at the director's office. Director, here's the money I just received today, she said, handing over the cash. The director, a middle-aged woman, hesitated for a moment before saying, Jingjing, I understand that you mean well for our welfare home, but this method is not a sustainable solution. Please refrain from doing this in the future. Let us find another way, shall we? Director, it's all right that I cannot sit idly by while the welfare home struggles. I can't let these children be left homeless. Rest assured, I will protect myself, though I know this is a crime. I am not afraid, Han Jingjing declared, gritting her teeth with determination. Oh, my dear, I feel for you. The director sighed, accepting the money. Director, may I go check on the children now? Han Jingjing joyfully ran out. What's this? Don't you recognize me? Zhang Feng called out as she was about to turn away. Your tracking skills are impressive. You managed to find me, Han Jingjing acknowledged, no longer hiding. I suppose it was just a fortunate coincidence. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. I've already donated your money, so you can't reclaim it. Do what you will, Han Jingjing said with a nonchalant demeanor. Brother, you can't bully Sister Jingjing. She's a good person. A little girl rushed over, shaking Zhang Feng's arm. Don't worry. I won't bully your Sister Jingjing, Zhang Feng reassured, crouching down to stroke the girl's hair. Shall we step outside to talk? Zhang Feng suggested as he walked out, with Zhang Hao following closely behind, glancing back at Han Jingjing. The situation was now exposed, and there was no point in hiding any longer. It was time to face the music. I have nothing to say. Yes, I stole your money. You can report me and have me arrested. I will not resist, but I hope you will help these children, Han Jingjing said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glanced back at the welfare home. Why would I want to arrest you? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Just because you stole my money? Perhaps, but if you had kept the money for yourself, I would have been more inclined to turn you in. However, since you donated it to the welfare home, it shows you possess a kind heart. Besides, you mentioned it was a kind-hearted person who made the donation. I am pleased to see you doing a good deed, even if the children do not know my name, Zhang Feng smiled. You arrived earlier than I thought, Han Jingjing said, somewhat astonished. I merely arrived a step later than you, which is why I heard everything you said, Zhang Feng responded. Feel free to make any requests. I will do my utmost to assist you, Han Jingjing replied, her expression unwavering. Requests? What kind of requests? Zhang Feng chuckled lightly. Stop pretending. I am well aware of the situation, since I've taken your money. And you are not turning me in. I suppose I must help you in return. I, Han Jingjing, am not one to seek easy gains. It's fortunate you didn't catch me, but if you had, I would have accepted my fate. So please, what are your conditions? To be honest, today has been quite unfortunate. I have stolen so many times without incident, only to fail today and be pursued to my destination. Han Jingjing lamented. Chapter 9. Tracking Zhu Xiaoju. Let us set that aside for now. First, I want to know what your connection is to this welfare home. Zhang Feng inquired. I grew up here. It is essentially my home, Han Jingjing replied, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. So, you resort to theft to sustain the welfare home. Does the director know? Zhang Feng pressed further. It is imperative that the director be informed if she is unaware. While Han Jingjing's actions may temporarily sustain the welfare home, theft is not a long-term solution, and should the truth come to light, it is the children who would suffer. The director knows. Han Jingjing replied through gritted teeth. She knows, and yet she allows you to continue this way. How could she be unaware of the potential harm this brings to you? Zhang Feng's expression shifted. Anger surfacing. Zhang Feng, please control your emotions. Let Miss Han speak. Perhaps she has no other choice. Zhang Hao interjected. No choice. In this vast Shanghai, are there truly no benevolent souls willing to help? Zhang Feng challenged. Ah, you speak the truth. They would rather squander their wealth on indulgence than extend a hand to those in need. If I had sufficient funds, I would not have resorted to this path. Han Jingjing responded with a bittersweet smile, her tone tinged with sorrow. But relying on stolen money cannot sustain the welfare home for long, Zhang Hao remarked. Have you not sought donations from the community? The donations are minimal, yet fortunately, there are still kind-hearted individuals. Every year, the second young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Xiaojue, donates a significant sum to the welfare home. With that and the money I steal, we barely manage to get by. Since the volunteers here work on a voluntary basis, every penny goes towards the children. Although they are many, they are still able to eat their fill, Han Jingjing said, a faint smile gracing her lips, whether from relief that the children are no longer hungry or gratitude towards Zhu Xiaojue, the benefactor. Wait a moment. You just mentioned that Zhu Xiaojue frequently donates to the welfare home. Does he happen to have a brother named Zhu Xiaozhong? Chen Feng glanced at Zhang Hao and then turned to Han Jingjing. Of course, aside from Zhu Xiaojue, who else on the Shanghai Bund could possess such benevolence? He is renowned as a great philanthropist, Han Jingjing exclaimed with excitement. And this Zhu Xiaojue, a famous benefactor, has he funded other places aside from your welfare institution? Zhang Hao inquired. I am unaware of that. But he donates a substantial sum to our welfare institution every year, which makes him a great philanthropist, Han Jingjing asserted firmly. You mentioned earlier that you would fulfill a request. I wonder if that still stands. Chen Feng suddenly asked with a smile. Of course it stands. Although I am a woman, I understand the significance of keeping one's word. I will certainly fulfill my promises, Han Jingjing replied, extending her thumb and lightly touching the pen tip. Very well, I shall assign you a task. I wonder if you can manage it, Chen Feng stated. What task? Do share, Han Jingjing asked. Starting tomorrow, you will follow Zhu Xiaojue throughout his day, regardless of where he goes. You must ascertain his every move, Chen Feng said seriously. What? Follow Zhu Xiaojue? Han Jingjing exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. No, I cannot undertake this task. Zhu Xiaojue is a benefactor to our welfare institution. This would be repaying kindness with malice. I refuse, she insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. No, you must accept this task. Otherwise, I shall take you to the police station. I believe you would enjoy experiencing the atmosphere inside, Chen Feng said with a sudden wicked grin. I will accept it. Then, Han Jingjing said, stepping back in distress. That's the spirit. By doing this, you will not be repaying kindness with malice. On the contrary, you will earn merit, Chen Feng remarked with satisfaction. Merit? Han Jingjing questioned. Suddenly recalling Chen Feng's request to follow Zhu Xiaojue, she gasped in panic. You're not planning to kidnap Zhu Xiaojue, are you? I cannot be a part of that. Please, just take me to the police station instead. You overthinking it. We are both police officers, Chen Feng replied, revealing his badge to Han Jingjing. The AS for the reason for following him. That S for you to remain ignorant of. Just know that if you handle this matter well, our grievances will be resolved, he continued, enticing her. All right, but what if I get discovered? Han Jingjing pondered, biting her lip. That S for you to figure out, Chen Feng replied. Your Yinzi men folks may lack skills. But I assume you don't need me to teach you how to escape, he chuckled. Hee, you've noticed that, Han Jingjing said, feeling slightly embarrassed. You must be familiar with where Zhu Xiaojue works. Correct? Chen Feng asked. I've been there once. He made a significant donation to our institution, and the director and I, along with several children, went specifically to thank him, Han Jingjing recounted. Does he know you? Chen Feng asked. If he does, we would need to find someone else. However, finding another suitable candidate would be quite difficult. He knows me. But I can disguise myself, Han Jingjing said with a proud smile. Disguise? Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise. That I never imagined such a thing truly existed. Indeed. However, my disguise skills are not yet perfected, but it's sufficient to deceive them, Han Jingjing confidently declared. Very well, we shall entrust this task to you. If you have any news, come find me or him at the Joint Investigation Bureau. I am Chen Feng, and he is Zhang Hao. If neither of us is present, just write down the information you gather and continue following him. Chen Feng instructed. Understood. Rest assured, I will complete this task, Han Jingjing affirmed. Should you execute it well, I have a reward for you, Chen Feng added enticingly. How much? Han Jingjing asked impatiently. Our investigation bureau cannot offer much. But we can organize donations from society. I believe many people would be willing to contribute, Chen Feng suggested with a smile. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Han Jingjing replied cheerfully. We shall take our leave now. Remember your task, Chen Feng reiterated. Do not worry, I will not falter, Han Jingjing assured him. Are you truly trusting her with this task? Zhang Hao asked. Rest assured, Han Jingjing is exceptionally astute. She won't put herself in danger. Besides, she possesses some lightness of foot, which is an excellent means of escape. We shall await the news, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Chapter 10. Fang Yao's abnormality on the bustling Mingyuan street in the heart of Shanghai. There stood a sizable company, prominently displaying the characters Dutching flour. These 4 characters represented a unique identity, as they provided flour essential for the daily lives of the citizens of Shanghai and exported to several neighboring cities. A girl disguised as a boy, with an ordinary appearance, leaned against a nearby pillar, surveying her surroundings. General Manager, the boss requests your presence at home. A man informed Zhu Xiaojue in his office, addressing a rather handsome gentleman. Understood. Please inform the boss that I will return home shortly, Zhu Xiaojue replied nonchalantly. The boss, of course, was Zhu Huliang. Although Zhu Huliang had gradually reduced his involvement in the company, everyone still referred to him as the boss. Even within the company, Zhu Xiaojue remained obliged to call him that. Zhu Huliang had once stated, in the governance of a company, the most important factor is not familial ties but rather capability. Positions should be held by those of virtue. A few minutes later, after Zhu Xiaojue had briefly outlined some matters, he boarded a car headed for the Zhu residence, with Han Jingjing closely following behind. Despite Zhu Xiaojue traveling by car, the vehicle did not move swiftly on the bustling street. Father, what is it that you need me for? Zhu Xiaojue inquired as he entered to find the family gathered. Zhu Huliang occupied the most prestigious seat, with the eldest son Zhu Xiaozhang on his left and Li Yue beside him. Zhu Xiaojue sat on the right, while Fang Yao occupied the seat next to him. However, Fang Yao appeared visibly anxious, casting a pleading glance at Zhu Xiaojue. He discreetly patted her hand in a gesture of comfort, unnoticed by others. Zhu Xiaojue took his seat according to the family's long-standing arrangement. Upon Zhu Xiaojue's arrival, Zhu Xiaozhang expressed his impatience, saying, Father, the second brother is here now. Please quickly tell us what matters you wish to discuss. I need to hurry to the theater as the show is about to start. Zhu Huliang glanced at Zhu Xiaozhang with disappointment in his eyes. Dragon offspring, 9 sons, each unique. If only the eldest possessed half the virtues of the second, the Zhu family would surely ascend to greater heights. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Throughout the discussion, Zhu Xiaojue remained silent, his countenance calm, as if he had grown accustomed to such family dynamics. Indeed, he had. Since everyone is here, I shall address a matter. Zhu Huliang cleared his throat and began slowly. At this moment, Zhu Xiaozhang ceased his frivolous demeanor, and everyone listened attentively to the elder's words. Despite his age, he was still the one to resolve the family's affairs. Our family has recently encountered a homicide. The deceased is our maid, Chui Feng. Zhu Huliang stated without any sign of sorrow. He truly had no need for sadness. The life of a lowly maid was of little value. Even in death, a modest sum could settle the matter. However, as soon as Zhu Huliang finished speaking, a woman's gasp broke the silence. Fang Yao, sitting at the lower end. Her exclamation drew everyone's attention. Awaiting the elder's inquiry, Yao, what troubles you? Zhu Huliang asked with concern. Perhaps it was a reflection of his affection for Zhu Xiaojue, which extended to Fang Yao. Given her status, Fang Yao appeared nervous, wringing her hands on her skirt. Father, perhaps Yao is frightened upon hearing about Chui Feng's death. You know how kind she is to the servants. The sudden news must be hard for her to bear. Zhu Xiaojue quickly interjected. Yao, do not be afraid, he reassured, patting her hand. Fang Yao lost control of her emotions and threw herself into Zhu Xiaojue's embrace, bursting into tears. This caused an awkward atmosphere for everyone present. All right, Yao, father is watching. Is this how you should behave? Quickly apologized to father. Zhu Xiaojue feigned reproach. Fang Yao immediately ceased her sobbing, sniffling as she addressed Zhu Huliang. Father, I apologize. I lost my composure. She dabbed at her tears delicately. Humph, a display of feigned sympathy. A cat weeping for a mouse. How hypocritical. Zhu Xiaozhang and Li Yue scoffed, their sentiments aligning despite their differing words. Oh, forgive me for causing laughter for the elder brother and sister-in-law. Fang Yao graciously replied, undeterred by their remarks. Zhu Huliang was well aware that relations between the eldest and second families were often fraught, with the brothers and their wives occasionally exchanging barbs. However, Fang Yao's demeanor today pleased Zhu Huliang immensely. Yao, you speak nonsense. Your sorrow for a servant's death signifies your compassion. I am delighted to have such a good daughter-in-law. How could I possibly blame you? He then cast a glance at Li Yue, emphasizing Fang Yao's merits. Despite Fang Yao occasionally displaying a bit of a spoiled temperament, she could discern right from wrong, which was commendable. We are unaware of the cause of Chui Feng's death, which is why we have gathered everyone today to remind you all to exercise caution when venturing outside, and to avoid provoking those who ought not to be provoked, especially Xiangzhang. Zhu Heging continued discussing the topic he had not finished earlier. Understood. Father, The four of them replied, though it was evident that some were merely going through the motions. All right, you may return to your affairs, Zhu Hegying said wearily with a wave of his hand. Zhu Xiaozhang and Li Wei were eager for Zhu Hegying to say this, and upon hearing it, they quickly took their leave. Listening to the old relic speak was truly disconcerting. This was a rare moment of unspoken understanding between the couple. Xiaozhu, do you have anything else to discuss? Zhu Hegying inquired, opening his eyes and revealing a faint smile as he looked at the lingering Zhu Xiaojue. Father, I wish to discuss something with you. Zhu Xiaojue pondered before speaking. What is there that we cannot express directly between father and son? Zhu Hegying replied with a smile. Engaging in conversation with Zhu Xiaojue seemed to brighten Zhu Hegying's demeanor considerably. Father, I am contemplating moving out with Yao Yao, Zhu Xiaojue declared resolutely. A sound escaped Zhu Hegying's throat, devoid of emotion. Father, the situation at the company has become quite hectic lately, and I find myself often staying there. However, I worry about Feng Yu being alone at home. Thus, I wish to purchase a residence near the company for us to move into. Furthermore, as you have seen, our living arrangement at home is fraught with tension with elder brother and sister-in-law. It is only a matter of time before an argument erupts, which ultimately burdens you. If we move out, you will enjoy some peace. Rest assured, I will finance the house myself, and when time allows, Yao Yao and I will return to visit you. Alternatively, if you miss us, you can summon us back, Zhu Xiaojue quickly assured. Chapter 11. Moving out sighing, Zhu Hegying remarked, you truly bear a heavy burden. Your elder brother, as the eldest son, is perpetually engrossed in indulgence, a veritable wastrel. Both of you have made names for yourselves in Shanghai, yet your reputations could not be more different. You, at such a young age, have shouldered the weight of the Zhu family. Frankly, I owe you an apology. Father, please do not say such things. I am a member of the Zhu family, and it is my duty to contribute to our household. Should we rely on outsiders for our family's affairs? Zhu Xiaojue asserted. As for my elder brother, who does not possess a playful spirit, I believe he will mature in time. He added. I understand that keeping Feng Yu cooped up at home makes your work uneasy, and it leaves her feeling insecure. I even earned the reputation of a harsh father. Zhu Hegying chuckled. Since you both wish to move out, I shall grant your desire. You need not worry about the house's cost. Our Zhu family can certainly manage that. Father, you speak as if it were nothing. You will always be the good father in Yao Yao's eyes, Zhu Xiaojue said, turning to Feng Yao. Indeed, father, you will always be the good father in my heart. I feel fortunate to have you as my esteemed father-in-law, Feng Yao expressed, seeing Zhu Xiaojue's prompting. However, we should still cover the cost of the house ourselves. Should elder brother find out, he may become upset. And you would still bear the burden, Zhu Xiaojue pointed out. Over the years, my salary as general manager has been quite substantial, sufficient to afford a home. Your salary is your own. But my contribution to purchasing this house is my intention and reward for your efforts. I have observed your performance over the years. While the flour mill is the Zhu family's enterprise, working there is still for our family's benefit. Your efforts, even if not formally recognized, are appreciated, even if your brother causes a commotion. I will stand by you. Do not refuse this, Zhu Hegying insisted. As for Feng Yao, I believe we should arrange for her to work at the company. I think she is capable of handling some simple tasks. Thank you, father, Feng Yao said joyfully. No, absolutely not, Zhu Xiaojue firmly interjected. Xiaozhu, what is the matter? Zhu Hegying asked, taken aback by Zhu Xiaojue's demeanor. Father, we cannot allow Yao Yao to join the company, Zhu Xiaojue stated. Why not? Feng Yao protested, her expression defiant. This was also a question Zhu Hegying wished to understand. Zhu Xiaojue shot Feng Yao a glare before explaining to Zhu Hegying, Father, Yao Yao is unfamiliar with the company's operations. And should she join, it would require someone to teach her. This would not only waste time, but also occupy limited human resources. Her lack of experience could lead to mistakes, which would directly or indirectly result in losses for the company. Furthermore, our company has always valued competence, and Yao Yao has no work qualifications. This could invite gossip among the staff. Lastly, my salary is sufficient to support Yao Yao, so she need not venture out into the workforce. For the sake of the company's development and her safety, I believe it is best that we do not arrange for her to join the company. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. Zhu Hegying nodded, pleased with Zhu Xiaojue's prioritization of the company. However, this does seem to place Yao Yao in a difficult position. Father, I am not aggrieved that I was merely a bit hasty, eager to contribute to the company without considering my own abilities. I hope you will not hold it against me, Feng Yao replied. Not at all. Not at all. That I am grateful for your consideration of the company and would not dream of blaming you. Zhu Hegying smiled. By the way, Xiaozhu, have you found a suitable house? Zhu Hegying inquired. I have already found one. We just need to finalize the payment, Zhu Xiaojue answered. Excellent. Please prepare a list of expenses for the house. And once calculated, you may retrieve the funds, Zhu Hegying instructed. Thank you, Father, Zhu Xiaojue expressed his gratitude. Is there anything else? If not, you may take your leave, Zhu Hegying asked the two of them. Then we shall take our leave, Zhu Xiaojue said as he took Feng Yao's hand. You go ahead and pack your things. I will come to fetch you shortly, Zhu Xiaojue instructed as they stepped outside. Once outside, Zhu Xiaojue turned to Feng Yao and, after finishing his words, walked away. Feng Yao returned to her room to gather her clothes, and Zhu Xiaojue's as well. Before long, Zhu Xiaojue returned, carrying a small box. He instructed the servants to place the suitcase filled with clothes into the car. And together, Zhu Xiaojue and Feng Yao entered the vehicle. Upon seeing Zhu Xiaojue appear again, Han Jingjing, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly followed. The car wound its way into a small Western-style building. Zhu Xiaojue exited the car and pressed the doorbell. A middle-aged man answered, and after exchanging a few words, Zhu Xiaojue followed the man inside. Moments later, the man emerged carrying 2 leather suitcases, beaming. At this point, Feng Yao stepped out of the car and affectionately linked her arm with Zhu Xiaojue's. As they walked side by side into the building, the driver trailing behind with the suitcases. All right, set the suitcases down and you may leave. I will not be returning to work today, Zhu Xiaojue instructed the driver. Understood, General Manager, the driver replied, placing the suitcases down and retreating. The couple ascended the stairs, and once the driver had departed, Han Jingjing cautiously approached the building, noticing the living room was empty. She stealthily made her way inside. At the second room on the left at the top of the stairs, Han Jingjing paused, having heard voices coming from within. Finally relaxed, Feng Yao exclaimed. These days have been stifling. I was terrified of making a mistake. But now it feels wonderful to be free, she said to Zhu Xiaojue. Shh, keep your voice down. We mustn't let anyone overhear, Zhu Xiaojue cautioned, glancing towards the door. What are you afraid of? There are only the 2 of us in this building. No one will overhear us, Feng Yao replied with indifference. By the way, why won't you let me join the company? I refuse to believe your reasoning. Are you worried I might be after the Zhu family's wealth? Feng Yao challenged. My dear, what are you saying? How could I think you are after our family's riches? I only want what's best for you. If ever our secret were to leak, we would have worked in vain. Zhu Xiaojue replied, pulling Feng Yao onto his lap. Humph, you always say such things to placate me, Feng Yao retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Enough of that. I have been cooped up for far too long. I am here to enjoy some time with you, Zhu Xiaojue said, lifting her chin. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of Feng Yao's laughter. Chapter 12. A significant discovery. Han Jingjing stood outside. Listening to their conversation, her teeth clenched in anger. Humph, what a hypocrite that I truly misjudged you, she cursed under her breath. Having no further need to listen, Han Jingjing decided it was time to report back to Chen Feng. Stealthily, she began to retreat, but accidentally knocked over a potted plant, the sound alerting Zhu Xiaojue. Who is it? Zhu Xiaojue shouted. No response came. At that moment, Feng Yao spoke up. All right, no need to make a fuss. It could just be a stray cat. Upon hearing Feng Yao's words, Han Jingjing quickly followed her lead, mimicking a cat's meow. Hearing the sound, Feng Yao smugly declared, See, I told you it was a stray cat. The driver must have left the door ajar, allowing it to slip in. You nearly scared me. I thought someone was outside. If anyone had overheard our conversation, we would be in serious trouble. Zhu Xiaojue spoke with lingering trepidation. You are being excessively cautious now, to the point of being fearful, Feng Yao complained. Let it be. The emotions I had finally stirred have been shattered. Zhu Xiaojue pressed down on Feng Yao once more. Han Jingjing cautiously and swiftly exited the mansion and hurried towards the Joint Investigation Bureau. May I inquire whom you are seeking? A police officer intercepted Han Jingjing as soon as she entered. I'm looking for Chen Feng. I wonder if he is available. Han Jingjing gasped for breath. You are looking for Prosecutor Chen. He is here. Allow me to escort you inside, the young officer replied. Thank you. Han Jingjing exhaled in relief. Prosecutor, this young lady seeks your audience, the young officer announced as he approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who was engaged in a discussion regarding the case with Zhang Hao, lifted his gaze to behold a stranger. Young lady, may I ask what brings you to me? Chen Feng inquired with a smile. What young lady? I am Han Jingjing, she retorted, clearly displeased. Han Jingjing, how have you changed so much? Chen Feng asked in astonishment. Did you forget? She mentioned her proficiency in disguise, Zhang Hao observed, having discerned that Han Jingjing had employed such skills. Indeed, your level is quite commendable. By the way, did I not instruct you to keep an eye on Zhu Xiaojue? How did you end up here? Have you made any discoveries? Chen Feng asked with delight. Yes, I have some new findings. However, I am rather parched from my run here. Alas, I am utterly dry and can scarcely speak. Han Jingjing declared as she sank into a chair. Zhang Hao chuckled at her performance from the side. Chen Feng, exasperated, poured her a glass of water, saying, "Is there anything else you require?" "No, that will suffice." Han Jingjing replied contentedly. "Then do hurry and share," Chen Feng urged, growing impatient. "Oh, why the rush? Surely, I am entitled to a sip of water," she snapped. After finishing the water, Han Jingjing finally spoke. "Today, while tracking him at the company, I discovered he soon returned to the Zhu residence, where he stayed for nearly an hour before leaving with a woman to a small villa. After stealthily following them inside, I overheard them saying things like there's no need to pretend anymore, and if discovered, it would all be in vain. I did not catch every word, merely the gist of it." And then, Chen Feng pressed. "This information is crucial, indicating that Zhu Xiaojue is indeed suspicious. What follows next?" Han Jingjing trailed off. Leaving them in suspense, "Do share what happens next?" Chen Feng insisted. "Do. I suppose they proceeded with that," Han Jingjing said, covering her face in embarrassment. For a young woman, uttering such things was quite mortifying. Chen Feng felt awkward. Having not anticipated such a result from his inquiries, he quickly cleared his throat and asked, "What transpired afterward?" "I fled the scene and came here to report to you," Han Jingjing replied, swinging her legs. "What are your thoughts?" Chen Feng asked Zhang Hao. "We cannot yet ascertain what Zhu Xiaojue is concealing or what his motives may be, but we can be certain that even if he is not connected to the murder, he harbors some unspeakable secrets," Zhang Hao analyzed. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. We now have grounds to consider Zhu Xiaojue as suspect," Chen Feng remarked with a smile. "You have made a notable contribution, yet you must continue to monitor Zhu Xiaojue diligently," he instructed. "Fine. I suppose I am at your mercy," Han Jingjing replied with a resigned expression. "Rest for a moment. We will resume surveillance on Zhu Xiaojue shortly," Chen Feng suggested. "I think I shall return now to avoid missing any critical information." Han Jingjing countered. "Your resolve is commendable," Chen Feng chuckled, gesturing towards the door. "It is over there. I shall not see you out." "You," Han Jingjing retorted, pointing angrily at Chen Feng, then clenched her fist before lowering it. "A lady does not bicker with men." With that, she strode out. "Captain Han, have you completed the investigations I assigned?" Chen Feng inquired of Han Su, who stood nearby. "Prosecutor Chen, there are no results as of yet, but I am confident they will arrive soon," Han Su responded. "Prompt them. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford delays. The journalist will soon take action," Chen Feng remarked, though his demeanor suggested urgency. "I will dispatch additional personnel for investigation. Should we assign more to monitor Zhu Xiaojue? I fear Han Jingjing may struggle to manage alone," Han Su queried. "No need. Han Jingjing is sufficient on her own. If we send more people, Zhu Xiaojue may become aware and we would risk alerting him, which would be counterproductive." Chen Feng refused after careful consideration. "Very well, I shall proceed," Han Su said as he exited. "As long as we ascertain Cui Feng's relationships in the Zhu household, we can essentially determine the nature of this case, which will facilitate our approach," Chen Feng reclined, stating, "From the clues we currently possess, do you believe this is a crime of revenge, a crime of passion, or some other form of homicide that could lead to Cui Feng's decapitation?" Zhang Hao inquired. "I am uncertain," Chen Feng replied, shrugging. "You used to make accurate predictions. Why the confusion this time?" Zhang Hao teased. "That was then. In this case, we are left without a head, which complicates our judgments. We are basing our conclusions solely on what Cui Feng has left behind, and we still do not know if this deceased person is indeed Cui Feng," Chen Feng explained. To arrive in Shanghai and encounter such a perplexing case is indeed a test by the populace here," Zhang Hao commented. "Fear not. I can overcome this challenge. However, there is a pressing matter that requires our attention," Chen Feng said with a smile directed at Zhang Hao. "Oh, what pressing matter?" Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. "Have you forgotten? You still owe me a meal," Chen Feng continued. "I recall completing all my tasks. Do not keep me in suspense. Just say it," Zhang Hao replied, aware that it was likely not a pleasant request. "Ah, you have not forgotten. Let us go. If I delay any longer, you may never let me hear the end of this meal," Chen Feng laughed. "Indeed, I have been waiting for this moment. Let us return to the previous restaurant," Zhang Hao suggested, grinning. "I have eagerly anticipated your words," Chen Feng replied, equally amused. Minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant. "Good evening, gentlemen. What may I serve you?" A polite server approached. "2 steaks and a bottle of red wine." "Thank you," Zhang Hao replied cheerfully. "Certainly, please hold on a moment," the server responded. "The ambience here is quite pleasant," Chen Feng observed as he surveyed the surroundings. "I used to frequent a similar place in France and learned that Shanghai opened one. So I thought I would join in the excitement," Zhang Hao said, arranging his utensils. "What has you smiling?" Chen Feng asked as he noticed Zhang Hao grinning inexplicably. "What a coincidence to encounter an acquaintance here." Zhang Feng pointed towards a table behind Zhang Hao. The man was facing away, but when he turned slightly, Zhang Feng glimpsed his face. Who is that? Zhang Hao turned, but only saw the man's back and could not discern his features. Zhu Xiaozhang, Zhang Feng chuckled. The gentleman we observed at the Zhu residence, Zhang Hao noted, leaning in for a closer look and confirming the man's form. Indeed, this young Master Zhu lives up to his reputation as a dashing playboy. Even now seeming to pursue romantic interests, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile, "Your steaks and wine have arrived, gentlemen. Enjoy your meal," the server said as they presented the dishes. "Thank you," the two replied as they accepted their meals. Those who drown their sorrows at night may not necessarily lack ambition. Sometimes, it serves as a fade. Despite Zhu Xiaozhang never having exhibited any commercial acumen, Zhang Hao sliced into his steak. Regardless, Zhu Xiaozhang's connection to Cui Feng's demise may be significant. In fact, it suggests that the entire Zhu family is implicated. To murder someone and sever their head indicates either deep-seated enmity or that the perpetrator is concealing some unspeakable secret. Zhang Feng remarked, "Which do you lean towards?" Zhang Hao inquired. "I believe we share a common perspective. Cui Feng, being a vulnerable woman, would not likely provoke such extreme measures unless the killer sought to hide something." Zhang Feng replied, "We are inching closer to the truth. It seems we must await Captain Han's investigation into Cui Feng's social connections tomorrow for a breakthrough," Zhang Hao concluded. "Everything remains a mystery." Zhang Feng added, "To that, let us raise a toast." The wine glasses of the two individuals clinked together. Early the next morning, Hansu arrived at the Joint Investigation Bureau. "Prosecutor, here is the information you requested regarding Cui Feng's life." "We have organized everything," Hansu said, handing a document to Zhang Feng. "Where did you obtain this?" Zhang Feng inquired as he flipped through the papers. "I had my men stationed at the entrance of the Zhu residence. As soon as any of the household servants emerged, we followed them discreetly. When there were fewer people around, we conducted inquiries. The responses we gathered were quite similar, primarily that she was well-behaved and notably beautiful." Hansu replied with a smile. "Quite resourceful," Zhang Feng remarked with a grin. "This report suggests that Cui Feng and Zhu Xiaozhang did not have a good relationship." "Who mentioned that?" Suddenly, Zhang Feng stumbled upon a piece of information regarding Zhu Xiaozhang. "Oh, it was an older servant from the Zhu household who said that. According to her, because Cui Feng possessed a certain beauty, being the most attractive among the maids, Zhu Xiaozhang often behaved inappropriately towards her. This particular servant witnessed it several times, and others have seen it too, albeit less frequently. However, for reasons unknown, Zhu Xiaozhang never succeeded in his advances." Hansu added, "We saw Zhu Xiaozhang yesterday, and today we have clues pointing towards him. It seems he is not as innocuous as he appears." Zhang Feng chuckled. "Why is there no mention of Zhu Xiaojue here?" Zhang Feng scrutinized the entire document and noticed the absence of Zhu Xiaojue's name. "That is indeed peculiar. Zhu Xiaojue usually spends most of his time at the company and rarely returns home. According to the servants, he and his wife are quite kind to them, unlike Zhu Xiaozhang and his wife, who are known to be rather harsh. Thus, the servants are more fond of Zhu Xiaojue and his spouse. Moreover, I heard that they moved out of the Zhu residence yesterday, which led to a heated argument between Zhu Xiaozhang and Zhu Heling. Apparently, Zhu Heling had given Zhu Xiaojue money to purchase a house, which Zhu Xiaozhang found to be unfair." Hansu explained, "That Zhu Xiaozhang can still feel a sense of injustice is truly remarkable. I thought he had turned into a mere shell of a man. By the way, where does Zhu Xiaojue usually like to go?" Zhang Feng asked. "That doesn't require investigation. It's well known around Shanghai. Zhu Xiaozhang has three great passions: the brothels, the palais de danse, and the opera houses. He frequents these places weekly, and his schedule is quite regular." Hansu laughed. "Oh, I didn't expect Zhu Xiaozhang to indulge so much. It's remarkable that the old man still has such vitality." Zhang Feng mused. Chapter 14. Palais de danse. What does this mean? "I can't quite grasp it," Hansu said, looking perplexed. "The prosecutor means that Zhu Xiaozhang's extravagant lifestyle is astonishing. It's a miracle the old man has been driven to his grave by stress," Zhang Hao clarified. "I see. The prosecutor is indeed exceptional. His logical reasoning leaps are quite impressive," Hansu chuckled. "Which of these three places will Zhu Xiaozhang visit tomorrow?" Zhang Feng continued to examine the document. "According to his habits, he will go to the Palais de Danse tomorrow," Hansu replied. "What time?" Zhang Feng inquired. "At 2 in the afternoon." Hansu answered. "2 in the afternoon? That seems rather odd. Will the Palais de Danse even have patrons at that hour?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. "Of course. At 2, the renowned singer Wan Hongyu will perform. Her shows are known for their punctuality. It is said that seats for her performance tomorrow afternoon have already sold out. Wan Hongyu is the star attraction of the Palais de Danse." Hansu exclaimed with admiration. "Now I understand. But will we benefit from this tomorrow?" Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Tomorrow at 1:30, we will go to the Palais de Danse to support Ruan Hongyu and simultaneously invite young Master Zhu to our bureau for tea and conversation. Zhang Feng said with a peculiar smile. The following afternoon, Zhang Feng, along with Zhang Hao and Han Su, arrived punctually at the Palais de Danse with several officers. The Palais de Danse was indeed living up to its reputation. Or rather, Ruan Hongyu was. Despite the show starting in half an hour, the seats were already filled. The audience remained calm, viewing the wait as a form of enjoyment. Have you spotted Zhu Xiaozhang? Zhang Feng asked. Yes, over there. Han Su pointed to a seat in the third row. Okay, just ensure you keep an eye on Zhu Xiaozhang and don't get too engrossed in Ruan Hongyu's performance that if he slips away, all our efforts will be in vain. Zhang Feng said with a grin that it's wise to take precautions. After all, Ruan Hongyu's allure is quite powerful, as we can see from the crowd's reaction. These young officers are certainly not immune to such beauty, Han Su nodded, instructing several officers to discreetly surround Zhu Xiaozhang. Hey, who are you? Sneaking around like that? A middle-aged woman approached and inquired. She seems to be in charge here. Zhang Feng thought. Hello, we are from the Investigation Bureau, here on official business. Please do not make a scene. Zhang Feng presented his badge. Of course that I won't disturb you any further, the middle-aged woman quickly replied. Not long after she retreated, the stage lights illuminated, and a beautiful woman in a qipao gracefully stepped out. The brilliant lights cast a radiant glow upon her, making her dazzlingly beautiful. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Isn't Ruan Hongyu extraordinary? She immediately captivates the atmosphere, Zhang Feng remarked as he watched her perform. Are you interested? Zhang Hao teased. Not in that sense. We are of different worlds that I merely appreciate her talent. As the saying goes, a charming lady is an object of admiration for gentlemen. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, including us. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. By now, Ruan Hongyu had begun her performance. Her voice resonating like soft whispers, enchanting the audience. After the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted, and Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao readily joined in. At time, Zhang Feng asked. Yes, Han Su replied. Let us approach him. Zhang Feng said, directing his attention to Zhu Xiaozhang. With a command, nearby officers approached Zhu Xiaozhang, causing the people around him to scatter, unsure of what was unfolding. What are you doing? Do you know where you are? Zhu Xiaozhang scolded. Young Master Zhu, it's good to see you again, Zhang Feng said with a smile. At you? Zhu Xiaozhang's expression tightened before gradually relaxing. Are you curious why we meet here? You needn't be. I am here to support Miss Ruan and to specifically seek you out, Zhang Feng said cheerfully. Zhu Xiaozhang showed little concern for Zhang Feng's attendance for Ruan Hongyu, as there were many patrons present. What he was genuinely interested in was the reason for Zhang Feng's visit. We have only met once. What could you possibly want? If it's not urgent, I'll take my leave as I have matters to attend to. Zhu Xiaozhang replied brusquely. Though he was a reckless young master, he still had his pride. At a visit to the brothel or the opera house. Zhang Feng joked, lightening the mood. His words immediately invigorated the atmosphere. Zhu Xiaozhang's three major interests had become the subject of gossip, yet no one dared to mention it openly. Given Zhu's family's significant background, that's my business. It's none of your concern. If you have nothing to say, you may leave and not disturb my enjoyment. Zhu Xiaozhang retorted, visibly irritated. I'd like to invite you to the Investigation Bureau for tea and conversation. I trust you wouldn't refuse such an invitation. Zhang Feng smiled. Why should I grant you that courtesy? Zhu Xiaozhang scoffed. Because I will say you are connected to the headless corpse case at Nanan Dock. Does that reason suffice? Zhang Feng replied, maintaining his smile. You mustn't slander me, Zhu Xiaozhang stammered. Whether it's slander or not depends on your cooperation with our investigation. Otherwise, as I mentioned, my words have been spoken, and you know how others will perceive you. Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. You're quite shrewd. I'll accompany you, but I need to visit the restroom first. Zhu Xiaozhang conceded. There's no need. We have facilities at the bureau where you can take your time. Han Su said with a smile. Young Master Zhu, please, Han Su urged. Humph, Zhu Xiaozhang huffed coldly and exited. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao followed closely behind. Please wait, a melodious voice called out, and both men recognized it as Ruan Hongyu. What can we do for you, Miss Ruan? Zhang Feng turned and asked with a smile. Thank you both for coming to support me. However, I haven't caught your names yet. Ruan Hongyu inquired. My name is Zhang Feng. I am Zhang Hao. Chapter 15. Interrogating Zhu Xiaozhang. I believe you two are the new officers from the Investigation Bureau. Ruan Hongyu smiled at you know us. Zhang Feng asked, surprised. The two individuals at the Palais de Glaces were visiting for the first time. And even for people of their kind, it could be said that this was their inaugural encounter. He simply could not fathom what reason there could be for her to know about the two of them. Officer Chen chuckled, stating, at the Palais de Glaces, we dine on the knowledge of human nature. You two appear unfamiliar, so naturally, Hong Yu would pay close attention. Earlier, you had someone apprehended, Zhu Xiaozhang, which led me to surmise that you are officers. However, I have encountered many officers from the investigation bureau, yet you two seem quite new. Additionally, the unsolved case at the Nannan Wharf has been causing quite a stir, and I have heard that a new prosecutor has been dispatched for the investigation. Hence, I boldly speculate that you are newly appointed officers. Am I correct in my conjecture? Miss Ruan. Hong Yu smiled as she spoke. Miss Ruan, you are indeed perceptive and astute. Your deductions are largely accurate. Though there is one minor detail you have missed, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Oh, I am eager to hear more. Ruan. Hong Yu inquired with great interest. When we arrived, we were unaware that a murder had occurred at Nannan Wharf. Thus, our investigation into this case is purely coincidental, Chen Feng explained. This is information I lack. Ruan. Hong Yu responded with a smile. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Miss Ruan. We have matters to attend to and cannot linger. We shall certainly pay you a visit another day, Chen Feng stated. When Officer Chen comes, I shall be sure to greet you properly. Ruan. Hong Yu replied with a smile. Is there an interest in this lady? Zhang Hao asked. Not at all. We are not of the same ilk, Chen Feng chuckled. Being of different worlds does not preclude companionship. It is evident that she harbors feelings for you. Seize the opportunity. It may not be impossible, Zhang Hao laughed. Everyone possesses a desire for beauty. This is undeniable. However, we are destined to inhabit separate realms. While interaction may be feasible, love may prove challenging, Chen Feng said, steering the conversation away. Let us not dwell on her. We must return to examine Zhu Xiaozhang. Upon their return to the investigation bureau, they found Zhu Xiaozhang lounging as if he were a pampered elder. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Zhang Hao enter, he spat the sunflower seed shells on the ground and exclaimed, "What do you want with me? Speak your mind. I have no time to waste here." Chen Feng smiled, disregarding his petulance. According to our investigation, your relationship with the deceased Chui Feng was rather poor. Zhu Xiaozhang, agitated as if someone had stepped on his tail, protested. Where did you hear such nonsense? That is utterly untrue. I assure you, my relationship with Chui Feng was quite good. Oh, quite good, you say? Pray tell, what kind of relationship might that be to warrant such claims? Chen Feng inquired, the tone reminiscent of gossip. We merely had a typical master-servant relationship, Zhu Xiaozhang stammered, a statement lacking confidence. You describe a mere master-servant relationship but assert that it was good? I am truly perplexed by your definition of that term. Chen Feng remarked with a smile that I generally took good care of her. Zhu Xiaozhang offered as an explanation that that's so? Yet, our information indicates that you were the source of much trouble for Chui Feng at the Zhu residence. Can this also be considered a good relationship? Many can attest to this, Chen Feng stated. Those treacherous ingrates, Zhu Xiaozhang fumed. There is no need for anger. They are merely assisting us in our investigation, Chen Feng replied. According to the servants at your residence, it is often observed that you were quite hands-on with Chui Feng. Is it possible that your failure to succeed with her led to a fit of rage, resulting in her demise? That is preposterous. Why would I kill a mere maid? There are countless women on the bund. Why would I fixate on Chui Feng? It defies logic. Zhu Xiaozhang defended himself. What is illogical about it? Crimes of passion do occur. You may deny having a motive for murder, yet the plethora of evidence points to you as the most likely culprit. Chen Feng asserted that I did not kill her. I had no time to do so. It is well known that my schedule is quite fixed. How could I possibly find time to commit murder? Zhu Xiaozhang retorted. While we do not dispute that, it could indeed serve as your alibi. You might exploit people's preconceived notions. Even if you were not at a particular location on that day, people would naturally assume you were, Chen Feng explained. I am being wronged, Zhu Xiaozhang cried out in protest. There is no point in claiming innocence. You cannot escape this. Consider who else might possess a motive, Chen Feng urged. Zhu Xiaozhang pondered for a moment before exclaiming. I have it. Fang Yao is a suspect. Chui Feng bore a resemblance to Fang Yao, though she was arguably more beautiful. The closeness between Chui Feng and my second brother incited considerable disdain from my sister-in-law. Women often harbor an innate animosity towards one another, and given Chui Feng's resemblance to Fang Yao, yet surpassing her in beauty, it is plausible that Fang Yao felt jealousy. I am uncertain what prompted Fang Yao to berate Chui Feng, but I distinctly overheard her declare, I will kill that vixen one day. Truth be told, I harbored feelings for Chui Feng, both due to her attractiveness and her closeness to my second brother, which incited my competitive spirit. I have long been overlooked, and since Chui Feng was close to him, I felt compelled to claim her for myself. I must find some way to outshine my second brother. Zhu Xiaozhang confessed that in fact, in certain respects, you have already surpassed him. For instance, he does not frequent the brothels as often as you do, nor does he visit the Palais de Glaces or the theaters as frequently. Chen Feng jested. I know you are mocking me, yet I do not mind. I admit it. However, I must inform you not to be deceived by his facade. He is a hypocrite. Do you truly believe he has not engaged in such activities? He has, and likely more than I have, though he conceals it better. Perhaps his accomplishments in the company surpass mine, leading others to perceive him as an upstanding gentleman, but I am well aware of his true character. I may be a rogue, but I am an honest rogue. Our enmity has long been established, and while it may not be the most significant factor, it certainly contributes, Zhu Xiaozhang expressed with palpable resentment. Chapter 16. Han Jingjing is apprehended. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged glances. By your account, Feng Yao is a prime suspect in the murder, Zhang Feng stated. Indeed, not only does Feng Yao harbor considerable suspicion, but my second brother is also a significant suspect. Just because Cui Feng was close to him does not exempt him from suspicion. I can assure you that my second brother is a man driven by self-interest. Everything he does is aimed at maximizing personal gain. His efforts to gain my father's approval are merely a means to inherit a larger share of the estate. As the eldest son, I am entitled to the bulk of the inheritance, ensuring my comfort. Why would I toil for it? Yet, my second brother's machinations have already led my father to favor him, slicing away part of what rightfully belongs to me. However, this is not his ultimate goal. He is plotting to seize the entirety of the Zhu family's fortune. Zhu Xiaozhang's agitation escalated, bordering on emotional instability. Control your emotions. Do not become overly agitated, Zhang Feng advised. Yet, all you have done is recount what kind of person Zhu Xiaozhua is, or perhaps you are lamenting your own grievances. But what does this have to do with Zhu Xiaozhua's potential culpability in Cui Feng's murder? Zhang Feng questioned that I do not know how he relates to Cui Feng's murder. I merely wish to express that he is suspicious. Please, do not ask me anymore. I have nothing more to say, Zhu Xiaozhang declared, cradling his head in his hands. Zhu Xiaozhang's refusal left Zhang Feng feeling exasperated, but it still presented an opportunity. It seemed imperative to question Feng Yao the following day. Zhang Hao remarked, what he has shared is quite useful to us, yet we must also seek out Zhu Xiaozhua, as Feng Yao is his wife. Even if we approach him for inquiries, we must inform him. Escort young Master Zhu home. Zhang Feng instructed one of the officers. I wonder what news has emerged from Han Jingjing's end, Zhang Feng mused. Inside the small Western-style house, Zhu Xiaozhua had just entered when Han Jingjing followed closely behind. Upon entering, Zhu Xiaozhua displayed signs of agitation. Why did you bring her here? Hurry and get her out of here, he exclaimed. What are you worried about? I just finished bathing. No one saw, Feng Yao retorted. Better safe than sorry. If someone discovers this, we will be finished. Have you not seen how the case at Nannan Wharf has caused such an uproar? I finally found a reason to move out. And you remain so reckless, Zhu Xiaozhua admonished. Enough. I have had quite enough. Am I not allowed to live for myself? Feng Yao countered. Living for oneself? You speak so eloquently, but since you embarked on this path, you have forfeited your autonomy. If you yearn to return to your previous life, you may do so. Just be aware of the consequences that will follow, he warned. Otherwise, do not ever entertain such thoughts regarding me. Zhu Xiaozhua admonished. I understand. Feng Yao replied submissively in an instant. If I catch you again, do not blame me for being impolite, Zhu Xiaozhua warned. Who are you? Upon opening the door, Zhu Xiaozhua was startled to find Han Jingjing crouched at the entrance. Han Jingjing was equally taken aback by Zhu Xiaozhua's sudden appearance. I am. Han Jingjing thought urgently. Quickly, tell me who you are. Zhu Xiaozhua inquired, her tone growing sharper with impatience. I am a detective. Sent by your elder brother, Han Jingjing quickly concocted. This explanation made sense to Zhu Xiaozhua. She knew her elder brother, who had moved out, would not easily let go, but she had not anticipated this turn of events. Ah, brother, you truly excel. It seems your wealth allows you to hire a detective to investigate me, Zhu Xiaozhua remarked with a hint of disdain. How did you find this place? Zhu Xiaozhua asked. It was simple. I waited outside your company and followed you when you left, Han Jingjing explained. She realized that honesty was her only path to escape this predicament, though it was indeed unfortunate that she had been discovered eavesdropping. You seem quite professional, Zhu Xiaozhua observed. Of course, Han Jingjing replied proudly, understanding that projecting confidence would alleviate Zhu Xiaozhua's suspicions. What did my brother send you to do? Zhu Xiaozhua questioned. Well, according to the rules of our profession. I cannot disclose that, Han Jingjing replied, feigning adherence to principles. Rules. Have you forgotten that you already betrayed your employer? Zhu Xiaozhua retorted. That was purely a matter of self-preservation. Han Jingjing defended herself. That self-preservation. Are you not concerned for your safety now? Zhu Xiaozhua threatened. I am not afraid. I am willing to sacrifice for my career. Besides, you would only take me to the police station. You would not kill me. Once there, I would face no serious consequences as my profession is legally sanctioned. Han Jingjing asserted. Show me your detective license, Zhu Xiaozhua demanded, extending her right hand. That I did not bring it. And even if I had, I cannot show it to you, Han Jingjing replied. Her obstinate demeanor irritated Zhu Xiaojue. How about this? I will pay you the amount my brother hired you for. Zhu Xiaojue proposed. No. I adhere to professional ethics, Han Jingjing insisted. Double the amount, Zhu Xiaojue continued, casting her bait. Are you serious? Han Jingjing pretended to hesitate. Certainly, Zhu Xiaojue affirmed. All right, I agree, but you must pay me up front. That it's $60 in total. Han Jingjing stated that I will pay half now, and the other half once I verify your information. Zhu Xiaojue replied. Deal. Han Jingjing gritted her teeth. It was all a performance. She would gain $30 for this little scheme, truly a profitable transaction. Zhu Xiaojue signaled Feng Yao, who promptly fetched $30 from within. Now, can we talk? Zhu Xiaojue handed the money to Han Jingjing. Of course. I am the epitome of trustworthiness. Han Jingjing exclaimed joyfully while counting the bills. Knowing this demeanor would make Zhu Xiaojue more inclined to believe her. Chapter 17 Analysis. Zhu Xiaojue, your brother sent me to investigate why you moved out. Is there a hidden agenda? Han Jingjing calculated the bills. Have you uncovered anything? Zhu Xiaojue inquired. I just arrived today. And on the very first day, I got caught. I only learned where you are residing. Beyond that, I know nothing. Han Jingjing's voice trailed off, embarrassment creeping in as she recounted her failure. Have you informed my brother? Zhu Xiaojue asked. Not yet, Han Jingjing admitted. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhu Xiaojue. How about this? I will hire you as my detective to investigate my brother. Just report his daily activities to me, and I will pay you double his rate. Is that true? Han Jingjing looked at Zhu Xiaojue in disbelief, pondering whether she might indeed be suited for a detective agency. Of course. However, seeing your eagerness for money, how can I trust you not to betray me? Zhu Xiaojue questioned. I would never do that. Han Jingjing quickly asserted. I know the saying. Once is a mistake, twice is a pattern. I have already betrayed an employer once. I cannot do it again. Moreover, I am in desperate need of money, which weighs heavily on my conscience. She explained. I will trust you this once, but you will only receive payment when you report to me daily, Zhu Xiaojue stipulated. Agreed, Zhu boss, as expected of you. May I leave now? Han Jingjing pointed towards the door, hesitantly asking. Certainly, go ahead, Zhu Xiaojue responded with a smile, resembling the conclusion of a negotiation. As soon as Han Jingjing exited, Zhu Xiaojue's expression darkened. Follow her and see where she goes, Zhu Xiaojue instructed a subordinate. Phew, that was close. I almost didn't make it out. Han Jingjing patted her chest, relieved. Good thing I'm clever. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. She bragged, sticking out her tongue playfully. Feeling uneasy, Han Jingjing glanced back and caught sight of a man wearing a cap attempting to hide. Startled, she realized that it was indeed a challenge to deceive them. Had she not looked back, her cover would have been blown. However, now that she was aware, she decided to toy with him. Navigating through the crowded streets, Han Jingjing ensured the man kept pace. Upon reaching a fork in the alley, she noticed he had slowed down and quickly dashed down the left path. By the time he arrived, she had already vanished. Curse it, the man grumbled, surveying the intersection. What did you say? You lost her? Zhu Xiaojue asked incredulously. Yet, the man confirmed that they had indeed lost her. What else can you do? You can't even follow someone without losing them. You all have the brains of a pig. Zhu Xiaojue berated them. Is this person really that important? If she's lost, let it be, Feng Yao interjected. What do you know? She is not a detective. I initially intended to see where she was staying. But now the entire operation is a failure. Get out of my sight. Your presence vexes me. Zhu Xiaojue waved her hand dismissively as the men left in shame. Stay here for the next few days. And be cautious of your actions. Do not reveal any signs, Zhu Xiaojue instructed. Understood, Feng Yao responded. What happened to you? You look so disheveled. As soon as she entered, Zhang Hao's voice rang out. Chen Feng looked up at the still breathless Han Jingjing and chuckled. What? Were you chased by a dog? Do you have no sympathy? I am in this state, and you still mock me, Han Jingjing protested. Why did you rush back? Did you make a significant discovery? Chen Feng asked eagerly. No, I got caught, Han Jingjing replied calmly. What? Both Chen Feng and Zhang Hao stared at her in astonishment. Is it really necessary for such a dramatic reaction? I said I got caught, Han Jingjing retorted with frustration. You got caught and are so unapologetic about it. You are the first person I have ever seen like this, Chen Feng remarked, giving her a thumbs up. You didn't reveal that we sent you. Did you? Zhang Hao inquired. Of course not. Han Jingjing insisted. If you didn't, how could Zhu Xiaojue let you go? Chen Feng pressed further. I told her that Zhu Xiaozhang sent me to investigate why he moved out. Claiming to be a detective. I made her believe it. Han Jingjing boasted. Am I not clever? Clever. Truly clever. To concoct such a flimsy excuse. Do you think Zhu Xiaojue is foolish? Chen Feng responded. Zhu Xiaojue must have sent someone to follow you. Right? Zhang Hao inquired with a grin. How did you know? Han Jingjing asked, taken aback. Just a guess, Zhang Hao replied with a smirk. Zhu Xiaojue is not easily deceived. If she were, she wouldn't thrive in such a cutthroat business environment, where deceit and cunning are rampant. Even if she believed your story, her nature would compel her to investigate your background, particularly which detective agency you represent. Moreover, your breathless return suggests that you were indeed pursued. Zhang Hao remarked. Impressive, impressive. Han Jing clapped her hands and said, But how did you deduce that he would send someone to follow me based on his character? Han Jing inquired, still puzzled. Zhu Xiaojue is a person who has long dealt with merchants, which has instilled in him a habit of not easily trusting others. Furthermore, we learned from Zhu Xiaozhang that he is exceedingly profit-oriented. Such a person does not act without seeing results. How could he easily trust others without any apparent benefit? It is entirely normal for him to send someone to follow you. Your reasoning is insufficient even for us, let alone him, Zhang Hao explained. The human heart is truly terrifying. It seems I am not suited for society. Fortunately, I had the foresight to glance back. Otherwise, our relationship might have been exposed by now, Han Jing said, a look of trepidation on her face. Chapter 18. There are ghosts, you should be more vigilant. In your spare time, you could learn from Zhang Hao, Chen Feng chuckled. Learn what? To see dead bodies? I would rather not. I have a weak constitution, and that would terrify me. Han Jing quickly shook her head. What are you thinking? I meant for you to learn psychology from Zhang Hao. I must tell you, this Dr. Zhang before you is a rare talent, capable not only of examining corpses, but also of healing the sick. More importantly, his keen insight allows him to discern people's psychological traits through their actions and words. Once you master these skills, you need not worry about being deceived by others, Chen Feng said with a smile. That does sound appealing. What about you? Han Jing asked me. I do not require it, Chen Feng replied with a grin, casting a glance at Zhang Hao. Why not? Han Jing questioned, puzzled. After saying so much, why do you not learn yourself? Because having him is sufficient. He possesses these skills, and together with him, we can navigate the world. Yi Qin remarked, you two are quite something, Han Jing said with a look of disdain. Did you not uncover any useful information from Zhu Xiaojue? Chen Feng asked. Information? I merely heard Zhu Xiaojue fly into a rage upon entering, complaining that Feng Yao was inattentive and instructing her to cover things up to avoid detection. That was all. As I was discovered shortly after entering, Han Jing replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Hao, you are more adept in this area. Please analyze the meaning behind your words, Chen Feng suggested. According to her, Zhu Xiaojue is concerned that others might discover Feng Yao's secret, hence instructing her to conceal it to prevent any slip-ups. So, what could possibly disguise Feng Yao's true nature? Zhang Hao analyzed. Chen Feng was equally baffled. Suddenly, both turned their gazes toward Han Jing. Why are you looking at me? Han Jing said nervously. It should not be her entire face. That would easily reveal flaws. Moreover, Han Jing has interacted with Feng Yao, so she would not miss such details. Zhang Hao quickly negated. Then what could it be? Aside from her face, what else might make Feng Yao easily recognizable? Chen Feng inquired. The skin exposed to the outside, aside from the face, includes the neck and hands. Generally, the neck has no distinguishing features unless there are noticeable scars or birthmarks. Otherwise, it is hard to discern. The hands are another matter, Zhang Hao concluded. It seems we must investigate Feng Yao first. Captain Han, please go to the Zhu residence and find out if there are any significant markings on Feng Yao's neck or hands. Report back immediately with any news, Chen Feng instructed. Zhang Hao. It appears we need to visit the Daqing Flower Company, Chen Feng added. It seems we have no other choice, Zhang Hao replied. What about me? Han Jing asked. You will continue to keep an eye on Zhu Xiaojue, Chen Feng suggested after a moment's thought. Minutes later, the two arrived at Daqing Flower Factory. General Manager, 2 individuals are here to see you, a staff member announced as he knocked and entered. Let them in. Zhu Xiaojue said. Hello, Manager Zhu, Chen Feng greeted with a smile. And you are? Zhu Xiaojue inquired. We are from the Joint Investigation Bureau. I am Chen Feng, and this is Zhang Hao, Chen Feng introduced. Oh, may I ask what brings you here? I believe I have committed no offense, Zhu Xiaojue replied nonchalantly. Of course not. We are here merely to conduct an investigation, as the deceased in the Nanandok case is related to the Zhu family. Therefore, the Zhu family has an obligation to cooperate with our inquiry, Chen Feng explained. I see. Well, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, Zhu Xiaojue said. We wish to inquire about your wife. But we learn that you have moved from the Zhu residence, so we came to disturb you, Chen Feng stated. My wife? Zhu Xiaojue expressed surprise. I apologize, but my wife has been unwell recently and is unable to cooperate with the investigation. If there is anything you wish to know, you can directly ask me. I believe I know more than my wife, Zhu Xiaojue subtly declined. Unwell? How fortuitous. This Dr. Zhang is a renowned physician and could examine your wife. Chen Feng said with a smile. This Zhu Xiaojue adjusted his glasses. Young masters, you need not doubt his medical skills. Dr. Zhang is a distinguished graduate of Harvard Medical School, so his expertise is assured. Chen Feng continued. Haha, that is not my intent. My wife has already received treatment at the hospital, so there is no need to trouble Dr. Zhang. Zhu Xiaojue replied. Oh, there is no trouble at all. Healing the sick is a doctor's duty. Since Dr. Zhang is here, how could he bear to let your wife continue suffering? Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Zhang? Chen Feng said. Officer Chen is correct. Saving lives is indeed a doctor's responsibility, even if I cannot heal her. Offering some advice would be beneficial. Young masters, you need not refuse, Zhang Hao interjected. If that is the case, I will trouble you both. I will call home now, Zhu Xiaojue said. Oh, there is no need for such formality. Time is of the essence. Let us hurry along, Chen Feng insisted, pulling Zhu Xiaojue along. Very well, Zhu Xiaojue acquiesced. Minutes later, the trio arrived at the small villa, and throughout the journey, Zhu Xiaojue remained anxious. Only at the moment of entering did he finally relax. Why have you returned? Fang Yao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhu Xiaojue enter, especially as he was accompanied by two strangers. These gentlemen are aware of your ill health and have come specifically to treat you. Zhu Xiaojue explained, casting a glance at Fang Yao. Fortunately, Fang Yao did not betray any signs of distress at that moment. We truly appreciate your assistance, Fang Yao feigned weakness, addressing Chen Feng and Zhang Hao with a sickly demeanor. This sudden change almost made Chen Feng and Zhang Hao laugh. Just moments ago, she was full of vitality. Now she appeared feeble. Your acting skills are truly remarkable. Haha, it is no trouble at all. Zhang Hao chuckled. He was the main actor in this healing endeavor, and Chen Feng would not overshadow him. Then let us find a place to conduct the examination, Zhang Hao suggested. Chapter 19. Fang Yao's guilt. Fang Yao glanced at Zhu Xiaojue and said, Let us use my bedroom. The group followed Fang Yao to her bedroom, where she lay on the bed, while Zhang Hao moved a chair to sit beside her. Dr. Zhang, are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Fang Yao asked. My major is Western medicine, but I am familiar with some traditional Chinese methods. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. In truth, he had no knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, but even if he did not, he could tell that Fang Yao was not ill. Their purpose here was not to heal her, but rather to establish a connection. While Zhang Hao pretended to diagnose Fang Yao, Chen Feng discreetly surveyed the room for clues. To his disappointment, he found nothing of significance. Zhang Hao pretended to check her pulse and inquired, Madame Zhu, where do you feel unwell? I often feel fatigued all over and tend to sleep a lot. Fang Yao replied casually. Zhang Hao then took her hands and began to massage them gently. Hey, what are you doing? Both Fang Yao and Zhu Xiaojue were taken aback. Zhang Hao's actions seemed more inappropriate than medicinal. Zhang Hao remained silent, continuing his motions, while Chen Feng understood Zhang Hao's intentions. He quickly reassured them. Do not panic. Dr. Zhang's actions are not meant to offend you, but rather a method of assessing the condition known as the five-finger heart method in traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Hao then spoke. Indeed, it is surprising that you know a bit about it. Yet his gaze at Chen Feng clearly communicated, you truly can spin tales. My purpose is to investigate, seeing their seamless cooperation. Both Fang Yao and Zhu Xiaojue felt relieved. After a moment, Zhang Hao moved to examine Fang Yao's neck. Given their previous experience, both were less startled this time. After confirming without a doubt, Zhang Hao spoke earnestly. Madam, according to my diagnosis, you are not ill. Fang Yao nodded internally, thinking to herself, of course, I am not sick. I am merely pretending to be unwell. If you truly diagnosed me with an illness, that would be quite serious. Yet, she decided to maintain her facade and asked, but doctor, why am I experiencing such a condition? Do not worry, madam, my explanation is not complete. You are indeed not ill, but rather possessed by a spirit, which is causing your fatigue, Zhang Hao explained. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's explanation, Fang Yao gasped in fright. This was far more terrifying than being ill. You mean, she has come to find me? Fang Yao, disregarding Chen Feng and Zhang Hao's presence, clutched Zhu Xiaojue's hand and asked fearfully, Nonsense. Have you lost your mind? There are no ghosts in broad daylight. I have never believed in such supernatural matters. We have not done anything wrong, Zhu Xiaojue retorted. Glaring at Fang Yao was acutely aware of her own indiscretion and quickly fell silent, unsure of what she might say next. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, astonished that a single remark could yield such a lead. This seemed almost too easy. Fang Yao undoubtedly harbored significant issues. Since that is the case, we shall not linger any longer. My wife needs to rest, Zhu Xiaojue announced as he stood up. Very well. We shall not disturb you, Chen Feng replied. What do you think? Chen Feng inquired. Her hands and neck bear no signs of anything being attached. It seems we have misjudged, Zhang Hao responded. That is peculiar. Generally, people attempt to conceal what can be discovered if it is not those areas. Then what could it be? Zhang Feng pondered. Perhaps we should consult Han Jingjing. She has more insight, Zhang Hao suggested. Let us hope to see what results Han Su's investigation yields. Zhang Feng remarked. What was that outburst earlier? How could you utter such words? Zhu Xiaojue chastised Feng Yao sternly. I do not know what came over me. When I heard him mention possession, I felt an overwhelming fear. Wondering if she had indeed come to find me, Feng Yao replied, feeling aggrieved. What is there to fear? He is clearly trying to deceive you. Yet with a single statement, you almost unraveled his suspicions. Zhu Xiaojue retorted. What should we do then? Should we leave? Feng Yao suggested. Leave? Use your brain for once. If you leave now, it will appear as if you are guilty, giving them even more reason to suspect you. Stay home and behave if they return. Do not show yourself. Zhu Xiaojue instructed Dai. I am afraid, Feng Yao admitted. There is nothing to fear. They have no evidence as long as we do not reveal any slip-ups. This matter will remain undetected, Zhu Xiaojue assured her. I understand. Feng Yao nodded. Captain Han, what is the status of the investigation? Zhang Feng inquired. There are no distinct markings on Feng Yao, Han Su reported. Exactly. This further corroborates my previous thoughts. Zhang Hao asserted to be by the way. Captain Han, please send someone to the Dacheng flour mill to locate Han Jingjing. Tell her I am looking for her. Additionally, how is the inquiry regarding the rickshaw progressing? We are still investigating the rickshaws. After all, there are so many in Shanghai, and our manpower is insufficient, Han Su admitted, looking troubled. I understand this is a challenge for you, but there is no alternative. You can investigate at the company, as that might be more efficient, Zhang Feng suggested. Indeed, we have been doing that, but there are several companies, and the investigation will take some time, Han Su replied. All right, urge the team to work harder. When we successfully crack the case, I will treat everyone to a celebration, Zhang Feng declared. In that case, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my fellow officers, Han Su replied joyfully. Please, attend to your duties. Han Su said. Who would have thought that the notoriously frugal Iron Rooster would offer to treat everyone? I must be hearing things, Zhang Hao exaggeratedly remarked. You are not mistaken, Zhang Feng replied calmly. Are you truly treating everyone? Zhang Hao asked once more. Indeed, but it will not be from my pocket. As the wealthy gentleman, you should treat everyone, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Did you not just say you would treat everyone? Why should I be the one to pay? Zhang Hao questioned. I did say I would host, but I never claimed I would cover the expenses, Zhang Feng chuckled. You can pretend you do not know me. Zhang Hao pointed at Zhang Feng. Chapter 20. Clarity of the case. It suffices that I know you, Zhang Feng said shamelessly. What is it that you need from me? Han Jingjing approached them and inquired. We have investigated, and there are no attachments on Feng Yao's hands or face. The only area needing concealment is her face. That I sought your expertise on how to create a minor discrepancy in someone's appearance. Zhang Feng explained. That depends on the situation. If the two individuals do not resemble each other much, one can replicate the face precisely based on the other's facial structure. However, if they are somewhat similar, minor adjustments will suffice. For instance, when I disguise myself, I only need to make slight modifications, Han Jingjing elaborated. Are you suggesting that if two individuals are alike, only basic alterations are necessary? Zhang Feng sought clarification. Precisely, Han Jingjing affirmed. Han Jingjing, you are proving to be quite invaluable, Zhang Feng remarked with a grin. Han Jingjing appeared confused. Zhang Hao, do you recall when we were interrogating Zhu Xiaozhong? He mentioned that Feng Yao bore a resemblance to Cui Feng. Albeit Cui Feng being the more attractive of the two, perhaps this prompted an argument between Feng Yao and Zhu Xiaojue. Zhang Feng laughed. Are you implying that the current Feng Yao is not the genuine article, but rather an impersonation by Cui Feng? While the real Feng Yao is the deceased? Zhang Hao expressed his astonishment. Correct. Our initial assessment can be deemed accurate. We inferred from the deceased's hand that she was a wealthy young lady. However, later, due to a lack of evidence following Cui Feng's disappearance, we accepted her aunt's claims and concluded that Cui Feng was the deceased. Our investigative direction had faltered at that point. Although the murderer did not act after killing the victim, they took the victim's head, creating a significant obstacle for our investigation. Furthermore, the absence of any other wounds on the deceased left us with only that single fatal injury. This made our task all the more daunting. The murderer chose to dispose of the body on a rainy night to wash away all evidence, Zhang Feng elaborated. Thus, if we capture Feng Yao for questioning, we may uncover the truth, Zhang Hao inquired. That is one way to view it, but we still require a witness, Zhang Feng noted. The rickshaw driver, Zhang Hao added. Indeed, once we locate the rickshaw driver, we can ascertain who used their rickshaw to transport the deceased. They can identify the murderer for us, Zhang Feng concluded. Wait, I am struggling to comprehend. What do you mean by Feng Yao not being the real Feng Yao, and Shui Feng being Feng Yao? What are you discussing? Han Jingjing interjected, perplexed. This is rather complicated. Your intellect appears insufficient for this discussion, so perhaps it is best you remain uninformed. Qin Feng responded. If you are unwilling to explain, then Zhang Doctor. Could you clarify why it was not the rickshaw driver who transported the deceased, but rather the murderer? Han Jingjing pressed Zhang Hao for answers, just as Zhang Hao was about to speak. Qin Feng interjected. If you were the murderer, would you allow the rickshaw driver to transport the deceased openly? Would that not clearly indicate to others that you are the culprit? If all murderers were as foolish as you, our job would be exceedingly simple. What do you mean by that? Han Jingjing retorted defiantly. He means you are rather dim-witted. Zhang Hao chimed in. You. Han Jingjing pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. Visibly irate. Ungrateful, Han Jingjing scolded in frustration. Prosecutor, we have identified the rickshaw driver's company. A police officer entered and announced. Excellent. Let us proceed there immediately, Qin Feng instructed. Under the guidance of the officer, they swiftly arrived at the rickshaw company. Hello, we would like to know which of your rickshaws was rented about a month ago on the night of the heavy rain. Qin Feng inquired of the manager. It was a man named Ma San. He returned that day and mentioned that someone paid $10 to rent a rickshaw for a day. The next day, he provided a location for pickup. We did not think much of it since he signed a contract with our company. And any damage or loss of the rickshaw would be his responsibility. The manager explained to Oh, you know where Ma San is now? Qin Feng asked. He should be out driving right now. At this hour. He has usually taken his rickshaw out. The manager replied. Oh, you know where we can find him? Qin Feng continued. Yes. Each of them has a designated area that I will take you to find him. The manager offered. Thank you for your assistance, Qin Feng replied. Wake up. Have you seen Ma San? The manager called out as they arrived at a relatively bustling street. Oh, Manager Chun, what brings you here? A thin man greeted with a smile. Old Lu, may I ask if you have seen Ma San? Our officer is looking for him. Manager Chun inquired. I didn't pay attention just now. Let me ask around. Old Lu replied. Hey, brothers, wake up. Did anyone see where Ma San went? Our officer is looking for him. Old Lu shouted to those nearby. I don't know. I don't know. The young men nearby shook their heads in unison. At that moment, one young man spoke up. I saw him being called away by a man wearing a cap. They seemed to be familiar with each other. When did this happen? Qin Feng asked urgently, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Clearly, the assailant was about to strike that a few minutes ago, the young man replied. Where did he take him? Qin Feng questioned. I'm not sure. I just saw him being taken away. The young man responded. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from a nearby alley. That's Ma San's voice, the young man exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng and Zhang Hao dashed towards the source of the sound. They soon spotted Ma San, one hand clutching his arm, running and shouting. Behind him was a man in a cap, wielding a knife and pursuing him. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Zhang Hao, the man realized his attempt to stab Ma San had failed and turned to flee. Qin Feng signaled to Zhang Hao, who understood immediately that he was to flank the assailant. Zhang Hao sprinted towards a side alley. Wait, wrong way. This way is closer, Han Jingjing called out, pointing to another alley. Chapter 21. Capturing the suspect. Zhang Hao swiftly changed direction and ran towards the alley Han Jingjing indicated. The man in the cap was running frantically ahead, with Qin Feng hot on his heels. At that moment, Zhang Hao threw a stick from somewhere, striking the man squarely in the chest. The impact caught the man off guard, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, struggling to get back up just as Qin Feng and Zhang Hao closed in on him. Why have you stopped running? Qin Feng chuckled. The man, knife in hand, scanned Qin Feng and Zhang Hao warily. Shall it be you or me first? He taunted. You can handle this little pest without my assistance, can't you? Qin Feng replied with a grin, standing aside. You always say that, Zhang Hao laughed. Though they bantered, their hands were never idle. Zhang Hao launched a punch at the man's chest, but the man deflected it. Seizing the opportunity, he swung the knife towards Zhang Hao's neck. But Zhang Hao leaned back, delivering a flying kick that struck the man's wrist, sending the knife flying. The man, momentarily stunned and realizing he could not win, attempted to escape, but was taken down by Qin Feng's sweeping kick. Your skills remain unchanged, Qin Feng remarked, dusting off his hands. That I am merely aware of my limitations. When faced with a formidable opponent, I need not intervene, Zhang Hao stated with a grin. If it weren't for Dr. Zhang's quick actions in disarming the criminal, would you have so easily apprehended him? Han Jingjing interjected. The eyes of the public are indeed discerning, Zhang Hao replied, spreading his hands in jest. Keep quiet, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Qin Feng retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Han Jingjing. The two men apprehended the man in the cap and returned with Ma San to the investigation bureau. Why did that man want to kill you? Chen Feng asked. I don't know, Ma San stammered. He just asked if I was Ma San, and when I confirmed, he said he had a business proposition and wanted to discuss it privately. I didn't think much of it, and went with him. I never expected he would pull out a knife and try to kill me there. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet. Otherwise, it would have been my arm that bore the brunt of his attack, Ma San recounted, visibly shaken. About a month ago, did you rent out your vehicle? It was a stormy night. Chen Feng continued his questioning. Yes, I remember it well. It was pouring rain, and the streets were deserted. I was delayed returning a customer and happened upon a man dressed entirely in black who wanted to rent my rickshaw. I hesitated, but he offered me $10, and seeing the money, I reluctantly agreed that he promised to return it at the same spot. Ma San recalled. Do you remember his appearance? Chen Feng inquired. He was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see his face. I found it odd and asked why he wore it, but he snapped at me not to pry. Ma San explained. Do you recall his voice? Chen Feng pressed. Yes, I remember clearly. The events of that night were too extraordinary to forget, Ma San affirmed. All right, you should rest and tend to your injuries. We will need your assistance again shortly. Chen Feng concluded that it seemed they would have to extract information from the man in the cap. Chen Feng turned to Zhang Hao. No, there is another person, Zhang Hao interjected. Who? Chen Feng asked. Chui Feng's aunt. Don't forget, she has seen the person who came to fetch Chui Feng, Zhang Hao replied, a smile playing on his lips. Chen Feng pointed at Zhang Hao, his expression animated. Captain Han, immediately head to the countryside and bring Chui Feng's aunt here. Tell her we have urgent matters to discuss. Understood, Captain Han acknowledged, summoning several officers. Let us go meet the assassin, Chen Feng said with a smile. How's it going? Chen Feng asked. Refusing to speak, one of the interrogating officers reported. All right, you can leave for now. And bring in Han Jingjing. Chen Feng instructed. Your solo performance is about to begin, he added with a grin. Zhang Hao smiled subtly, retrieving a box from nearby and donning a white surgical gown. He opened the box and revealed an assortment of knives. The man in the cap suddenly felt a wave of dread and struggled desperately. Observing the agitated man, Zhang Hao remained calm, methodically inspecting each knife. In ancient China, there existed a punishment known as lingqi. Zhang Hao mused, examining the blades. The condemned would endure 3,600 cuts. If they survived, they would be spared. But throughout history, no one has withstood such agony. The process of slowly slicing flesh while ensuring the victim remains alive is truly a skill. Chen Feng appeared unfazed, while Han Jingjing could barely bear it. Upon entering, the chilling atmosphere made her want to turn back, but Chen Feng called out, Where do you think you're going? I brought you here for a reason. Stay put. Zhang Hao seemed oblivious to their exchange, lost in his own thoughts. I studied medicine at Harvard for 5 years. Though I practiced Western medicine, I have always been intrigued by Chinese medical practices, particularly methods of punishment. This is an excellent opportunity for me to hone my skills. I often conducted experiments, but the results were never satisfactory. Today, however, encountering a living subject sparks my interest immensely. I have a strong feeling that I will succeed. Zhang Hao smiled, exuding confidence. You will be my first fortunate spectator. Are you ready? We are about to begin, he declared, approaching the man with the selected knife. Don't come any closer. You lunatic, the man cried out, panic rising in his voice. Yet Zhang Hao continued to advance. I'll report you, the man insisted, refusing to relent. You won't have the chance, and besides, do you think a court would believe a murderer? Zhang Hao replied with a chuckle, pressing the blade against the man's face. The man, Zhang Hao now appeared as a demon from hell. I will talk, the man gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 22. Capturing Zhu Xiaojue and Feng Yao. Then speak quickly. You're interrupting my practice, and my mood is sour, Zhang Hao pressed, maintaining the pressure of the knife. Yes, it was young Master Zhu who instructed me to do this. The man blurted out, desperation evident in his tone. Which young Master Zhu? Chen Feng asked. Zhu Xiaojue, the man revealed, feeling the cold blade pull away from his face. The vast room fell silent, save for the man's labored breathing. As he felt utterly drained, how can you be so sure he's telling the truth? What if he is deceiving us? Han Jingjing questioned, stepping out of the interrogation room, urgency in her voice. Rest assured, he is not lying. When threatened, a person's instinct is to protect themselves. Their subconscious reacts accordingly. He knows what we seek, and his instinct tells him that revealing the answer will ensure his safety. Moreover, when individuals lie, their eyes tend to wander. He did not display such behavior. He was solely focused on survival. Zhang Hao explained with a smile, that I asked this why you wanted me here. When I walked in, I thought you had some psychological issues. It startled me, Han Jingjing remarked. Han Jingjing said, All right, let us proceed to capture Feng Yao and Zhu Xiaoju to ensure safety. We shall split into 2 groups that I will apprehend Zhu Xiaojue. While Zhang Hao, you shall pursue Feng Yao. It is imperative that they do not escape. Chen Feng inquired. What shall I do? Han Jingjing replied. You may accompany whoever you prefer. Inside the office, Zhu Xiaojue wore a worried expression. The time agreed upon with the man had long passed, yet there was still no word from him, which filled Zhu Xiaojue with a sense of foreboding. After hastily gathering some documents, he took his briefcase and stepped out. Where is young Master Zhu heading? Chen Feng blocked Zhu Xiaojue's path, asking, Officer Chen, is there something you need? Zhu Xiaojue responded calmly, though he felt an ominous premonition within that I came to discuss matters with young Master Zhu. Chen Feng said with a smile. I must attend to some company affairs and require a brief outing. We can talk when I return, Zhu Xiaojue stated, attempting to push past Chen Feng. Oh, young Master Zhu. Why the rush? We merely wish to have a chat. It won't take long. Please do us the honor of joining us at the station, Chen Feng insisted, taking Zhu Xiaojue's briefcase. Reluctantly, Zhu Xiaojue complied and got into the car. Chen Feng opened the briefcase, revealing several documents and a stack of currency. With a grin, he remarked, planning to flee. Are we? Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, accompanied by Han Jingjing and several officers, arrived at the small villa. Madame Zhu. Are you home? Zhang Hao called while knocking on the door, likely due to Zhu Xiaojue's warning. Feng Yao, hiding inside, chose not to respond. Madame Zhu, are you in? Zhang Hao continued to inquire, still met with silence. Han Jingjing whispered, it is evident that Feng Yao is avoiding us. Perhaps we should try a different approach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled and quietly instructed the nearby officers to relay Han Jingjing's message. Madam, the young master has asked me to escort you away for a while, said a young officer. However, both Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing were disappointed when there was still no response. It seems I must show my skills. Han Jingjing said as she rolled up her sleeves, producing a piece of wire. You can do that, Zhang Hao chuckled. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Han Jingjing replied as she inserted the wire into the lock and deftly manipulated it. Soon, the lock clicked open. Let us proceed, she declared triumphantly. How did you get in? Feng Yao was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing. She never imagined they could enter despite the locked door. Had she known Han Jingjing's true identity, her surprise might have been lessened. Since you refused to open the door, we had no choice but to enter uninvited, Han Jingjing said nonchalantly, tossing the lock onto the coffee table. Madame Zhu, we kindly ask you to accompany us. I want to see Xiaojue, Feng Yao shouted. You will see him, Zhang Hao replied. Take her away. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao and Chen Feng returned to the investigation bureau with Feng Yao in custody. Let us begin by interrogating Feng Yao, Chen Feng instructed. Han Jingjing followed Chen Feng and Zhang Hao into the interrogation room. Why have you detained me? I am the second madam of the Zhu family. Do you understand the consequences of arresting me? Feng Yao exclaimed. The second madam of the Zhu family? That title does not seem to belong to you. I believe it rightfully belongs to the deceased. Does it not, Chui Feng? Chen Feng replied with a smile, fixing his gaze intently on Chui Feng. What do you mean? I am the second madam of the Zhu family, not Chui Feng, Feng Yao retorted. Her emotions flaring as she avoided Chen Feng's gaze, her hands trembling involuntarily. Oh, you still recognize her? Chen Feng pointed to Han Jingjing. That I do not know her. Feng Yao shook her head. Take another look. Chen Feng urged, smiling. At that moment, Han Jingjing applied a few pieces of makeup to her face, transforming her appearance to ITSU. Feng Yao gasped. It seems you remember now. Indeed, she is the one who was captured that day. We sent her to monitor Zhu Xiaojue, and she inadvertently overheard your conversation. Zhu Xiaojue instructed you to apply something, and at the time, we were puzzled by its meaning. You recall our visit a few days ago, during which we suspected there was something peculiar about your neck and hands. Zhang, the doctor, took the opportunity to check, but found nothing unusual. Later, I recalled Zhu Xiaozhang mentioning that you bore a resemblance to Feng Yao, albeit more beautiful than I asked her, and she said that generally, those who resemble each other can simply enhance their appearance with a bit of makeup. That I suspect that Zhu Xiaojue's instructions to you were to apply something to your face. Chen Feng elaborated. You speak nonsense. Why would I apply anything to my face? Feng Yao retorted angrily. Are we witnessing your embarrassment? I imagine a beautiful woman having to disguise herself as someone less attractive daily must be quite distressing. Wouldn't you agree, Chui Feng? Chen Feng chuckled. Chapter 23. Feng Yao, Chui Feng. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Feng Yao said, shaking her head. You not understand. I believe you do, even if others may not comprehend. I am certain you do, Chen Feng asserted, exposing her deceit. I believe we can weave a tale, Chen Feng continued. Approximately a month ago, You took leave from the Zhu residence to return to your aunt's home in the countryside. However, shortly thereafter, a man came to fetch you, warning your aunt not to disclose your whereabouts. Upon your return to the city and the Zhu residence, no one was aware that Cui Feng had taken on the role of the second madam of the Zhu family. She masqueraded as the deceased Feng Yao, while the murderer ensured that no one would discover the truth by severing her head and dressing her in maid's attire, thus facilitating the deception. Isn't that quite a riveting story? Chen Feng asked Feng Yao. Intriguing, but how does this pertain to me? I am sitting here quite well. How could I have become that headless corpse? That sounds utterly absurd. Feng Yao forced a smile. No, it is not absurd. It is a reality occurring around us. During our interrogation of Zhu Xiaozhong, we received information indicating that Cui Feng bore a resemblance to you. Though she was deemed more beautiful, perhaps this is why Zhu Xiaojue favored her. You and Zhu Xiaojue had a fierce argument once, and you even threatened to kill that vixen. Do you remember? Chen Feng inquired. I do not recall. Feng Yao replied. Do not remember? That seems unlikely for such a significant event. Your mental fortitude must be quite remarkable. Chen Feng observed. It is precisely because you and Feng Yao resemble each other that this ruse could be executed so smoothly. You need not undergo an entire transformation. A few subtle modifications would suffice. It was originally a clever plan, but you overlooked a crucial detail. The deceased bore no calluses from labor. Her hands did not resemble those of a servant, but rather those of a lady of privilege. A lady disguised as a servant? Quite the incongruity, Chen Feng remarked. All you have presented is mere speculation. Yes, Cui Feng did return to her hometown, but what transpired afterward remains a mystery. I was deeply saddened upon hearing of Cui Feng's death. You have stated much, yet how can you prove that I am Cui Feng? How can you prove that I killed her? Feng Yao challenged. Do not deliberately misconstrue my words. I have plainly stated that you are Cui Feng, Chen Feng asserted. Prosecutor Chen, are your eyes deceiving you? I am clearly sitting here, yet you insist I am Cui Feng. Feng Yao scoffed, though a hint of unease crept into her demeanor. There is an old saying, one does not give up until reaching the Yellow River. I believe you are of that ilk. Han Jingjing, perform a little trick, Chen Feng instructed. Certainly, Han Jingjing answered with a smile. What are you doing? Feng Yao exclaimed upon seeing Han Jingjing approach. You think such petty tricks can fool me? How laughable. Han Jingjing scoffed as she began to touch Feng Yao's face. Moments later, several pieces of makeup were peeled away, revealing a woman who was slightly different from before, undeniably more beautiful. For a beautiful woman to cover her face with makeup daily must be quite disheartening. The counterfeit cannot truly masquerade as genuine, and while you may think your disguise is flawless, the heavens are watching. Your careless words may betray you, Chen Feng lamented. What? Are you not going to speak? Chen Feng prodded. I did not kill the second madam, Feng Yao stated. This declaration inadvertently revealed her identity. Then who did? Was it Zhu Xiaojue? Chen Feng pressed. I do not know. I only know that shortly after I returned to the countryside, the second young master came looking for me to bring me back to the city. Feng Yao responded. At that time, I was utterly bewildered, yet I still followed him back. Once we returned, he instructed me to masquerade as the second young lady at the Zhu residence. Initially, I was consumed by anxiety, fearing that someone might discover the ruse. However, as time passed, suspicions waned, and I grew more at ease. Yet, a few days ago, I heard about the unfortunate demise of the maid. Cui Feng. My heart jolted, and I immediately realized that the deceased was the second young lady. When I inquired with the second young master, he merely told me to focus on my own affairs and not to pry into matters that did not concern me. Cui Feng then asked, do you know why Zhu Xiaojue ordered the assassination of Feng Yao? To which Chen Feng replied, I have no idea. He would never disclose such matters to me. Cui Feng shook her head. Report, prosecutor, the person has been brought in, a police officer announced as he entered. Good, let them in, Chen Feng instructed. Perhaps there is someone you wish to meet, he said to Cui Feng. At that moment, a trembling middle-aged woman entered the interrogation room. Aunt, Cui Feng cried out in anguish. Cui Feng, is it really you? I thought you were dead. Her aunt exclaimed joyfully. I'm so sorry, Aunt, for worrying you, Cui Feng replied, embracing the middle-aged woman. As long as you are safe. That is all that matters, her aunt said, wiping her tears. Aunt, due to Cui Feng's involvement in a homicide case, there will be corresponding criminal consequences, Chen Feng interjected. If you have anything to say, you should speak now. He continued, let us step outside. Chen Feng told Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing. You foolish child, the middle-aged woman lamented upon hearing Chen Feng's words. It is time to interrogate Zhu Xiaojue. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Do we possess sufficient evidence to secure a confession? Han Jingjing queried. It all depends on our efforts, Chen Feng replied. Your words suggest a lack of confidence, Han Jingjing remarked, pouting. Chen Feng fell silent. It's my turn. Zhu Xiaojue said with a calm smile as he saw Chen Feng and the others enter. Are you ready to confess? Chen Feng asked with a grin. Confess? Confess what? Zhu Xiaojue responded, looking puzzled. Since you are unaware. Let us have a thorough discussion, Chen Feng suggested. I am entirely willing, Zhu Xiaojue replied without a hint of fear. Why did you send someone to assassinate Ma San? Chen Feng inquired. Ma San. Who is that? I have never heard of him, Zhu Xiaojue denied vehemently. Chapter 24, Flawless. You do not recognize him. Huh. Allow me to jog your memory. He is a rickshaw puller, and you once hired his rickshaw, Chen Feng stated. How absurd. I, Zhu's eldest son and the general manager of Duching Flower Factory. Would you really think I would take a rickshaw? Do you believe it is faster than a car? Zhu Xiaojue laughed heartily. Perhaps, but if the intention is to transport a corpse, wouldn't a rickshaw be more discreet? A car makes noise, and can it possibly match the rickshaw's nimbleness? Chen Feng countered. Nonsense. Why would I waste my time transporting a corpse? This is ridiculous. If you have nothing further, I must take my leave. I have many matters to attend to at my company, Zhu Xiaojue declared, rising to exit. Wait, until the investigation is concluded, you are obliged to cooperate. Chen Feng insisted. Then speak of something useful. Do not waste my time, Zhu Xiaojue retorted impatiently. Do you recognize this person? Chen Feng asked, gesturing to a police officer to bring in Ma San. Ma San. Is this the person who hired you? Chen Feng questioned as Ma San entered. He was wearing a mask, so I could not see his face clearly, Ma San replied. Wait, bring a mask for Zhu Xiaojue to wear. Chen Feng ordered. Now, what do you say? Chen Feng asked, observing Zhu Xiaojue in the mask. This resembles him somewhat, yet also does not. Ma San hesitated. What do you mean by that? Either it is him or it is not. How can it resemble and not resemble? Do you not realize that your words could mislead our judgment? Be precise, Chen Feng chastised. Prosecutor Chen, please do not mislead him. I have the right to appeal against your actions. Zhu Xiaojue stated calmly. Yes, it is the voice. Hearing Zhu Xiaojue's voice, Ma San suddenly became agitated. I remember distinctly. That person's voice was identical to his. Though they were not speaking the same words, I can tell their voices are the same. Ma San pointed at Zhu Xiaojue. It seems you have inadvertently revealed your own fault, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, I recall now. I have rented a rickshaw from him. Zhu Xiaojue confessed as he realized he could no longer deny the truth. What was the purpose of hiring the rickshaw? Chen Feng probed. I forgot. Zhu Xiaojue shrugged. Forgot? You, Zhu's eldest son, have likely rented a rickshaw only a handful of times in your life, and you claim to forget. How laughable, Chen Feng chuckled. Precisely because I seldom rent rickshaws, I do not bother to remember such trivial matters. My mind is occupied with company affairs. Everything else is simply forgotten, Zhu Xiaojue asserted. You are quite stubborn, Chen Feng observed, glancing at Zhang Hao, who merely offered a wry smile. Zhu Xiaojue proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. Years of negotiation had honed his composure under pressure, far surpassing Cui Feng. Now, do you recognize this person? Chen Feng said, instructing to bring in the man who attempted to assassinate Ma San. Did he instruct you to kill Ma San? Chen Feng pointed at Zhu Xiaojue. The man in the cap glanced at Zhu Xiaojue and nodded hesitantly. What do you have to say? He has already admitted it, Chen Feng asserted. Prosecutor Chen, if you are attempting to defame me, at least choose someone I know. You present a complete stranger. What do you expect me to say? Zhu Xiaojue retorted nonchalantly. A complete stranger. If that is true, how could he claim that you ordered him to commit murder? Chen Feng scoffed. How would I know? Perhaps you have coerced him under duress. Zhu Xiaojue chuckled. Very well. If Zhu Xiaojue refuses to acknowledge him as the employer, then the responsibility for the murder falls solely upon you. Chen Feng stated, glancing at the man in the cap. No, young Master Zhu, you cannot abandon me like this. You were the one who instructed me to do it, the man cried out in panic. Zhu Xiaojue cursed the man silently, thinking how foolish he was to expect assistance. Who is Lu Gang? I have never heard of him. Prosecutor Chen, I do not know where you found this lunatic. I require peace. Please remove him, Zhu Xiaojue said, closing his eyes and ignoring Lu Gang. All right, Zhu, since you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Prosecutor, I have evidence proving he hired me to kill. Lu Gang declared angrily, pointing at Zhu Xiaojue. What evidence? Chen Feng asked. He paid me $10 in advance to carry out the assassination, and that money is currently under my pillow at home. If the prosecutor sends someone to retrieve it, it will confirm my claims, Lu Gang stated. Go fetch it, Chen Feng ordered. No need, Zhu Xiaojue interjected. What? Are you admitting guilt? Chen Feng chuckled. You overthink matters. I merely mean that you need not make the trip. for I shall not confess to something I did not do. Moreover, even if you retrieve it, how can it prove I gave it to him? There are no markings on the money that I would argue he is framing me. Zhu Xiaojue replied. The sheer audacity was palpable. Lu Gang collapsed to the ground. Realizing that the evidence he believed he possessed was rendered meaningless by his own words, that he felt foolish if he intended to carry out such actions. He would have made the necessary preparations to ensure that a minor detail would not compromise the entire plan. I know, Prosecutor Chun, that you have so-called witnesses. That is fine. My appointment time has passed. I have time to waste here, so please bring in the witnesses, Zhu Xiaojue said with a calm smile. This was a blatant provocation. Bring in Cui Feng's aunt, Chen Feng said, suppressing his anger. Do you recognize this person? He asked, pointing at the middle-aged woman. Yes, I have met her before when I went to pick up Cui Feng, Zhu Xiaojue confirmed. His admission indicated that he was indeed the one who went to the countryside to fetch Cui Feng. Chapter 25. Interrogation failure. This time you are quick to admit it, Chen Feng remarked. That I will naturally admit to what I have done, Zhu Xiaojue replied. So, why did you go to pick up Cui Feng? According to her, you had her impersonate Feng Yao after bringing her to the city. Why did you do this? Chen Feng pressed. Because Feng Yao was missing, and Cui Feng bore a striking resemblance to her. I had no choice but to have Cui Feng masquerade as Feng Yao, Zhu Xiaojue explained. Zhu Xiaojue inquired about Feng Yao's disappearance. How did she go missing? Chen Feng asked. I am not certain. I only learned later that Feng Yao left the Zhu residence in the morning and had not returned by evening. I dispatched servants to search for her, but to no avail, hence resorting to this desperate measure. Zhu Xiaojue replied calmly. You should have reported it to the authorities. Why resort to such deceit? Are you concealing some unspeakable secret, or did you perhaps harm Feng Yao, wishing to shroud the truth? Chen Feng pressed. Upon hearing Chen Feng's accusations, Zhu Xiaojue smiled gently, pointing to his head as he said, I admire your capacity for deduction, Prosecutor Chen. However, please refrain from making malicious assumptions in the absence of evidence, as such claims could tarnish my reputation. I do not harbor ill intentions. Rather, this is a legitimate inference. Surely anyone would question the matter. If you perceive it as a malicious assumption, please enlighten us on the underlying reasons. Replied Chen Feng, I believe you are aware of my union with the Feng family. My current position is not solely a result of my own endeavors. It also stems from my father's regard for this alliance. My father, leveraging the Feng family's influence, naturally values me as their son-in-law, regardless of my acknowledgement. My present status is significantly tied to Feng Yao. If news of her disappearance reached the Feng family or my father, I doubt they would let it rest. Furthermore, should they learn of Feng Yao's demise, I, as her husband, would bear undeniable responsibility. Although her death may not involve me, my role as her husband imposes a certain accountability. Moreover, Feng Yao's disappearance would undoubtedly damage the relationship between the Zhu and Feng families. And as a son of the Zhu family and a son-in-law of the Feng family, I would be the first to suffer the repercussions. I, Zhu Xiaojue, cannot afford to lose what I have achieved so easily, Zhu Xiaojue stated with a serene countenance. Chen Feng admired his demeanor amidst such a grave topic. Can you truly remain indifferent to Feng Yao? Your wife, merely for the sake of profit, Chen Feng reproached. Perhaps you would label me as cold-hearted, but is this my desire? From the outset, I have been a mere tool for the Zhu family's advancement. My union with Feng Yao serves that purpose, as does my diligence within the company. That I have never truly lived for myself. After striving for my current status, why would I relinquish it? If I were to disclose the truth, everything I have would fall into my elder brother's hands. Can a feckless individual like him truly manage the Zhu family? Simply because I am not the eldest son, must I endure all of this? I refuse to accept it. Feng Yao must not perish. As long as she lives, I shall retain the Zhu family's esteem and the Feng family's support. Therefore, in the event of her disappearance or death, I must protect my interests at all costs, even if it means betraying Feng Yao. I have no alternative, Zhu Xiaojue declared passionately. How convenient to claim you have no choice. If Feng Yao were to hear your words, how heartbroken she would be, knowing you would disregard her life merely to vie for family fortune against your brother. Your callousness is astounding, Chen Feng retorted. You do not comprehend my situation. How could you possibly grasp my suffering? Zhu Xiaojue sighed. We discovered a drug in Feng Yao's body. Do you know the reason? Chen Feng asked. I do not know. To be honest, I have yet to see her, Zhu Xiaojue replied. You claim Feng Yao is missing. Yet why did no one mention this during our inquiries? Have they forgotten, or are you lying? Chen Feng pressed. Perhaps they forgot, or perhaps you did not ask, and thus it was not mentioned, Zhu Xiaojue suggested. Prosecutor Chen, do you have further questions? If not, I shall take my leave. There are matters at the company that require my attention, Zhu Xiaojue stated. Do you not wish to see Cui Feng and Feng Yao? Chen Feng asked. What is there to see when there is no hope for the living nor the dead? Zhu Xiaojue, it closed his eyes that I feel most remorseful towards Cui Feng and Feng Yao in this matter. I acknowledge my fault regarding Cui Feng, and hope Prosecutor Chen will show leniency in my punishment, Zhu Xiaojue said. That will be taken into consideration, Chen Feng replied. Observing Zhu Xiaojue's demeanor, Chen Feng felt no admiration for his behavior. Rather, he deemed it a facade. The incident involving Cui Feng was indeed Zhu Xiaojue's fault, and his pretense only served to deepen Chen Feng's disdain, convinced that Zhu Xiaojue was the murderer, yet lacking evidence. Chen Feng reluctantly released him. Have we erred in our observations? I found it peculiar that he maintained such composure. If he were indeed the murderer, he should have revealed some sign of anxiety. Yet he remained unfazed throughout, which is highly unusual, Zhang Hao remarked. I too find it strange. Zhu Xiaojue either possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude, accustomed to the deceptions of the business world, rendering him unafraid, or he is not the murderer. It must be one of these two possibilities, Chen Feng concurred. Which do you lean towards? Zhang Hao inquired. From a psychological standpoint, I tend to favor the former, yet his demeanor leads me to believe in the latter. If it is indeed the latter, we must start anew, which complicates matters considerably, Chen Feng replied, furrowing his brow that we currently lack evidence. Even with witnesses, we cannot substantiate a charge against him without concrete proof of his guilt. Zhang Hao stated. This truly complicates matters. Starting over leaves us searching for new clues, and it seems my plan is in jeopardy, Han Jingjing lamented. Your lamentations bear no fruit. Even if we ascertain Zhu Xiaojue's guilt, without irrefutable evidence, he remains untouchable, Chen Feng remarked. Let us conclude for today. We shall regroup and reassess tomorrow, Chen Feng decided. Shall we visit the Belle Park tonight? Chen Feng suggested to Zhang Hao. I shall join you. Han Jingjing interjected, having overheard their conversation. Weren't you leaving? What brings you back? Chen Feng questioned. You mentioned the Belle Park. I wish to accompany you. Han Jingjing replied. I've never been to such a place and have only heard of its allure. Today, I shall seize the opportunity to explore it. What wine do you borrow? We are but humble folk, unable to summon any breeze. The hour is late. You ought to return home. Besides, what business does a young woman have in such establishments? Chen Feng countered. Nay, it is only 4 in the afternoon. There is still plenty of daylight. Moreover, why should such places be exclusive to men? Women deserve the same freedom, Han Jingjing asserted. Very well, considering Han Jingjing has contributed in her own way. Let her enjoy a brief respite, Zhang Hao interjected. Indeed, Dr. Zhang is quite accommodating, Han Jingjing beamed. Since Dr. Zhang is so generous, allow him to cover the expenses this time, Chen Feng added. Humph. It was always Dr. Zhang's responsibility to pay. You, a miser, would never part with a dime, Han Jingjing retorted. Good intentions met with ingratitude. Very well, let Dr. Zhang bear the costs, Chen Feng said, patting his pocket. Seeing Zhang Hao's wry smile, Han Jingjing realized she had erred once more. Wasn't it he who intended to invite you? Han Jingjing queried. Somehow, he felt compelled to extend an invitation to the Belle Park, but who could foresee? Zhang Hao shrugged, leaving the rest unsaid. Did I commit a faux pas? Shall I speak with him to persuade him to treat you? Han Jingjing proposed. Best to leave it be. I doubt you have the influence, and it truly is of little consequence, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. The trio made their way to the Belle Park. Having missed the performance by Wan Hongyu, the venue had grown quiet, with only a sparse scattering of patrons remaining. The hall appeared desolate. Officer Chun. Dr. Zhang, what a rare pleasure to see you both, Wan Hongyu exclaimed upon their entrance, her face aglow with delight. Miss Wan, wherefore such flattery? It is our honor to visit the Belle Park, Chen Feng responded with a smile. And who might this be? Wan Hongyu inquired cheerfully. This is a friend, Han Jingjing. Chen Feng introduced. You are the renowned Wan Hongyu. You are as beautiful as they say. I have long heard your name, yet have never had the fortune to meet you. I have passed by here several times, but only glimpsed your posters from outside. Today, I finally see you in person, Han Jingjing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Miss Han is truly a natural beauty herself. We are but mere mortals who rely on cosmetics to face the world, Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. Not at all. Han Jingjing blushed. Oh my, how rare it is to see you shy. Chen Feng teased from the side. What is so rare about it? Am I not allowed to feel embarrassed? Han Jingjing expressed her discontent. Of course, Chen Feng conceded. It's already past my performance time. If the 3 of you would like, I can sing a song just for you, Wan Hongyu offered. There's no need for that. We intentionally arrived after Miss Ruan's performance time, Chen Feng said with a smile. Hypocritical, Han Jingjing muttered under her breath. What's the reason for that? Hongyu inquired, perplexed. It was not that Hongyu thought too highly of herself. She had seen the throngs of people who came every afternoon just to hear her sing. She wondered why Officer Chen chose to avoid the time. Could it be that she failed to capture his interest? Ruan Hongyu chuckled. Miss Ruan, you just thought if you cannot captivate Officer Chen, it would imply that the women of Shanghai are lacking. Or perhaps I, Chen, am simply too arrogant. I suggest you retract that statement, or I fear I might be struck down by the gentlemen of Shanghai. Chen Feng replied with a grin. Officer Chen's words only pique my curiosity further. I truly wish to delve into this matter, Ruan Hongyu said. The reason I avoid that time is because attending merely to share you with the crowd cannot compare to our current face-to-face conversation. While I could relish in your melodious voice then, I prefer the chance to engage with a lovely lady, rather than to demand more than what fate has bestowed, Chen Feng said with a smile. Ruan Hongyu stifled a laugh. Everyone claims that the young master of the Zhu family is a charming rogue. In my view, that is not the case. Were you to possess the qualities of young Master Zhu, the title of Shanghai's most eligible bachelor would undoubtedly belong to you, Ruan Hongyu remarked. As a police officer, I am destined not to indulge like young Master Zhu, that I come to the Bellpock solely to find solace in Miss Ruan's company when troubled. Chen Feng responded, So are you saying that Officer Chen has worries? Might you share them with me? Perhaps I could assist in alleviating your troubles. Ruan Hongyu smiled. What troubles could he have? It's merely that a case had finally progressed. But due to insufficient evidence, the suspect was released. Han Jingjing interjected from the side. Is that so? Officer Chen, could you elaborate? Ruan Hongyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Feng. Miss Ruan is willing to be a faithful listener. I am most grateful, Chen Feng replied, proceeding to recount the general circumstances. Do not be disheartened, Officer Chen. Living in this Bellpock, I firmly believe in the saying, tomorrow will be better. That I trust that there will be a turn of events. Ruan Hongyu assured. Thank you for your comforting words, Miss Ruan. Whether tomorrow will indeed be better, I cannot say, but I believe in seizing the moment to enjoy life. Chen Feng chuckled. Well, having shared my woes and met you, it is time for us to take our leave, Chen Feng said with a smile. Allow me to see you off, Ruan Hongyu offered. Chen Feng, those words you spoke earlier, surely you do not truly have feelings for her? I advise you, if you pursue this, I believe all the men in Shanghai will unite against you, Han Jingjing cautioned. You need not concern yourself with that, Chen Feng replied. Chapter 27. Zhu Xiaojue captured again. Prosecutor. Someone outside sent a letter addressed to you. The next morning, Chen Feng received an envelope handed to him by a police officer. Let me see, Chen Feng said, taking the envelope and noticing that it was simply addressed to him. Upon tearing it open, he discovered several photographs inside, depicting Zhu Xiaojue committing the murder of Feng Yao. Chen Feng held the photographs with a grave expression, devoid of any joy. What's wrong? Zhang Hao asked. Noticing Chen Feng's unusual demeanor, Chen Feng remained silent and handed the stack of photographs to Zhang Hao. Who sent these? Zhang Hao inquired. I don't know. Do you think it was her? Chen Feng asked. You mean Ruan Hongyu? Zhang Hao responded. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded. I have no idea. Zhang Hao shook his head. We just met her yesterday. When she heard of our troubles, she mentioned a phrase, tomorrow will be better. It seems to hold significance now. Could she have foreseen that someone would send us these photographs? Chen Feng said, suddenly struck with astonishment. If that is the case, then this woman is truly formidable. Yet, if she possesses such capabilities, why does she remain at the Bellpock? By that logic, her abilities must be quite powerful. Does she have some ulterior motive? Zhang Hao speculated. Did I share your thoughts on that? Chen Feng said while examining the photographs. What are you two looking at? Han Jingjing entered and asked. These are photographs of Zhu Xiaojue killing Feng Yao. Han Jingjing exclaimed, her shock mingled with excitement. Indeed, Chen Feng acknowledged. Where did they come from? Han Jingjing pressed. I do not know. They were delivered and then the person left, Chen Feng replied. Well, I say, it does not matter who sent them. That we now have evidence of Zhu Xiaojue's crime. Our immediate priority is to apprehend him. Otherwise, after yesterday's near encounter, he may have already fled, Han Jingjing stated. A wake-up call indeed, Chen Feng. Let us not concern ourselves with the source of these photographs. Since we have evidence, we need not fear Zhu Xiaojue's denials. We must act swiftly to capture him, or he will surely escape, Zhang Hao urged. Captain Han, immediately notify everyone to apprehend Zhu Xiaojue, Chen Feng instructed, placing the photographs into his pocket. Understood, Han replied. Minutes later, a group of officers arrived at the Dacheng Flower Company. Where is your general manager? Chen Feng inquired. He is not here today. That he came by yesterday to collect some items and mentioned he would be on a business trip today, Zhu Xiaojue's secretary replied. What time is his train? Chen Feng asked, visibly anxious. 9 o'clock this morning, the secretary answered. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. It's 8:30. Everyone, head to the train station immediately to apprehend Zhu Xiaojue. At the train station, the crowd buzzed with activity. On a bench, a man in a hat and glasses, holding a briefcase, appeared to be attempting to conceal his identity. he casually flipped through a newspaper. Though his anxious glances at his watch belied his nonchalance, as time ticked by, he repeatedly turned the pages of the newspaper without any interest. Finally, after nearly an hour, he smiled as he checked his watch, which read 8:50. He stood, tucked the newspaper neatly on the bench, adjusted his briefcase, and sighed in relief as he boarded the train. Search quickly. As Zhu Xiaojue stepped onto the train, Zhang Feng arrived at the station. Report, nothing found. Report, nothing found. Several officers responded in succession. He must have boarded the train. Quickly, search the train. We cannot let Zhu Xiaojue escape, Zhang Feng commanded. The commotion at the station caught Zhu Xiaojue's attention. Peeking outside, he saw numerous officers conducting a search and felt a surge of panic. Grabbing his briefcase, he hurried toward the restroom. Officers entered the train, meticulously searching every compartment, but yielded no results. What's the situation? Zhang Feng inquired of the returning officers. They all shook their heads. Is it possible that the secretary deceived us? Han Jingjing proposed that I'm not sure. By the way, is there any area we haven't searched? Zhang Feng asked. We've searched everywhere, but found nothing. The officers replied that I didn't check the restroom. A young officer admitted. Which carriage are you in? Zhang Feng asked. Carriage 3, the officer replied. You few stay at the station. The rest follow me to carriage 3, Zhang Feng instructed. Zhang Feng led a group directly to the restroom without checking the seats along the aisle. There is no one here, the young officer remarked. He must have seized the opportunity to slip away. You all hurry to check the other carriages, Zhang Feng urged. Leaving the restroom, Zhang Feng scrutinized the seats along the aisle when a figure caught his attention. It was the man who had been sitting on the bench. Raising his head, Zhang Feng approached him. Officer, what can I assist you with? The man asked. What is your occupation? Zhang Feng queried. Oh, I'm a lawyer, the man replied. Let me see your briefcase, Zhang Feng insisted. Officer, it's merely some documents for my daily work. You need not inspect it, the man protested. That you're speaking too much, Zhang Feng stated, seizing the briefcase and opening it. The sight that met their eyes was astonishing. Inside were stacks of cash and several gold bars. So this is your daily work, Zhu Xiaojue? Do you still wish to hide? Zhang Feng scoffed. That you've mistaken me. I am not Zhu Xiaojue, the man retorted calmly, producing a ticket that bore the name Wang Liming. Names can be altered, and appearances can be changed, Zhang Feng replied. As the words were spoken, a hand reached towards the man's face, and he offered no resistance. With a subtle exploration, Zhang Feng tore away a layer, revealing another face before the onlookers. None other than Zhu Xiaojue. How did you discover me? Zhu Xiaojue inquired calmly. During the search, everyone remained composed, except for you, who kept your head down, appearing genuinely fearful of us. This alone suffices to indicate your suspicion. When I asked about your identity, you claimed to be a lawyer, yet your briefcase was filled with money. Learning that you were traveling by train for business this morning, I suspected you intended to flee, Zhang Feng explained. Chapter 28. The truth revealed. Your analysis is quite astute. However, that does not concern you. Is it not permissible for me to disguise my identity with makeup? Zhu Xiaojue retorted. What is your purpose in coming here? Look at these photographs before you speak, Zhang Feng replied. With a cold laugh, Zhu Xiaojue nonchalantly took the photos. The first glance sent him into a panic. As he flipped through them, his pupils constricted, and his complexion turned pale. Let us go. Any explanations can wait until we return to the investigation bureau, Zhang Feng declared, handcuffing Zhu Xiaojue. Now that we have both eyewitness and material evidence, what more is there to say? Where did these photos come from? Zhu Xiaojue asked. That is not your concern. You should honestly recount the events leading to Fang Yao's death, Zhang Feng insisted. In truth, I myself do not fully understand what transpired. I recall a heated argument with Fang Yao about a month and a half ago, sparked by my decision to send a piece of clothing to Cui Fang. Zhu Xiaojue slowly recounted. Sending clothes? That hardly seems fitting for someone of your stature, Zhang Feng remarked. It was raining lightly that day, and Cui Fang was soaked through. I merely wanted to give her a few garments, fearing she might catch a cold. However, Fang Yao misinterpreted my intentions, accusing me of having an inappropriate relationship with Cui Fang, which deeply unsettled her. She berated Cui Fang as a seductress and even threatened her life. While I did have some feelings for Cui Fang, I was aware of my boundaries. I would never openly flirt in front of so many witnesses that I felt wronged by Fang Yao's accusations, which soured my mood. But ultimately, under Fang Yao's pressure, I had to ask Cui Fang to leave the Zhu household to prevent outsiders from knowing the true reason for her departure. I told her to say she was returning to her hometown to visit relatives. Zhu Xiaojue explained. Is this the reason you resorted to murder? Zhang Feng queried. No. After that incident, I had no intention of killing her, as I recognized her significance. I only killed her after I brought Cui Fang back, unknowingly discovered by Fang Yao. Upon inquiry, I learned she had hired a private investigator to monitor me due to my relationship with Chui Feng. Every detail of our interactions was meticulously recorded. The day after I brought Chui Feng back, Feng Yao confronted her at the hotel where she was staying, and I happened to be there, caught in the act, when she attempted to harm Chui Feng. I intervened, and we got into a struggle. She threatened to inform my father about my plans to embezzle the Zhu family's fortune if I did not provide her with a satisfactory resolution that day. Hearing that, I panicked. After years of careful planning, I could not allow her to thwart my ambitions. Besides, keeping her around was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Who knew when she might decide to expose me? So, I killed her, Zhu Xiaojue confessed. And how did you murder her? Zhang Feng asked. After calming her down, I poured 2 bottles of red wine, intending to intoxicate her before striking. However, to my surprise, she lost consciousness after just 1 glass. Which made it easier for me that I used a table lamp to kill her, then changed Chui Feng into her clothes and dressed Feng Yao in Chui Feng's attire. They bore a resemblance. So I whimsically decided to have Chui Feng impersonate Feng Yao to continue deceiving everyone. That night, a heavy rain fell. After killing Feng Yao, I found a rickshaw outside and, under the cover of the storm, transported her to the Nannan dock, where I discarded her in the river that I severed her head, thinking the plan would be foolproof. Yet, I never anticipated that you would eventually trace the rickshaw driver. So I resorted to hiring someone to eliminate Ma San, the rickshaw driver, Zhu Xiaojue revealed. And where did you bury Feng Yao's body? Zhang Feng continued that I discarded her head in the river. As for the rest of her body, I do not know, Zhu Xiaojue admitted. Then what of the aphrodisiac found in her system? Zhang Feng pressed further. That is news to me. I did not use any such substances, Zhu Xiaojue stated, since you have confessed to the murder of Feng Yao. We will be prosecuting you shortly. Do you have any objections? Zhang Feng inquired. None, Zhu Xiaojue replied calmly. Take him away, Zhang Feng ordered. Finally, this matter is resolved, Han Jingjing sighed, stretching. This case is far from simple. Although we can conclusively identify Zhu Xiaojue as the murderer, several questions linger. Who sent these photographs? And what is the significance of the aphrodisiac found in Feng Yao's body? We have no answers, Zhang Feng pondered, his brow furrowed. If we cannot ascertain the facts, it is best not to dwell on them. Pondering will not yield any solutions, Han Jingjing suggested. Indeed, Zhang Feng, I believe we should visit the Zhu household to inform Zhu Heling of these developments. Zhang Hao proposed. Let us proceed. This matter must be communicated to the elder Zhu, Zhang Feng sighed. Chief, as per your instructions, the photographs have been delivered to the investigation bureau that I trust Zhu Xiaojue has been convicted by now. A voice said in a church, where 2 men in black robes conversed. Well done. This is merely our first step, the leader replied. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution, the other man assured. Zhu Leoi, we apologize for the intrusion. Zhang Feng announced as he entered. Gentlemen, your presence is not an intrusion. May I inquire what brings you here today? Zhu Heling smiled. We are here regarding the case of the headless female corpse. Zhang Feng stated, presenting the photographs to Zhu Heling. These, Zhu Heling gazed at the images in disbelief. What you see is indeed correct, Zhu Leoi. The true murderer is Zhu Xiaojue, and the deceased is not Chui Feng, who returned home to visit relatives, but your second daughter-in-law, Feng Yao. Zhu Xiaojue has confessed to everything, Zhang Feng clarified, recounting the circumstances surrounding Zhu Xiaojue's crime. Alongside his anger, Zhu Heling felt deep regret on that moment. Zhu Xiaozhang entered and overheard the conversation. Father, I always suspected my second brother had ill intentions. I never imagined he would be the murderer, Zhu Xiaozhang remarked, devoid of sorrow, almost reveling in the revelation. Zhu Heling shot him a disdainful glance, but refrained from reacting, as he was still his youngest son. Chapter 29. Charity at the orphanage. Zhu Leoi, since we have delivered the news, we shall take our leave. Please take care, Zhang Feng said, rising. There is no need for formalities. Xiaozhang, see them off, Zhu Heling replied. Allow me to accompany you, officers, Zhu Xiaozhang said, his demeanor cheerful. Officers. Did I not tell you my brother was highly suspicious? I was right. He is indeed the murderer, that I must say. This is largely thanks to my astuteness. However, it is essential that you, with your brilliance, ensure no guilty party escapes justice and no innocent person is wronged. Zhu Xiaozhang smiled. Zhu Dashe, I have a question that puzzles me, and I hope you can clarify, Zhang Feng said with a smile. If there is anything you do not understand, please ask, and I will surely provide an answer. Zhu Xiaozhang replied, maintaining his cheerful facade. Is Zhu Xiaojue your biological brother? Zhang Feng inquired. Of course. Why do you ask, Officer Chen? Zhu Xiaozhang responded, still smiling, that if he is indeed your brother, why are you so pleased? Should you not feel sorrow over your brother's heinous actions? Or do you secretly wish for his demise to inherit the Zhu family's fortune? Zhang Feng questioned with a smile. Officer Chen, what an absurd notion. I am deeply saddened by my brother's actions, but I cannot allow familial ties to cloud my judgment. Everyone knows that I, Zhu Xiaozhong, uphold the utmost integrity, he retorted, his demeanor shifting. Ha. Indeed, you are a cold-hearted creature. May I never witness such a countenance again, Zhang Feng scoffed. Turning to leave, with Zhu Xiaojue's conviction, the entire Zhu estate will fall to Zhu Xiaozhong. It seems Zhu Xiaojue was correct. Zhu Xiaozhong stands to gain the most from this situation. I sometimes wonder if Zhu Xiaojue's crime was instigated by Zhu Xiaozhong. In other words, if Zhu Xiaozhong orchestrated Zhu Xiaojue's actions. Zhang Hao mused with a smile. Zhang Feng halted, glancing at Zhang Hao. Your theory is intriguing. Perhaps, he mused. The next day, extra, the headless woman-esque case at Nannan Wharf has been solved. The murderer is none other than the second young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Xiaojue, and the victim is his own grandmother, Fang Yao. A newsboy shouted repeatedly on the bustling street. Soon, a crowd gathered around him, eager for the latest news. I'll take one, and another for me. The newspapers flew off the shelves as the gripping story captivated the public. Who would have thought the victim was the second young mistress of the Zhu family, and the murderer was the second young master? Remarked a man. Indeed, it's a self-destructive act. To abandon a promising career as a general manager for murder is quite perplexing, replied another. You know nothing. I heard that the two brothers of the Zhu family were secretly vying for their inheritance. The outcome is likely a scheme by the other party, interjected a third man. If what you say is true, then the elder Zhu must be quite the strategist, hiding his cunning behind a facade of idleness. Another man observed. The affairs of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. If the heirs of such families lack cunning, how could they survive? Another chimed in, his words resonating with those nearby. Zhang Feng, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, will you honor yours? Han Jingjing leaned over Zhang Feng's desk, hands planted firmly. What did I promise you? Zhang Feng feigned innocence. You forgot. You promised to help raise funds for the orphanage, Han Jingjing replied. Vexed. That matter. I have already arranged for it. How could I miss such a noble endeavor? Zhang Feng assured her. That's more like it, Han Jingjing said, clapping her hands in satisfaction. Prosecutor, everything is ready, announced a young officer as he entered. Excellent. Let us proceed, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, may I have your attention, please? Upon stepping outside, Zhang Feng was met with a lively scene. With a shout, he quickly commanded silence. I believe you are all curious about why we have convened today. That we are not here to discuss the case, but rather to raise funds. In Shanghai, there are many welfare institutions, yet few know of them, and even fewer offer their kindness. The children there may have enough to eat, but their meals lack proper nutrition, which is detrimental to their growth. Many of you are parents yourselves, or have younger siblings. Can you bear to witness these children living in neglect, without adequate food or clothing? Their director struggles daily to provide for them, but it is simply not enough. We, as members of society, must extend our compassion. If everyone contributes generously, I believe the lives of these children will improve significantly. Zhang Feng implored that we ask for your assistance in spreading the word about this cause. With your help, the children at our orphanage will surely have a brighter tomorrow. He continued. Thank you all. Zhang Feng bowed deeply. Zhang Hao, Han Jingjing, and the officers followed suit. We will certainly help spread the word, a reporter declared. Rest assured, we won't shy away from such a noble cause. A female reporter added. We have scheduled the fundraising event for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the park. We welcome everyone's participation and encourage any questions or oversight regarding the fundraising process. Zhang Feng stated that we trust you. Prosecutor Chen, that we believe in your integrity, came the chorus of support. Thank you all. Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude. Who would have thought you had such skills? Han Jingjing teased. Skills? You haven't seen anything yet. Zhang Feng replied. Well, I've done my part to promote this. The rest is up to you, he added. Agreed, but I must admit, I'm a bit reluctant to leave the investigation bureau. What if we strike a deal? Han Jingjing proposed. What sort of deal? Zhang Feng inquired. I'll help you solve cases, and in return, you assist with the orphanage fundraising, she suggested eagerly. Not really a deal, Zhang Feng replied. Why not? In this arrangement, I would essentially be a free laborer, while you gain public favor for the fundraising efforts. That it's beneficial without any drawbacks. Han Jingjing argued that no drawbacks. You've overlooked the most significant one, Zhang Feng countered. What drawbacks? She asked, confused. The main drawback is your incompetence outweighs your contributions. Last time you were supposed to monitor Zhu Xiaojue, you got discovered and nearly exposed your identity. Do you understand the gravity of that situation? If Zhu Xiaojue becomes aware of your identity, he could flee or, at the very least, Be cautious enough to conceal his tracks. Chen Feng explained that is it really that severe? Han Jingjing murmured. Indeed, it is. Therefore, I truly cannot retain you. You should seek out another opportunity, he insisted. Chen Feng, I believe Jingjing's idea has merit in this arrangement. We incur no loss and instead gain a favorable reputation for the investigation bureau. Besides, her first mission was bound to be nerve-wracking. She will only improve with experience. We can assign her future tasks. And despite her near exposure while surveilling Zhu Xiaojue, she ultimately navigated the situation cleverly. We have no better candidates for the tasks at hand. Why not keep Han Jingjing? Every additional hand strengthens our efforts, Zhang Hao proposed with a smile. Hearing Zhang Hao's endorsement, Han Jingjing beamed with gratitude. Although she could leave, she realized she would only return to her previous mundane existence filled with anxiety. The honor of aiding in investigations far outweighed the risks. Moreover, she had grown fond of the thrilling life that solving cases provided. Hey, you're buying dinner tonight, Chen Feng joked with Zhang Hao. Why me again? I've treated you several times already, Zhang Hao protested. Who told you to be flush with cash? If you don't treat, who will? Chen Feng retorted. I haven't even been paid yet. How could I be flush? You're the one who has been consuming my resources, Zhang Hao lamented. Your wallet isn't bulging. I find that hard to believe. You received a red envelope from her. Didn't you? That's why you're so eager to sing her praises, Chen Feng jested. Zhang Hao left the investigation bureau, bewildered by the exchange. What does that mean? Is he agreeing to my request or not? Han Jingjing asked anxiously. He agreed. Zhang Hao chuckled. Really? So, are you still going to treat him to dinner? She pressed. He was joking. Zhang Hao replied, still laughing. The next morning, the fundraising event for the orphanage commenced as scheduled. Thanks to the reporters' coverage, a substantial crowd gathered in the park, including notable entrepreneurs. For them, engaging in charitable acts also served as an alternative means of promoting their businesses, far surpassing traditional advertising. This dual benefit made their contributions all the more appealing. Thank you all for attending. On behalf of the welfare institutions of Shanghai, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. Donations are not limited to any specific amount. Every contribution reflects your goodwill. If you have collectibles to donate, we can auction them, with all proceeds going directly to the orphanage. We will record your name and donation amount for your oversight. Now, let the donations begin. Please contribute in an orderly manner. Thank you, Chen Feng announced as he assessed the gathering crowd and deemed it time to commence. As soon as he finished speaking, individuals began stepping forward to donate. Chen Yud, 1,000 yuan. Wang Zheng, 500 yuan. Han Mei, 1,000 yuan. Zhang Xingmei, 2,000 yuan. As more people arrived, the donations continued to rise. Han Jingjing felt a surge of excitement. This funding would sustain the orphanage children for a considerable time. As the event neared its conclusion, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd, strong and clear. I will donate 10,000 yuan. The crowd turned to locate the source and spotted an elderly gentleman in a long robe and glasses approaching the donation box. Flanked by several attendants, someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't that Mr. Qi? What a surprise to see him here. A man exclaimed. Mr. Qi? Which Mr. Qi? Another asked, puzzled. The companion beside the man quietly inquired. Ah, you are unaware? He is none other than Qi Yaohai, the foremost connoisseur of antiques and calligraphy in Shanghai. Every antique and artwork he appraises is undoubtedly a masterpiece. If he declares your piece to be genuine, you may as well be swimming in wealth. Even if it were a counterfeit, it would not matter, for it bears the esteemed certification of Mr. Qi. Of course, Mr. Qi, being a man of high integrity, would never engage in such underhanded dealings. Many have sought to have Mr. Qi lend his voice to their claims, yet he remains reticent. In recent years, Mr. Qi has appeared less frequently. I had the fortune to meet him a few years ago, and I am truly blessed to encounter him once more today. The man spoke with deep emotion. Upon hearing his words, those around him suddenly understood. His remarks had naturally reached Chen Feng's ears. And upon learning of the arrival of such a distinguished figure, Chen Feng felt compelled to show utmost respect, particularly since the gentleman had come to contribute to a charitable cause. I was unaware of Mr. Qi's arrival and failed to extend my welcome. Please forgive my oversight. Chen Feng quickly descended to greet Qi Yaohai. Not at all, Prosecutor Chen. You ensure the peace of Shanghai, and your virtuous deeds are indeed a model for our generation. Though I am advancing in years, my compassion remains undiminished. I learned of your fundraising efforts and came to lend a hand for the welfare institution in Shanghai, and I also brought a piece to auction. With all proceeds going to the orphanage, Qi Yaohai replied with a smile. That is splendid. On behalf of the welfare institution in Shanghai, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Qi. Chen Feng expressed with appreciation. Quickly, let us register Mr. Qi, he added. There is no need for that. I trust in Prosecutor Chen's character. My humble name need not be recorded, as that would diminish its significance, Qi Yaohai stated. This, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. Let us proceed as Mr. Qi suggests, Zhang Hao interjected. Then I shall respectfully acquiesce, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 31. An invitation from Ruan Hongyu. At Mr. Qi's request, we shall now auction a piece of Ming Dynasty porcelain. Its importance is self-evident. The bidding begins at 100 taels. Chen Feng announced that I bid 110 taels. Came a voice that I bid 150. I bid 180. I bid 200. I bid 230. I bid 300. I bid 2,000 taels. This proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to raise their bid further. This 2,000 taels far exceeded the earlier donations. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Chen Feng inquired. After repeated calls, no one responded. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning Mr. Qi's Ming Dynasty porcelain at 2,000 taels, Chen Feng declared with finality. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. The man who secured the piece appeared thoroughly pleased. Despite the high price, the fact that it bore the endorsement of Qi Yaohai made it worth every tael. Well, my task is complete. I must take my leave, Qi Yaohai remarked with a smile. Allow me to see you off, Mr. Qi, Chen Feng offered. Please, do not trouble yourself, Qi Yaohai laughed. Ha. This will sustain the welfare institution for quite some time. And I can afford to relax a little, Han Jingjing remarked, eyeing the completed ledger. Do not forget, you are now part of the investigation bureau. Do not become complacent, Chen Feng admonished. Rest assured, I, Han Jingjing, am a woman of my word. She replied, patting her chest in assurance. You all, please organize this money and deliver it to the various welfare institutions in Shanghai. Chen Feng instructed several officers that by the way, are you coming along? He asked. Of course, I must accompany you. How could I miss such a noble endeavor? Besides, I am quite familiar with these welfare institutions. I can guide you. And it will be quicker, Han Jingjing replied. Very well, as you wish. Let us depart, Chen Feng said to Zhang Hao, who nodded in agreement and followed suit. Shortly after returning to the investigation bureau, an officer entered, saying, Prosecutor, there is a gentleman outside seeking you. Bring him in. Chen Feng instructed. May I inquire about your business? Chen Feng asked. Hello, Officer Chen. I am a server from the Bellpock, and at the invitation of Miss Ruan Hongyu, I am here to deliver this invitation. Miss Ruan invites you, Dr. Zhang, and Miss Han Jingjing to attend her concert tomorrow afternoon, the man conveyed. Thank you. Please inform Miss Ruan that I will certainly honor her invitation, Chen Feng replied as he stood. Farewell, the server said. Take care, Chen Feng responded. A charming engagement awaits, Zhang Hao remarked, taking the invitation with a smile. You're included in this as well, Chen Feng replied. This gentleman is quite self-aware. I understand that her invitation to both me and Han Jingjing is merely a pretext. We are but accessories. The real guest is you, Zhang Hao chuckled. What, are you feeling jealous? I sense a strong odor of vinegar here, Chen Feng teased. Why should I be jealous? Since ancient times, fine adornments have always accompanied noble steeds. Beautiful women are matched with heroes. Ruan Hongyu is also quite renowned in Shanghai. And you, Prosecutor Chen, are equally well known. It seems a fitting pairing, Zhang Hao joked. Besides, you are no longer a youth. It is time for you to settle down. He added with a grin. Ha. I've long maintained that I am not of the same ilk as Ruan Hongyu. We can converse, but when it comes to romance, I think not, Chen Feng laughed. Are you truly going to the appointment tomorrow? Zhang Hao inquired. Of course. Why would I turn down an invitation? It would be rude to refuse, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Are you not afraid it might be a trap? If she were to take a fancy to you and intoxicate you, we might find ourselves in quite a predicament, Zhang Hao jested. Zhang Hao, I've noticed our differences are widening. You seem to be growing increasingly lewd, Chen Feng remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Do not underestimate it. Very few women who thrive in the Bellpock are simple. They may disguise their true selves and deliver a fatal blow when you least expect it. I hope you remain vigilant and do not fall into the allure of seduction. For throughout history, such temptations have led to the demise of many heroes, Zhang Hao stated seriously. Rest assured, I remain cautious. I will not fall prey to mere beauty. Besides, I have you all watching over me. You would not let me suffer in silence, Chen Feng replied with a smile. But we may find ourselves ensnared, well-meaning yet powerless, Zhang Hao chuckled. Enough of this. It is becoming somewhat petty to suspect one's intentions. We shall address it as it comes. As the saying goes, when the army comes, we shall resist. When the water comes, we shall block it, Chen Feng declared. Let us hope for the best, Zhang Hao sighed. He had sensed from their first encounter that Ruan Hongyu was no ordinary woman. The following afternoon, Chen Feng, accompanied by Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing, arrived at the Belle Epoque. This time, Han Jingjing seemed notably quieter. As this visit was more akin to a social call, esteemed guests, we have prepared a private booth for you. Please follow me, the server who had delivered the invitation said, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Thank you, Chen Feng smiled. Prosecutor Chen, you are too kind, the server replied respectfully. Is that not Prosecutor Chen? A rare guest indeed, a familiar voice chimed in. It is young Master Zhu. It seems you are in high spirits. Free from competition, Chen Feng replied, grinning. This is all thanks to you, Officer Chen. Without your assistance, I would not have achieved this success, Zhu Xiaozhang boasted, wearing a proud expression. Humph, had I known you would turn out this way, I would have kept your brother around, Han Jingjing retorted angrily before storming off. Excuse us? Chen Feng smiled, turning to follow her. The three were escorted to a table near the stage, upon seeing them arrive. Ruan Hongyu smiled gently at the trio, who returned her smile in kind. Before long, the music commenced, and the previously lively hall fell silent, each patron afraid to utter a sound, unwilling to disturb the enchanting performance. Soon, Ruan Hongyu's song came to an end. Although the audience longed for more, no one dared to request an encore, for such was the etiquette. Chapter 32, The Belle Epoque Murder Case. The three were immensely grateful for the invitation, and Ruan Hongyu descended from the stage to express her thanks. How could I neglect to honor a lady's invitation? However, Miss Ruan, your voice is truly sublime, though this is my second time hearing it. I find myself still yearning for more, Chen Feng replied with a smile. What would you like to drink? Ruan Hongyu inquired. Miss Ruan, you need not trouble yourself. We are here to express our gratitude for your assistance, Chen Feng said, smiling. Assistance? Officer Chen, you have left me quite perplexed, Ruan Hongyu replied, pouring 3 cups of tea for them. While we were grappling with the investigation into the murder of Zhu Xiaojue, we encountered a significant impasse. However, the day after our departure from Miss Ruan, we received a crucial piece of evidence, which I initially believed was provided by her, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Oh, what evidence could possibly warrant such gratitude from Prosecutor Chen? Ruan Hongyu responded, chuckling. The photographs of Zhu Xiaojue committing the murder. These images vividly depicted the brutal act of Zhu Xiaojue taking Fang Yao's life, and it was through these photographs that he ultimately confessed and faced justice. Chen Feng explained as he sipped his tea. I see. But why did you think it was I who provided this evidence? Ruan Hongyu inquired, still smiling. Because I recall Miss Ruan once saying, tomorrow will be better, indeed. True to your auspicious words, we received this vital clue the very next day. It seems to be a significant hint from you, Chen Feng replied, his gaze fixed on Ruan Hongyu, hoping for a hint of reaction. Haha, Prosecutor Chen holds me in too high regard. I am merely a frail woman who earns a living by singing. How could I possibly assist you? Perhaps it is merely coincidence, Ruan Hongyu said with a smile. Perhaps, but I must still express my gratitude to you, Miss Ruan. Without your encouraging words, I doubt I would have had such confidence in this case. Chen Feng raised his cup with a smile. I toast to you with this tea in lieu of wine. You are too kind, Prosecutor Chen. It is my honor to assist you. Ruan Hongyu raised her cup in return, smiling, just as they set down their cups. The sudden sound of a gunshot shattered the rare tranquility. A woman's piercing scream erupted from outside, instantly throwing the scene into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape. Let's go check it out, Chen Feng declared, rising to his feet. Upon stepping outside, he discovered a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses, lying on the ground with a bullet hole in his chest, blood seeping slowly from the wound. How is he? Chen Feng asked. There is no chance of survival, Zhang Hao replied after examining the man's pupils and checking for breath. From the victim's position, it appears the assailant shot him from the front, catching him off guard before fleeing amidst the confusion. The killer acted with precision, leaving no traces behind. This strongly suggests the work of a professional assassin. The victim's expression bore signs of terror, indicating he had seen his assailant before the fatal shot was fired, suggesting the murderer was either a street shooter or had been lying in wait for the victim's arrival. Miss Ruan, do you recognize this individual? Chen Feng inquired, lifting his gaze to her. I have seen him a few times. If I am not mistaken, he is lawyer Zhou from the Limin law firm on Tangada Road. Ruan Hongyu replied. Thank you, Miss Ruan. Given the circumstances, we shall not impose further, Chen Feng stated. Let's head to the Limin law firm. He instructed Zhang Hao. Hey, wait for me, Han Jingjing called from behind. Stay here and do not disturb the crime scene. Call Captain Han to come over, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, Han Jingjing said, stamping her foot in frustration. Humph, you get to engage in such thrilling matters, while I am left with this tedious task. By the way, Hongyu, do you have a phone? I need to call Captain Han, Han Jingjing asked. Yes, come with me. You all keep an eye on the scene, Ruan Hongyu replied. Hello, this is Han Jingjing. I am trying to reach Captain Han. What do you mean he is not available? Bring someone over to the bailman. A murder has occurred, and Chen Feng has requested to secure the crime scene, Han Jingjing relayed. Han Yu, I leave this to you. When the police arrive, please let them take over, Han Jingjing said. What are you going to do? Wan Han Yu queried. I must find Chen Feng and the others, Han Jingjing declared, without waiting for a response. She dashed towards Tangata Road, clearly familiar with the winding streets of Shanghai. Why are you here? Were you not instructed to secure the crime scene? Chen Feng questioned as he noticed Han Jingjing panting. I called Captain Han, but he was not in, so I had someone else lead the team. They are on their way now, and Han Yu is watching the scene, so there is no need to worry. Han Jingjing explained. Am I timely? She inquired. Timely? You could not have arrived at a more opportune moment. We had just gotten here when you showed up, Chen Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. Well, timely is what counts. I took a shortcut to get here. Han Jingjing retorted, ignoring Chen Feng. All right, Jingjing means well, we should hurry inside. Zhang Hao interjected to ease the tension. As they entered, a man approached them. Are you here for a legal matter? He asked. No, we are here to investigate a case. Chen Feng replied, producing his police badge. Do you have any questions for me? The man inquired. What is your name? Chen Feng asked. My name is Wu Qing. The man responded. Are you a lawyer here? Chen Feng queried. Yes, but I am merely an intern, Wu Qing replied. Are there any other lawyers present? Chen Feng continued. Only my mentor, lawyer Zhou, Wu Qing answered. Zhou is your mentor? Chen Feng asked, surprised. Yes. Why do you ask? Wu Qing responded. Your mentor was shot dead this afternoon. We are here to investigate this matter, Chen Feng stated solemnly. What? You say my mentor is dead? Wu Qing exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Indeed, he was just murdered. Chen Feng confirmed that it must be that scoundrel. It has to be him. Wu Qing cried, tears streaming down his face. Do you know who killed your mentor? Chen Feng asked, intrigued. I do not know, but I believe it is closely related to that person. Wu Qing said angrily. Please, tell me more. Chen Feng urged. 3 days ago, a man came to see my mentor. They clearly knew each other, and they went to the meeting room upstairs to talk. Everything seemed fine until I brought them tea. And suddenly they began to argue, leaving on very bad terms. The man even threatened my mentor, saying just wait and see. I asked my mentor what happened, but he simply waved me off, telling me to leave. I never imagined he would really kill him. Wu Qing recounted. Do you remember what he looked like? Did your mentor mention his name? Chen Feng probed further. I do not recall. He wore his hat low when he came. And I only caught a glimpse as he followed my mentor upstairs. I did not pay much attention when he left, and my mentor never told me his name. Wu Qing reminisced. May we see your mentor's files? Chen Feng asked. Of course. I will take you there. I hope you find some clues to solve this case and bring peace to my mentor's spirit, Wu Qing said, leading Chen Feng and his companions upstairs. My mentor worked and met clients here. All his work-related documents are stored here, Wu Qing explained. Let us search through them. Chen Feng instructed Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing. The three began to sift through the documents on the table meticulously. Did your mentor often represent ordinary people in court? Chen Feng inquired. Yes, my mentor believed that we, as law students, should serve the public. Therefore, he frequently assisted the poor without charge, earning immense respect among them. Wu Qing replied. But now that he is gone, we have lost another righteous lawyer, Wu Qing lamented. Your mentor would have wanted you to continue his legacy, Chen Feng comforted. What is this? Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped from Han Jingjing's hands. Zhang Hao picked it up, noticing faintly scrawled words. Qi family inheritance verification. You know what this Qi family inheritance verification pertains to? Chen Feng asked as he handed the paper to Wu Qing. I do not know. I have never heard of it, Wu Qing replied. Let us take this paper with us, Chen Feng decided. Does your mentor have any family left? Chen Feng inquired. Yes, there is his wife and a junior apprentice. Wu Qing responded. Very well. Please take us to your mentor's residence. We need to speak with his wife regarding the matter, Chen Feng instructed. Your mentor lives here, Han Jingjing exclaimed, astonished. Looking up, they found themselves in a rather unremarkable shantytown. Or perhaps slightly better than 1. My mentor donated nearly all the money he earned from legal cases. Aside from daily expenses, very little remains, Wu Qing explained. Yet he still frequented bailmen for leisure. I suspect he was putting on an act, Han Jingjing scoffed. Jingjing, that is uncalled for. Chen Feng reproached. You're mistaken. My mentor never frequented such places. Someone must have invited him. This morning, he received a letter and hurriedly left. Otherwise, given his character, how could he entertain himself in such an upscale venue? Wu Qing argued, visibly upset. Jingjing, apologize at once. Chen Feng admonished. I'm sorry. I misjudged your mentor. Han Jingjing conceded. Humph. Wu Qing huffed, clearly unconvinced by Han Jingjing's apology. Wu Qing pointed to a house, saying, My teacher lives here. He knocked on the doorbell, calling out, Is Madam home? A middle-aged woman's voice replied from inside. Is that you, Chung? It's me, madam, Wu Chung responded, upon opening the door and seeing several unfamiliar faces. The woman asked, Who are these people, madam? They are from the investigation bureau. There's some unfortunate news we need to share with you. I hope you can hold on, Wu Chung said, tears streaming down his face. The middle-aged woman immediately panicked, gripping Wu Cheng's arm, her voice trembling as she asked, Is something wrong with your teacher? Wu Cheng nodded, saying, This afternoon, my teacher was shot dead as soon as his words fell. The woman fainted. Madam, what's wrong? Wu Cheng asked anxiously. Zhang Hao, come check on her, Chen Feng urged, supporting the middle-aged woman. It's nothing, just a sudden fainting from excessive grief, Zhang Hao assessed after a brief examination. After a moment, the woman slowly regained consciousness, tears flowing freely. Madam, you scared me to death. What would happen to Nyonyo if something happened to you? Wu Cheng said, still shaken. Let's not tell Nyonyo about this just yet. The woman said, stifling her sorrow. I understand, madam, Wu Cheng nodded. Just then, a little girl holding a doll emerged from within, looking exceedingly adorable. Mommy, why are you crying? I'm fine, just a little tear from the wind. The woman replied, forcing a smile. Chung, please take Nyonyo to play for a while. I need to talk with these officers, she said. Of course, madam. Come on, Nyonyo, let us go play together, Wu Chung said cheerfully. Okay, I love playing with big brothers. Nyonyo chimed in sweetly. Nyonyo is very cute, Chen Feng remarked. Thank you, everyone. Please follow me, the woman said. How long have you been married to Lawyer Zhou? Chen Feng inquired. For 8 years, she replied. It's clear he loves you both dearly, Chen Feng observed, glancing at their wedding photo. Yes, despite his busy schedule, he takes great care of us, the woman said, a warm smile gracing her lips. Has he exhibited any unusual behavior lately? Chen Feng asked. Nothing out of the ordinary, although he does seem more fatigued than usual. 3 days ago, he even drank alcohol, which is unusual for him, she recalled. Did he say anything while he was intoxicated? Chen Feng probed. I remember him saying, I don't agree, don't pressure me, along with something about inheritance, she replied. Inheritance? Is this related to the chief family's estate settlement? Chen Feng asked, gesturing for Zhang Hao to retrieve a document and present it to the woman. Upon examining the paper, she remarked, This is indeed in Li Min's handwriting, but whether it pertains to the chief family's estate settlement, I cannot say. She handed the document back to Chen Feng. Did he mention anything odd in a lucid state recently? Chen Feng continued. He advised us not to go out if we didn't have to. When I asked why, he simply said it was chaotic outside, but he was too busy to care for us. She recollected. Has he shared any work-related details, such as recent cases? Chen Feng pressed further. He would occasionally share his successes with me, especially when he won cases for impoverished clients, about half a month ago. He suddenly told me he had taken on a significant case, promising a hefty reward if he succeeded, which he intended to use for charity and a little trip with our child. She explained. Did he provide any specifics about this major case? Chen Feng asked. He usually disclose details. He insists on keeping work confidential, but I'm merely a listener, she replied. Chen Feng exchanged a glance with Zhang Hao and turned back to the woman, saying, Thank you, ma'am. Please take care of yourself. We will apprehend the perpetrator swiftly. At that moment, Wu Cheng emerged from the house, and Chen Feng patted his shoulder, saying, Look after your madam and Nyonyo. I will. Wu Cheng replied firmly, Let me see you off. What do you think about Madame Zhou's comments? Chen Feng asked once outside. Generally credible, though we haven't uncovered any valuable leads. The only connection seems to be the mention of inheritance. But we have yet to confirm anything. Zhou Limin's unusual actions before his death suggest he may have been threatened, Chen Feng speculated. According to Madame Zhou, he rarely drinks, yet 3 nights ago, after an argument, he did. This indicates he was distressed but chose to numb himself with alcohol, epitomizing the saying drinking to forget sorrow, Zhang Hao added. Indeed, as Wu Cheng mentioned, Zhou Limin was acquainted with the individual who sought him out, and it's likely that this person threatened Zhou's family to deter him from revealing his identity. This is why Zhou warned his wife and child to stay indoors due to the perceived danger outside. Chen Feng elaborated. Following this line of reasoning, the individual who invited Zhou Limin to the nightclub this morning is presumably the true culprit. He intended to discuss unresolved matters with Zhou, but their negotiations failed, prompting the lurking assassin to receive the signal to eliminate him. Chen Feng continued. But why was Zhou Limin killed by an ambush instead of being shot as he exited? Han Jing questioned from the side. With so many people entering and exiting the nightclub daily, even an assassin would struggle to instantly identify a target among the crowd. They must first establish the target's identity and track them to ensure a successful hit. Furthermore, if the killer encountered Zhou Limin by chance, how could they guarantee a fatal shot? Even professional assassins face challenges in such scenarios, and we still don't know if this individual is a professional. Zhang Feng replied. What is our next course of action? Han Jing inquired. Madame Zhou mentioned that Zhou Limin took on a significant case half a month ago. Our immediate priority is to uncover the nature of this case, as it may be linked to his demise. Additionally, we need to investigate what this Qi family estate settlement entails. I suspect those 6 words were not written without purpose, Zhang Feng asserted. Which task should we tackle first? Han Jing asked. The first task is to return to the investigation bureau. Can you really unravel both matters on your own? Please think critically, Zhang Feng urged. Humph. Why are you so irritable? I asked because I was unsure. Han Jing retorted angrily. What is going on? Why all the shouting? Zhang Feng asked as he and the others entered to find a commotion. It's about that donation event a couple of days ago. Someone bought a fake antique, and now they're causing a scene. Hansu explained. A fake antique? Zhang Hao echoed. Zhang Feng frowned, fully aware of the situation. There was only one piece of porcelain auctioned. And aside from the one donated by Qi Yaohai, there were no other antiques for sale. Qi Yaohai was a renowned expert in antique appraisal. Why would he present a fake antique for auction? That would tarnish his reputation, an unfathomable notion. Sir, let us discuss this calmly. Please try to remain composed, Zhang Feng interjected, approaching the agitated man. How can I remain composed? I just lost $2,000, my entire savings. The man exclaimed, tears of frustration streaming down his face. May I ask your name, sir? Zhang Feng inquired, attempting to soothe him. I'm Wang Shunkai. The man replied. Mr. Wang, how did you determine that the antique you purchased was fake? After all, you know Qi Lao's reputation. If a fake were sold at public auction, it would greatly harm his standing. Zhang Feng asked. I only neglected to examine it closely because I trusted Qi Lao's reputation. After I bought it, a friend of mine, who is also an antique enthusiast, came over. I wanted to show it off since not everyone can claim to own a piece from Qi Lao's collection. My friend, knowledgeable in this field, took a look and declared it a fake. I was taken aback at that moment and exclaimed that this was a collection of Mr. Qi, questioning how it could possibly be counterfeit. He pointed out several discrepancies, yet despite that, I remained skeptical. Wang Shunkai remarked that Chapter 35 was worth not a single dollar. So what happened next? Zhang Feng inquired. I was only half convinced. Although Mr. Qi's reputation was stellar, my friend spoke with such conviction. Noticing my hesitation, he suggested I take the porcelain to another authoritative institution for appraisal, but to omit mentioning it came from Mr. Qi's auction. To see what they would say, Wang Shunkai added, that's indeed a good idea. With so many appraisals, it surely cannot be wrong. Zhang Feng replied, it cannot be wrong. Indeed it cannot, for the appraisal concluded that this porcelain is counterfeit. Wang Shunkai lamented that I took the porcelain to a specialized institution for appraisal, where they confirmed its falseness. Wang Shunkai continued, reluctantly, I went to a pawn shop to ascertain its true worth, but the owner simply raised a finger. Initially, I thought he meant $100. He said no. I then suggested $10, but he denied it again. I wondered if it could possibly be worth just a single dollar. Had he confirmed that, I believe I would have collapsed. Wang Shunkai went on. After all this, what could it possibly be worth? Surely it cannot be $1,000. If it were, you wouldn't be here crying and causing a scene. Han Jingjing interjected. Do not interrupt. Let me finish, Wang Shunkai suddenly shouted, continuing to weep. This startled Han Jingjing and the others, prompting Zhang Feng to quickly say, all right, go on, please. That I also presumed he was about to state a value of $1,000. Under such a context, it would not be incorrect. However, he shook his head, and I could not restrain myself from asking how much it was truly worth. He replied. Wang Shunkai buried his face in his hands. Weeping. Do tell, how much is it worth? Han Jingjing urged impatiently. Not a single dollar. Zhang Hao suddenly interjected. What? Han Jingjing was astounded. This porcelain, originally valued at $2,000, was now deemed worthless. Is it truly so? She asked, still doubtful. Indeed, he stated that my porcelain was freshly crafted and quite common in the market, easily obtainable for less than $1. He inquired how much I had purchased it for. I was vague, yet he discerned my expression and simply uttered that I had been deceived. Wang Shunkai suddenly grasped Zhang Feng's arm, sobbing. Sir, please speak calmly. Since you have been deceived, you ought to confront Mr. Qi directly. We cannot produce a genuine item for you, Zhang Feng replied, freeing himself from Wang Shunsai's grasp. I went, but I did not see Mr. Qi. I didn't even make it through the gate. His eldest son barred my entry, stating that the item was indeed genuine at the time of the auction, and in an instant, it had transformed into a counterfeit. Who would know if I had purposely brought a fake to deceive? Moreover, once something is sold, it cannot be returned, he concluded, so I had no choice but to seek you out. as you were also involved in this matter, Wang Shunkai stated. Then, Mr. Wang, please share your thoughts or let us know how we can assist. We shall do our utmost to rectify this situation, as we bear our share of the blame, Zhang Feng responded. You must accompany me to the Qi residence. I wish to confront them directly. Wang Shunkai declared. Are you certain that a visit to the Qi residence will yield any favorable outcome? Han Jingjing asked cautiously. That I fear not. I have already placed an advertisement if the Qi family fails to provide me with an explanation. The disgrace will fall upon them, Wang Shunkai asserted resolutely. Quite bold, Han Jingjing admired. Wang Shunkai wiped his tears and raised his chin, declaring, they have forced my hand. What is the meaning of this? Qi Yaohai exploded with fury after reading the newly published newspaper. Slamming his palm on the table, he had just seen the glaring headline. Renowned collector Qi Yaohai auctions counterfeit artifact, followed by the very account Wang Shunkai had just recounted. My lord, I am not entirely certain. The steward standing nearby replied. Wang Zhong, summon those 3 scoundrels. Qi Yaohai fumed, picking up the newspaper once more. Yes, my lord, Wang Zhong replied. He was well aware that the 3 scoundrels referred to Qi Yaohai's 3 sons, of whom he had grown increasingly dissatisfied as they matured, often engaging in actions that provoked his in anger. Qi Yaohai frequently berated them as scoundrels. Soon after, the steward Wang Zhong returned, escorting the 3 sons before Qi Yaohai, the eldest, Qi Xinping, the second son, Qi Ximing, and the youngest, Qi Xinyue. Qi Xinping and Qi Ximing perfunctorily greeted him with a casual dad, while Qi Xinyue offered a slightly more respectful father. However, in his furious state, Qi Yaohai felt no warmth towards even the faint hint of respect shown by the youngest son. Speak up. Whose misdeed is this? Qi Yaohai demanded. Tossing the newspaper before the 3, the eldest picked it up, while the second and third peered over to glance at it, yet none spoke. What? No one will admit to it. Did you really think you could switch the counterfeit with the genuine? Qi Yaohai's anger surged upon seeing their silence. This brat is audacious, the eldest, Qi Xinping, muttered under his breath. What did you say? Qi Yaohai inquired. Nothing. Qi Xinping denied. I am not deaf. What did you say just now? Qi Yaohai pressed sternly. Though the 3 sons often displayed the haughty demeanor of young masters, they dared not defy Qi Yaohai, especially when he was enraged. They had learned that speaking plainly was vital, lest they face dire consequences. That I said that brat came earlier this morning, but I sent him away. Qi Xinping mustered the courage to reply, knowing full well that this statement would provoke Qi Yaohai's wrath. What? You sent him away? Indeed, Qi Yaohai's fury intensified at the news that someone had come, only to be dismissed by Qi Xinping. Father, I am no longer a child. Do you still intend to strike me? Qi Xinping retreated defensively. You acknowledge your maturity, yet look at the deeds you have committed. Are they the actions of an adult? Qi Yaohai's face flushed red with anger. The other 2 sons remained silent, yet inwardly they reveled in the spectacle, for the 3 brothers had never been united, and even when they appeared harmonious to outsiders, it was merely a fade. They relished each other's misfortunes. Chapter 36. Apology. What wrong have I committed? Qi Xinping asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved. What wrong? Are you truly unaware? A guest has traveled far, regardless of their purpose. You should never have refused them at the door. This is no way to treat guests. Furthermore, your actions may lead others to believe that I, Qi Yaohai, am guilty of deceit, knowing full well it is counterfeit yet refusing to clarify. Your behavior is a slap in the face to me. Qi Yaohai thudded his cane against the ground emphatically. It cannot be that severe. Qi Xinping retorted defiantly. Not severe? It has been published in the newspaper. How can it not be severe? How long must we wait for something to be deemed serious? Have you no sense? It is likely that half of Shanghai now knows that I, Qi Yaohai, have auctioned a counterfeit antique. My lifetime of integrity is now tarnished by your foolishness. Qi Yaohai lamented, collapsing into a chair. However, the second and third sons exchanged glances, silently expressing their discontent with Qi Yaohai's assertions. What then shall we do? Qi Xinping asked. What can we do? We must apologize, Qi Yaohai replied. First, tell me how you addressed the matter with them. He continued. I stated that the item we auctioned was genuine and suggested that they might have brought a counterfeit to extort us, and mentioned that once something is sold, it cannot be returned. Moreover, we have yet to receive any funds. Qi Xinping recounted cautiously, knowing that any misstep could provoke Qi Yaohai's IRAS anticipated. Upon hearing Qi Xinping's words, Qi Yaohai erupted, foolish and ignorant. There is an age-old saying, when a deal fails, courtesy remains. Since they have approached us, we ought to have offered them a genuine piece in exchange. Such a gracious admission of our error, coupled with a brief explanation, could restore our honor. Yet your obstinate stance leaves no room for negotiation. It is no wonder they took to the newspapers. Had it been me, I would have refrained from legal action. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy swept over him as he lamented, "What sins have I committed? None of my 3 sons possess any real capability. How can I trust you all with the Qi family legacy?" The age-old wisdom of brothers united. Their strength is unbreakable. Yet you 3 are all too aware of your own discord that I perceive that you all seem eager for one another's demise, hoping to inherit the Q family fortune exclusively. However, let me assure you, at your current state, even if I were to bequeath the entirety of the Q family's assets to the 3 of you, it would inevitably be squandered, rather than that. I would prefer to donate all of our possessions, thus salvaging a semblance of my reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 brothers of the Q family were taken aback, for they understood that the old man's words were not to be taken lightly. It was highly probable that he would indeed donate the vast Q family wealth, leaving them with nothing. Zhang Hao, seemingly unfazed by the brothers' expressions, bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and find that individual. Let me be clear, if you fail to locate him, do not bother returning. In that moment, the brothers held back their grievances, fully aware that the old man meant what he said. Just as they were about to turn and leave, a servant entered to report, "Master, Prosecutor Chen from the Investigation Bureau has arrived at O. Quickly invite him in," Qiao Hai said with a smile. "What are you standing around for? Go." He then turned his irritation towards his 3 sons. Upon Chen Feng's entrance, Qiao Hai stood up and said, "Old Mr. Qi, you are too kind. I apologize for the intrusion." Chen Feng clasped his fists in greeting. "It is you." The moment Wang Shunkai saw Qi Xianpeng, he rushed forward, indignantly exclaiming, "Officer Chen, he is the one who expelled me." Qi Xianpeng wore an impatient expression, but with Qiao Hai present, he refrained from lashing out. "This young brother is the one who purchased that item from me, isn't he?" Qiao Hai, grasping the situation, intervened to diffuse the tension. "Indeed," Wang Shunkai replied, his tone less than amiable. As a prominent figure in the antique world, Qiao Hai had previously earned Wang Shunkai's respect. But the recent events had left him quite displeased. Wang Shunkai, assuming Qi Xianpeng had acted under Qiao Hai's orders, directed his displeasure towards the elder as well. However, Qiao Hai remained unfazed. Acknowledging his own misstep in the situation, "I have heard about the matter. I apologize on behalf of my son, and I extend my own apologies as well. Due to a misunderstanding, I caused you considerable trouble. And for that, I sincerely apologize. To demonstrate my sincerity, Wang Zhong, please retrieve my Ru Kiln porcelain from my study. I would like to gift it to this young brother as a token of my goodwill." Qiao Hai stated earnestly. "Yes, master," Wang Zhong replied, his expression unchanged as he proceeded to the study. "What is that Ru Kiln porcelain worth?" "I paid $2,000 for it." Wang Shunkai expressed his concern. "Rest assured, young brother, the conservative market value of this Ru Kiln piece is $3,000. I would not let you incur a loss." Qiao Hai reassured him with a smile. "What are you 3 still doing here? Embarrassing yourselves? Hurry back to your rooms," Qiao Hai admonished angrily. "Master," Wang Zhong handed a box to Qiao Hai. He said, "Wang Zhong, you may leave now." Qiao Hai instructed. "Yes, master," Wang Zhong replied. "Young brother, would you like to examine this porcelain?" Qiao Hai inquired. "No, there is no need. I am not well versed in such matters. He can assess it himself." Chen Feng politely declined, not wishing to bear any responsibility should it turn out to be a counterfeit. Qiao Hai did not press further. "A splendid bowl, with a brilliant hue and pure glaze. It is clearly a fine piece," Wang Shunkai remarked, unable to take his eyes off it. "Haha, I am glad you like it." Qiao Hai responded with a smile. "So this item is mine now?" Wang Shunkai asked. "Of course," Qiao Hai affirmed. "Then I shall not be polite," Wang Shunkai said, scrutinizing the porcelain bowl. "Young brother, you clearly have a deep appreciation for such collectibles. If you have the time, do feel free to visit and indulge yourself in my collection," Qiao Hai added. "Truly, I am grateful to old Mr. Qi," Wang Shunkai exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, consider it a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune," Chen Feng chuckled. Chapter 37, A Major Case. Wang Shunkai gleefully remarked, "Old Mr. Qi's study is accessible to visitors?" Chen Feng inquired. Generally, it is not open to others, but with my permission, it is," Qiao Hai explained. He understood Chen Feng's implication. After all, a study is a space held in high regard by scholars and gentlemen, typically not entered lightly by others. No wonder the steward was able to enter your study so easily." Chen Feng laughed. "As for the steward, he is someone I trust greatly. He has been with me for over 20 years. However, he is now middle-aged and aging." Qiao Hai said, "My study is a forbidden area for others, yet he can come and go freely because my 3 sons are rather inept, despite my efforts to teach them about antiques and paintings. They have not dedicated themselves to this pursuit. Conversely, Wang Zhong shows promise in this regard that I often impart knowledge about appraising items to him, and he is eager to learn. Frankly, my steward is far more considerate than my 3 sons. Qi Yaohai lamented. I see. Zhang Feng replied, by the way, I wonder what brings you, Officer Chun, here today? Qi Yaohai asked. Well, due to the issue with the porcelain, Mr. Wang could not come to your esteemed home. So he approached the investigation bureau hoping to enter through my channels, Zhang Feng explained, feeling a bit embarrassed, as the initial cause of the matter stemmed from the fundraising event he had organized. I see that I truly apologize for the trouble this has caused you, Officer Chun, Qi Yaohai said, bowing in apology. Old Mr. Qi, please, it is no trouble at all. However, there is indeed a matter to discuss, old Mr. Qi is well informed and likely has heard of it, Zhang Feng said. Wherever possible, please speak, and if I know, I shall share without reservation, Qi Yaohai replied with a smile. I wonder if old Mr. Qi has heard of attorney Zhou Li Min from the Tungatu Road Li Min law firm. Zhang Feng inquired. Of course, I am familiar with him, and we are quite well acquainted. He is regarded as a good man on the Shanghai bond, frequently assisting impoverished citizens with their legal battles without charge. At times, he even generously provides financial aid to those in dire straits. It is precisely because I admire his character that I have developed a close friendship with him. If, by chance, Attorney Zhou has become entangled in any legal issues, I implore you to investigate thoroughly, as there are few good people left in Shanghai, and he is one of them. I am here to plead on his behalf. Qi Yaohai stated with a hint of agitation. Old Mr. Qi, there is no need for such formalities. I trust your words and believe in Mr. Zhou's character. However, Zhang Feng paused, not continuing. However, what? Qi Yaohai pressed. Oh, Officer Chun, please do not hesitate to speak your mind, Qi Yaohai urged. Attorney Zhou Li Min was shot dead this afternoon at the entrance of the Paletted Dance, Zhang Feng disclosed. What? Qi Yaohai's voice suddenly rose, disbelief etched across his face. Master, what is wrong? At that moment, the steward emerged from the study, carrying several paintings. It's nothing. Qi Yaohai quickly concealed his distress. By the way, Master, do these paintings need to be framed? The steward, Wang Zhong, inquired. No need. They are mere doodles. Toss them aside. Qi Yaohai replied. Very well, Wang Zhong said, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Wang Shunkai interjected. If old Mr. Qi does not wish to keep these pieces, I would be glad to take them off your hands. I greatly admire your works, Wang Shunkai said with a sincere tone, since the young brother has an appreciation. Consider them yours, Wang Zhong. Please assist this young brother in framing them. Qi Yaohai instructed. I will do so immediately. Wang Zhong responded. I shall accompany you to see, Wang Shunkai said, setting down the porcelain bowl. Mr. Wang, it would be better for you to stay here and admire your porcelain, Zhang Feng subtly suggested, hoping to convey his meaning. This was someone else's home, and he wished for Wang Shunkai to exercise restraint. However, Wang Shunkai clearly did not grasp Zhang Feng's intention, stating, I have completed my appraisal of this porcelain. It is indeed a fine piece. Qi Yaohai, wise to Zhang Feng's underlying message, smiled and said, No worries, young man should have more exposure to such things. By the way, the study is the second room on the left of the second floor. You may find your way. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, old Mr. Qi, Wang Shunkai said before hastening up the stairs. Zhang Feng shook his head, apologizing. Old Mr. Qi, I truly beg your pardon. It is quite all right. It is rare to have a friend with such an appreciation. My study can offer him some knowledge. Qi Yaohai replied. By the way, I noticed the steward mentioning framing those paintings. Is he also knowledgeable in this area? Zhang Feng could not help but ask out of curiosity. He chuckled, stating that while he could not claim to be an expert, he had dabbled in the realm of antique porcelain and enjoyed sharing his knowledge with others, essentially passing the time. Qi Yaohai spoke with a smile. Mr. Qi has made significant contributions to the preservation of our ancient Chinese arts, which is something I truly admire, Chen remarked. Not at all. Qi Yaohai waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Officer Chen mentioned earlier that lawyer Zhou was shot at the entrance of the Belle Park. Have you managed to uncover any details regarding the motive? Qi Yaohai inquired with concern. As for that, we have yet to determine the exact cause. However, our investigation revealed that someone had sought him out a few days prior, and their encounter ended on a sour note. This morning, he appeared at the Belle Park, reportedly at the invitation of someone, which leads me to speculate that the person who invited Zhou Limin today was likely the same individual with whom he had the disagreement. Chun explained. Do you have any further clues? Qi Yaohai pressed, showing considerable concern given Zhou Limin's involvement in the matter. We learned that he received a significant case about 2 weeks ago. And since Mr. Qi is well informed and has close ties with lawyer Zhou, I wondered if you might have heard him mention it. Chan continued that I'm curious where Officer Chen got wind of this. Chi Yaohai queried that I heard it from Zhou Limin's wife. Chen replied, Zhou Feng? She is unaware of the specifics? Chi Yaohai asked. She only mentioned that there was such a case, but Zhou Limin did not share any further details with her. Chen said, Chapter 38. Conspiracy among brothers. They asked for the specifics of this major case. He did not disclose anything to me either. However, I did commission him to handle a matter about 2 weeks ago. And I cannot help but wonder if it is merely a coincidence. Chi Yaohai remarked, though. What matter? Chen inquired that it concerns the inheritance of the Qi family. Chi Yaohai stated, but before he could elaborate, he was interrupted by hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. Who was that just now? Chen asked. It was my second son, Qi Ximing. Chi Yaohai replied, his tone revealing a lack of fondness for this son. Please continue, Mr. Qi, Chen urged. About 2 weeks ago, I sought his assistance in certifying the legitimacy of the Qi family's assets. Chi Yaohai explained. Asset certification? Chen responded, somewhat astonished. Officer Chen, what is the matter? Chi Yaohai inquired with curiosity. It aligns perfectly. Both matters seem to converge. Chen exclaimed with excitement, To be candid with you, Mr. Qi, we found a piece of paper at Zhou Limin's office that faintly bore the words Qi family asset certification. Reflecting on it now, these two issues are likely interconnected, Chen elaborated. What? If that is the case, I have unwittingly brought harm to Zhou. Chi Yaohai exclaimed in distress to Mr. Qi, there is no need for self-reproach. The reasons behind these events remain unclear. And it is too soon to determine right from wrong. Let us await the conclusion of our investigation, Chen advised. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, I bear some responsibility. My family is substantial, and the suspicion from certain ill-intentioned individuals has led Zhou into this perilous situation. Chi Yaohai lamented. So, Mr. Qi, do you have a suspect in mind? Chen inquired. No. Everyone has a motive in such matters. How could I possibly know? I am merely a man with good intentions, but limited power. Chi Yaohai replied. When you disclosed the asset certification to Zhou Limin, was anyone else present? Chen asked. At that time, Limin was visiting me, and as he often does, it did not attract any outside attention. My sons and the steward were present when I saw him off, Chi Yaohai explained. Suddenly, Chi Yaohai appeared lost in thought, trembling at an epiphany. To Mr. Qi, what troubles you? Chen asked. It is nothing. I simply feel a bit unwell. Officer Chen, let us conclude our discussion for today. I shall invite you to my residence another time, Chi Yaohai stated, effectively dismissing Chen. Very well, I shall not intrude further, and I will go fetch Mr. Wang, Chen said. Please, take your leave. Chi Yaohai replied. Mr. Wang, let us depart, Chen called out as he entered Chi Yaohai's study. Depart? We have yet to frame the artwork, Wang Shunkai protested. Mr. Qi is feeling unwell, and it would be inappropriate to linger. We shall return for the artwork in a couple of days, Chen explained. Very well, Wang Shunkai acquiesced reluctantly. Please have the steward retain it for me, and I will come to collect it in a few days. Wang Shunkai added, Certainly, Mr. Wang. Rest assured, Wang Zhong smiled. The old man is truly losing his touch. Qi Ximing fumed upon returning to his room. What is it, second brother? Why are you in such a fury? As soon as Qi Ximing finished speaking, Qi Ximing pushed open the door and asked, Humph, you need not mock me. This matter greatly concerns you as well. Qi Ximing retorted coldly. What matter pertains to me? Qi Ximing asked with a smile. The inheritance, Qi Ximing spat, then suddenly laughed, saying, How can you claim this does not concern you? What exactly is going on? Qi Ximing's expression changed as he quickly inquired. What? Concern now? Qi Ximing resumed his mocking tone. Second brother, this is not the time for games. Please explain what is happening, Qi Ximing urged. His concern was not for Qi Ximing, but rather for the inheritance. You know what I just overheard downstairs? Qi Ximing asked. Second brother, my dear second brother, please do not keep me in suspense. How would I know what you heard? Do hurry and tell me, Qi Ximing insisted, though he seethed internally, wishing he could confront Qi Ximing for possessing the information. I just heard Dad discussing the inheritance with that prosecutor downstairs, Qi Ximing stated seriously. And then, Qi Ximing probed. There was no then. I returned to my room because Dad caught me eavesdropping, Qi Ximing replied. You merely heard the word inheritance? What does that signify? Thinking the information trivial, Qi Ximing responded nonchalantly. My dear elder brother, you are usually so quick-witted. Why are you struggling to comprehend this now? Qi Ximing remarked with a mocking smile. Do not ridicule me. Do tell what is worth pondering, Qi Ximing inquired coolly. Have you forgotten what Dad said this morning? Qi Ximing replied. What did he say? Qi Ximing asked. Qi Ximing, feeling exasperated, could not comprehend why his usually astute brother was now so oblivious. Perhaps he was hiding something, but since they were all on the same playing field, he decided to speak up. You forgot that Dad mentioned wanting to donate all the assets, Qi Shiming reminded him. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiming sprang to his feet from the sofa. Are you implying that Dad might genuinely donate all the assets? Qi Shiming furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Qi Shiming. Had I not heard that statement, I might have dismissed it as mere anger, a thought spoken in haste, but now we must take it seriously. His revival of the subject could indeed lead to action. Qi Shiming stated. Humph, the assets belong to us. How could he possibly donate everything? Qi Shiming protested, but oh, how could he? Simply put, the Qi family fortune is his creation. It bears no connection to us, that we are merely beneficiaries by virtue of our surname and bloodline. Without him, we would not enjoy our current standing. Qi Shiming replied with a sardonic laugh. Chapter 39. Wan Hongyu sends a portrait. Second brother, do not speak so lightly. We are well aware of the reality regarding the inheritance. Spare us the pretense. Qi Shiming sneered. My elder brother is indeed a man of substance. I wonder what thoughts you harbor. Qi Shiming inquired. In terms of inheritance, the three of us are akin to grasshoppers on the same thread. None can escape. Speak your mind, dear brother. As for discretion, I am trustworthy enough not to jeopardize my own share. Qi Shiming remarked, I have stated before that this inheritance rightfully belongs to us. If the old man truly intends to act so resolutely, then he must not blame us for severing ties. As the saying goes, a small-minded man is not a gentleman, and a man without cruelty is not a true man. Qi Shiming's eyes gleamed with determination and ferocity. Elder brother, are you suggesting? Qi Shiming stood up, feeling increasingly agitated. I have said nothing, and you have heard nothing. Qi Shiming replied coolly. Oh, I understand. You are indeed a man of great ambition. Employing extraordinary means. It is no wonder you possess the courage to remain unflinching amidst chaos. Was the incident involving the faux porcelain down below orchestrated by you? Qi Shiming shifted the topic. Not me. That is rather puzzling. Qi Shiming remarked, skeptical. Why do you presume it is me? Could it not be someone else? Or perhaps this incident is not your doing. Second brother, we are all aware of our situation, so there is no need for deceit. Why bother? No one is a fool. Qi Shiming remarked with a cold smile. Since the elder brother has acknowledged our understanding, why would I engage in such foolishness? But if it's not you and not me, could it be the third brother? Qi Shiming responded. Who knows? As long as it's not us, it's fine. The fire can blaze, but it won't scorch our own backs. Why concern ourselves with others' fates? Qi Shiming chuckled. Your words are wise, elder brother. I believe this is the first time we have reached a consensus. Qi Shiming replied with a grin. Rest assured, our collaboration will endure, at least until our assets are secured. Betrayal is not an option. Did father not say that unity is our strength? Let us unite this time and show him. I'm sure he will be quite pleased. Qi Shiming laughed. Then let us toast to our future cooperation. Qi Shiming raised his glass. Cheers. Qi Shiming echoed, lifting his glass as well. They drank heartily, sharing a laugh, oblivious to the fact that someone had been eavesdropping outside the door, listening intently from the first sentence to the last. Content only to leave after the conversation concluded. What did you learn there? Zhang Feng inquired of Wang Shankai, who was clutching a porcelain piece, as they departed the Qi residence. Not much, just observed how Steward Wang mounts calligraphy and paintings. His skills are quite impressive. He repaired a torn piece of paper flawlessly. Had I not seen the hole beforehand, I would have thought it was pristine. Wang Shankai expressed with admiration. Such prowess, and this servant of the Qi family possesses such remarkable talent. Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. By the way, what else did you see in old Master Qi's study? Zhang Feng asked. Nothing much, just a few valuable porcelain pieces and paintings. I find myself envious of Steward Wang. If only I could access old Master Qi's study like him, I would have no regrets in life. Wang Shankai replied. You're only in your 30s. Life is long, and you never know what awaits in the coming decades. Perhaps something even more fulfilling lies ahead. Zhang Feng mused. Let us take it as it comes. For now, I'll focus on studying my Ru Kiln piece, Wang Shankai said. Well, if there's nothing else. I'll head back to the investigation bureau, Zhang Feng stated. I won't keep you any longer, prosecutor. Thank you for today. Wang Shankai expressed gratefully. No need for thanks. Just ensure you conduct a thorough examination this time. Avoiding the issues of the past few days, that you'll also need to place an announcement to restore old Master Qi's reputation. Zhang Feng smiled. Rest assured, prosecutor, I know what to do, Wang Shankai assured him. How did it go? Just returned to the investigation bureau. Zhang Hao inquired. What do you mean by how did it go? Are you asking about the case or Wang Shankai's matter? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Let us discuss both, Zhang Hao suggested. Wang Xuancai's issue has been resolved. Old Master Qi gifted him a treasured Ru kiln, which earned him over $1,000 that I've advised him to place an announcement to restore Old Master Qi's reputation. As for the case, there has been some progress. I learned from Old Master Qi that about half a month ago, Zhou Limin received a significant case regarding the inheritance of the Qi family, which is the property certification we saw on that piece of paper. Essentially, these two matters are one and the same, Qin Feng explained. What we need to do now is locate the specific details of that property certification and find witnesses to Zhou Limin's murder. Qin Feng stated, finding the witnesses may prove challenging, but discovering the property certification should be straightforward. Why didn't you ask Old Master Qi for the specifics when you had the chance? Zhang Hao asked that I intended to, but when I inquired, Old Master Qi suddenly claimed to be unwell, and I couldn't press further. I couldn't disregard his condition, Qin Feng admitted, feeling somewhat troubled. That complicates things a bit. Zhang Hao remarked. What's complicated? A woman's voice suddenly chimed in from the doorway. Miss Ruan, what brings you here? Qin Feng asked, surprised. Is it unwelcome? I heard you discussing the search for witnesses, and unfortunately, I ran into one that I had him describe the person's general appearance, and I had it sketched, Wan Hongyu said, producing a paper for Qin Feng. Upon opening it, Qin Feng was greeted with a rough outline of a person's features. Though ordinary-looking, this image would certainly aid in their search. Miss Ruan, you truly are a timely savior. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Qin Feng exclaimed joyfully. How about I make a suggestion? Ruan Hongyu smiled. Please, Miss Ruan, Qin Feng encouraged. Why don't you treat me to dinner? It's dark now, and I arrived with quite the appetite, Wan Hongyu teased playfully. Qin Feng found it difficult to resist her charm. Of course, I wouldn't dare refuse your invitation. Where would you like to go? He asked with a smile. I know a Western restaurant. Shall we go there? Wan Hongyu proposed. Absolutely. Please wait for me outside while I catch up. Qin Feng replied cheerfully. What? Do you have something to hide? Wan Hongyu teased. No, not at all. Qin Feng stammered, knowing he could not admit anything even if he had. Just teasing you. I'll be outside waiting. Wan Hongyu said with a smile. As soon as she stepped out, Qin Feng turned to Zhang Hao, saying, Brother, I'm in a bind here. You can't let me lose face in front of a woman. What kind of situation is this? You're going out to dinner with a woman, yet I'm the one footing the bill. Zhang Hao laughed, scolding him while still retrieving his wallet. Oh, come now. Don't be stingy, Qin Feng exclaimed, snatching Zhang Hao's wallet. I'll return it after dinner. Wait, I don't even have money for my own meal, Zhang Hao protested, but Qin Feng had already vanished. Have you been waiting long? Qin Feng asked, somewhat embarrassed, as this was his first dinner with a woman and using his brother's money. Not at all, Wan Hongyu replied, observing him closely. What's the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? Qin Feng asked. Nothing. Let us go, she replied with a smile, though internally she thought. You think you can hide this from me? Just wait and see how I extract the truth from you. Under Wan Hongyu's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the Western restaurant. She had mentioned that I enjoy coming here, but today I'd like to try your taste. What do you like to eat? Wan Hongyu asked. I prefer something simple. A steak and a bottle of red wine will suffice, Qin Feng replied with a smile. All right, I'll have the same, Wan Hongyu said, calling to the waiter. Miss, how may I assist you? The waiter greeted her, clearly recognizing Wan Hongyu. How would you like your steak cooked? Wan Hongyu inquired. Medium, Qin Feng replied. Then 2 medium steaks and a bottle of red wine, Wan Hongyu ordered. Miss, this is quite different from your usual choices. The waiter remarked that a friend is here, so I thought I'd change it up, Wan Hongyu responded with a smile. Sir, you should feel honored that Miss Ruan has chosen to alter her usual order for you, the waiter said as he departed. Next time, I'll try your taste, Qin Feng smiled. It's a promise, Wan Hongyu replied, laughing. Do you often come here alone, Miss Ruan? Qin Feng asked. Yes, and that is why it feels lonely, Wan Hongyu replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. What about your boyfriend or friends? Qin Feng inquired. Boyfriend? Friends? Huh. Do you believe someone like me deserves to talk about them? Wan Hongyu questioned. Miss Ruan, that's not true. You are a renowned figure in Shanghai. If you were to call out, countless young talents would fall at your feet. Why belittle yourself? Qin Feng replied. Those men have never truly cared for me. They only desire my looks. Once my beauty fades, I know all too well what awaits me. Moreover, how many of these so-called young talents would dare to defy convention and welcome me into their lives? The stigma of being an entertainer is an insurmountable barrier, Wan Hongyu said with a bitter smile. Furthermore, I don't regard those supposed young talents. What I want to know is whether Prosecutor Chen would fall for my charms. Wan Hongyu suddenly said with a bright smile that I am currently focused solely on solving the case. Leaving no room to ponder the romantic entanglements of this man and woman, Zhang Feng remarked thoughtfully. Ah, you are merely brushing me off. Or perhaps you find me unworthy, Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. Miss Wan, you misunderstand my intentions, Zhang Feng started, but was interrupted by Wan Hongyu. I was just joking. Officer Chun, let us change the subject, she said with a grin. Oh, you have a close relationship with Dr. Zhang? Wan Hongyu inquired. Indeed, Zhang Feng answered succinctly, yet those two words often conveyed more than 1,000 phrases. Ah, that explains it, Wan Hongyu chuckled. Explains what? Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. Why Officer Chen could snatch Dr. Zhang's wallet and run. Wan Hongyu teased with a laugh. Well, cough. It seems Miss Wan is already aware, Zhang Feng replied, a bit embarrassed. I thought you wanted me to wait outside for some undisclosed reason, but it turns out it was just this matter. It's shameful not to have money to treat a lady. Wan Hongyu questioned. For me, it is indeed quite embarrassing. After all, you are the first woman I have invited since arriving in Shanghai, so I must treat you with respect, Zhang Feng admitted, feeling somewhat bashful. How can you be without even the means to dine? What is your family situation like? Wan Hongyu asked. My parents passed away early, and now I am all alone, Zhang Feng said lightly. The Wan Hongyu sensed the sorrow behind his words. And you? Zhang Feng inquired. We share a similar plight. My parents also died young. If it weren't for my beauty and my ability to sing, I might have perished on the streets long ago. Wan Hongyu said self-deprecatingly. I apologize. I was unaware. Zhang Feng expressed regretfully. You need not apologize. I was the one who brought it up, Wan Hongyu said, laughing. That being said, we cannot compare to that lad Zhang Hao. He was born into a wealthy family and has never known what. Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. That explains why you often borrow money from him. But I am curious, how did you two become such close friends? Wan Hongyu asked. Through shared responsibilities and burdens, and even more so through our mutual beliefs. That is how we became good brothers, Zhang Feng asserted with conviction. How admirable. It seems ideals are indeed a remarkable force. They inspire one to strive for progress and turn impossibilities into realities, Wan Hongyu commented. Much like myself. Although I am at the Bellpock simply to make a living, my lifelong dream has always been to sing. The Bellpock not only provides me shelter, but also allows my musical talents to flourish. Had I come merely for sustenance, I might no longer exist, Wan Hongyu said with a smile. It appears ideals are indeed valuable. However, may I suggest we first satisfy our appetites before continuing our conversation? Zhang Feng proposed with a grin. Why is it so slow today? Wan Hongyu remarked, puzzled. Here comes the waiter. Zhang Feng said as he spotted the server pushing a cart towards them. I apologize for the delay. It has been quite busy today. I hope you enjoy your meal, the waiter said, serving them steak and red wine. No matter, you may proceed with your duties, Wan Hongyu said with a smile, not holding it against him. Try it, and let me know how it tastes, she urged Zhang Feng. Delicious, he replied, savoring a small piece. I too enjoy it. Perhaps I shall indulge in steak more often. Shall we raise a glass in celebration of our newfound common interest? Wan Hongyu proposed with a smile. Certainly, Zhang Feng replied, lifting his glass. How is your investigation progressing? Wan Hongyu inquired. Not much advancement. The portrait you provided today has been a significant breakthrough, Zhang Feng confessed, a hint of frustration in his voice. So this portrait is of great assistance to you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Wan Hongyu teased. Of course. I shall raise this glass in thanks to Miss Wan. I hope you will provide us with more leads in the future, Zhang Feng said with a smile. In that case, you must treat me to many meals, Wan Hongyu replied. Dining with a beautiful woman is indeed a pleasure, provided my finances allow, Zhang Feng noted. You speak the truth, Wan Hongyu teased, pointing at him with a smile. Meanwhile, in Qiao Hai's study, a man dressed in a long robe stood opposite him, and the atmosphere grew tense. Qiao Hai's voice was hoarse, clearly weighed down by the matter concerning Zhou Limin. The man nodded silently. I must ask you something. Did you kill Zhou Limin? Qiao Hai inquired coldly. No, the man replied firmly, not so. I find your words hard to believe, Qiao Hai said, clearly skeptical. The will was something I mentioned only once in passing. No one else was privy to it. The day Zhou Limin came here, none thought to consider it. Who else could it be but you? Qiao Hai lamented. Why would I kill him? Murder requires motive, and I had none. The will you mentioned is irrelevant to me, even if I were to replace it with a fake bearing my name. Who would believe it? No one would trust that you would leave your will to someone else instead of your own son, and I would only bring trouble upon myself, the man stated impassively. Qiao Hai contemplated for a moment. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I hope it is not you. Otherwise, I will not tolerate a murderer in my presence, regardless of who they are. You may leave now. I wish to be alone. Once the man exited the study, Qi Yaohai quickly jotted down a few words on a piece of paper. Sir, where are you going? The butler inquired. I am stepping out for a moment. Qi Yaohai replied hastily. Night is falling. Perhaps you should postpone until tomorrow that I can accompany you. The butler suggested. No need. You all may rest. I can manage alone. Qi Yaohai declined the offer. Upon exiting the Qi residence, he hailed a rickshaw, discreetly whispering the address into the driver's ear. Understood. Please take a seat. The rickshaw driver called, setting off towards the designated location. After a short while, Qi Yaohai arrived, glancing around to ensure he was not being followed before entering. After a brief conversation with the proprietor, he handed over a letter and imparted a few instructions. The proprietor's expression changed upon hearing Qi Yaohai's requests, clearly taken aback. Follow my instructions, Qi Yaohai insisted. After paying the deposit, he retraced his steps. Despite his preparations, unease lingered in Qi Yaohai's heart. He sensed that unseen forces were manipulating the Qi family, aiming to seize their wealth. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and Ruan Hongyu were enjoying a delightful conversation at the Western restaurant, quickly finishing a bottle of red wine. However, their thirst for enjoyment remained unquenched, prompting them to order another bottle. By this point, both were feeling slightly tipsy. Zhang Feng recognized his limits and gently discouraged Ruan Hongyu from continuing to drink. He hailed a rickshaw to escort her back to the Belle Park, while he opted to walk home, considering it a means to sober up. The following morning, Zhang Feng arrived at the investigation bureau, rubbing his slightly aching head with a wry smile. Drinking with women is truly troublesome. What's wrong? Did you overindulge yesterday? Zhang Hao entered, chuckling. I did not drink excessively. We merely shared a bottle between us. Zhang Feng denied. Not too much, yet you're massaging your head. Zhang Hao laughed. By the way, return my wallet, Zhang Hao said. Here you go. It serves me no purpose. Zhang Feng tossed the wallet to Zhang Hao. What about the money? Zhang Hao rummaged through the wallet. All gone, Zhang Feng replied calmly. Gone. How did you spend it? What did you eat yesterday? Zhang Hao questioned incredulously. I hardly ate. It turned out to be just enough to cover the bill. Zhang Feng yawned. You must know how much was in there. Zhang Hao remarked skeptically. I am aware that there was a fair amount, but it is indeed gone. Inflation has rendered that little sum nearly worthless. Zhang Feng shrugged nonchalantly. You're quite the spender. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. Something is amiss. At that moment, Han Jingjing burst into the room. What is it? Must you announce calamities so early? Can't you grant someone a pleasant morning? Zhang Feng said, sipping his tea to regain composure. I just heard that old Mr. Qi has passed away, Han Jingjing said urgently. Excuse me, what did you say? Zhang Feng sputtered, spraying tea he had yet to swallow. But he quickly grabbed Han Jingjing's arm and demanded, Tell me more. You hurt me. Let go quickly. Han Jingjing furrowed her brows and spoke. I apologize. You just mentioned that Mr. Qi has passed away. What happened? Zhang Feng inquired. When I entered just now, I heard someone report that Mr. Qi died this morning. Captain Han has already taken people over there. I came in to inform you, Han Jingjing explained. How could this be? Wasn't he fine when you visited yesterday afternoon? How could he die in just one night? Is it possible that it was murder? Zhang Hao speculated. It's too early to say. Let's not jump to conclusions. We should hurry over and take a look, Zhang Feng responded, now thoroughly shaken by Han Jingjing's news and fully alert. Is your head feeling better? Zhang Hao asked. Of course, it was just a result of intoxication. I'm fine now, Zhang Feng replied. What happened to your head? Han Jingjing questioned. You talk too much. Let's hurry, Zhang Feng retorted impatiently. Make way, he called out as they arrived at the Qi residence, where a large crowd had already gathered. He had to shout continuously to squeeze his way in. Captain Han, what is the situation? Zhang Feng asked upon entering. Qi Yaohai is deceased. We have detained several of his sons and the butler. Han stated. All right, disperse the onlookers outside. They shouldn't be crowding here, Zhang Feng instructed. Pei that moment, Zhang Hao had already taken the initiative to examine Qi Yaohai's body, who was the first to discover Mr. Qi's death. Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to ask. It was I, said the butler, Wang Zhong. Please recount the situation at that time, Zhang Feng urged. The master had a habit of reading in his study every day, so he generally does not come down for breakfast. I would always bring his meals to him. When I went to the study today, I heard the master and Wang Zhong paused abruptly. What were they drinking? Speak up, Zhang Feng pressed, noticing Wang Zhong's anxious expression, likely due to some threat, and continued, Do not be afraid. Speak freely. Do you wish to see your master die without peace? I heard the master arguing with someone. And shortly after, I saw the eldest son leave the master's study. He scoffed at me, and I paid it no mind. When I entered the master's study, I found him lying on the floor. He had already passed away. Wang Zhong's voice trembled with emotion. You lie. I did not kill my father. You are slandering me. Wang Zhong, what are your true intentions? Qi Xingping retorted angrily. Silence, Chen Feng commanded. The butler did not accuse you of killing Mr. Qi. He merely stated you left the study, and then Mr. Qi died. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that Mr. Qi was indeed killed by you? Chen Feng challenged. How could that be? My anxiety is due to my involvement in this matter. I must defend myself. I cannot be falsely accused of murder. Besides, according to the butler, who else could have entered my father's study? Qi Xingping defended himself. Do you not forget? There was another person, wasn't there? Butler? Chen Feng smiled knowingly. Officer Chen, please be cautious with your words. I did nothing. I entered the study and found the master lying on the floor, unresponsive. I checked for a pulse, and when I found none, I quickly called for help. I did not touch the master's body at all during that time. Wang Zhong hastily defended. Butler Wang, do not be anxious. I was merely speculating. It is possible that Mr. Qi died of natural causes. Chen Feng replied with a grin, allowing some tension to ease among the group. Although Chen Feng's expression remained grave, he glanced at Zhang Hao and winked. Zhang Hao immediately stated, "Stop the noise. Mr. Qi still has a faint heartbeat. We must rush him to the hospital. There may still be hope to go." Really? What are we waiting for? Hurry and take him to the hospital. If my father wakes up, it will prove my innocence, Qi Xingping exclaimed excitedly. Wang Zhong quickly added, Yes, as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, we must save the master. The Qi family cannot be without him. However, the second and third sons remained silent, showing no enthusiasm or excitement. Chen Feng observed everyone's reactions closely. Zhang Hao, you take Mr. Qi to the hospital. Han Jingjing, you go with him. The rest of you, stay put. I still need to continue my inquiries, Chen Feng commanded. Eldest young Master Qi. May I ask what you were doing in the study with Mr. Qi? Chen Feng inquired. Qi Xingping looked around, hesitating to speak further. You have no right to remain silent. You must answer my question. Chen Feng insisted that it was about the fake porcelain from yesterday. Qi Xingping gritted his teeth. What fake porcelain? Chen Feng pressed. The matter concerning the fake porcelain that the person we brought in yesterday purchased. Qi Xingping explained, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Speak honestly, Chen Feng demanded. I am telling the truth, Qi Xingping declared, yet he could not meet Chen Feng's gaze, his eyes evasive. Are you only planning to tell the truth in the interrogation room? If that is the case, it will not be so easy. Chen Feng warned that I mean it. Qi Xingping quickly corrected, it concerns the inheritance. Upon hearing this, Qi Ximing and Qi Xinyue turned their attention to Qi Xingping. Clearly intrigued by the topic, while Wang Zhong's expression remained unchanged, Chen Feng inwardly scoffed. Indeed, these three were worthless sons. What inheritance? Be more specific. Chen Feng pressed again. It is about the distribution of the Qi family's assets. I want to know if my father really intends to donate everything. Qi Xingping stated. What did Mr. Qi respond to you? Chen Feng asked. My father did not answer my question. He merely scolded the three of us for being useless. Constantly fixating on the family's possessions, Qi Xingping replied. And how did you end up arguing with Mr. Qi? Chen Feng inquired. I was dissatisfied with his remarks, so I argued back. Qi Xingping admitted. Is that the only reason? Chen Feng questioned skeptically. That is indeed the reason, Qi Xingping replied, now more at ease. Did Mr. Qi have any health issues? I heard he was unwell yesterday, Chen Feng asked. The master suffers from acute asthma. He requires medication year-round, Wang Zhong explained. Where is his medication? I want to see it, Chen Feng requested. Please wait a moment. I will get it, Wang Zhong responded. Shortly after, he returned with a small vial and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened it and examined the contents, saying, I will take this for testing. Officer Chen, please do as you wish, Wang Zhong said. By the way, has there been any recent worsening of Mr. Qi's condition? Chen Feng inquired. Not at all. The master's condition has remained stable. As long as the medication is managed well, there should not be any major issues, Wang Zhong reassured. All right, we will continue our investigation. You are not to leave our supervision for now. We will reach out to you for further inquiries, Chen Feng instructed. Upon leaving the Qi residence, Chen Feng hurried to the hospital. How is it? Have everything arranged? Chen Feng asked. I have already instructed Han Jingjing to handle it. I expect results shortly, Zhang Hao replied. What about you? Do you have any leads? Zhang Hao pressed further. No leads so far. It remains uncertain who the actual murderer is. However, I did learn that Qi Yaohai suffers from acute asthma. And this is the medication he takes. Take a look, Chen Feng said as he pulled out the vial from his pocket. I will examine it when I return. Zhang Hao nodded, tucking it away. It's all set. Take a look. Han Jingjing entered the ward and said to Chen Feng and Zhang Hao. Behind her stood two police officers, who were carrying Qi Yaohai on a stretcher. Is this for real? Chen Feng asked, astonished. It's fake. Qi Yaohai replied. Han Jingjing and the others chuckled. Do not worry. I have secretly arranged for Qi Yaohai's body to be transported back to the Investigation Bureau. No one is aware. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Brother, in the coming days, we will rely entirely on your acting skills. That IT may be somewhat dangerous, but rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Chen Feng reassured. The officer disguised as Qi Yaohai promptly saluted, saying in a strong voice, Prosecutor, rest assured, I will fulfill my duties. Haha, you certainly do not appear to be someone on the brink of death. Chen Feng laughed. Upon hearing this, the officer immediately adopted a look of impending demise. All right, call the doctor. You've ensured confidentiality, right? Chen Feng asked. Rest assured, all necessary matters have been addressed. Zhang Hao nodded. Once the doctor completed the final procedures, everything would be flawlessly arranged. Chen Feng instructed the officers outside. Regardless of what happens, ensure his safety. At least 2 of you must remain to keep watch over him. Understood. The officers replied. It is time for us to return and check on Mr. Qi, Chen Feng remarked to Zhang Hao. Although Han Jingjing had assisted Chen Feng in achieving this, she remained oblivious to his underlying motives. Despite her desire to inquire, she hesitated, fearing Chen Feng might reproach her for being too inquisitive. Throughout the journey, Han Jingjing was engulfed in anxiety. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Given your contributions this time, I shall indulge you, Chen Feng stated, recognizing her unspoken curiosity. Well then, I shall inquire. Han Jingjing said, scratching the back of her head awkwardly. Why are you doing this? Qi Yaohai is already deceased. Why fabricate a falsehood to create an illusion? She questioned, perplexed. This isn't mere trickery. It's a strategy to draw the serpent from its den. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Oh, please do not speak in such cryptic terms. I find it hard to comprehend. Could you simplify it for me? Han Jingjing implored. What he means is that now the murderer is aware that Qi Yaohai is still alive and will likely take further action. At that point, we merely need to wait for the opportunity, Zhang Hao explained, grinning. This is indeed a clever approach, but what if the true culprit does not take the bait? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Moreover, how can you be certain the murderer is among those few individuals? What if the actual perpetrator believes Qi Yaohai is dead and is unaware of your plan? Han Jingjing meticulously analyzed. Indeed, you are becoming increasingly astute. Chen Feng praised with a smile. Of course, I cannot simply learn nothing from you all, Han Jingjing responded with a grin. But you have yet to answer my question. She continued. You are overthinking it. While I am uncertain of the specific individual who killed Qi Yaohai, I am confident the murderer lies among them, Chen Feng asserted. Why is that? Surely there must be a reason. Han Jingjing pressed. There is no particular reason. Perhaps it is merely intuition, Chen Feng replied. You can determine the murderer based solely on intuition. How extraordinary. By that logic, I could rely on intuition as well. Besides, if you conclude a case based on intuition, who would believe you? Han Jingjing expressed her disdain. If you analyze enough cases, you too may glean a hint of inspiration through intuition, Chen Feng said. Feigning mystery. Is it truly that profound? Han Jingjing questioned, still skeptical. Just wait and see. Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. Very well. I shall observe whether your claims hold any merit. Han Jingjing retorted, unconvinced. Han Jingjing, please find someone to draw several copies of this portrait and offer a reward. Publish it in the newspaper, Chen Feng instructed. Understood. But what are you two up to? Han Jingjing inquired. In autopsy. Interested? Chen Feng said playfully. Never mind. I shall just find someone to draw the portrait, Han Jingjing replied. Somewhat terrified, the notion of handling a corpse was truly daunting for her, and despite Chen Feng and Zhang Hao's presence, she could not shake the fear of their potential for mischief. Upon witnessing Han Jingjing's hasty retreat, Chen Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged amused glances, choosing not to dwell on it. Let us proceed and see what information Qi Yaohai may provide us, Chen Feng suggested. The two entered the morgue. Locating Qi Yaohai's body for examination, his complexion appeared somewhat blue and purple, likely a result of asphyxiation. There were no other visible wounds, leading to the conclusion of death by suffocation, Zhang Hao noted. Are you suggesting death by an acute asthma attack? Chen Feng inquired. That is a possibility, but we must also consider murder. While he had a history of this condition, we cannot attribute his death solely to natural causes. External forces can induce similar outcomes, such as covering a person's mouth and nose with a handkerchief or cloth, resulting in breathing difficulties, Zhang Hao elaborated. Are you implying a silk fabric? Chen Feng questioned. Precisely, Zhang Hao confirmed with a nod. Suddenly, Chen Feng had a revelation. He pried open Qi Yaohai's mouth and shone a flashlight inside, discovering something remarkable. What do you make of this? Chen Feng asked, following Chen Feng's flashlight. Zhang Hao noticed a silk thread in Qi Yaohai's mouth, Carefully, he extracted it with tweezers, recognizing it as silk despite the residue it carried. Murder, they both exclaimed in unison, realizing the significance of their find. Do you recall the circumstances at the time? Zhang Hao asked. I have a general recollection, Zhang Feng replied. Please describe it. It may aid our investigation, Zhang Hao urged. I remember the scene was relatively orderly. When we arrived, it appeared to be the primary crime scene, Zhang Feng recounted. Did you notice any similar silk items? Zhang Hao continued his inquiry. None. The ground was clean, devoid of any discarded items. Furthermore, a perpetrator would not leave such incriminating evidence behind. Zhang Feng asserted that it seems we must revisit the scene. Zhang Hao concluded. That was my intention as well. Zhang Feng agreed. Time is of the essence. We must hurry, lest the scene be compromised, Zhang Feng stated. Let us drive, Zhang Hao said, placing the silk thread into an evidence bag as they prepared to leave. Han Jingjing entered, unexpectedly encountering Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao. Where are you headed? She asked. That we are going to the Qi residence to further investigate the crime scene. Zhang Hao replied. May I accompany you? Perhaps I can be of assistance, Han Jingjing proposed eagerly. Then hurry into the car. Time waits for no one. Zhang Feng urged impatiently. That a few minutes later, they arrived at the Qi residence. Upon learning that Qi Yaohai's study had not been disturbed, the trio hurried to the room. What are you searching for? I can help you find what you need, Han Jingjing inquired. We seek a scarf or handkerchief of the same type as this silk thread. Zhang Hao said, producing the thread. What is that sticky substance on it? Han Jingjing asked, noticing the residue and swallowing hard. It is the mucus from Qi Yaohai's mouth. Zhang Hao replied calmly, accustomed to such findings from his work with corpses. However, for Han Jingjing, this was her first encounter with such repulsive material, and she could not suppress her nausea. Covering her mouth, she rushed outside. That I cannot discern whether she came to assist or to create chaos. Zhang Feng remarked, watching her flee with a sigh. For now, we must focus on finding evidence, he added, knowing Han Jingjing's reaction was merely a momentary discomfort and not a cause for alarm. The two men thoroughly searched every corner of Qi Yaohai's study, but found no clues. Could the murderer have taken it with them, leaving nothing behind? Zhang Hao speculated. That is quite possible, but if that is the case, our chances of recovering evidence are nearly non-existent, Zhang Feng replied, feeling anxious. Feeling better after your bout? Zhang Feng asked as Han Jingjing returned. Thanks to my brief respite, I feel much improved, Han Jingjing declared proudly. So your departure served a purpose, Zhang Feng chuckled. Who caused chaos? Open your eyes and see what this is, Han Jingjing exclaimed, brandishing something in her hand. Nothing of interest. I have no desire to look. Zhang Feng dismissed her with a wave of his hand. His focus elsewhere. Should you choose to ignore it, do not regret it later. If you do not want it, I shall discard it, Han Jingjing declared defiantly. Where did you find that? Zhang Hao inquired, his tone laced with excitement. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's enthusiasm, Zhang Feng turned to look at what Han Jingjing held, immediately captivated. Where did you find this? He asked, intrigued. Could this be the stroke of luck they had been seeking? Just a moment ago, I found it in the trash can outside, Han Jingjing explained. Earlier, after spotting the silk thread, Han Jingjing had felt nauseated and rushed to the restroom. On her way back, she happened to glance into a garbage bin and noticed the handkerchief. Initially, she thought fortune had smiled upon her, but upon realizing it was the scarf used to muffle Qi Yaohai, she hesitated. However, wanting to impress Zhang Feng, she overlooked her reservations and returned with it, unaware of the reception she would receive, which left her infuriated. Had it not been for Zhang Feng's apology to himself, Han Jingjing might have truly returned the silk scarf. This the one? Zhang Feng asked, gazing at Zhang Hao as he compared the scarf with a fine thread. Indeed, it is the one that has come loose, Zhang Hao replied. Jingjing, you are incredible, Zhang Feng exclaimed, immediately embracing Han Jingjing and planting a kiss on her cheek before seizing a handkerchief and dashing away. Chapter 45. Brothers in conflict. Zhang Hao merely smiled and followed Zhang Feng out, seemingly unaware of Zhang Feng's earlier impulsive act, still caught up in his excitement. Han Jingjing was taken aback by Zhang Feng's action. Never expecting such a gesture from him. By the time she regained her composure, both Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao had vanished from sight. That scoundrel Zhang Feng, how dare he kiss me? She fumed, stamping her foot. This is the first time a man has kissed me, Han Jingjing murmured, her face flushed. However, she soon realized a pressing issue. Where had Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao gone? Aware of the gravity of the situation, she called out after them. Wait for me. You too. Zhang Feng approached a servant and inquired, do you recognize this silk scarf? The servant shook his head, replying, I do not. You know who typically uses such items in the Qi residence? Zhang Feng pressed on. This scarf is quite valuable. usually reserved for the young masters and the master himself, the servant explained. Very well. Please summon your 3 young masters and the housekeeper. We have matters to discuss. Zhang Feng instructed. Understood. Please wait a moment, the servant replied. Before long, 4 individuals descended, though it was evident that Qi Ximing and Qi Xinyue were not particularly amiable towards Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao. Maintaining a rather frosty demeanor, in contrast, Qi Ximing appeared anxious to prove his innocence, exuding an air of urgency, while Wang Zhong maintained a detached expression. Everyone, I have summoned you here because we have made a significant discovery. While examining old Mr. Qi at the hospital, we unexpectedly found a thread in his mouth, and we traced its origin here in the Qi residence, specifically to this silk scarf. I have just inquired with your household servants, and they confirmed that this scarf is quite valuable, used by old Mr. Qi and several young masters. Therefore, I would like to ask, who is the owner of this scarf? Zhang Feng placed the scarf on a tray for the servant to pass around. This scarf is indeed something we may use, but it is not exclusive to us. The housekeeper also possesses one. Qi Xinyue interjected. Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback by her comment, not expecting her to speak up at that moment. Nor did he anticipate that Wang Zhong would also have a matching scarf. Indeed, the master treats me well. Generally, he provides me with items similar to those the young masters possess, as a token of appreciation for my 2 decades of service in the Qi household. I have always been grateful for the master's generosity, which is why I have carried this handkerchief with me, Wang Zhong stated, producing an identical scarf from his belongings. Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement towards Wang Zhong and then addressed Qi Ximing and the other 2. Now that the housekeeper has confirmed that this scarf does not belong to him, it indicates that it must belong to one of you. Who among you can prove that this scarf does not belong to you? My scarf is in my room, Qi Ximing replied. Mine is also in my room. Qi Ximing and Qi Xinyue chimed in successively. Very well. To establish your innocence, let us have the servants retrieve your respective scarves from your rooms. Zhang Feng suggested. He then turned to the housekeeper, saying, Please select 3 servants to fetch the young master's scarves. Certainly, I will attend to it. Wang Zhong replied. A short while later, the housekeeper returned, stating, The arrangements have been made. Thank you, Zhang Feng said with a smile. The housekeeper smiled in return but remained silent. Soon, 3 servants approached Zhang Feng, presenting 2 scarves. This is the 3rd young master's, and this is the 2nd young master's. Only the servant who had gone to Qi Ximing's room remained silent. Where is my scarf? Qi Ximing demanded sharply. Reporting to the eldest young master, I could not find it, the servant stammered. Nonsense, my scarf was right on the table. How could it be missing? Qi Ximing retorted angrily. That I assure you, I found nothing on your table, and I searched elsewhere as well. The terrified servant insisted. Get out of my way. I will find it myself. Qi Ximing pushed past the servant, heading towards his room. Enough, brother, stop the charade. Did you not hear the servant? Nothing was found in your room. Do you really believe you can find it on your own? I suspect this handkerchief is yours. Why not simply admit it? A true man should own up to his actions. Qi Ximing interjected. Sibling disputes are nothing unusual, he added. What do you mean, second brother? Are you implying that father's misfortune is my doing? Qi Ximing coldly questioned. That I meant no such thing. However, I did not visit father's study. Qi Ximing replied nonchalantly. Humph, you say you mean no harm, yet your words suggest otherwise. Are you not insinuating that I am responsible for father's predicament? If you believe that, then provide evidence. Can a mere handkerchief prove my guilt? If it were truly mine, why would I leave such crucial evidence behind? Surely I would not be so foolish as to leave behind something that could incriminate me. Qi Ximing exclaimed, his emotions flaring. Who knows your true intentions? Perhaps you did this deliberately to absolve yourself of suspicion. Qi Ximing countered, though his tone lacked the previous firmness, indicating he was grappling with the situation. However, Zhang Feng's remark bolstered Qi Ximing's resolve, who stated that the evidence was found at the scene. Is that not a confession in itself? Is it not so? Then where did you find it? Qi Ximing retorted. Do you not know this already? Qi Ximing replied, Second brother, let me make it clear. I did not harm our father. Even if this handkerchief were mine, it would not prove I am the murderer. My room is not the only place accessible to others. Many servants clean it. It is entirely possible that someone else, incited by another, took it without my knowledge. But tell me, second brother, why the urgency to accuse me? Do you have some ulterior motive, or perhaps you orchestrated the theft of this scarf, murdered our father, and framed me for it? Qi Ximing speculated. Young Master Qi, please be mindful. Old Mr. Qi is not yet deceased. Are you cursing your own father? Zhang Feng interjected. Humph, elder brother, your words must be substantiated. Your argument grows increasingly absurd. Setting aside whether you had someone steal your scarf, can you prove you had the time to visit Father S' study? Prior to the incident, only you and the housekeeper were present in the study. Qi Shiming retorted with a cold snort. Chapter 46. Open conflict and covert struggles on the surface. It appears that only the two of us visited. But who is to say no one else entered? For all anyone knows, you could have sneaked in after the housekeeper left and delivered a fatal blow. Who can truly say? Qi Shiming replied with a cold scoff. You accuse me, and now I shall return the favor that I remained in my room the entire time. It was only when the housekeeper called that I joined everyone in Father S' study. Qi Shiming stated, aware that he had become ensnared in this predicament, which was decidedly unfavorable for him. He needed to find a way to clarify his position. Who can vouch for your whereabouts? Qi Shiming retorted coolly, my room has always been a sanctuary from interruptions. You are well aware of this. Qi Shiming replied, so. No one can attest to your alibi. That implies you are a suspect. Qi Shiming sneered. Humph, you are grasping at straws. Qi Shiming shot back icily. And you are equally as guilty of that. Engaging in nonsensical arguments, Qi Shiming retorted, his tone equally unyielding. Have you both finished your exchange? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Qi Shiming and Qi Shiming fell silent. Your bond is truly remarkable. As the saying goes, striking is affection, cursing is love. Without conflict, there is no satisfaction. Surely, both of you must feel quite exhilarated at this moment. Zhang Feng continued with a grin. Officer Chun, please maintain a serious demeanor. This concerns my father's life and death. Qi Shiming replied coldly, you are aware that this matter is of grave significance to your father. Yet, as you two bicker, who genuinely cares for old Mr. Qi? You both exhibit such commendable filial piety. Zhang Feng remarked with a cold smile. Moreover, it seems you have shown indifference to old Mr. Qi's situation since the moment I stepped through the door. Even when we stated that old Mr. Qi was not deceased, you displayed no signs of is this how a son ought to behave? Zhang Feng questioned sternly, fixing his gaze on Qi Shiming. Our father-son relationship is strained. There is no need for pretense. Qi Shiming replied flatly, define sentiment about the lack of pretense. You care so little for appearances that it seems the second young master has a genuine disposition. I suspect that your reluctance to feign concern stems from thoughts of something else. Zhang Feng scoffed at what thoughts? I am unaware. Qi Shiming asked curiously. Are you concerned that once Mr. Qi awakens, he will discover the true identity of the murderer? Regardless of who the perpetrator may ultimately be, if it is not one of the three brothers, you will face an additional competitor. Rather than this, it may be more beneficial to allow Mr. Qi's demise to serve your interests. After all evidence points to Qi eccentric. By eliminating him, your share of the inheritance will increase. Do not tell me that my conjectures are unfounded, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, that was my thought at the time, Qi Shiming admitted candidly, acknowledging Zhang Feng's earlier statement. You have a heart of stone. Second brothered, I am your elder brother. Must you really wish for my demise for the sake of money? Qi Shiming retorted, enraged that I regard you as my elder brother, yet you perceive me merely as your younger sibling. Spare me the talk of familial bonds. To me, wealth holds far greater significance, were the roles reversed. I suspect you would not act any differently, if not more cunningly, that I must learn much from you. Dear brother, Qi Shiming boldly expressed his thoughts. Beast, Han Jingjing muttered softly, though her voice, the only female presence in the room, could not be overlooked. Miss, if you wish to berate me, do so loudly. I can accept it without issue. Qi Shiming responded nonchalantly. Humph, a cold-blooded beast. Han Jingjing seethed, gritting her teeth. Calm down, Jingjing. Zhang Hao interjected, I cannot maintain my composure in the presence of such scum. My temper is beyond control, Han Jingjing replied. Contain yourself. Consider the investigation. Zhang Feng turned to say. Humph, I will allow you this reprieve, but beware, I might just shatter your skull, Han Jingjing threatened, when I first arrived. I noticed the third young master also appeared indifferent. I wonder what your reasoning is. Do you, like the second young master, wish for this incident to implicate the eldest young master, so you can claim a share? Zhang Feng inquired with a smile. That is not the case. Qi Shiming quickly clarified that I was taken aback by my father's death, hence my lack of response. I see it as though the third young master possesses a timid disposition. Zhang Feng remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, he is rather timid. The steward Wang Zhong interjected. Zhang Feng glanced at Wang Zhong and then addressed the three brothers. Let us conclude for today, but we shall return to continue our inquiries. Of course, if you receive any information, do not hesitate to share it with us. Steward, may I suggest we converse in your quarters? I fear that our discussions here may be overheard, Zhang Feng proposed. His demeanor shrouded in mystery. Certainly, Though my room is rather humble, that I apologize for any inconvenience, Wang Zhong replied with a smile, leading the way. Please, have some tea, Wang Zhong offered as he poured for the three. Thank you, Chen Feng acknowledged. Officer Chen, feel free to inquire about anything. I shall divulge all that I know, Wang Zhong stated. Was there anything unusual about Mr. Qi prior to the incident, specifically during the time from my departure until this morning? Chen Feng asked. There was nothing out of the ordinary, though he did go out in the evening. That I am unaware of his destination, Wang Zhong replied. That asked the steward. Do you not accompany Mr. Qi when he ventures out? Chen Feng pressed. Usually, I do. But yesterday he seemed in a hurry and did not allow me to accompany him. He hailed a rickshaw and departed, returning shortly after to his room, Wang Zhong explained. And how do the three young masters relate to one another? Chen Feng inquired. Well, as you can see, their relationship is quite strained. That it cannot be said that they wish each other dead, but they are far from the closeness one might expect. Particularly the eldest and second young masters. Their rivalry is constant, while the third young master is somewhat less involved due to his youth, Wang Zhong lamented. Chapter 47. Observe further. Given this context, the actions of these two brothers today are not without reason. The offspring of affluent families truly engage in intricate schemes, Chen Feng noted. However, their relationship is quite complex. It is not solely characterized by conflict. Wang Zhong continued. Oh, what do you mean by that, steward? Chen Feng asked. I have a thought I am unsure whether to voice. Wang Zhong hesitated. Steward Wang, you must understand that before us, there can be no concealment. Every word you utter may serve as a crucial clue in this investigation. If you possess knowledge, you must share it with us, Chen Feng urged earnestly. Alas, I have only heard snippets. Initially, I dismissed them as mere jest. However, upon witnessing the incident involving the master, my concern grew. That I feel a sense of obligation to disclose this information, yet I fear repercussions from the Qi family if I do, Wang Zhong confessed. Visibly conflicted, Steward Wang, I understand that some matters may seem trivial to us, but for those involved, it requires immense courage to reveal. Rest assured, we will safeguard your safety, should you disclose what you know. We will ensure your identity remains confidential. What do you think? Chen Feng offered. Given that, if I remain silent, it would indeed betray the master's trust. I shall share what I know, Wang Zhong resolved. Yesterday afternoon, while you and the master were speaking downstairs, I stepped out of the study and happened to see the second young master hastily retreating to his room. His anxious demeanor led me to believe something was amiss, and I intended to inquire further. However, I then witnessed the eldest young master entering the second young master's room. Typically, we servants should not intrude upon their quarters, yet these two seldom enter each other's spaces. Given the second young master's unusual emotional state, I could not resist eavesdropping at the door, and what I overheard was unexpected, Wang Zhong sighed. Unexpected in what way? Chen Feng pressed. I overheard the eldest and second young masters conspiring regarding some inheritance matters. They mentioned a phrase about the small-minded are not gentlemen, and a man without poison is not a true man, suggesting that should the master take drastic measures, they would not hesitate to retaliate, since you arrived after the master had reprimanded them. I initially assumed they were merely venting their frustrations. Yet, the following morning, the master was found in distress, Wang Zhong divulged. What? Han Jingjing gasped in shock. These two are even worse than beasts. I shall teach them a lesson. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. Jingjing, calm yourself, Chen Feng called out. I cannot remain calm. If they are capable of uttering such words, what else might they be capable of? I firmly believe Mr. Qi's death is connected to them, and I must confront them, Han Jingjing declared. What will you ask? Why they spoke as they did? Chen Feng retorted angrily. Precisely, Han Jingjing affirmed. Use your brain, if you would. If you confront them now, it will be evident that Wang Zhong informed us that you not see the folly in this. Chen Feng lamented. Finding the handkerchief does not equate to intelligence. It simply requires keen observation. That if you claim to be clever, then consider this. We agreed not to disclose Wang Zhong's statements, yet you intend to confront them while we are still present. That not an indication that it was Wang Zhong who revealed this. Chen Feng elaborated. Han Jingjing fell silent. Moreover, if you approach them based solely on Wang Zhong's words without concrete evidence, how do you expect them to confess? If one of them happens to be guilty, your actions could scare them into silence, complicating our inquiries further down the line. Your impulsiveness jeopardizes our future investigations. Chen Feng advised earnestly. I apologize. I did not think it through, Han Jingjing admitted, taking Zhang Hao's reminder to heart. Stay put and refrain from acting recklessly or speaking out of turn. Understood? Chen Feng instructed. Understood, Han Jingjing replied, resembling a child who had been scolded. Wang Zhong. Does this imply that Qi Xinping and Qi Xinming hold significant suspicions in this case? Chen Feng inquired that I did not state that. I merely relayed the information. Do not misconstrue my words, Wang Zhong said, shaking his head nervously. Fear not, Steward Wang. Your insight is invaluable. We will analyze it thoroughly, Chen Feng reassured him with a smile. Do you have anything further to add, Steward Wang? Chen Feng asked. Not at the moment, though perhaps in a few days I will recall something else, and I shall inform Officer Chen then, Wang Zhong replied. Well, since that is the case, we shall not disturb you further. We take our leave, Chen Feng said. Very well. Allow me to see you off, Wang Zhong replied as they exited the main gate. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao walked ahead, while Han Jingjing trailed behind alone. Who do you think among these individuals possesses the most motive for murder? Zhang Hao inquired. It is difficult to ascertain. According to our evidence, Qi Xinping is a prime suspect. However, he did not speak falsely. That silk scarf could very well have been stolen by someone else to frame him. Everything remains uncertain, Chen Feng sighed. I find Qi Xinming to be rather composed, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. Indeed, he is quite unperturbed, indifferent to the life and death of his own father. Is there anything more indifferent than that? Chen Feng chuckled. I notice you are not inferior to Han Jingjing in this regard, Zhang Hao teased. People often possess a righteous disdain for societal wrongs. As a justice-seeking investigator, I am no exception, Chen Feng replied with a grin. Look over there, that butler Wang just came out, Han Jingjing whispered. What is he up to? She asked, now that we are outside. How could we possibly know? However, there is a way to find out, Chen Feng said. What method? Han Jingjing queried. Let us follow him and see, Zhang Hao suggested with a laugh. What are we waiting for? Let's move quickly, Han Jingjing urged. Why the haste? We are tracking him, and we are certainly not faster than the main subject. If we rush, we might expose ourselves. Besides, we are driving, and our vehicle is conspicuous. We need only follow at a distance and ensure he does not slip away. Chen Feng explained. I truly wonder how you managed to track anyone in the past. Chen Feng shook his head. Do not underestimate my tracking skills. I am quite adept, Han Jingjing retorted defiantly. Enough of your banter. If you continue, Wang Zhong will vanish, Zhang Hao said with a laugh. Humph, who desires to argue with him? He is the one always seeking to provoke me, Han Jingjing replied, turning her head away. This time, Chen Feng remained silent, starting the vehicle and gradually following Wang Zhong. Although the distance was considerable, they could still discern his movements. Where on earth is he going? Han Jingjing fretted. You could always ask him directly. I believe he would tell you, and then you can return and inform us, Chen Feng suggested with a smile. A good woman does not quarrel with men, Han Jingjing shot back, but instead focused her gaze on Wang Zhong. The destination of this road is. Let me think, Han Jingjing said, raking her fingers through her hair. Appearing quite anxious, the sensation of forgetting something lingering at the tip of her tongue was truly unpleasant. It leads to a hospital. You do claim to know the ins and outs of Shanghai streets. Chen Feng chuckled. I simply remembered too much and got it mixed up. Han Jingjing explained. Is he going to visit Qi Yaohai? Zhang Hao asked. It is a possibility, Chen Feng replied. What is there to see in a corpse? Han Jingjing remarked. He is not as clever as you. Realizing that Qi Yaohai has already passed away, we must be cautious. Do not let slip our plans lest we find ourselves ensnared, Chen Feng said, maintaining his gaze forward. Indeed, Jingjing, your temperament can be quite impulsive at times. You must learn to manage your emotions. An uncontrolled outburst could disrupt our plans significantly. This is not only beneficial for your health, but can also aid our investigation. Zhang Hao added. Fine, I shall temper myself, but there are moments when certain people's arrogance truly irks me, and I am tempted to confront them, Han Jingjing said, glancing at Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng chose not to respond. Fear not, justice will be served in due time. Do not let their arrogance vex you. Even if you were to confront them, it would ultimately bear no fruit, and you might even find yourself facing legal repercussions. Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. I can hardly tolerate the brazen demeanor of certain individuals. Just because they possess a modicum more knowledge than others, they feel entitled to flaunt their superiority. If I, too, possessed such abilities, I would not be inferior to them, Han Jingjing provocatively stated. Zhang Hao recognized that she had redirected the conversation towards Chen Feng and thus opted for silence. Here we are, Chen Feng calmly announced as he parked the vehicle. After exiting, Han Jingjing attempted to open the door, but found it locked. You scoundrel, I am still inside, she shouted, banging on the glass. She exerted all her strength, fearing her voice would not carry enough to alert them. Hand me the keys, Zhang Hao said, approaching with a smile. Chen Feng tossed the keys to him and continued on his way. Zhang Hao opened the door for Han Jingjing. You two truly are a pair of delightful rivals, he remarked as he closed the door behind her. Who wishes to be his rival? He is the one who locks me inside, Han Jingjing exclaimed in frustration. As they approached the hospital room, they spotted Wang Zhong engaged in a heated argument with a police officer. What is happening here? Zhang Feng inquired. Good day, prosecutor, the officer replied. This gentleman insists on entering the patient's room. But you instructed that no one aside from medical staff is permitted inside, hence our dispute, the officer explained. Butler Wang, are you here to see old Master Qi? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Indeed, the master remains unconscious, and as his servant, I am gravely concerned that I humbly request you to allow me to at least catch a glimpse of him from the doorway, Wang Zhong pleaded earnestly. Understand, it is not our intention to be unfeeling. The officer is merely stating the facts that I indeed instructed that no visitors be allowed while the patient is in such a precarious state. His condition is critical that if everyone were to enter, it could hinder his recovery and even worsen his condition. Additionally, old Master Qi is a crucial witness in this case, and his consciousness directly impacts our ability to identify the perpetrator. We are also concerned that an assassin might infiltrate under the guise of a visitor. Zhang Feng explained that I am fully aware of this, but my concern for the Master's health is paramount. I have served him for over 20 years, and even under your watchful eyes, it would be challenging for anyone with ill intentions to act. Moreover, I ask only to see him from the doorway. Without disturbing him, Wang Zhong argued. Your loyalty is evident, as old Master Qi himself has expressed greater trust in you than in his own sons. While I am cautious with others, I feel assured regarding you. However, for the sake of the patient, I can only permit you to view him from the entrance that I hope you understand. Zhang Feng responded with a smile. No, I am grateful for your trust, prosecutor, I only wish to see him from the doorway. Wang Zhong expressed with gratitude. Please open the door and allow Butler Wang to enter, Zhang Feng instructed. Yes, sir, the officer replied, opening the door. No, I am fine watching from here, Wang Zhong said after glancing inside. Retreating instead, Butler Wang may enter. Zhang Feng encouraged with a smile that I appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish to burden you further. My desire has been fulfilled, and I shall take my leave now, Wang Zhong stated. Take care, and we shall not see you off, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Do you think Wang Zhong could be the murderer? After all, he was present in Qi Yaohai's study. Zhang Hao speculated. Absolutely not. Han Jingjing interjected vehemently. Please elaborate, Zhang Feng asked, genuinely curious. Look at how devoted Wang Zhong is to his master. How could he possibly be a murderer? It is his 3 ungrateful sons who concern me. Just thinking about them infuriates me, especially the youngest, who concocts such absurd lies. Even a 3-year-old would not believe such nonsense, let alone us. Han Jingjing scoffed disdainfully at this juncture. I find myself somewhat in agreement with Han Jingjing's perspective. I do not believe Wang Zhong to be the murderer. His lengthy tenure of over 20 years with the Qi family is one aspect, yet more significantly, he lacks any motive for murder. Analyzing Qi Yaohai's 3 sons, regardless of which one it may be, even the timid youngest, they all possess a motive for killing, as they are Qi Yaohai's progeny. With his demise, the family fortune would inevitably fall into their hands, which casts a shadow of suspicion upon them. Conversely, I truly cannot fathom what motive Wang Zhong could possibly have, Zhang Feng remarked. However, humans are often adept at masquerading. We are the most skilled creatures at disguise. And at times, we may be deceived by their facade, Zhang Hao noted. I understand. But after observing Wang Zhong yesterday and today, I feel he is not a person of false appearances. His words carry a degree of reliability. Zhang Feng replied. I believe we should focus our attention on Qi Yaohai's 3 sons. I am convinced the perpetrator must be one of them, Han Jingjing asserted. One cannot be dogmatic in solving a case, as it may mislead one's investigative direction and easily lead to wrongful convictions. Zhang Hao stated solemnly. I understand. Han Jingjing responded quietly, although Han Jingjing typically greeted Zhang Hao with a beaming smile. His seriousness instilled a certain fear in her, a phenomenon one might call the balance of power. In a slightly dilapidated cottage on the outskirts of the city, 2 young men were partaking in some drinks. If Zhang Feng were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for one of these men was the very murderer of Zhou Limin. Damn this misfortune, stuck in this godforsaken place day after day. When will it come to an end? Little Chui from the Yihong courtyard must be missing me by now, one of the youths lamented. Just as he finished speaking, a voice from outside pierced the air. What's this? Can he endure a single day here? How do you expect to make a fortune if you're so restless? What awaits you outside is likely not the longed-for little Chui, but the guillotine. Who's there? The 2 men immediately became alert upon hearing the voice from outside. It's me, the one bringing money, The man replied softly, "Do, it's the boss. Please, come in," the other young man said, opening the door with a smile. "With food and drink, life is quite pleasant." The man chuckled. "If only we had a woman to accompany us, it would be perfect." The earlier youth grinned lewdly. "Listen, third brother. Stop fixating on that wench from the Yihong courtyard. You have no idea how many men she has been with, and women can easily complicate matters that it's best if you distance yourself from her. Otherwise, you might expose yourself to danger," the man said bluntly. "Don't talk nonsense. Little Chui loves only me," third brother retorted, his displeasure evident upon hearing such words about his beloved. "Loves you? I suspect she loves your money more. In that line of work, who can claim their body is untarnished? Who can honestly profess to love someone? Don't forget who you are. Without sufficient wealth to support her, it's better to part ways sooner rather than later, lest you be toyed with," the man continued, disregarding third brother's darkening expression. Seeing the tension escalate, the other young man quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, let us keep things civil. Harmony breeds prosperity. Boss, what brings you here today? Is there something for us to do?" he inquired. "Indeed, there's a task for you both. I've learned that Qi Yaohai is not dead. He is currently in the hospital. Therefore, you must go there and eliminate him to prevent future troubles," the man asserted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, we will handle it. Last time, third brother took care of Zhou Limin. This time, I will go," the other young man declared. However, he had his reasons. Third brother was in a foul mood, which could lead to mistakes that would be disastrous. "No, fourth brother," the man countered. "This time, you both must go together. But, boss, it's just an old man on the brink of death. Why expend so much effort?" Fourth brother questioned in confusion. "Do you not understand? Qi Yaohai is a critical witness in this case. If he regains consciousness, the murderer will inevitably come to light, and the police will invest significant resources in his protection. If you go alone, it may not be so easy to approach him. Even if you succeed by a stroke of luck, escaping may prove difficult. Thus, you both must cooperate. One should divert the police while the other strikes from the shadows." "I want to ensure complete annihilation," the man said, making a slashing motion across his throat. "Smart thinking, boss. Which ward is he in, and how do we gain entry?" Fourth brother asked. "That I will research the details and inform you later. For the time being, stay out of sight. The atmosphere is tense, and I cannot spare the effort to rescue you if you get caught," the man replied coldly. "Rest assured, we adhere to our own code in this profession and will not burden our employer. Besides, we're counting on you to make a fortune," fourth brother said with a grin. "Take care of yourselves," the man warned, glancing at third brother before tipping his hat low and exiting. Chapter 50. Seeking the murderer Zhang Hao. For the next few days, pretend to perform surgery on Qi Yaohai. Call over Qi Yaohai's 3 sons and Wang Zhong. I suspect that the murderer will take action then. Currently, the culprit is merely biding their time. Even if they wish to kill Qi Yaohai, they lack the opportunity. Since they cannot act, we shall create the opportunity for them," Zhang Feng said with a sly smile. "All right, I will expedite the arrangements." Zhang Hao replied with a grin. Han Jingjing, for the next few days, accompany Captain Han in searching for the whereabouts of the assassin, Chen Feng instructed. "Why?" Han Jingjing asked. "No reason. It's an order," Chen Feng stated blandly. "I refuse. You have no authority to command me. I am not part of your investigation bureau," Han Jingjing retorted. "Because you possess an extraordinary eye for detail. You excel at observation. Just consider how you casually noticed that silk scarf. This makes you exceptionally suited for this task. Perhaps while strolling down the street, a mere glance may lead you to discover the murderer. You are the perfect candidate," Chen Feng smiled. "To be honest, even Chen Feng himself found it hard to believe his own words. But he had no other choice. He had to deceive this Navi girl. Just as she had said, I am not part of the investigation bureau. You have no authority over me. Oh, forgive me. Ha. You're just trying to fool me," Han Jingjing scoffed. "But since you put it that way, I will agree." She confidently patted her chest. "Now that's more like it. We must not delay. I suggest you head out immediately. Who knows, you might just encounter the murderer, and if so, you'll earn great merit," Chen Feng urged, pushing Han Jingjing towards the door. "But it's not that simple." Han Jingjing mumbled, yet she displayed eagerness. "What did you just tell Jingjing? She seems quite elated." Zhang Hao inquired with a smile as Han Jingjing stepped outside. "I assigned her an important task, to hunt down the murderer of Zhou Limin," Chen Feng said, sipping water and feeling relieved. "What? You sent her to find the murderer? That's an important task?" Zhang Hao expressed disbelief. "Alas, I worry she might inadvertently spill our plans, rendering our entire strategy futile. Thus, I concocted a reason to send her away. As for the reason, it was merely a casual fabrication. She can do as she pleases. That I never expected her to genuinely find the culprit, Zhang Feng chuckled. Huh, you may have said it casually, but I doubt she will take it lightly. You know her. She is quite earnest. Once she commits, she will see it through. That I'm starting to worry about the consequences if she discovers your deceit. Zhang Hao remarked with a chuckle. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There's always a way out, Zhang Feng said, dismissing the troublesome matter. What's the worst that could happen? Could she possibly devour me? He laughed. Not devour you, but she certainly won't let you off easily, Zhang Hao replied. Forget about her for now. By the way, how are the arrangements for the surgery coming along? Zhang Feng inquired, shifting focus from the troublesome issue. It's all set, Zhang Hao confirmed. Have you informed the chief family? Zhang Feng continued to ask. They have been notified, Zhang Hao replied. Excellent. Now, we await the big catch. Zhang Feng smiled. Hey, Jingjing, what brings you here? A young police officer greeted Han Jingjing shortly after she arrived at a bustling street. Don't even mention it. That infuriating prosecutor Zhang Feng sent me out to assist you in searching for the murderer. Han Jingjing fumed. She had just been pushed out the door by Zhang Feng when Han Jingjing began to feel a pang of regret. In this vast sea of humanity, where could she possibly find that murderer? How could she have been so impulsive as to agree to his request? How could the prosecutor impose such a burdensome task on a girl like her? Hey, Jingjing, you should rest over there, the police officer said, feeling sympathetic towards her. How can that be? Han Jingjing replied with conviction. Since I have promised that wretched Zhang Feng, I must follow through. I, Han Jingjing, am a woman of my word. If I were to rest on the side and he caught sight of me, or if word reached his ears, he would surely look down on me. I cannot allow that to happen. Besides, the more people we have, the stronger we become, she declared with an air of confidence. Yet, the anguish in her heart was hers alone to bear. That detestable Zhang Feng, how dare you deceive me? If I ever get the chance, I will make you pay dearly. It's all right, Jingjing, that we have enough personnel here, so don't worry that I won't say a word, the young officer reassured her. If only everyone in the police station had your compassion. How wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, there are always a few bad apples, Han Jingjing remarked. But it's not that I don't trust you. Rather, I must earn Zhang Feng's respect, so I cannot tarnish my reputation. You understand? However, deep down, Han Jingjing was thinking, if you persuade me a bit more, I might just agree. Nonetheless, she felt disappointed. All right then, Jingjing, since you were so insistent, I won't press the matter further. Your determination truly commands our admiration. But do take care of your health. Otherwise, you may not withstand it, the young officer said before taking his leave. Goodbye, Han Jingjing replied with a forced smile. The smile felt painfully insincere, the more she thought about it. The angrier she became. She genuinely wanted to rest, yet she could not afford to be lazy. However, amidst the throngs of people, old, young, male, female, she could not find the one she sought. Heavens, where have you hidden him? Han Jingjing exclaimed in frustration, pointing skyward. Mommy, look over there. There's a human statue. Her pose is so unique. At that moment, Han Jingjing had just finished striking a pose when a tiny voice broke her concentration. What? Have I become a statue? She thought, quickly retracting her pose and fleeing. Mommy, why did she run away? The little girl asked, puzzled. She's a bit strange, the mother replied, almost causing Han Jingjing to stumble. Chapter 51. The surgery scheduled for the following day was not only known to the Qi family, but had also attracted attention from various individuals in society. For Qi Yaohai was a prominent figure whose every move was scrutinized. Naturally, the murderer, aware of this information, would not remain idle. Upon receiving the news, he promptly visited the residence of the two hired assassins. Boss, it's me, the fourth, the man announced as he entered. The surgery is set for 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So you expect us to disguise ourselves as doctors and eliminate Qi Yaohai during the operation? The fourth inquired. No, during the surgery, there are too many eyes around. Making a move there would be akin to playing with fire, the boss cautioned. What do you mean then? Speak plainly. We are simple men and do not grasp your convoluted speech. The third interjected, his tone harsh, still irked by the previous day's events. After the surgery, you will enter and proceed as discussed yesterday. However, you must infiltrate and monitor Qi Yaohai's room before 3 o'clock to prevent any police tricks. The man instructed, don't expect me to help you sneak in. I lack the means. Fine, we'll figure it out ourselves, the fourth replied, scratching his head. Understood? The man concluded. Rest assured, we know what we are doing, the fourth affirmed. All right, I must take my leave. You all need to strategize how to ensure perfection, the man said, departing under the cover of night at 1 o'clock the following afternoon, a sickly young man, supported by another. Arrived at the hospital and sat in a corridor chair. The ailing man coughed incessantly while casting furtive glances at Qi Yaohai's hospital room. These two were, of course, the hired assassins from the night before. At 2 o'clock, Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao arrived at the hospital, soon joined by the 3 male members of the Qi family and Wang Zhong. Everyone, while there is still time, if any of you are the murderer, I suggest you confess now. Otherwise, when old Mr. Qi awakens and inquires, it will be all the more awkward for you, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Who would admit to such a thing? Let's wait until my father wakes up. Qi Shiming retorted. Well, if you refuse this opportunity, we shall wait for old Mr. Qi to awaken, Zhang Feng replied. Prepare yourselves, he instructed Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao glanced at his watch. It was now 2:30. He rose to change into his surgical attire, while Zhang Feng and the Qi family members waited nearby. At 3 o'clock sharp, Qi Yaohai was wheeled into the operating room, with Zhang Hao as the lead surgeon and 2 nurses by his side. Feeling a bit anxious, are we? Zhang Feng quipped, no one responded. But he observed their expressions closely. Despite their varied reactions, none exhibited signs of anxiety or tension. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao emerged, prompting everyone to rise and look at him expectantly. The surgery was a success. Old Mr. Qi should awaken tonight, at which point we will discover who the true culprit is, Zhang Hao said, exhaling in relief. However, his words suggested that the murderer had a few more hours to act rather than reassuring everyone that Qi Yaohai was out of danger. Thank you for your hard work. Please take some rest, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Zhang Hao instructed his team to wheel Qi Yaohai into the ward, deliberately allowing him to blink as they did so. Everyone observed closely. It was a performance well executed by Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao. I just saw Dad blink. It seems he is going to be fine, so my grievances can finally be cleared. Qi Xinping exclaimed joyfully. You seem quite pleased, Zhang Feng remarked with a grin. Of course, once my father wakes up, he can reveal the true culprit, and I won't have to endure being labeled a murderer by certain individuals. Qi Xinping said, casting a glance at Qi Xinming. Are you not worried that old Mr. Qi will awaken and accuse you of attempting to kill him? Zhang Feng countered. Why should I be afraid? I have acted righteously and can stand tall. What is there to fear when I have done nothing wrong? Qi Xinping responded confidently. If that is the case, perhaps you have been wronged indeed. Zhang Feng conceded. Let us wait for my father to speak before you say that, lest you attract accusations from certain individuals, Qi Xinping replied. Oh, I need to use the restroom. Is that all right? Should I have a few officers accompany me? You never know, he added. We have no interest in that. Just make it quick, Zhang Feng said, eager for someone to act independently, which could signal the assassin. Qi Xinping appeared quite cheerful as he hummed a tune and left. Soon after, he returned to the group. You all can stay to the side. We will keep watch here, Zhang Feng instructed the Qi brothers. The 3 brothers stepped into a large office, sitting in silence. After such an ordeal, their relationships had soured, and each harbored the thought that if the other 2 were eliminated, the Qi family's fortune would be theirs alone. Before long, a doctor approached, pushing a medical cart while clad in a white coat and mask. Changing the dressings, the doctor calmly stated to Zhang Feng. Changing what dressings? Zhang Feng inquired, eyeing the medical cart. Why so silent? He chuckled. The man appeared bewildered, unsure of how to respond, as he was unaware whether Qi Yaohai was hospitalized due to illness or injury. The boss had not shared such details. This individual was indeed the 4th, who had seized the opportunity, knocked out a random doctor, and donned the disguise, only to discover it was a grave mistake. Do you wish to flee? Zhang Feng seized the 4th's wrist with a smile. The 4th, startled, had not anticipated that his cover would be blown before he even entered the room. That he struggled free, forcefully pushing the medical cart aside, seizing the opportunity to escape. You 2 stay here and guard the door. The rest follow me, Zhang Feng commanded, determined not to let the murderer escape easily. Chapter 52. The escape of the murderer, leaving 2 men to guard the door. The rest followed Zhang Feng out. The commotion naturally drew the attention of Qi Xinping and his companions, who rushed out to inquire. What happened? Qi Xinping asked. There's an assassin, a young officer replied coolly. Ah, then we must chase after him, Qi Xinping exclaimed in alarm. Inspector Chen has already taken a team to pursue him. We are left here to keep watch, the young officer explained meticulously. Oh dear. How can just a few of them suffice? Qi Xinping said, and ran out. The young officer did not attempt to stop him, knowing this was all part of the slow unfolding of events. If you have nothing pressing, you should return quickly. Please do not disturb us while we execute our duties, the young officer stated. Naturally, Qi Xinming and the others did not share Qi Xinping's inclination to pursue the assassin and return to the office instead. At that moment, the youngest brother pretended to be an ailing patient passing by the ward, pausing briefly to glance inside. What are you staring at? Move along, Another officer urged, "Sir, I can't find my ward. Could you assist me in locating it?" The youngest brother pleaded pitifully. Zhang Hao, nearby, chuckled at the youngest brother's performance. "This is not your ward. You should find someone to help you," the young officer replied. "We are on duty and cannot assist you in finding a ward. Your act is rather transparent." "Very well," the youngest brother said, turning to leave. However, as he turned, he quickly spun back and struck the two young officers on the neck with swift blows. He hastily opened the door and spotted Qi Yaohai lying on the bed, preparing to shoot when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Indeed, two of them. Upon hearing the male voice, the youngest brother could not afford to hesitate. He spun around and fired several shots at Zhang Hao, taking advantage of Zhang Hao's evasive maneuvers to immediately aim at Qi Yaohai's heart. Unfortunately, the young officer was struck in the process. Upon seeing the young officer shot in the chest, Zhang Hao swiftly executed a flying kick that sent the youngest brother's gun flying. The youngest brother, realizing his task was complete, made a hasty exit through the window. Zhang Hao lifted the blanket to find the young officer bleeding profusely from the chest and urgently sought out a doctor. Pushing the young officer into the operating room. "Officer Zhang, I heard gunfire. What transpired?" Wang Zhong hurriedly inquired that Mr. Qi was attacked. Zhang Hao replied, his voice tinged with pain. "How could this happen? Wasn't there a police presence here? What is the condition of the elder?" Wang Zhong continued to ask. "It's uncertain. He is in surgery after being shot in the heart." Zhang Hao explained. "I won't trouble you further. I need to go in and see," he added. Zhang Hao followed suit, having studied related matters himself. Inside the operating room, the doctor was working frantically. "Doctor, how is the patient?" Zhang Hao asked. "The patient was shot in the heart, but fortunately, the bullet missed it by a centimeter. Otherwise, even divine intervention would be futile," the doctor replied. "So, there is a chance for survival?" Zhang Hao asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. "There should be, but do not harbor too much hope. A gunshot wound to the heart is far more complicated than elsewhere," the doctor cautioned. "Please, do everything you can to save him," Zhang Hao implored. "Rest assured, we will do our utmost," the doctor assured him. Zhang Hao stood vigil, feeling that if this young life were to extinguish due to his oversight, he could never forgive himself. "What is the outcome?" Zhang Hao asked as the doctor set down the scalpel. "We have succeeded, but the patient is gravely injured and will require rest," the doctor informed him. "Thank you, doctor, but when you leave, I must ask you to tell a little fib." Zhang Hao sighed with relief. "A fib?" the doctor queried, puzzled. "Yes, for this individual is a crucial witness in the case. If you announce that he is out of danger, it may attract further assassins, hindering his recovery. Therefore, I must ask you to state that he has succumbed, and we will find a means to arrange a concealed room for him. What do you think?" Zhang Hao proposed. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," the doctor conceded. "What happened?" Wang Zhong inquired upon seeing Zhang Hao and the doctor exit. "That I'm afraid the surgery was unsuccessful, given the location of the bullet." "We could do nothing," the doctor said, betraying his conscience before departing. "Master," Wang Zhong cried, tears streaming down his face. Although Qi Xinming and Qi Xinhua did not weep, there was a hint of sorrow on their faces. What transpired? Chen Feng returned empty-handed, just in time to witness Wang Zhong's grief, prompting him to ask. Zhang Hao approached Chen Feng and briefly recounted the events. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Hao in shock. "I never expected such a lapse, allowing the assassin to escape. The elder truly has passed. Officer Chen, you must capture the true culprit to appease the elder's spirit," Wang Zhong sobbed. "Steward Wang, please accept my condolences. This time, we have failed to protect him," Chen Feng expressed apologetically. "Bring Steward Wang and the others back to the residence," Chen Feng ordered. Once the others departed, Chen Feng asked, "What occurred? How did the assassin manage to escape?" "I was careless. Young Li was shot in the chest, and the assassin leapt through the window. I was so focused on Young Li's injury that I did not have time to pursue the assassin, allowing him to flee," Zhang Hao lamented. This was indeed a significant failure. Not only had they not captured the assassin, but one of their own had also been injured. "There is no need for you to feel guilty. This is not your fault. We underestimated our opponent," Chen Feng reassured him. "By the way, is Young Li all right?" Chen Feng asked. "He is stable now, but will need rest," Zhang Hao replied. "That is good to hear," Chen Feng said, feeling somewhat relieved. "What about your end?" Zhang Hao inquired. "The assassin got away. That boy clearly had an escape route planned all along," Chen Feng said, his anger palpable. "It is indeed frustrating that with so many people, we failed to apprehend a single assassin. I have already arranged for Young Li. You need not worry about anything else," Zhang Hao said. "I trust you to handle it," Chen Feng smiled. "After we depart, did anything unusual occur here?" Chen Feng asked. "Nothing out of the ordinary. During this time, Qi Xinping ran out, Claiming he was off to help chase the assassin, Zhang Hao chuckled. This performance is becoming increasingly entertaining. I wondered why I didn't see him earlier. Zhang Feng laughed. It seems we should await his return, Zhang Feng remarked as he looked at Zhang Hao. That is precisely my intention, Zhang Hao replied. Why are only the two of you here? Where are the others? Zhang Hao's words had barely finished when Qi Xinping rushed in, exclaiming, They have already left. We are waiting for you, Zhang Feng said. Waiting for me? For what? Qi Xinping asked, puzzled. Of course, we are waiting for you to go to the Qi residence, Zhang Feng replied. No need to wait for me. I know the way home. I can return on my own. Qi Xinping insisted that I worry you might take a wrong turn. Come with us, Zhang Feng urged at that moment. The second and third young masters of the Qi family, along with Wang Zhong, were seated on the sofa. Normally, Wang Zhong would not have been present, but his position in the Qi family was extraordinary, having earned the deep trust of Qi Yaohai in life. Everyone is here. That works out perfectly. I need not send for anyone else. Zhang Feng remarked upon entering and seeing the three seated in the hall. Very well, Mr. Qi has passed away. The deceased is gone, and though we are all deeply saddened, our immediate priority is to identify the murderer. I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. Please share your perspectives, Zhang Feng proposed. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, he felt three piercing gazes directed at Qi Xinping beside him. Qi Xinping instantly sensed the tension and asked, Why are you all looking at me? Do you suspect I orchestrated my father's murder? If not you, then who? You are the only one who stepped out briefly. While it was only for a few minutes, it was enough time to relay a signal to the assassin. The eldest master, after all, is your biological father. How could you possibly do such a thing? Steward Wang Zhong accused, tears in his eyes. Steward Wang, your words require substantiation. I stepped out merely to use the restroom. How could that be construed as signaling the assassin? Qi Xinping retorted urgently. Humph, if not you. Then who? Are we to believe it was one of us? The steward speaks truth. You are the only one who went out, and you are the only one who left the hospital. Explain yourself. Qi Xinping pressed further. Am I not wronged? I merely went to the restroom, and upon returning, trouble ensued, and you blame me for orchestrating my father's murder? Why did you not send someone to follow me back then? Now that trouble has arisen, you seek to lay blame at my feet that I went out because I saw there were few guards. I aim to assist, not for any other purpose. Qi Xinping defended himself. Humph, regardless, the assassin has escaped, and father is dead. All is lost to the void now. Whatever you say will be accepted, Qi Xinhua interjected suddenly. Old 3, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that whatever I say is the truth? I just stated that I did not have our father killed. Do you believe it? Qi Xinping exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his voice. Indeed, it is quite coincidental. You were only in the restroom for a brief moment when the murderer appeared. This sequence of events is highly illogical, and you ought to clarify this for everyone. Zhang Feng replied that I have nothing to explain. It's simply too coincidental. Qi Xinping responded calmly. Yes, too coincidental, to the extent that it is hard not to believe you are involved. Zhang Feng remarked, if you insist that I am guilty, then present your evidence. If you can prove that I orchestrated my father's murder, I will confess. Otherwise, I refuse to take the blame, Qi Xinping declared. Subsequently ignoring the group and returning to his room. Did you see that? That's the behavior of someone who is guilty. He dares not face us and is deliberately avoiding the issue, Qi Xinping pointed out. Gesturing toward Qi Xinping's retreating figure. All right, let us leave it at that for now, Zhang Feng suggested. This time, we've truly suffered a great loss, Zhang Feng remarked as they exited, gazing at the Qi family's entrance. We were overly complacent. While we anticipated they would merely send a single assassin, we were prepared. Yet, it was precisely our overconfidence that led to our failure. Regardless, we still have hope, Zhang Feng added. Do. What makes you say that? Zhang Hao inquired. I believe this incident allows us to temporarily rule out Qi Xinping as the culprit, Zhang Feng explained. Why is that? Zhang Hao asked. Because the timing of this murder coinciding with Qi Xinping's brief absence from the scene is truly suspect. It appears too coincidental for him to have signaled the assassin, which suggests he might not be the actual murderer. Zhang Feng articulated. Do you genuinely believe this was mere coincidence? Zhang Hao probed. Indeed, Qi Xinping is not foolish enough to exploit this opportunity to alert the assassin to kill Qi Yaohai. If something went awry, all suspicion would inevitably fall upon him, which would be detrimental to his interests. He would not act so recklessly, even if he harbored intentions against Qi Yaohai, for it would be akin to walking into a trap, Zhang Feng replied. But what if he deliberately played on our psychology to orchestrate these events? He could anticipate our responses and use this narrative to deflect blame, Zhang Hao contended. You raise a valid point. However, We must not forget that he initiated these actions before the assassin killed Qi Yaohai. How could he be certain that the two assailants would escape? Even the most meticulously devised plans can have flaws. If either of them were captured, it would hasten his exposure, Zhang Feng chuckled. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Thus, we still hold some hope. It seems we have not yet reached a point of despair. However, while our focus has narrowed, it has also become muddled. Previously, we at least had a clear target. Now we are uncertain. Could it be Qi Xinming, Qi Xinyue, or even the least likely suspect, Wang Zhong? Zhang Hao pondered. Sometimes, the least likely candidate may indeed be the true culprit, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Are you suggesting it could be him? Zhang Hao asked. Just a thought, Zhang Feng replied with a grin. Chapter 54. Quite well done, third brother. That was incredibly satisfying. We had those police officers dancing to our tune. Old 4 exclaimed in the small hut, addressing Old 3. In my opinion, those officers are utterly useless. Despite their numbers, they still couldn't protect us. Old 3 scoffed as he clinked glasses with Old 4. Indeed, no matter how skilled the police, they are powerless against us. Old 4 concurred. Do not let your guard down. A man's voice echoed from outside. The boss is here. I'll go open the door, Old 4 said. As he opened the door, the man tossed a bundle of cash, saying, Well done, here's your reward. Thank you, boss, Old 4 exclaimed, quickly snatching up the money. Thanks, but I'll only say this begrudgingly, Old 3 added. For the sake of the money, I'll speak to you. There's no need for thanks. This is merely what you deserve. If you perform well, I will not shortchange you, the man replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of affluence. As long as you have tasks for us, we will execute them flawlessly, Old 4 said flatteringly. Killing Qi Yaohai was merely the first step. The next phase must now be implemented. Come closer, the man instructed. Once they leaned in, he whispered the next part of the plan. Do you understand? Understood. We will prepare accordingly, Old 4 affirmed. Good. Before I leave, let me remind you. Do not underestimate the investigation team, should you fall into their hands. My entire plan will be jeopardized. Be cautious. A prudent approach is always wise, the man cautioned before departing. Once he was gone, Old 3 grumbled, always going on and on. Third brother, mind your words. Be wary of eavesdroppers. Old 4 quickly covered his mouth. What's there to fear? If it comes to that, I'll just quit. I can't stand this nonsense anymore. Old 3 retorted. I know you're still upset about that day. But don't let it affect your judgment. I genuinely believe what he said holds some truth. No matter how harshly it was delivered, I also think you and that girl, Xiao Chui, don't have a future together. Once we finish this big job, perhaps you should find a good woman to settle down with, Old 4 advised earnestly. You make it sound easy. Have I not thought about finding a woman? But our lives are perilous. It's not a life for anyone. If I had a woman, I'd constantly worry for her safety and have to hide everything from her. That would only lead to mutual exhaustion. It's far more exhilarating to roam the world with you, my brother. When we have money, we can enjoy ourselves. When we're broke, we'll find ways to earn. That's the way to go, Old 3 said with a bittersweet smile. Yet this is not a sustainable plan, Old 4 remarked as he returned to his bed. How goes the search? Zhang Feng inquired as Han Jingjing entered. Don't even mention it. There are so many people on the streets, yet not one resembles that assassin, Han Jingjing replied, shaking her head. Well, if you had found him, they wouldn't have gone to the hospital to commit murder today, Zhang Feng pointed out. What? They went to the hospital to kill someone. Damn it. Han Jingjing cursed. By the way, was anyone injured? Han Jingjing asked. Xiaoli was shot in the chest, but fortunately, it was not life-threatening. Otherwise, we would have suffered a disastrous loss, Zhang Feng reflected, lamenting the close call. Had the assassin not acted in haste, Xiaoli might have been a corpse by now. The consequences of such actions were indeed severe. These murderers are incredibly audacious, daring to shoot in a hospital. If I catch them, they will regret it, Han Jingjing seethed. Thus, this matter relies on you, Zhang Feng smiled. Rest assured, I will find that assassin, Han Jingjing vowed resolutely. Do not look at me with that expression. I am sincere. I know you have deceived me with sweet words before, but I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. This time, I am serious. I cannot let Xiaoli suffer that gunshot in vain. I must apprehend the culprit. Han Jingjing, I must say you look particularly beautiful today, Zhang Feng complimented with a grin. What do you mean? Was I not beautiful before? Han Jingjing glared at him. Of course not. You misunderstood. I meant you look exceptionally beautiful today, which implies you were beautiful before, Zhang Feng clarified with a smile. I didn't realize you were so smooth-tongued. But I was born beautiful. I won't become less attractive just because you don't flatter me enough. So, don't waste your breath with insincere compliments. I'm not swayed by that, Han Jingjing retorted. Haha. Zhang Feng, Who would have thought you'd find yourself in this situation? Zhang Hao chuckled from the side. What are you doing? Chen Feng asked as he saw Han Jingjing turning to leave. What else? I'm going home to sleep. I need to recharge for tomorrow's search. Han Jingjing replied tersely that I haven't provoked her, have I? Chen Feng said to Zhang Hao. Who knows? Perhaps you inadvertently said something wrong? Zhang Hao teased that, I'm exhausted. I'll head to bed, Zhang Hao said, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. The next morning, Chen Feng and Zhang Hao arrived at the Qi residence and asked a servant, Where is your young master? I am uncertain. It seems he went out early this morning. The servant replied. Went out? Do you know what he went out for? Also, did he leave alone or with someone else? Chen Feng continued to inquire. Well, I am merely a servant. The young masters never inform us of their whereabouts when they leave, and we never inquire about their movements. However, I do know he went out alone. The servant responded, Do you recall his expression when he left? Was it relaxed or rather anxious? Zhang Hao asked. He appeared quite at ease, though I wasn't paying close attention at the time, the servant said. Chapter 55. Confronting the killer. What about the other young masters in your household? Chen Feng questioned. The second young master seems to have left quite early as well, even before the eldest. The third young master is at home, the servant replied. All right, do not mention our visit to them, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, the servant acknowledged. What do you think about Qi Xingping? Why did he take a letter with him? Chen Feng asked, somewhat perplexed. That indeed defies logic. Typically, one discards a letter after reading it. Unless it contains something of significance, perhaps he wished to confront the person he was meeting without being detected. Or maybe the inviter requested him to keep the letter, Zhang Hao speculated. This is quite troubling. We currently have no idea where to find him, Chen Feng sighed. I am now somewhat concerned for him. Since we have temporarily ruled out the possibility of him being the murderer, he may very well become the next target, Zhang Hao remarked with worry. What you say is highly plausible. Let us return to the investigation bureau and search for Qi Xingping and Qi Ximing throughout the city. Chen Feng instructed Zhang Hao. The two hurried back to the bureau, neglecting to rest. Chen Feng immediately addressed Han Su. First, instruct the team to cease searching for the killer and focus on locating Qi Xingping and Qi Ximing. I fear that if we delay, their lives may be in jeopardy. Understood. I shall do so at once, Han Su replied. Just as he turned, he collided with a young officer. Prosecutor, we just received a report from the Shunfeng Hotel. A body has been discovered there, the officer stated. Chen Feng promptly turned to Zhang Hao. It seems our fears have been realized. Let us go and investigate, Chen Feng declared. They quickly arrived at the Shunfeng Hotel, where the owner was anxiously waiting at the entrance. What is the matter? Chen Feng inquired. Officer, this morning our staff went to clean the rooms and found a corpse in room 204, the owner explained nervously. Do you recognize the individual? Chen Feng asked. That I do not, but it appears to be a wealthy young master, the owner replied. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged alarmed glances. Could it possibly be one of them? They hurried to room 204, where chaos reigned. On the floor lay Qi Xingping. Indeed, it is him, Chen Feng muttered as he struck the doorframe with his fist. The body still retains some warmth. It seems he died only about 20 minutes ago. Zhang Hao observed. From the wounds, it appears he was struck on the head with a heavy object. The lamp there likely caused his death. Zhang Hao indicated towards the fallen lamp. Chen Feng approached, lifted the lamp, and remarked, there are bloodstains on it. It seems to be the murder weapon. By the way, didn't he leave with a letter? Where is that letter? Chen Feng suddenly recalled. Let us search for it, Zhang Hao said, rummaging through Qi Xingping's clothing while Chen Feng scoured the floor, but it's not on him. Perhaps the killer took it, Zhang Hao speculated. Perhaps, Chen Feng sighed in frustration, just as he was about to give up. He noticed a corner of paper peeking from under the sofa. Picking it up, he exclaimed, this must be it. Zhang Hao took the paper and remarked, is it related to the inheritance matter? Could it be Qi Ximing? We cannot confirm that yet. Let us continue searching for new clues, Chen Feng replied. They searched the disordered room, and soon Zhang Hao held up a bloodied wristwatch. Look at this. At Qi Xingping's? Chen Feng asked. It doesn't seem so. A watch shows signs of wear over time, yet Qi Xingping's wrist bears no such marks. This must belong to the killer, Zhang Hao concluded. Do you have any other findings? Chen Feng inquired. Nothing on my end, Zhang Hao replied. It appears we must gather information from the owner, Chen Feng stated. Owner, we wish to know who registered this room, Chen Feng asked. Let me check, the owner said. Retrieving the ledger. It was registered under someone named Qi Ximing, and it appears he has a long-term stay. The owner informed them shortly after. Qi Ximing. Are you certain you did not make a mistake? Chen Feng probed. No, it is clearly written in black and white. The owner handed the ledger to Chen Feng, who confirmed the name was indeed listed. You know this Qi Ximing? Chen Feng questioned. I do not. The room was registered by a staff member, and I was only made aware of the situation after it occurred, the owner explained. Then who was watching over here? Zhang Feng pressed. That would be me, a nearby staff member replied. You were here the entire time? Zhang Feng asked. Yes, except for a brief moment when I went to the restroom, the staff member answered. When was that? Zhang Feng inquired. Around 7 o'clock, the staff member responded. Did you see anyone enter? Zhang Feng continued. Many people come and go, the staff member said. Did anyone who wasn't a guest come looking for someone? Zhang Feng clarified that no. We usually inquire if we see someone who appears out of place, the staff member replied. All right, you may go for now, Zhang Feng said. Do not disturb the scene. We will return for further investigation. Zhang Feng instructed the owner. Let us go to the Qi residence. Zhang Feng directed Zhang Hao. Damn killer. How infuriating. I had to come out early just to stroll the streets, Han Jingjing grumbled, lost in thought. She did not notice a man ahead of her until she collided with him. Ouch, she exclaimed, clutching her head. Watch where you're going. Can't you see someone is in front of you? The man cursed. You. Han Jingjing was about to retort, but fell silent upon seeing the man's face. What terrible luck, he muttered before walking away. What a stroke of fortune. I was just looking for you, and here you are. You dare to scold me? Just wait. I shall deal with you properly, Han Jingjing whispered, cautiously following the man, who was none other than the third brother. Chapter 56. Finding a base upon arriving at the Qi residence. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao promptly summoned Qi Xinyue and Wang Zhong. To their surprise, Qi Ximing also appeared. Where have you been? Zhang Feng asked upon seeing Qi Ximing. Just out for a stroll. Qi Ximing replied nonchalantly. Where exactly did you stroll? Zhang Feng pressed. That is hard to say. I went wherever seemed fun. Why? Are you going to question that too? Qi Ximing retorted. This was your freedom, but now that Qi Ximing is dead, you must clarify your every action, Zhang Feng stated. What? My brother is dead? Qi Ximing exclaimed in shock. Indeed, he was just murdered today. Now, you must explain what you were doing. Zhang Feng demanded. That I merely took a walk nearby and returned. Qi Ximing said, somewhat uneasily. You were lying. You were not just wandering about but were at the Zhang Feng Hotel. Am I correct? Zhang Feng asserted. How could you know? Qi Ximing realized his slip and quickly halted. However, this only served to intensify his guilt. How would I know, indeed? Zhang Feng smiled. Qi Ximing fell silent. Take a look at this, Zhang Feng said, handing Qi Ximing the paper. Upon reading it, Qi Ximing's expression soured. That fool took this with him. Yes, I did go to the Zhang Feng Hotel, but I did not kill him. It is true we had a disagreement, but just because I met him does not mean I murdered him. You need evidence, Qi Ximing defended himself. Always with the demand for evidence. You think we lack it? Very well, let me present some, Zhang Feng said, producing the bloodied wristwatch. This belongs to you, does it not? We found it at the crime scene. It is mine, but I lost it several days ago. I wasn't wearing it today, Qi Ximing insisted. Lost again? Don't you think that excuse is getting rather old? Qi Ximing's handkerchief has gone missing, and your watch is also unaccounted for. Could it be that the Qi family has invited a thief, or is it simply that domestic thieves are the hardest to guard against? Zhang Feng remarked with a cold smile. This could indeed be a possibility. After all, this watch cannot definitively prove that I am the murderer. It could very well be a frame-up, Qi Ximing replied. A clever frame-up, indeed so. Might I inquire what you were doing at the Zhang Feng Hotel? Zhang Feng questioned. I was discussing matters with my elder brother, Qi Ximing responded. Were you negotiating the division of the Qi family's assets? Zhang Feng chuckled. Precisely, Qi Ximing admitted. You certainly have some audacity. The old gentleman has yet to be laid to rest, and instead of assisting in capturing the culprit, you are busy dividing the estate. Truly, a band of dutiful sons and grandsons, Zhang Feng retorted with sarcasm. This is none of your concern. Handling the culprit is your duty. Otherwise, why should we keep you around? Are you merely here to enjoy a free meal? Qi Ximing shot back. I must say, your tongue is quite sharp, but are you aware that as long as the murderer remains at large, you will be a suspect, since only the two of you were present in room 204 of the Zhang Feng Hotel? Zhang Feng stated. And what of it? I had an unpleasant discussion with him and left before he did. What transpired afterward is beyond my knowledge, Qi Ximing replied. What did the two of you discuss? Zhang Feng inquired. I was solely focused on dividing the inheritance, including the share of the third sibling. Although he agreed to divide it, we ultimately disagreed on how to do so, and in my frustration, I left, Qi Ximing explained. You two brothers are rather impressive, conspiring behind my back to seize my portion of the inheritance. Qi Xinyue interjected angrily upon hearing Qi Ximing's words. How do you intend to divide it? Zhang Feng asked. I initially planned to take a larger share of the third sibling's inheritance so that it would align closely with his assets. Why should he? being the eldest, receive more? However, he disagreed and insisted on an equal split. I argued that since I proposed it, I should receive a larger portion, but he countered that the proposal's origin did not matter. What mattered was who would enforce it. Furthermore, he did not trust me regarding the inheritance. So we ultimately could not reach an agreement, Qi Ximing said calmly. Did you notice anyone suspicious in the vicinity when you left? Zhang Feng asked. I did not pay attention. I was quite enraged and oblivious to my surroundings. Qi Ximing replied naturally. Apart from the two of you, was there anyone else in the room? Perhaps someone you were unaware of? Zhang Feng pressed further to know. Qi Ximing stated. How can you be so certain? Think it over carefully. Zhang Feng urged that I am certain. I have rented that room for a year and have stayed there several times, so I am well aware of its conditions. It is impossible to hide someone there. The only potential hiding spot is behind the curtains, but there is a gap between the curtain and the floor where someone's feet would be visible. Moreover, one could discern a silhouette behind the curtain. Qi Ximing explained. Have you checked outside the window? It is on the second floor, which could easily conceal a killer. Zhang Feng queried. I did not consider that at the time, Qi Ximing admitted. Please refrain from going out for now. Stay at home, Zhang Feng instructed. Are you placing me under house arrest? Qi Ximing protested indignantly. We are not confining you. It is for your safety, regardless of whether you are the murderer, as the heir to the Qi family's fortune. You would attract attention, unless you are indeed the murderer, in which case your life would not be at risk, and you, Qi Xinyue, should also remain indoors. Zhang Feng cautioned that we shall return to the Shunfeng Hotel. Zhang Feng instructed Zhang Hao. Han Jingjing followed the third brother, observing as he meandered through winding paths, unsure of his destination. After traversing a concealed grove, Han Jingjing watched from a distance as the third brother entered a dilapidated cabin. At last, I have discovered your hiding place. In a wonder I could not find you. It turns out you were here. Thankfully, I made a note of it. Otherwise, I might have truly forgotten my way back. Han Jingjing triumphantly declared. Chapter 57. Re-examining the crime scene, I will hide behind the curtains, and you can verify if Qi Ximing is correct. Upon arriving at the Shunfeng Hotel, Zhang Feng said to Zhang Hao. Very well, Zhang Hao replied. The two entered the room and approached the curtains. Zhang Hao remarked. I believe we need not conduct an experiment. Qi Ximing's assertion appears valid, which we overlooked at the time. Since Qi Ximing speaks so confidently, let us rule out his suspicion of murder. However, if there is indeed a killer, where might he be hiding? Could he truly have been waiting by the second-floor window? Zhang Feng pondered that I will go down and check. If I can find footprints, we can ascertain whether he entered from here, Zhang Hao stated. Very well, you go check, Zhang Feng replied. The latch has been tampered with. It seems the killer entered through here, Zhang Hao observed. He then opened the window and carefully climbed down to the second floor. What do you see? Zhang Feng inquired of Zhang Hao. There are 2 footprints here, Zhang Hao reported, yet there are no handprints. That is peculiar, Zhang Hao added. Come back up, Zhang Feng instructed. It appears the killer entered through here. The absence of handprints suggests he may have concealed something intentionally. Zhang Hao speculated. It may not be so simple. Your earlier statement could be a ruse, Zhang Feng said, furrowing his brow. A ruse? What do you mean? Zhang Hao asked. You mentioned that the latch had been tampered with, which could indicate that the killer did this deliberately to create the illusion of having entered through the window, murdered Qi Ximing, and then escaped via the same route. That we need not discuss whether the sound of the window opening would have alerted Qi Ximing. Let us consider that this window was not opened from the outside. In other words, only someone inside could have opened it. The fact that you only found 2 footprints suggests the killer may have left them intentionally to mislead us. He could have entered through the door. We cannot dismiss the possibility that he escaped through the window, Zhang Feng reflected. However, we have overlooked one detail. The window may have been opened beforehand, which is also a possibility, Zhang Hao noted. That could be true, which is why we find ourselves puzzled. We must clarify this matter with the staff, Zhang Feng concluded. The two quickly sought out the manager. Excuse me, was the window in room 204 opened beforehand? Zhang Feng asked. Not to my knowledge, but let me check, the manager replied. Lu, come here for a moment, the manager called to a staff member. Was the window in room 204 opened beforehand? The manager queried. No, it was not. The winds have been strong these past few days, and I have checked thoroughly, especially in the unoccupied rooms, Lu said, sounding a bit nervous. You needn't be anxious. We are merely inquiring. Zhang Hao reassured him with a smile. Does only your establishment possess the key to room 204? Zhang Feng asked. No, for clients on a long-term stay, we provide them with a key for convenience. So they need not check in each time they arrive, the manager explained. Have any keys gone missing recently? Zhang Feng inquired. None, as all keys are kept here, and only the staff can access them when working to hand them to guests. Regular individuals cannot enter, the manager clarified. What is the name of the street behind the second-floor window? Zhang Feng asked. Pingley Street, the manager replied. Thank you for your assistance, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Upon exiting the hotel, Zhang Feng remarked, now that we know there is another key to this room, which is in Qi Ximing's possession, and that the Shunfeng Hotel is not at fault. If Qi Ximing opened the window this morning and the killer entered through it to commit the murder, then Qi Ximing is indeed a prime suspect, at the very least. He is in cahoots with the murderer if he did not open the window and the key is not in his possession. It implies that someone had accessed his room prior to this. However, this remains uncertain. Unless someone stole the key the previous night, entered the hotel to open the window, and then returned the key to Qi Ximing. There is another possibility. If the key is with Qi Ximing, the killer may have escaped through the window. Based on your hypothesis, if Qi Ximing's key were stolen, he would likely have noticed it unless he was drugged and remained unaware. Zhang Hao speculated with a smile. Therefore, our immediate priority is to ascertain whether Qi Ximing lost his key yesterday, Zhang Feng asserted. What are we waiting for? Let us act without delay, Zhang Hao replied eagerly. Upon arriving at the Qi residence, Zhang Feng instructed a servant to summon Qi Ximing. What is it now? Qi Ximing asked irritably, having been roused from sleep. Did you lose the key to your room at the Shunfeng Hotel yesterday? Zhang Feng inquired. No. Qi Ximing replied without hesitation. Think carefully. Perhaps you were in a deep sleep and did not hear anything. Zhang Feng urged that I need not ponder, for I did not manage to sleep at all last night. I have been suffering from insomnia these past few nights, thus I generally compensate during the day, Qi Ximing remarked, stifling a yawn. Did you tamper with the window when you arrived this morning? Zhang Feng inquired once more. No. I merely exchanged a few words with my brother upon arrival. Why would I meddle with the window when I have nothing better to do? If you continue to pose such trivial questions, I shall retire to my room for some rest, Qi Ximing retorted, covering his mouth. Go ahead and sleep. Zhang Feng replied. Oh, you suspect Qi Ximing to be the murderer? Zhang Hao asked. For now, we cannot completely rule him out, as it is plausible he escaped through the window after killing Qi Ximing. Of course, there is also the possibility that the murderer devised a way to open the door after Qi Ximing departed, killed Qi Ximing, and then fled through the window, or perhaps escaped through the door. All these scenarios remain uncertain, Zhang Feng elucidated. Which scenario do you find more plausible? Zhang Hao queried. It's hard to say. Zhang Feng responded. After a busy morning, we should return to the investigation bureau. I wonder what breakthroughs Han Jingjing and the others have made, Zhang Feng mused. Finding someone amidst this vast sea of people is no easy task. Zhang Hao chuckled. Chapter 58. Capturing the murderer. Upon returning to the investigation bureau, Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao found Han Jingjing seated anxiously in a chair. Han Jingjing, what troubles you? Zhang Feng inquired with a smile. Hurry, I have made a significant discovery, Han Jingjing exclaimed eagerly. What revelation could that be? Have you apprehended the murderer? Zhang Feng teased that I have not captured the murderer, but I have located their hideout, Han Jingjing declared. Excitement evident in her voice. Truly, that is remarkable. Zhang Feng exaggerated. Of course, do you not know who I am? Han Jingjing replied with pride. Yet you seem to wear an expression of disbelief. I assure you, I speak the truth, she insisted. Then tell us how you made this discovery. Zhang Feng encouraged with a grin. Oh dear, we are short on time. Let us discuss while we walk, Han Jingjing suggested. Were you discovered? Zhang Feng asked. No, Han Jingjing affirmed resolutely. If that is the case, why the urgency? They cannot escape, Zhang Feng remarked. You still doubt me? I have toiled tirelessly to find them, only to be met with your ridicule. Zhang Feng, I am quite vexed, Han Jingjing retorted, her frustration palpable. That I believe Jingjing is sincere. She has likely made a genuine discovery. Let us trust her this once. Zhang Hao interjected with a smile. It is not merely likely. It is a certainty, Han Jingjing asserted firmly. Should you not believe me this time, you will regret it, she warned. Captain Han, gather the team and follow Han Jingjing to find the murderer, Zhang Feng instructed Han Su. Shortly thereafter, Han Jingjing led a dozen officers on their way. Now, do share how you identified the murderer, Zhang Feng asked with a grin. It was pure coincidence that I encountered him on Dongxing Street, and as I looked up, I caught sight of his face. I did not disturb him, but quietly followed, Han Jingjing explained. You mean Dongxing Street, not Pingley Street, Zhang Feng clarified. Absolutely Dongxing Street. I remember it clearly, Han Jingjing insisted. Is it possible this is the murderer? Zhang Hao pondered. I cannot say for certain. If it were on Pingley Street, it might still be plausible. However, since it occurred on Dongxing Street, he would have had to have already moved there, Zhang Feng noted. By the way, how far apart are these two streets? Zhang Feng inquired. There is a noticeable distance, Han Jingjing replied. When we examined Qi Xinping's corpse, we learned he had only died half an hour prior. If the murderer jumped from the window and rushed to Dongxing Street without pause, half an hour should suffice. Chen Feng reasoned. If he is indeed the murderer, that should be adequate. Zhang Hao concurred. Yet we cannot simply assert that this individual is Qi Xinping's killer based solely on his appearance on Dongxing Street and our conjectures. Zhang Hao continued to know, we possess physical evidence, the 2 footprints on the wall. If we can apprehend them, we can compare the footprints to determine their identity. Chen Feng argued. It appears Jingjing has made a significant contribution this time, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. Hurry up. Chen Feng urged the officers following behind. Following Han Jingjing's markings, they swiftly located the grove. Oh, you see that small house? I witnessed the murderer enter there. Han Jingjing pointed. Everyone, be cautious and surround the house. Chen Feng whispered. Old 4. Do you hear something? Old 3, who was drinking, suddenly asked Old 4. What are you talking about? Perhaps you've been a bit too sensitive lately, getting startled by the slightest noise. Old 4 shrugged off. Perhaps, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling, Old 3 replied. Could it be that girl you bumped into stirring your thoughts? Old 4 chuckled. But to be honest, she is quite attractive if I weren't in a hurry to return. I might have found a spot to entertain her. Old 3 laughed. Just then, Han Jingjing reached the small door and overheard Old 3's comments, recognizing his voice from their earlier encounter, seizing a nearby officer's gun. She kicked the door open and shouted, Freeze! Police! Startled by this sudden intrusion, Old 3 and Old 4 quickly exchanged glances and darted in opposite directions. Han Jingjing, unfamiliar with firearms, closed her eyes and fired a shot as the 2 men dodged. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had been strategizing, felt a jolt of alarm upon hearing the gunfire. He quickly drew his weapon and rushed to the small house, where he saw Old 3 aiming a gun at Han Jingjing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng tackled Han Jingjing to the ground, disregarding everything else as he fired at Old 3, striking his wrist and causing the gun to clatter to the floor. Just then, Zhang Hao rushed in, pointing his gun at Old 4 and commanded, Don't move. If you make a move, I will shoot. Old 4 immediately raised his hands in surrender. Arrest the 2 of them. Zhang Hao instructed the officers behind him, who fired first. Chen Feng asked Han Jingjing, who was just getting up. I did, after he insulted me. Han Jingjing replied defiantly, Oh, you even know how to handle a gun. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? Had I arrived half a minute later, you would have been a corpse. Chen Feng admonished sternly. He insulted me, and I could not bear it. Han Jingjing defended herself. That is no excuse. Nothing is more important than your life. You could have chosen to ignore his words, but if you had lost your life, it would have been too late. I have told you countless times that your impulsiveness could lead to your downfall, that I had hoped you would find the murderer and receive credit for it. But it seems your recklessness has overshadowed any merit. Chen Feng said, visibly upset. Humph, I have no interest in your accolades. Han Jingjing snapped, turning to storm away. Jingjing is a girl. How could you speak so harshly? Zhang Hao interjected. I only wish for her to learn. You know her temperament. She might not heed my warnings if I speak gently. If she does not learn a lesson now, who knows what chaos she may invite in the future? Her impulsive nature will inevitably lead to trouble. Chen Feng stated. Chapter 59. Interrogation. Enough of this. Do not let your anger linger. I will go talk to her. Chen Feng sighed. You all take the suspects back, he instructed. Jingjing, where are you going? Upon exiting, Zhang Hao spotted Han Jingjing walking alone and hurried after her. It's nothing, just taking a stroll. What brings you here? Han Jingjing asked. Jingjing, Chen Feng spoke rather harshly earlier. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not stay angry. Zhang Hao said. Why does he not come apologize himself? Han Jingjing replied. Fuming. By me apologizing, it shows that he acknowledges his tone was heavy, but it does not mean he was in the wrong. In fact, I believe he acted correctly. Zhang Hao argued. So you think I was in the wrong? Han Jingjing glared at Zhang Hao. I initially thought you were different from him. It seems I was mistaken. You are both in the same boat, siding with him rather than what is right. Han Jingjing retorted angrily. Jingjing, what is family, and what is justice? Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Chen Feng is family. And I am in the right, Han Jingjing stated. However, I believe Chen Feng acted correctly in this situation, so one could argue he is in the right. Zhang Hao interjected, raising his hand to signal a pause in the conversation. I understand that you believe Chen Feng should not have lost his temper with you. Indeed, it is intolerable to endure verbal insults from that individual. However, have you ever considered the potential consequences had Chen Feng not intervened so promptly? He was correct in his assertions. That bullet could have struck your heart. I assure you, I have encountered the assailant in the hospital, and even in a state of panic, he managed to hit Xiaoli's heart. Imagine how accurate he would have been when composed. Without Chen Feng's timely intervention, your demise would have been a certainty, And this is not mere exaggeration. I do not intend to commend Chen Feng, but rather to emphasize that impulsiveness can indeed lead to fatal outcomes. Given the circumstances, had you exercised restraint, we would have apprehended the perpetrator, allowing you to vent your frustrations without resorting to gunfire, which would be a reckless gamble with your life. You accused me of favoritism, yet do you not consider that we have endured so much together that we are akin to family? Chen Feng's anger stemmed from his genuine concern for your well-being. Had you not been connected to him, he could have easily disregarded you after saving your life, as he bore no obligation to intervene. His deep regard for you is what fueled his worry, and you ought to appreciate his intentions. With that said, I have expressed all I intended. Now, reflect upon it, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. Recognizing that Han Jingjing would come to her own understanding, as her facial expression indicated, she was beginning to acknowledge her mistakes, albeit hesitantly. She merely required time to process her thoughts. Zhang Hao then departed to join Chen Feng's team. Shortly thereafter, Han Jingjing caught up, running alongside Chen Feng, whispering, "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. It's all right. My demeanor was also less than pleasant. Do not dwell on it." Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Han Jingjing jogged away, still feeling a tinge of awkwardness despite her apology. It's impressive that a few words were sufficient to make her realize her error. That approach is far more effective than my own, Chen Feng remarked to Zhang Hao with a grin. Indeed, sometimes the manner in which we communicate is crucial. Although your intentions may be noble, the method you chose was misguided. Addressing an irate girl with such fervent language will only yield adverse results. A softer approach may yield greater rewards, Zhang Hao advised with a smile. You seem to have a knack for winning a girl's favor, Chen Feng chuckled, but girls often throw themselves at you without hesitation. Zhang Hao teased. Perhaps it is my charm that captivates them, Chen Feng replied with a jovial tone. Let us change the subject, Zhang Hao suggested, and the two men returned to the investigation bureau. Engaged in light-hearted banter, take him for questioning, Chen Feng instructed, pointing at the third suspect. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Feng wasted no time. What were you doing today? I went out to buy something, the third suspect replied. Clutching his arm, what did you purchase? Chen Feng inquired. I bought some food. I finished it on the way, the suspect answered. Did you kill Zhou Limin? Chen Feng pressed. Yes, the suspect replied calmly. Why did you kill him? Who ordered you to do so? Chen Feng continued. I was paid to do it. The employer did not inform me why I was to kill him, so I did not inquire for who ordered it. I do not know his name, the suspect stated. Did you see his face? Chen Feng asked. No, he never revealed his true appearance while speaking with us, the suspect replied. Surely you could gauge his age by his voice? Chen Feng probed. His voice was deep, sounding like a middle-aged man, but I suspect he might be younger, the suspect responded. How do you usually meet? Chen Feng queried. Whenever there's a job, he comes to find us. We cannot get in touch with him otherwise, the suspect explained. You and Qi Yaohai killed him, correct? Chen Feng asked. Yes, the suspect confirmed. Was it the same individual who ordered you to kill him? Chen Feng inquired. Yes, the suspect affirmed. Why did he want you to kill Qi Yaohai? Or do you think you know the reason? Chen Feng continued. That is not my concern. I merely do the job for payment. The suspect replied. Did you kill Qi Xinping? Chen Feng pressed. Who is Qi Xinping? The suspect asked, feigning ignorance. You truly do not know? Chen Feng stared at him. Of course not. We are assassins. We only focus on those who can make us money, namely the employer and the victim. That we also keep an eye on you police officers to avoid being captured. Beyond that, we have no interest in others. We rather indulge ourselves, the suspect said nonchalantly. He was killed this morning at the Shunfeng Hotel. Chen Feng informed him. I don't know. The suspect replied with a calm demeanor. The window of the room where he died faces Pingley Street, which is not far from Dongxing Street, and half an hour is ample time to reach there. Chen Feng continued. I do not know what you are talking about. I was not on Pingley Street or at the Shunfeng Hotel. The suspect insisted. Do not claim you were on Dongxing Street merely to buy something, Chen Feng stated. That is indeed the truth, the suspect replied. Remove his shoes, Chen Feng instructed a police officer. What are you doing? The suspect protested. We are looking for additional evidence, Chen Feng explained. Thank you. Chen Feng handed the shoes to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao nodded and took the shoes with a junior officer. Take him away and bring in the other one, Chen Feng commanded. Who ordered you to kill Qi Yaohai? Chen Feng asked the next suspect. I do not know. We do the job for payment, and the employer did not disclose his name, the fourth suspect replied. What did the employer look like? Chen Feng questioned. He never showed us his true face, so we did not see what he looked like, the fourth suspect answered. Surely you could estimate the employer's age by his voice. Chen Feng probed further. His voice was deep. It seemed like a middle-aged man, but I have the feeling he was younger, the fourth suspect replied. What did that person do today? Chen Feng pressed on. Trying to maintain his composure, He said he was hungry and went out to buy something, the fourth suspect answered. Zhang Feng felt an urge to express his frustration. It seemed as if they had rehearsed their statements beforehand. Did you two conspire to coordinate your testimonies? I need you to be truthful with me. Do not forget, you have committed murder. Are you intent on continuing down this path? We did not conspire. I do not know what he told you, but I am speaking the truth, the fourth suspect said calmly. Oh, you know Qi Xinpeng? Zhang Feng asked that I do not know him, the fourth suspect replied. He was killed this morning at the Zhang Feng Hotel. Was it the person you just mentioned who did it? Zhang Feng inquired. No, the fourth suspect replied. How can you be so certain? Zhang Feng pressed. Because the employer did not specify, the fourth suspect answered. Take him away, Zhang Feng ordered, realizing he would not gain any useful information from them. They were resolute in their silence, and any information regarding their killings was not beneficial. Zhang Feng exited the interrogation room and sat down, contemplating the sequence of events. Before long, Zhang Hao returned. How did it go? Zhang Feng asked. That I compared the shoes, and they do not match the footprints. Zhang Hao shook his head. This lead has come to a dead end, Zhang Feng sighed. What about your end? Zhang Hao inquired. Were the suspects forthcoming? Do not even mention it. Those two seem to have prearranged their statements. We could not extract a single useful piece of information. Zhang Feng expressed his frustration. It seems the employer possesses formidable influence, compelling these two killers to maintain their silence, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. All information has reached an impasse. Everything has returned to square one, Zhang Feng lamented. Not entirely. We can consider what that individual said earlier. He was ordered to kill Zhou Limin and Qi Yaohai. There must be some connection between these two, Zhang Hao proposed. Are you suggesting a link to the Qi family estate? Zhang Feng suddenly realized. Precisely. Although their relationship is close, the fact that the killer was instructed to eliminate both indicates a significant connection. Likely tied to the Qi family estate. The murder of Zhou Limin was to gain access to the estate's contents, while the killing of Qi Yaohai was likely to safeguard that secret. If we can ascertain who ultimately learned the details of the estate from Qi Yaohai, we may uncover the true murderer, Zhang Hao elaborated. Your analysis seems straightforward, but identifying that individual will prove quite the challenge. The killer is deeply concealed. Finding him will not be as simple as mere words, Zhang Feng replied with a rueful smile. Yet this is the only lead we have. Beyond this, we have no other options. Zhang Hao concurred, sharing in the frustration. There are many leads, but few are truly actionable. Zhang Feng sighed. It appears we must wait until tomorrow to seek out Qi Ximing. Seems there are no better alternatives. Zhang Hao agreed. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao arrived at the Qi residence. Please call for Qi Ximing. We have matters to discuss, Zhang Feng instructed. Just a moment, the servant replied. The servant ascended to the second floor. But soon a scream pierced the air. There's a dead person. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao were startled and rushed upstairs to Qi Ximing's room, joined shortly by Wang Zhong and Qi Xinyue, who had arrived upon hearing the commotion. What happened? Wang Zhong inquired as he rushed over. That the second young master is dead. The trembling servant stammered, fear evident in his voice. How could this be? Wasn't he fine yesterday? Wang Zhong exclaimed in shock. Zhang Hao stepped forward to examine the cause of Qi Ximing's demise, while Zhang Feng meticulously scrutinized the items in the room. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. As he picked it up, he discerned the word suicide note inscribed upon it. The note detailed the reasons for his suicide and mentioned Qi Ximing's intentions to kill Qi Yaohai and Qi Xinping. The deceased succumbed to an overdose of sleeping pills, Zhang Hao declared. Zhang Feng opened the bottle of sleeping pills on the table and noted that only half remained. How much was originally in this bottle? He asked. This bottle was just purchased. The second young master mentioned he had been experiencing insomnia lately, so I instructed the servant to acquire it, Wang Zhong explained. Did he mention why he was suffering from insomnia? Zhang Feng queried. No, Wang Zhong replied. Zhang Feng nodded, handing the note to Zhang Hao, and then approached the bookshelf in Qi Ximing's room. Qi Ximing enjoyed reading. It seems, he remarked, picking up a book that my brother loved to read and would often make notes in his books. Qi Xinyue added. That much is evident. Zhang Feng smiled. I'll take this book to read for now, he said, continuing to examine the shelf. Why does it seem like there's a missing book here? Everything else is so well organized. Yet this shelf has an empty space. Zhang Feng questioned it. If I recall correctly, it should have contained his notes. He enjoyed jotting things down and reviewing them. I suspect he simply misplaced them, Qi Xinyue responded. I find that hard to believe. If Qi Ximing were truly a lover of books, he would not carelessly discard his own notes. Some notes can be even more precious than the books themselves. Zhang Feng noted. You make a valid point. When I borrowed books from my brother, he was always reluctant, fearing I might damage them. Yet, I genuinely have no idea where he might have placed this book. Qi Xinyue confessed. Zhang Feng continued searching Qi Ximing's room for a while longer, but found no trace of the missing diary. All right, let's transport the body back. We ought to leave, Zhang Feng stated. Holding the book, and with Zhang Hao carrying the note and the bottle of sleeping pills, they returned to the investigation bureau, but not before calling Han Su to ask him to collect the body from the Qi residence. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Hao inquired. Referring to Qi Ximing's apparent suicide that it appears like a suicide, yet feels inconsistent with such a conclusion, Zhang Feng mused, comparing the note to the notes Qi Ximing had written. Oh, what do you mean by that? Zhang Hao asked that it seems like a suicide because the note displays a strong hand and neat writing. This does not appear to be the product of someone under duress. You, as a psychologist, should understand that under such pressure, handwriting tends to become weak and scrawled in those moments. The primary concern is survival, not the aesthetics of one's writing. However, I assert it does not seem like a suicide because I believe he lacked the motive for such an act. Despite the grandiose claims in his note about being tormented by nightmares and living in the anguish of losing loved ones, when we saw him yesterday, he appeared to be in good spirits. Even if he was suffering from insomnia, I find that quite suspicious. I even wonder if he was murdered and force-fed an overdose of sleeping pills while unconscious, Zhang Feng expressed, perplexed. There are contradictions within these 2 points. He added that if he truly experienced the conditions he described, psychologically, he would be very likely to consider suicide, as people in such states often view death as a release, Zhang Hao remarked. Yet, I also concur with your earlier observation. His suicide would effectively be a surrender of all his previous efforts, essentially bequeathing the Qi family's fortune to Qi Xinyue, including Qi Ximing's share, which I find incomprehensible, based on our brief acquaintance. He does not strike me as the type to capitulate so easily if he were inclined towards death. I believe he would ensure that all of the Qi family's assets were transferred to his name before making such a decision. Zhang Hao analyzed. You are correct, and his note does not provide sufficient detail regarding the murders, Zhang Feng continued. For instance, regarding the deaths of Zhou Limin and Qi Yaohai, he only mentioned hiring a killer to eliminate them, which is far too vague. Moreover, he failed to disclose the names of the assassins or where they could be found if he had chosen to end his life and confess the truth. He would have nothing left to conceal. Yet, he described the incident concerning Qi Yaohai's suffocation in meticulous detail, claiming he sneaked in after the butler left and saw Qi Yaohai lying on the ground. At which point he intended to frame Qi Ximing that he mentioned using Qi Ximing's handkerchief to suffocate Qi Yaohai. When it came to Qi Ximing's death, he only vaguely stated that it resulted from a scuffle, neglecting to specify the weapon used or how he escaped. Everything is far too simplistic, and he even confessed to conspiring with Qi Ximing to kill Qi Yaohai for the sake of the inheritance. Although he recounted each event, it raises doubts about the authenticity of this suicide note, Zhang Feng concluded, holding the note. Could it be that time constraints led him to write in such a manner? Opting for brevity, Zhang Hao speculated. I doubt that if we were to contemplate death, would we really care about time? Surely, we would want to clarify all matters before departing this world, thus providing a sense of closure. However, his approach clearly does not reflect such consideration, leading to the possibility that this note is a forgery, though we remain unaware of how he may have fabricated it, Zhang Feng stated, based on your analysis. The content of this note indeed seems to suggest it was composed posthumously, Zhang Hao remarked as he examined the note. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Zhang Feng inquired. Have you noted that we found no evidence regarding Zhou Limin's murder or the incident with the fake Qi Yaohai being shot in the hospital? Thus, his writing on those matters is rather cursory. In contrast, he provided detailed accounts of Qi Ximing's death and the morning Qi Yaohai suffocated, complete with evidence. However, this evidence aligns with our investigative reasoning, indicating that the note reflects our own thought process in solving the case, Zhang Hao elaborated. Yet, even so, we cannot pinpoint any forgery within this note, as it is indeed penned by Qi Ximing. I scrutinized his handwriting, particularly the curves and angles, and found no signs of falsification, Zhang Feng replied. This paradox continues to vex us. We surmise the note is fabricated, yet the handwriting unambiguously belongs to the deceased. Zhang Hao lamented. Shall we interrogate those two individuals again? Zhang Hao proposed. How would we approach that? Should we ask them if Qi Ximing instructed them to kill Zhou Limin and Qi Ximing? If we do, they may simply confess that they acted under Qi Ximing's orders. Zhang Feng responded that we could deceive them by using Qi Ximing's name. Perhaps they will inadvertently slip up, Zhang Hao suggested. However, there remains the issue that Qi Ximing is now deceased, in eliminating his involvement in the murders. It implies that Qi Ximing was not slain by Qi Ximing, that if Qi Ximing was indeed the first victim, they would surely deny any involvement and instead lay the blame on Qi Ximing, placing us in an even more precarious position, Chen Feng argued. With Qi Shiming's death, we have truly lost all leads. We cannot unearth any advantageous clues now. Even if we speculate about Wang Zhong and Qi Xinyue, they would undoubtedly deny any involvement, Zhang Hao lamented. Even if we question them again, the outcome remains bleak. Wang Zhong only has that one instance of suspicion, and we have yet to find any trace of Qi Xinyue's involvement. There is simply no way to pursue this further, Zhang Hao concluded. Moreover, when we inquired with them, they would shift the blame onto Qi Ximing. The moment the topic of the suicide note arose, their suspicions were, of course, absolved. Although we believed this note to be a forgery. Without concrete evidence, they remained unconvinced as long as they staunchly asserted that the note was penned by Qi Ximing himself. They would escape any repercussions, Chen Feng remarked. Could it be that Qi Xinyue, the greatest beneficiary, stands to gain everything? With the demise of Qi Xinping and Qi Ximing, the entire Qi family's fortune would likely fall into her lap. She has done nothing yet stands to inherit a fortune. While her two brothers engage in a bitter struggle, ultimately resulting in naught. A rather cruel jest indeed, Zhang Hao chuckled. The affairs of the affluent are beyond my comprehension, yet I suspect you, as the young master of the Zhang family, have had your share of experiences, Chen Feng replied with a smile. You still have the presence of mind to jest, Zhang Hao laughed. What else can we do? With our leads severed, we must embark on a fresh search. In times of distress, we can only seek solace in humor. Chen Feng mused that I believe the best remedy for your current state is likely the Palais de la Musique, Zhang Hao suggested with a grin. Indeed, it would be delightful to listen to some music there and relieve some fatigue, so I can muster the energy for tomorrow, Chen Feng replied. Aren't you going to take the items on your table? Zhang Hao inquired. Let them be. No one will touch them, and they are merely an eyesore, Chen Feng replied. Zhang Hao shook his head in silence that it is indeed time to unwind, but where to go? After some thought, he decided to head home. Chen Feng arrived at the Palais de la Musique just as Wan Hongyu was taking a break. What brings you here? Wan Hongyu smiled. The two had grown familiar and no longer maintained the formality of their earlier encounters. I am weary and came to rest, Chen Feng replied with a grin as he settled onto the sofa. It is your heart that is weary, is it not? Wan Hongyu laughed. Times. I genuinely wish to avoid dealings with you. For your gaze is so penetrating that no secret can remain concealed before you, Chen Feng chuckled. This is a tacit acknowledgement of what Wan Hongyu had just stated. It is not that my gaze is too keen, but rather that you do not appear as fatigued as you claim, which leads me to believe it is your heart that is wearied. In our line of work, keen observation of expressions and actions is paramount, Wan Hongyu remarked with a smile. Would you like me to sing a song for you? She offered. She relished the time spent with Chen Feng, intimate yet respectful, no need for that. A conversation suffices. You've just sung, and your voice might not endure another round, Chen Feng replied playfully. Very well then, share your burdens with me. I am more than willing to be a listener, Wan Hongyu offered. All the leads we have gathered have vanished, leaving us with only a single suicide note, Chen Feng stated blandly. That a suicide note? Wan Hongyu inquired. Indeed, it is the one Qi Ximing left behind before his death. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that his demise was not a suicide, even though the note is undeniably in his handwriting, creating a conflict within us, Chen Feng explained. Have you considered a possibility? Perhaps Qi Ximing was killed after penning the note, Wan Hongyu suggested. Why do you entertain such a notion? If the murderer observed Qi Ximing writing the note, why would they risk exposure by killing him? Wouldn't that be redundant? Chen Feng questioned. I cannot say how I arrived at this thought. It is merely a conjecture, Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. Your theory, however peculiar, does represent a line of reasoning. Chen Feng acknowledged. Please, continue. Wan Hongyu encouraged. We apprehended the murderer based on the likeness you provided, yet we failed to uncover the mastermind behind it. They must have anticipated capture and prepared their statements in advance, leaving us with nothing. Chen Feng lamented. If that is the case, the murderer has hidden themselves quite effectively. However, following my line of thought, it is typically the one who stands to gain the most who is the primary suspect, Wan Hongyu asserted. Why do you gaze at me so? Do I have a flower on my face? Wan Hongyu asked, noticing Chen Feng's unwavering stare. You are more beautiful than any flower, Chen Feng replied. Is this honesty? Wan Hongyu smiled. Indeed, Chen Feng replied earnestly. Then I graciously accept it. Thank you, Wan Hongyu said. No need for thanks. It is what you deserve for assisting me, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Oh, I believe I have not aided you, Wan Hongyu countered. Your earlier remark reminded me that the greatest beneficiary is often the likely perpetrator. Had you not previously shared your background with me, I would have assumed you hailed from a prominent family, Given your deep understanding of such matters, Chen Feng remarked, the more one observes, the more one learns. Ruan Hongyu sighed. Oh, you suspect Qi Xinyue is the murderer? Ruan Hongyu queried. I have yet to reach a conclusion. But within the entirety of the Qi family, following the deaths of Qi Xinping and Qi Xinming, she is indeed the greatest beneficiary. Presently, there are no clues pointing to her. Yet I believe that should we investigate further, we will certainly uncover leads, Chen Feng asserted. Have you considered the family steward, Wang Zhong? Ruan Hongyu asked. This man has been with Qi Yaohai for over 20 years. Despite Qi Yaohai's trust in him, I have harbored suspicions. However, one thing perplexes me. If he were the murderer, how could he transfer the Qi family's assets to his name? Chen Feng pondered. That is indeed a perplexing matter. This alone serves as his strongest defense. Yet sometimes, the most unlikely individuals may indeed be the most probable culprits. If he is the murderer, he must possess some means of successfully acquiring the Qi family's wealth. Ruan Hongyu speculated. Your perspective aligns with what Zhang Hao has previously suggested. However, if he truly is the culprit, the outcome would undoubtedly be staggering, considering Qi Yaohai's favorable treatment of him. Still, setting that aside, Wang Zhong is indeed a more fitting choice, as even Qi Yaohai has lavished praise upon him. Chen Feng remarked with a smile, that it appears you have found your direction for tomorrow, Ruan Hongyu noted. Our path has long been established. It is merely your words that have further solidified it, Chen Feng replied with a grin. Chapter 63. The suicide note reveals the truth that it seems your mood has improved greatly. Ruan Hongyu observed. Your contributions are invaluable. To express my gratitude, I wonder if the lovely Miss Ruan would honor me with her company for a meal. Chen Feng smiled. Certainly, when invited by Officer Chen. How could I refuse? Ruan Hongyu replied playfully. However, my funds are rather limited, so it seems this meal will be on you, Chen Feng said with a laugh. I see. No wonder you are so eager to treat me. Ruan Hongyu chuckled. Alas, I genuinely intended to treat you, but I forgot to ask Zhang Hao for money before leaving. Even if I return now, I wouldn't be able to find him. Consider this meal as a debt I owe you. Next time, I shall treat you to 2 meals to make up for this one. How does that sound? Surely you wouldn't let me go hungry, Chen Feng jested. Very well, it is settled then. When I seek you out, do not refuse, Ruan Hongyu smiled. How could I? Dining with a beautiful woman is a matter of great honor. I could never decline, Chen Feng grinned. Let us return to that Western restaurant where we dined the first time. I need to acclimate to other places, as I might feel a bit out of sorts, Ruan Hongyu suggested. You are the host. I am the guest. Your wishes shall guide mine, Chen Feng declared. The two proceeded to the same Western restaurant. And although Ruan Hongyu paid, both enjoyed the meal immensely. After dining, Chen Feng escorted Ruan Hongyu back to the Palais de la Musique before returning home. The following morning, Chen Feng arrived at the investigation bureau. Upon entering, he spotted Han Jingjing wiping something on her desk. Han Jingjing, what are you doing? Chen Feng inquired. Startled, Han Jingjing hastily concealed the damp suicide note behind her back. I'm not doing anything. She replied with a nervous smile. Why is my desk wet? And what about that suicide note? Chen Feng pressed. I don't know. She stuttered evasively. What are you holding? Chen Feng questioned. Nothing. Han Jingjing lied. She could not possibly show him the note. If he saw it in such a condition, she would be in deep trouble. Hand it over now, Chen Feng said, somewhat irked. Seeing Chen Feng's anger, Han Jingjing complied and presented the damp note. She handed it over, keeping her head bowed, bracing for his reprimand. Chen Feng examined the note for a moment and remarked, You did this, didn't you? Yes, but it was an accident. When I arrived, I noticed a suicide note on your desk and was curious. I accidentally knocked over your cup, unaware it still had water, causing it to spill onto the paper. I'm truly sorry. It was not intentional, Han Jingjing explained cautiously. Regardless of whether Chen Feng accepted her explanation, she felt compelled to clarify that her actions were not deliberate. Noticing the silence, Han Jingjing lifted her gaze to Chen Feng, whose stern expression frightened her, prompting her to quickly lower her head again. Lift your head, Chen Feng commanded coldly. I have already stated that it was unintentional. The situation has unfolded as it has, so let it be as you wish, Han Jingjing asserted with unwavering confidence. However, she was taken aback by Chen Feng's subsequent action. It turned out that he had seized the moment and kissed her once more while her attention was diverted. Jingjing, you are truly remarkable. Do you know that? You have been an immense help to me this time, Chen Feng exclaimed, his hands resting on Han Jingjing's shoulders. Filled with excitement, it seemed he had forgotten his previous audacity. This insufferable Chen Feng, taking advantage of me again. Han Jingjing mused inwardly. If I have helped you so significantly, then why did you treat me so poorly just now? Do you realize you frightened me? Han Jingjing responded. a hint of irritation in her tone, that if I hadn't acted this way, you would have become even more arrogant. Besides, you were sneaking around in my presence. I had to impose a punishment. Fortunately, this time, you benefited from your misfortune. Otherwise, I would have indeed punished you. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. What is it that has you so jubilant? Share it so I may partake in your joy. Zhang Hao entered, inquiring. Zhang Hao, come quickly. Look at this will and see if anything stands out. Zhang Feng urged excitedly. Why is it wet? Zhang Hao queried as he took it. It's fortunate it is wet. Otherwise, we would not have uncovered the secrets it holds, Zhang Feng remarked. Zhang Hao, holding the damp will, suddenly appeared astonished. Now we have ample evidence to prove that Qi Shiming was murdered, and the killer is someone else. Zhang Feng declared. What are you both discussing? What's suicide or murder? Han Jingjing asked, perplexed. Did you see this will? Before it was wet, we had our doubts about Qi Shiming's death, but this will presented a contradiction since the handwriting is undeniably his. Zhang Feng explained. And then? Han Jingjing pressed. Examine the will after it has been wet. It clearly displays signs of being pieced together, indicating it was forged by the murderer. This confirms that Qi Shiming did not commit suicide, but was indeed murdered. Hence your assistance has been tremendously valuable, Zhang Feng smiled. Let me see. Han Jingjing took her findings to inspect. Indeed, it is as you say. Yet, why are there still a few areas lacking signs of reconstruction? She inquired. That suggests the murderer was unable to find the necessary characters to imitate. Zhang Feng speculated. You have a plan for the next step? Zhang Hao asked. We should visit places that specialize in restoring documents to inquire if anyone has recently come to reconstruct this will. That should lead us to the murderer. I suspect the culprit is still unaware that we have deciphered the will's secret, so we must seize this opportunity, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. This could be a lead, but I think we should not hold too much hope. If the murderer killed the individual during the transaction, we may still end up with nothing, Zhang Hao cautioned. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Let us hope the murderer has not yet struck. Time is of the essence. Gather everyone and let us depart. Zhang Feng instructed. I want to go too. Han Jingjing insisted. Of course you must go. You are the hero of this endeavor, and this matter cannot proceed without you. Zhang Feng replied cheerfully. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao led over 20 officers throughout the city in their inquiries. Yet with each establishment they visited, the proprietors claimed no one had been there. Neither Zhang Feng's group nor Zhang Hao's had yielded results. What news? Zhang Feng inquired. Nothing to report. How about you? Zhang Hao responded. Equally fruitless, Zhang Feng sighed. The lead they had just acquired had seemingly evaporated. It differs from the murderer having killed someone directly. It appears they did not seek assistance at all. This suggests only one possibility. Zhang Hao mused. Are you implying that the murderer possesses this skill themselves? Zhang Feng questioned. Indeed, aside from this explanation, there seems to be no other plausible rationale. The murderer would not likely seek someone from a nearby city to forge a will. This situation seems impractical. Since this will was uncovered due to this incident, I suspect the murderer also believed we would not uncover its secrets, hence they felt secure in placing the will in Qi Shiming's room. Even if we discovered discrepancies, the presence of this will would render any contradictions unexplainable, Zhang Hao elaborated. Yet, this also resembles searching for a needle in a haystack, Han Jingjing lamented, feeling frustrated. She had just been elated over a new lead, only for it to falter. What is he doing? Han Jingjing asked, puzzled. She observed Zhang Feng cradling his head in his hands, his thumbs gently massaging his temples. He is deep in thought. Do not interrupt him. Zhang Hao advised. In past cases, whenever Zhang Feng encountered a perplexity, he would connect the dots to recover overlooked clues. After a brief wait, Zhang Feng suddenly slammed his hand on the table and declared, I believe I may have identified the true culprit. Who is it? Han Jingjing asked eagerly, having forgotten her earlier fright from Zhang Feng's earlier reprimand. Wang Zhong, Zhang Feng stated. What, you mean the steward, among all people? He seems the least likely to be the murderer. Look at how deeply he cared for Qi Yaoai. How could he possibly be the killer? Han Jingjing questioned, bewildered. People can disguise their true selves. Your social experience is too limited. He appears to be the least likely suspect, which is precisely why he eluded our scrutiny and had multiple opportunities to commit the crime, Zhang Feng asserted. While I can accept the notion of Wang Zhong being the murderer, I still require a rationale. Why him? You are correct. He appears to have the least motive. Zhang Hao echoed his confusion. Why does Zhang Feng believe Wang Zhong is the murderer? Do you recall your earlier statement that the murderer might possess skills in restoration? Coincidentally, Wang Zhong is an expert in that field. I once heard Wang Shunkai mention that he observed Wang Zhong restoring calligraphy and paintings in Qi Yaohai's study. There was a piece of paper with a hole in it, and Wang Zhong found a matching sheet to repair it, making it indistinguishable from its original state, Zhang Feng explained. Yet even so, This does not conclusively prove that Wang Zhong is the murderer. Many can restore artworks. It does not imply he is a killer, Han Jingjing countered. You are indeed correct, but if I have concluded that Wang Zhong is the murderer, it cannot merely be a fleeting suspicion. Do you remember when we previously questioned Wang Zhong about the dynamics among the three brothers? Zhang Feng probed. What of it? Han Jingjing inquired. We had once spoken privately with Wang Zhong regarding the relationships among the three brothers, and he mentioned that their bond was quite fraught, Zhang Feng recalled. But what does that signify? This is common knowledge within the Qi family. Han Jingjing responded that it is indeed known throughout the Qi family. But do not overlook that Wang Zhong subsequently made a crucial comment. Zhang Hao interjected that it seems you have recalled it. Zhang Feng smiled that, oh, stop playing riddles. Don't treat me like a fool, Han Jingjing retorted. Somewhat annoyed, Wang Zhong once stated that the relationship between Qi Shiming and Qi Xingping was quite delicate, at times irreconcilable, yet they could also collaborate. He even provided an example. Zhang Feng began, only to be interrupted by Han Jingjing. They once conspired in Qi Ximing's room and even threatened to kill Qi Yaohai over the inheritance. I was ready to confront them both. Han Jingjing exclaimed triumphantly that it appears you have made the connection. Zhang Feng remarked cheerfully. You have hinted so clearly that it was impossible for me to miss it, Han Jingjing replied. You deduced this from that, but I still do not see the issue with that statement. She questioned, puzzled. The statement itself holds no issue. However, its appearance in Qi Ximing's will raises a red flag. Since this will is forged, it implies someone else is aware of this matter. Qi Xingping is already deceased, and Qi Ximing never revealed this information, leaving only one possibility. Wang Zhong is the mastermind behind this scheme. He explicitly told us about the collusion between Qi Xingping and Qi Ximing while we were in his room. I had even instructed you to keep watch at his door to prevent eavesdropping. Since no one was listening, this means the only people privy to this information were the four of us. I need not elaborate further, Zhang Feng concluded. Then it truly is Wang Zhong that I had thought him to be a simple and honest man, but it seems he harbors a wicked heart. Han Jingjing expressed her outrage. Does this imply that Wang Zhong orchestrated the murders of Qi Yaohai and his sons? Han Jingjing continued to inquire. But Qi Yaohai and Qi Xianming were likely murdered by Wang Zhong, while Qi Xianpeng was presumably killed by the assassin you encountered that day. Since we have established that Wang Zhong is the culprit, it follows that the individual who appeared on Dongxing Street that day was not there by chance. Rather, he fled to Dongxing Street after killing Qi Xianpeng at the Shunfeng Hotel. Zhang Feng remarked that as for the validity of my conjecture, we will need to inquire with Wang Zhong. The final enigmas await his elucidation. Zhang Feng added with a smile. What are we waiting for? I could almost sprout wings and fly to the Qi residence to exact vengeance upon Wang Zhong, Han Jingjing declared fiercely. By the way, now that Wang Zhong is the murderer, could Qi Xianyu be in danger? Han Jingjing posed a question that suddenly occurred to her. Chapter 65. Interrogating Wang Zhong, I cannot say for certain. But let us hurry over. I hope Wang Zhong has not taken action yet, Zhang Feng replied. Prosecutor, a person claiming to be from Buezai has delivered a letter for you, a young officer announced. Buezai, bring him in, Zhang Feng instructed. You must be Prosecutor Zhang Feng, the individual said. This letter was entrusted to us by Mr. Qi Yaohai a few days ago. He stated that should anything happen to him, it should be delivered to you. When did Mr. Qi entrust this letter to you? Zhang Feng inquired as he took the letter. Approximately 3 nights ago, Mr. Qi personally handed it to our boss at Buezai. He instructed us to deliver it to you 3 days after his unfortunate incident, and he did not elaborate further, the individual replied. Very well, thank you, Zhang Feng expressed courteously, after the Buezai representative departed. Zhang Feng opened the letter and read the words inscribed within. The Qi family's assets are to be donated by Zhang Feng. Below this line, a name was circled. Wang Zhong. 3 nights prior was the eve of Qi Yaohai's death. Was it not? It seems he went out that evening to deliver this letter to Buezai. Zhang Hao remarked that it appears my hypothesis has been validated, although Qi Yaohai only circled one name. Our correlation further substantiates that Wang Zhong is indeed the murderer, Zhang Feng stated as he handed the letter to Zhang Hao. It seems Qi Yaohai had considerable faith in you. Zhang Hao chuckled. Evidently, Qi Yaohai must have sensed something amiss, and Wang Zhong, aware of this, resorted to murder to maintain secrecy, Zhang Hao speculated. Perhaps, but we should now confront this enigmatic mastermind, Zhang Feng suggested. At the Qi residence, I regret not being able to properly welcome you, Officers Chun and Zhang, but I wonder what brings you here today. I asked there to be an explanation regarding the Qi family's affairs. Wang Zhong feigned ignorance, inquiring. Indeed, the Qi family's matters require clarification, but we also wish to ascertain the truth behind a certain individual's intentions, Zhang Feng replied. Fixing his gaze on Wang Zhong, summoned Qi Xinyu. We have matters to discuss, Chen Feng ordered. I am curious to know whose intentions you wish to investigate. Officer Chen, Wang Zhong asked with an air of feigned humility. You murderer, what pretense do you maintain? You are responsible for the deaths of Qi Yao Hai, Qi Xian Peng, and Qi Xian Ming, Han Jingjing accused, pointing at Wang Zhong. What? Are you suggesting the steward killed them? Qi Xianyu gasped in disbelief. You may not be aware, but the man before you, who has served your family for over 20 years, is responsible for your father and 2 brothers' deaths. Had we discovered his scheme any later, you might have already met the same fate, Han Jingjing explained to Qi Xianyu. Steward, tell me this is not true, Qi Xianyu pleaded, her voice trembling. Third young master, this is certainly not the case. How could I harm the master and the 2 young masters? I have been well treated by the Qi family, Wang Zhong insisted, appearing greatly aggrieved. It is precisely because they treated you well that you could commit such a treacherous act, rendering you heartless. Han Jingjing could not contain her fury. Officer Chen, if this man continues to baselessly defame me, I will have no choice but to take legal action, Wang Zhong retorted, now visibly angered. Her words echo my sentiments. If you believe you have been wronged, you may certainly pursue legal action against us. However, you must first allow us to finish speaking, Chen Feng said coolly. Very well. What grounds do you have to accuse me of murdering the master and the 2 young masters? Do you not realize how deep my bond with the master runs? Wang Zhong challenged. It is precisely due to that forged will, Han Jingjing replied. With Chen Feng's tacit approval, Han Jingjing became emboldened in her assertions. That will, was it not written by the 2nd young master prior to his suicide? How could it be forged? Moreover, even if it were forged, what connection would that have with me? Wang Zhong countered. Because you are skilled in such matters, Han Jingjing asserted. A preposterous claim. Just because I possess expertise in this area does not imply I forged the will. There are many skilled individuals. Why do you not accuse them of murder as well? Wang Zhong retorted. You. Han Jingjing was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this will alone does not establish you as their murderer. However, it does not absolve you of suspicion, Chen Feng stated. I could accept being suspected, but if you declare me the murderer outright, I will take legal action against you, Wang Zhong replied coldly. Present any evidence you claim to possess. Otherwise, I have no time to waste here, Wang Zhong said, his expression darkening. Rest assured, our evidence is ample enough for you to ponder your responses at your leisure, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. During a conversation with Old Master Qi, I inquired about Zhou Limin, as well as the inheritance verification of the Qi family we discovered at Zhou Limin's residence. Old Master Qi confirmed this matter was indeed related to him. I asked him who else knew of it, and he mentioned that when Zhou Limin visited the Qi residence, the 3 sons of the Qi family, you, and many servants were present. However, none of you knew his purpose for coming. Later, Old Master Qi suddenly appeared startled, as if he had recalled something. Yet, he did not divulge it to me. That I suspect he later spoke with that individual, and after their conversation, he inscribed his name, subsequently delivering it to Buezai for safekeeping, stating that should anything happen to him, the letter should be given to me. This morning, I received the letter and, upon opening it, discovered the name inscribed. I wonder if you wish to know whose name it is. Chen Feng asked, smiling. Whose name? Wang Zhong inquired, striving to maintain his composure. The name written is yours. Would you care to see the paper? Chen Feng asked. Of course. What if you are attempting to deceive me? Wang Zhong replied. Chen Feng laughed as he produced the letter and handed it to Wang Zhong. Upon reading the letter, Wang Zhong was momentarily taken aback, not due to his name being mentioned, but because of the words inscribed. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Even if he could not inherit the assets, he would not allow himself to be ensnared. The letter merely circled my name. That does not necessarily indicate I am the murderer, Wang Zhong asserted. Chapter 66. Wang Zhong's admission. You are correct in your observation. However, I find one aspect quite intriguing. Why did Old Master Qi choose you among so many others? After all, you are the least likely person to inherit the Qi family's assets. Chen Feng queried. How would I know? Perhaps he believed that familial bonds would outweigh all else, choosing me merely as a scapegoat, Wang Zhong replied. Is that truly how you perceive your master of over 20 years? Yet, during our conversation, he held you in higher regard than his 3 sons. I suspect you are unaware of this. From the forged will, I deduced the ultimate culprit is you, and he deserves half the credit for that revelation. He once told me that his 3 sons were unworthy. Thus, to ensure his legacy was preserved, he imparted nearly all he knew to you. Although your skills in certain areas may be lacking, crafting a forged will in a short span should have become second nature to you, Chen Feng explained. Humph, You are deliberately attributing all the evidence you have found to me. You claim I forged the will. Yet how could I have obtained the materials necessary for such a task? I cannot replicate the second young master's handwriting, Wang Zhong countered. You may not be able to replicate it, but you have another means, stealing Qi Xin Ming's notebook. As the steward of the Qi residence, you are aware of when the young masters are away, making it easy to pilfer a notebook. This could explain the disappearance of Qi Xin Peng's handkerchief and Qi Xin Ming's watch. Correct? After obtaining the notebook, you could seek out the letters you needed, cut them out, and assemble them into a so-called will.as for the letters you could not locate. You could simply write them in accordance with his style. I believe piecing together a few scattered characters would not pose a challenge for you, Zhang Feng suggested. That is merely conjecture. Produce that notebook, Wang Zhong demanded, despite his apparent calm. His expression shifted significantly when Zhang Feng articulated these details. He likely never anticipated Zhang Feng would uncover his method of operation. Do you believe I would leave behind evidence if I were indeed the murderer? You must be aware that I cannot produce this notebook. Which is why you say such things, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. If you utter such words, it is nothing but absurdity, Wang Zhong replied, his expression softening slightly. That I know you will not admit it. So it matters not. We have numerous witnesses and evidence that point to you, Zhang Feng continued, still smiling. Yesterday, we apprehended 2 murderers, and according to their confession, they mentioned a middle-aged man named Wang Zhong. If you doubt this, we can confront them directly, Zhang Feng asserted. Nonsense. I do not know any assassins, nor did I instruct them to kill, Wang Zhong suddenly exclaimed, losing his composure. If it is not you, then why do they claim you orchestrated their actions? Could it be a matter of namesakes? Zhang Feng inquired with a grin. It must be so, Wang Zhong retorted, sliding down the slope of his argument. In that case, we shall bring them here for a confrontation. Why do they claim you directed them? Zhang Feng stated with a smile. Zhang Feng whispered a few words into Zhang Hao's ear, who then left with a smile. Shall we continue, or take a break until they arrive? Zhang Feng asked. Continue, Wang Zhong replied, somewhat nervously. Do not be anxious. We are here to have a good discussion. I find your cognitive abilities quite impressive. That I hope you can counter all my evidence, Zhang Feng said with a cold laugh. That in that letter, you assisted Qi Ximing in confessing to the murder of everyone, detailing the entire process. However, the accounts he provided were merely what we had previously discussed, which did not raise our suspicions about you. What truly led me to suspect you was your seemingly superfluous statement. You claimed that Qi Ximing and Qi Ximing conspired in Qi Ximing's room to seize the Qi family's assets. And you made a rather outrageous remark. You likely included it to add authenticity, but it also corroborated what you had told us before. Yet, you did not anticipate that the fabricated letter would reveal its secrets. And that statement became the most crucial piece of evidence against you. We do not know if Qi Ximing ever uttered those words, but we are aware that only the 4 of us present at that time knew of it. Do not claim that our conversation was overheard by others. If you speak that phrase, it only proves your guilt. Do you lack confidence in your own room? Moreover, I had instructed Han Jingjing to wait at the door precisely to prevent our conversation from being overheard. So the notion of eavesdropping is utterly unfounded, Zhang Feng stated, gazing at Wang Zhong. I cannot refute that evidence. Wang Zhong finally spoke, slowly looking at Zhang Feng. So you are admitting to all that you have done? Han Jingjing asked. I confess that I killed the man and hired the assassins. All of it was my doing, Wang Zhong declared. However, I am puzzled about how you discovered the secret within that letter. I cannot claim my skills are unparalleled, but through years of framing various pieces for the master, I have acquired some expertise that I cannot say that nobody would notice, but it is difficult for those who lack knowledge in this area to uncover it. Wang Zhong calmly responded. This discovery was a fortunate accident. Had Han Jingjing not accidentally spilled water, we might have never noticed. Despite our numerous doubts regarding Qi Ximing's death, that letter led us to believe much. However, your account in that letter was too scant. Otherwise, we would have easily accepted that all was the doing of Qi Ximing. Zhang Feng explained that I did not expect that my meticulous planning would fall apart due to a mere cup of water. It seems even fate does not wish for my scheme to succeed, Wang Zhong replied with a bitter smile. You should have seen. All the assets of the Qi family have been declared by old Master Qi Yaohai to be donated entirely, and I will oversee its execution. Thus, there are no longer any heirs to the Qi family's fortune. Surely you are more familiar with old Master Qi Yaohai than I am, Zhang Feng remarked. Indeed, that is unmistakably the master's handwriting. I have seen it for over 20 years and cannot mistake it, Wang Zhong confirmed. Since we have dispelled your doubts, will you not also address ours? Zhang Feng asked. What would you like to know? Please, ask away. As long as I am aware, I will certainly respond, Wang Zhong said. Then, Kindly explain to us why you sought to kill Zhou Liming. Zhang Feng inquired that my motive for instructing the assassins to kill Zhou Liming is quite simple. He possessed a property notarization that was secretly agreed upon with the master. Initially, we were unaware, but during an unguarded conversation with the master, he inadvertently mentioned it before abruptly stopping, which piqued my curiosity. I subsequently sought out Zhou Liming to view the inheritance document, but he refused. We argued in his office, and fearing he might disclose this to the master, I threatened him that if he did, I would ensure his wife and daughter would suffer gravely before my own demise. Perhaps my intimidation worked, as he did not act rashly. Days later, seizing the opportunity to conduct business, I invited him to the bailment, intending to negotiate further. I had already arranged for the assassins to lie in wait outside. Should he refuse, I would have them eliminate him. Yet once again, I was disappointed. He did not acquiesce, and I signaled the assassins to kill him before the entrance of bailment. Ultimately, I never obtained that notarization. Wang Zhong recounted that it was merely a notarization. Even if you had seen it, it would not have altered anything. Why would you kill a good man over a trivial document? Zhang Feng queried. I admit my actions were somewhat excessive at that time. I regretted killing him afterward. However, once things reached that point, I saw no alternative. Moreover, it was not just any notarization. It was akin to a will, outlining the distribution of the Qi family's assets, while I stood to gain nothing. Wang Zhong said, his frustration evident. You are merely a servant. Despite your role as steward, you have no right to the master's estate. Why are you so incensed about being left with nothing? Zhang Feng pressed. I am a servant, yet it is I who helped the master elevate the Qi family's reputation. What have those three brothers done? They merely indulge in revelry, contributing nothing of substance. Yet, because they share the blood of Qi Yaohai, they reap the benefits of my labor, while I, the one who has toiled for over 20 years, receive nothing. Would you be content in my position? Wang Zhong retorted, is this the very reason you wish to kill Qi Yaohai? Zhang Feng inquired. I had no intention of killing the master. His health was already frail. I planned to wait until he passed naturally before acting, which I believed would honor his 2 decades of nurturing. Additionally, I sought out Zhou Liming to conspire with him to alter the master's property notarization, but he refused. After I had him killed, you arrived here and spoke with the master for an extended period. That evening, the master inquired about me, recalling our prior conversation regarding the notarization, which he had mentioned only once in passing. Thus, he began to suspect me that I managed to deflect his inquiries then, but he warned that if it were discovered I was involved, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Fearing this matter would eventually come to light, I resolved to eliminate him, Wang Zhong recounted. But what about Qi Xinping's handkerchief? You harbored intentions against Qi Yaohai one night, and the very next morning, he was dead. How could you accomplish this in such a short time? Zhang Feng asked. That evening, after I resolved to kill the master, I recalled overhearing the eldest and second son's conversation earlier that day. I thought I might leverage that. However, I had no immediate plans to kill the master due to the absence of an opportune moment. But then, the eldest son unwittingly provided me with a chance. When I went to the study to find the master, I happened upon a heated argument between the elder son and the master, presenting me with an excellent opportunity. During this time, I rushed to the elder son's room, retrieved his handkerchief, and shortly thereafter, I saw him storm out in a rage that my intention was to catch the master off guard. But unexpectedly, the master suffered an asthma attack due to his anger. Seizing the moment, I suffocated him with the handkerchief and discarded it in the trash can. Wang Zhong explained, in a wonder it was so easily found. But why did you not leave it at the crime scene? Would that not draw more attention? Han Jingjing queried. I thought that leaving it at the scene would be too conspicuous and difficult to justify. How could such a crucial piece of evidence be handled so carelessly? Thus, I disposed of it in the trash can, Wang Zhong replied. Yet, Qi Yaohai had already died by then. Did this not raise any suspicions? Zhang Feng questioned. I certainly harbored doubts. However, to err on the side of caution, I lacked the confidence I desired. Moreover, during the moment I was taking the life of the master, my heart was filled with trepidation, leading me to believe I had made a mistake. Officer Zhang remarked that the master's breathing and heartbeat were exceedingly faint, which made me think I had not completely extinguished his life. Wang Zhong confessed. So, you arranged for another assassin. Zhang Feng stated that I had to ensure absolute certainty. Although I was aware that the master's chances of survival were less than 1%, I still dared not be careless. The day before, I visited the hospital to ascertain the master's condition. Upon learning of it, I immediately notified the assassins to prepare. Wang Zhong explained that I did not anticipate your meticulous planning. You even dispatched 2 assassins to eliminate Qi Yaohai. Zhang Feng noted that I assessed your security and knew a single assassin would never breach it. So I sent 2, even though your protection was quite lax at that time. I still could not afford to be negligent and sent 2 individuals. Fortunately, there was no mishap. I learned they succeeded. Wang Zhong continued. The 2 you engaged are quite formidable. Amidst the chaos, they managed to strike the heart of our disguised individual at Xiao village, nearly killing him. Zhang Feng's tone turned icy. That I sincerely apologize for that. Wang Zhong replied. Was Qi Xinping also a victim of your machinations? Zhang Feng inquired. Indeed, he was one of the 2 assassins. I simply did not know how the 3rd was apprehended. Wang Zhong responded. Chapter 68. Sharing joy. His capture was rather theatrical. After committing the murder, he fled to another street and happened upon Han Jingjing. She recognized his face and tracked him down, leading us to the perpetrator. Zhang Feng chuckled. It seems Miss Han truly is your lucky star. Wang Zhong smiled faintly. You have an eye for talent. Han Jingjing smiled back. What lucky star? Not causing trouble is good enough. Zhang Feng quipped. Han Jingjing immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. You claim that the 3rd assassin was responsible for the murder. How did he carry it out? Zhang Feng questioned. I do not know the specifics. But my plan was to mimic Qi Xinming's handwriting to lure Qi Xinping out, then have him killed to frame Qi Xinming. The watch was also something I prepared in advance. That I did not anticipate Qi Xinming would take the initiative to summon Qi Xinping, which played right into my hands. That I saw the note where Qi Xinming invited Qi Xinping, and thus I orchestrated the whole affair, Wang Zhong recounted. And what of Qi Xinming's demise? Zhang Feng pressed. Qi Xinming died from an overdose of sleeping pills. Indeed, I was the one who killed him. He had mentioned suffering from insomnia recently and requested I procure some sleeping pills for him, which conveniently provided me the opportunity. After he ingested the pills and fell asleep, I administered nearly half a bottle of them and forged a suicide note. You were correct. That note was pieced together from the letters I cut from his notebook. I included that particular phrase to lend it an air of authenticity, ensuring you would have more reason to believe it was all his doing. I did not foresee that things would spiral out of control. Wang Zhong elaborated. If we had arrived a moment later, would you have killed Qi Xinhua? Han Jingjing asked, looking to Wang Zhong for an answer. Absolutely not. Wang Zhong affirmed confidently. Why not? Han Jingjing queried, puzzled. As long as there is a member of the Qi family, the estate cannot fall into your hands, she added. You are mistaken. It is precisely because a member of the Qi family still exists that the estate might eventually be mine. If the Qi family were entirely extinguished, I would gain nothing, for all heirs would be deceased, leaving outsiders like us with no opportunity to inherit the Qi family's assets. Wang Zhong clarified. And how do you intend to acquire the Qi family fortune? Han Jingjing probed further. As long as Qi Xinhua is alive, he is the sole inheritor of the Qi estate. That I know his character. He has always been timid and conflict-averse, with a modicum of persuasion and intimidation. He will comply with my wishes, allowing me to forge a document claiming he entrusted me with the management of the Qi family's assets. In that way, no one would suspect a thing. I would essentially be taking from Qi to give back to Qi. Wang Zhong concluded. You truly have gone to great lengths for this, Zhang Hao remarked as he returned. The Qi family has forced my hand. Wang Zhong replied coolly, indicating he had not desired to reach this point. Zhang Feng turned to the 3rd assassin. Now, tell us how you killed Qi Xinping. The 3rd assassin glanced at Wang Zhong, but remained silent. Speak. The truth is now laid bare. Wang Zhong urged. I received orders from my boss and arrived at the scene. Just as I was about to enter, I heard a commotion inside. To avoid alarming them, I waited in the shadows. Eventually, Qi Xinming stormed out in anger, but Qi Xinping did not follow. I noticed someone delivering a fruit basket and seized the opportunity to take it to Qi Xinping's room. Once he opened the door, I found my chance and killed him with a lamp, the 3rd assassin recounted. You entered through the front door and escaped via the window, Zhang Feng inquired. Correct, the 3rd assassin replied. However, the footprints left on the windowsill do not match your shoe size, Zhang Hao pointed out. That is because I was wearing Qi Xinming's shoes at the time. I deliberately left those prints to lead you to believe Qi Xinming murdered Qi Xinping. The 3rd assassin explained. So the shoes belonging to Qi Xinming were your doing. Zhang Feng turned to Wang Zhong. Indeed, I took his shoes and handed them to the 3rd assassin, Wang Zhong confirmed. It seems this matter is resolved. However, we remain in the dark regarding the contents of the property notarization signed by Zhou Limin and Qi Youhai. It appears to be a riddle, Zhang Feng remarked. Qi Xinhua, this was written by the late Mr. Qi himself. Take a look, Zhang Feng said, handing the paper to Qi Xinhua. I abide by my father's decision. Qi Xinhua declared. I can make a unilateral decision. Personal belongings can be retained by you, while the rest will be sold for charitable purposes. Zhang Feng explained. I understand. Qi Xinhua replied. Such an outcome seems to be the inevitable consequence of the 3 brothers' actions. Had they possessed more capability, Qi Youhai would not have been driven to make such a decision. Take them away, Chen Feng instructed the officers. The once great Qi family has fallen to this, Han Jingjing lamented as she gazed at the Qi estate. The intrigues of wealthy families are not confined to the realm of cinema. We encounter such examples all too frequently in our investigations, Chen Feng stated calmly. However, if the Qi family had not descended into such turmoil, their wealth would not have been donated by Qi Yuhai. In that sense, perhaps we ought to be grateful to the three brothers. Han Jingjing suddenly smiled. If Qi Xinping and his brothers were to hear that, I imagine they would haunt you in their unrest. Chen Feng chuckled. Let them come. Do you think I fear two ghosts? Han Jingjing feigned bravado. That, I fear, is something only you know. Chen Feng smiled at Zhang Hao. Chen Feng, you only know how to scare me. Han Jingjing chased after him in mock anger. Enough? You two hurry back to the station. I have personal matters to attend to. Chen Feng laughed. What matters? Are you off to see Sister Ruan Hongyu again? Do you two share some secret? Han Jingjing looked at him with discontent. I feel joy should be shared with good friends. Chen Feng smiled. Chapter 69. Murder at the inn. Seeing you so cheerful, it must be good news. Ruan Hongyu remarked with a smile that I've discovered that whenever I hit a wall in a case, it is women who assist me. I've found clues from you and leads from Han Jingjing. It seems I cannot live without women. Chen Feng laughed, and I never knew you had such a humorous side. However, I am now curious. Who among us do you think has helped you more? If you had to choose one, who would it be? Ruan Hongyu smiled. Today, I have money. Let me treat you to a lavish meal. Chen Feng grinned. Ruan Hongyu laughed as well, refraining from delving further into this delicate topic that could lead to awkwardness. You truly are a man of your word. Very well, I will grant you this favor, Ruan Hongyu said with a smile. While the French may revel in romance, even the most romantic locales can grow tiresome. Perhaps we should indulge in Chinese cuisine today, which I find much more delectable, Chen Feng suggested. Agreed, but please do not tell me you plan to cook. Ruan Hongyu laughed. You think too much of me. But if you dare to eat, I may indeed prepare a few dishes for you. Chen Feng replied, grinning. It appears I am not destined for such culinary delights. Have you decided where to go? I have no desire to search aimlessly, as that would be an utter waste of time, remarked Ruan Hongyu with a smile. Of course, I understand the value of your time, which is why I have already found a place. Chen Feng replied, grinning. How shall we go? Ruan Hongyu inquired. That depends on your attitude. If you prefer to walk, then we shall walk. If you wish to ride, then we shall take a carriage, Chen Feng said. Still smiling. You're quite the charmer. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Let us walk, as I find it more enjoyable. Ruan Hongyu laughed. It seems I must take care to protect myself, for if those pursuing you were to see me, I might find myself in a precarious situation. Chen Feng chuckled. Precarious? Ruan Hongyu inquired with a smile. To lose the chance to win you over, only to be misunderstood, would indeed be a loss, Chen Feng replied. Still smiling. Your ambition is not insignificant. There are many who would seek to win my heart along the bond, yet I feel nothing for them. How about we not part ways tonight? Ruan Hongyu suggested playfully. Ahem, let us go for a meal, Chen Feng said with an awkward laugh. Having been playfully teased, as they strolled down the street, Ruan Hongyu appeared quite delighted. You haven't been out during the day for quite some time. Have you? Chen Feng asked. Indeed, those like us seldom enjoy such freedom, especially during daylight. Ruan Hongyu sighed. It's clear that you relish being out. After our meal, shall I accompany you for a stroll? Chen Feng proposed with a smile. If you have the time, I would certainly like that. It's a rare occasion for me to be out, and I don't wish to return too soon, Ruan Hongyu replied with a smile. Many envy the glamour of your life, yet few comprehend the struggles that lie beneath, Chen Feng commented. Who would have thought that a high-ranking officer like you would understand our plight so well? You truly are impressive, Ruan Hongyu responded with a smile. I too have faced hardships. My aspirations were merely to earn a living, and I am fortunate to have found some enjoyment in it. I merely empathize with others, Chen Feng said with a smile. However, those truly in power may witness our allure, yet remain oblivious to our heartaches, Ruan Hongyu remarked, suddenly melancholic. Remember your own words. Tomorrow will be better. Though today may bring many disappointments, tomorrow is a new day, and today will become the past. We do not live for the past. We live for tomorrow, Chen Feng said earnestly. I find you even more charming when you're serious. I fear I might hopelessly fall for you. What do you propose we do? Ruan Hongyu said suddenly with a laugh. Do not fall for me. It may lead you to suffering, Chen Feng replied with a laugh. I feel this meal may not come to fruition, Ruan Hongyu remarked. Why not? We have yet to reach the restaurant. You suddenly have business to attend to? Chen Feng asked. It appears it is you who has urgent matters. Ruan Hongyu laughed. Look over there. She pointed to the street. Chen Feng glanced and saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, seemingly not for any event. Shall we go take a look? Wan Hongyu suggested with a smile. Let us hope it is not something sinister, Zhang Feng replied. The two approached the inn and found a man lying unconscious in the lobby. What happened? Zhang Feng asked a bystander. Who knows? He just collapsed out of nowhere. The individual replied. Did no one call for an ambulance? Wan Hongyu inquired. He doesn't appear to be a guest. He looks more like a staff member. An ambulance has been called, but they haven't arrived yet. He has been lying here for several minutes, but no one dares to move him, the bystander continued. Zhang Feng stepped forward and examined the man on the ground. It appears there is no serious issue. Zhang Feng stated. He pressed on the man's pressure point, and within moments, the man regained consciousness. I didn't realize you had medical skills, Wan Hongyu remarked with a smile, having spent considerable time with Zhang Hao. I've picked up a few things, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Besides, he seems to be merely fainting, which is why I dared to intervene. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the audacity, he added with a laugh. Are you all right? Zhang Feng asked the man. The man shook his head and suddenly shouted, Murder! Murder! His cries drew the attention of the crowd, who were about to disperse. You fool! Why are you shouting? Do you not realize this will ruin our business? The owner exclaimed in frustration. However, he was helpless, for the man was known to be somewhat simple-minded, often babbling nonsense. Upon hearing the owner call the man by name, many laughed and walked away, dismissing it as a joke. I am not lying. That couple is dead, and there is so much blood, the simpleton insisted, shaking his head. Your name is Shah? Zhang Feng asked. Yes, they call me Shah, but I am not foolish. He replied with a grin. Chapter 70. Seeking clues. Can I trust you? Zhang Feng asked Shah. Sir, you cannot truly believe what he says. He is merely rambling. This child has been mentally challenged since childhood. When he appeared at the door of our inn, I took pity on him and allowed him to work here as a servant, where he does odd jobs. It is no issue, but he sometimes speaks nonsensically. And we have grown accustomed to it, the owner explained with a smile. Has he ever mentioned anything about murder? Zhang Feng inquired. Not that I recall, the owner replied after a moment's thought. Better to err on the side of caution. I choose to believe him, Zhang Feng stated calmly. Can you take me to see? Zhang Feng asked. Certainly, Shah replied. Standing up. Shah led the way, followed by Zhang Feng, Wan Hongyu, the owner, and a few curious onlookers. It seems your intuition is quite sharp, Zhang Feng remarked to Wan Hongyu. This time, I must admit, it is my fault, Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. Soon they arrived at the room. The owner opened the door. And upon seeing it empty, he furiously exclaimed, Shah, where are the bodies you spoke of? This is infuriating. You are constantly disrupting my business. Zhang Feng halted the owner's rude outburst and asked Shah. Are you certain this is the room? Absolutely. I remember it clearly. I am sensitive to numbers, Shah insisted. Yet there is no one here, Zhang Feng said, puzzled. They are here, Shah replied, dashing to the cabinet and flinging it open, revealing two half-naked corpses. Wan Hongyu gasped. Despite having encountered death before, she had never witnessed such a scene. The two appeared to have been slain by a single blow, yet their exposed chests bore a single character each, together spelling scum. Moreover, each incision was not merely a gash, but rather a meticulous carving away of flesh. Even Zhang Feng, who had seen many forms of death, found this sight haunting. No wonder Shah had claimed there was so much blood. This is bad. We are in serious trouble. The owner trembled. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Yet here he was, faced with it. I am Zhang Feng from the Investigation Bureau. Please go to the bureau and find someone named Zhang Hao. Have him come here at once. Zhang Feng instructed the owner. Of course, I shall go immediately, the owner replied, eager to resolve the matter. Should this case remain unsolved, it would tarnish his establishment's reputation, which had taken much effort to build. If you feel frightened, you may step aside, Zhang Feng advised Wan Hongyu. She nodded and moved aside to Shah. Tell me how you discovered the bodies, Zhang Feng asked. This morning, I came to clean their room. I knocked, but received no response, so I used the key to unlock the door, only to find it empty. At first, I thought nothing of it and began cleaning every corner with a mop. Otherwise, the owner would not pay me. When I reached the cabinet, I noticed a great deal of blood. I mopped it up thoroughly, but then saw more blood on the cabinet, so I took a cloth to wipe it clean. To my shock, when I touched the cabinet, it opened, revealing two dead bodies. It was terrifying, and I ran away. Shah recounted. Is that so? Did you move anything in here? Zhang Feng asked. No. Shah shook his head vigorously. I've heard that touching the belongings of the dead is ill-fated, so I never touch anything belonging to the deceased. I want to live a long life, he said innocently. Yet this statement made Zhang Feng slightly awkward, as he frequently dealt with the possessions of the dead. Noticing Zhang Feng's discomfort, Wan Hongyu let out a laugh. All right, Air Shah, go fetch your boss, Chen Feng said, smiling as Air Shah exited. Chen Feng turned to Wan Hongyu and said, It seems I may not live long. Do you truly believe that? Wan Hongyu responded, playfully rolling her eyes at him. By the way, do you smell that fragrance? It seems reminiscent of the perfume used by women. Chen Feng remarked as he took a sniff. Is it from that woman? Wan Hongyu inquired. It doesn't seem to be. Chen Feng replied, leaning closer to the woman's lifeless body. Although there is a scent of perfume on her, it is not overwhelmingly strong, or perhaps this particular fragrance is quite unique and clearly does not belong to the deceased. He added. Do you know what type of perfume this is? Chen Feng asked. I regret to inform you that, although this perfume is delightful, I am not familiar with it. Wan Hongyu responded with a smile. You don't know either. Could it be newly released? Chen Feng questioned, puzzled. Ha. I'm not omniscient. How could I know everything? Wan Hongyu laughed. At that moment, the proprietor arrived. Officer Chen, did you summon me? He asked. Have you notified Zhang Hao? Chen Feng queried. Rest assured, Officer Chen, I have already sent someone to inform him. The proprietor assured. Good. You know who these two individuals are? Chen Feng continued. I'm not certain. I need to check the registration log for confirmation, the proprietor replied. Then please retrieve the registration log now. Chen Feng instructed. Chen Feng meticulously examined the room once more, noting that aside from the bloodstains near the cabinet, there were no other traces of blood, which left him somewhat perplexed. Shortly after, the proprietor returned with a registration log in hand. Officer Chen, I just checked. The male is named Li Mingjie, while the female is not registered. They arrived here at 6 o'clock yesterday evening, the proprietor explained. Were there any suspicious individuals who came after 6? Chen Feng inquired. Officer Chen, that poses quite a challenge for me. We welcome all guests. How could I discern who might be suspicious? The proprietor lamented. Is your establishment open all night, or does it close at a certain time? Chen Feng pressed on. Typically, we close at 11 o'clock in the evening. After that, no one can enter or exit unless I unlock the door, the proprietor clarified. Were there any suspicious women who left before 11? Chen Feng continued. Not at all. The women visiting these past days have all come with men. I haven't noticed any acting alone. The proprietor considered. At that moment, Zhang Hao arrived, guided by a waitress. What happened? He asked as he entered. Take a look. Chen Feng gestured towards the cabinet. Han Jingjing curiously approached the cabinet, only to immediately cover her mouth and run away in disgust. Must it be so gruesome? What deep-seated hatred could lead to this? Zhang Hao exclaimed, equally shocked. Inspect it. I observed that the cause of death was a single cut to the throat, Chen Feng noted. Zhang Hao instructed several officers to remove the bodies for a closer examination of the wounds. After this experience, you might learn not to be so inquisitive, Chen Feng said, finding some amusement in Han Jingjing's retching. Please refrain from making such comments. Can't you see Jingjing is in distress? Wan Hongyu shot Chen Feng an exasperated glance. Sister Hongyu, don't engage with him. This person lacks any sense of compassion, Han Jingjing sighed. The fatal wounds were indeed located at the throat, while the other scratches on the bodies appeared to have occurred post-mortem. Zhang Hao stated as he removed his gloves. I concur. Otherwise, the victims would have surely screamed due to the injuries, Chen Feng added. However, I believe I detected a fragrance in the room, Zhang Hao remarked. We also noticed it, but Miss Wan claims she is unfamiliar with the scent, Chen Feng replied. This perfume seems to carry an enchanting aroma that can induce drowsiness, though it appears to have lost its potency by now. Zhang Hao chuckled. I did not realize you had an interest in perfumes. Wan Hongyu smiled. Truth be told, I am not well versed in perfumes. My sensitivity to this one arises from its containing elements I frequently encounter. Zhang Hao explained with a grin. Based on your observations, when do you believe these two perished? Chen Feng queried. They likely died around midnight last night, Zhang Hao responded. Yet the proprietor stated no one entered or exited during that time. And the doors close at 11 o'clock. With the keys untouched, I examined the windows and found no signs of tampering, leading me to wonder how the assailant escaped. Chen Feng pondered. Is it possible the killer concealed themselves and only left at daybreak? Han Jingjing suggested. That is plausible. However, the proprietor mentioned seeing no women acting alone. Thus, if the assailant departed alone, it would certainly draw his attention, Chen Feng reasoned. Yet, there remains the possibility that the culprit disguised themselves as a man. Or perhaps is indeed a man, utilizing perfume to mislead us and throw off our pursuit, Zhang Hao proposed. Which scenario do you lean towards? Chen Feng inquired. I cannot say for certain, but given the brutality of the victim's demise, I am more inclined to suspect a woman. Often, a woman's desire for vengeance can surpass that of a man, Zhang Hao reflected. Hey, Dr. Zhang, this is the first time I disagree with your opinion. Don't forget, sometimes men can be the real deviants. Han Jingjing shot an annoyed look at Chen Feng, that I speak only to the facts. Do not take it to heart, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. What is going on? Why is the window next door left open? The proprietor reprimanded a waitress. Sir, I distinctly remember closing every unoccupied window. I cannot fathom why it would be inexplicably ajar, the employee protested. Feeling wronged. Humph, you must have been slacking off and are now making excuses, the proprietor retorted angrily. Your wages will be docked this month, he added, still fuming over the incident. Could this be a possibility? Chen Feng suddenly smiled. I believe so. Zhang Hao chuckled in agreement. What are you two discussing that leaves us in the dark? Han Jingjing asked, confused. They suggest the murderer may have escaped through the neighboring room. Ruan Hongyu explained with a laugh. Proprietor, let us not blame him just yet. This situation is rather peculiar and requires further investigation. Chen Feng interjected to halt the proprietor's ire. Officer Chen, there is no need for your concern. I can handle this minor issue, the proprietor said with a smile. This is no trivial matter. I trust this employee. He indeed closed the window, and the open window must indicate the killer's escape route. Chen Feng asserted. I see. It seems I misjudged him, the proprietor conceded, a bit embarrassed. All right, no harm done. I retract my accusation, and your wages will not be affected, the proprietor declared. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged a laugh. Let me open the door, the proprietor offered. No need. We can manage ourselves, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Han Jingjing, please come and open the door, Chen Feng instructed. Isn't there a key? Why must I do it? Han Jingjing complained. You must remember, we are in the midst of an investigation. Just follow my orders, Chen Feng replied. Han Jingjing produced a small piece of wire and deftly manipulated the lock until it clicked open. This lock is hardly a challenge, she remarked casually. For you, perhaps, but for those with even a modicum of lock-picking skill, it poses no difficulty, Chen Feng inquired. Anyone with basic lock-picking knowledge could open it. Han Jingjing replied, placing the wire back. Then it seems our assailant is quite skilled, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Pushing the door open, they discovered all the windows securely shut, prompting Chen Feng to ask. Which window was open? That one, the proprietor indicated, pointing to the middle window. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao opened it, and Chen Feng observed, if someone with agility were to jump from here, they should be fine. Are you suggesting this person possesses such abilities? Zhang Hao questioned. It seems so. I will take a look, Chen Feng replied. Descending through the window, Chen Feng returned after a quarter of an hour. I examined the area thoroughly. There are no signs of climbing, and the window was wide open. I suspect the assailant jumped from here and did not have time to close the window. Otherwise, they would have had the opportunity to do so, which would have allowed for a more discreet escape. Chapter 72. Investigating the source of the perfume, let us return to the crime scene, Chen Feng suggested. Back in the adjacent room, he noted. Before your arrival, I observed that there were no bloodstains on the bed, nor on the floor. According to Shah, he only saw blood near the cabinet. Are you implying that the assailant dragged these two to the cabinet to murder them, and then concealed them inside? Zhang Hao pondered. That is a possibility. Otherwise, it does not explain the absence of blood in those areas. Given their disheveled appearance, they likely were asleep, which further complicates matters, Chen Feng concluded. However, why did the murderer not simply place the victim in the room after the act, but instead chose to conceal the body? Was it a deliberate attempt to obscure the act of murder, or does it carry a deeper significance? Zhang Hao pondered. Placing the body in the cupboard could also lead to its discovery. I believe there must be some underlying meaning to this action, Han Jingjing remarked. We currently have only two clues. One is the perfume, and the other is the name of the male victim. Chen Feng stated, we don't even know the name of the perfume, which complicates our investigation. It might be wiser to start with the name, as that would likely be easier, Zhang Hao suggested. Very well. Let's divide our tasks. You investigate the identity of the victim, while I will trace the origin of the perfume, Chen Feng proposed. You always leave the easy tasks for me. Do you doubt my abilities? Zhang Hao joked. How could I doubt your capabilities? I simply prefer a challenge, Chen Feng replied with a smile. All right, as you wish, Zhang Hao chuckled. The male victim is named Li Mingzhi, Chen Feng informed. Understood, Zhang Hao smiled. So what shall I do? Han Jingjing inquired. You should return. I wouldn't want you to see something you shouldn't and get frightened, Chen Feng said with a laugh. Humph, you're bullying me again. But this time I insist on accompanying you, Han Jingjing declared playfully. Please don't cling to me. Chen Feng responded that I'm not clinging to you. I'm following the perfume, Han Jingjing retorted smugly. Miss Ruan, I apologize. But it seems we will not be able to have dinner this time. I promise to make it up to you when I have the chance. Chen Feng said apologetically that it's all right. Your matters are more important, Ruan Hongyu replied with a smile. that I'll have someone escort you back. I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you, Zhang Feng stated, no need for that. Your investigation is a priority that I am familiar with this route, so don't let my presence hinder your work, Wan Hongyu insisted. Then I shall take my leave, and with that, Wan Hongyu exited the inn. Let us proceed with the investigation, Zhang Feng suggested. The two, each accompanied by a team, began their separate inquiries. Zhang Feng and Han Jingjing searched through several shops, yet failed to locate the brand Zhang Feng sought. Perhaps it wasn't that it didn't exist, but rather that Zhang Feng was unaware of what it was. He also lacked knowledge of the ingredients used in that particular perfume, which complicated his investigation. Oh dear, you truly are rather foolish. If you continue searching one shop at a time, when will you ever finish? It would be far better to find a well-known store and have one of their staff accompany us. Surely they, being in this business, would know the perfume we seek, Han Jingjing remarked, observing Zhang Feng's seemingly hopeless demeanor. Unexpectedly, you're quite clever this time, Zhang Feng acknowledged, appreciating her suggestion that, of course, having me along is never a mistake. Now, in light of your recent compliment, I shall take you to a renowned perfume shop, Han Jingjing declared proudly. Soon, Han Jingjing led Zhang Feng to a perfume store called Xiang Shirley that I must inform you. This place is the most famous perfume shop in all of Shanghai. If you cannot find the perfume you seek here, it's unlikely you will find it elsewhere, Han Jingjing stated confidently. Zhang Feng stood at the entrance, gazing at the sign for Xiang Shirley, chuckling. Is it truly that exaggerated? Xiang Shirley, reminiscent of Huang Chao's fragrant cloud wafting through Chang'an. Whether or not it is exaggerated is irrelevant. The name must resonate if they dare to use such a name. It indicates they possess genuine quality. Otherwise, they would have been shut down long ago, Han Jingjing replied, her impatience evident, I must say. Some of your perspectives today are quite commendable. Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Let us go inside and take a look. Good day, sir and madam. What can I assist you with today? A staff member inquired. That I've heard you are known as Xiang Shirley. Han Jingjing stated with composure. Indeed, our establishment is quite renowned, the staff member responded with a smile, secretly wondering why they were asking such questions when the store name was displayed prominently outside. Is there truly a fragrance that permeates 10 miles? Do not deceive me. Quickly, bring out your finest perfume for me to sample. If it truly possesses a 10-mile fragrance, I shall purchase it. If not, I shall not hesitate to voice my dissatisfaction, Han Jingjing said sternly, though inwardly she was amused. That I regret to inform you, miss, that I cannot fulfill your request if you are here to make a purchase. We welcome you. If not, please refrain from disrupting our business, the staff member replied, her demeanor shifting slightly. Apologies, she was merely jesting, Zhang Feng interjected, pulling Han Jingjing back with a smile. I am Zhang Feng from the Joint Investigation Bureau. We have come to inquire about a case. He presented his badge. May I ask what questions you have, officer? The staff member replied with a smile. Could you tell me who in your establishment possesses the greatest expertise regarding perfumes? Zhang Feng inquired. That would be me, the female staff member replied with a smile, though her expression revealed no trace of pride. Excellent. Might I trouble you to accompany us? We are currently dealing with a case related to perfume and require your assistance. Zhang Feng requested. Unfortunately, we cannot leave our posts without permission. I must consult with my manager, the female staff member said, appearing somewhat troubled. Very well. We do not wish to cause you distress. Please call your manager, and I will speak with him. Should any issues arise during this time, I will do my utmost to assist you, Zhang Feng assured with a smile. Very well, please wait a moment while I fetch my manager. The female staff member said cheerfully. How did I perform just now? Han Jingjing whispered. You exhibited quite the demeanor of a female bandit, Zhang Feng remarked, maintaining his composure. Indeed, that was exactly my intention, Han Jingjing replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 73. A Miss Ruan. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered the Xiang Shirley store. Please bring me another bottle of the perfume I used last time, she commanded imperiously. Certainly, madam, the staff member replied without any hint of dissatisfaction. Quickly retrieving a bottle of perfume. This is the scent, the woman declared, spritzing it with satisfaction. Here, the remainder is yours, she said, tossing a wad of cash nonchalantly. Thank you, madam, the staff member expressed gratefully. However, the woman did not glance at the staff member again. As they failed to pique her interest, in her eyes, their value was perhaps less than that of the bottle of perfume. The scent wafted through the air, and Zhang Feng was taken aback. For the fragrance from that bottle was identical to the one found in the inn room. Excuse me, madam, may I inquire what brand of perfume you were using? Zhang Feng approached with a smile. What? Do you wish to purchase that brand? The woman shot him a glance. That I have no intention of buying. I am merely intrigued by that brand of perfume, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Humph. I doubt you can afford it. Someone like you can only aspire to catch a whiff of the perfume I spray, the woman retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. How can you look down on others like that? Han Jingjing exclaimed angrily from the side. Keep your distance. I do not want your bad luck to rub off on me, the woman said, stepping back upon seeing Han Jingjing's simpler attire. Excuse me. Madam, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Humph, people like you can never enjoy the high life that we lead, the woman scoffed as she departed, her words laced with arrogance. How could you let her walk away? I wanted to give her a piece of my mind. She has spoiled my good mood for the day. How dare she look down on us? Han Jingjing fumed. Why waste your breath on someone like her? Your level is far too low for that. True nobility, merely a matter of material wealth. True nobility lies in the spirit or the soul. She possesses neither. Her behavior only reveals a more grotesque aspect of her character. I believe everyone present, even if materially less affluent, is far superior to her in spirit, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Well said. At that moment, a well-dressed gentleman began to applaud. Behind him stood the earlier staff member. This gentleman is our manager, the staff member said with a smile. Good day, sir. I am Zhang Feng from the Investigation Bureau. Initially, we sought the assistance of this staff member, but we have since found our answer. I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Not at all. Had I not come out, I would have missed hearing your enlightening perspective, the manager replied with a chuckle. May I inquire which perfume you are interested in, officer? I would be pleased to assist you, the manager offered enthusiastically. Manager, it is the perfume taken by the woman who just left, Zhang Feng pointed out. The manager looked at Zhang Feng, unsure of whom he was referring to. That would be Mrs. Chung, the staff member clarified. Her. She is indeed a regular customer here. The manager smiled. I know the perfume you mentioned. It is our newest brand, and naturally, it comes at a high price, making it inaccessible to the average person, the manager added with a grin. Is this fragrance brand exclusive to your store? Zhang Feng inquired. Indeed, we are the sole agents for this brand. Our shop's reputation today is closely tied to the unique fragrances we offer, the owner explained. Who typically purchases this fragrance? Do you recall? Zhang Feng asked. Since this fragrance is quite rare, we keep a record of every sale. During holidays, we often give out gifts, the owner replied. Could you please show me that record? Zhang Feng smiled. Of course, just a moment. The owner responded, instructing a nearby staff member to fetch the book. In the lull, Han Jing commented, Boss, given your refined demeanor, how can you permit such a vulgar person to shop here? She looks like a nouveau riche. Who is she? You've hit the nail on the head. That woman does have a bit of a nouveau riche air about her. She hails from humble beginnings, yet for some reason, the young master of the Chung family is infatuated with her and married her. Which is how she can afford such fragrances, the owner chuckled. A wild chicken turning into a phoenix. I suspect she is a seductress, luring your men into a trance, Han Jing said indignantly. Zhang Feng and the owner shared a hearty laugh. However, boss, your insights into the Chung family affairs suggest you hold a notable position, Han Jing remarked with curiosity. Miss, you jest, I am merely a shopkeeper. There is no significant status here, the owner chuckled. The record is here. Officer Chan, take a look, the owner said, deftly changing the subject as he handed the book to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng examined the names listed within, smiling as he remarked, It seems this Mrs. Chung has made quite an impact on your shop. Purchasing a bottle every few days. One might say she spends money like water. Frankly, we welcome such patrons. Of course, it would be even more gratifying if they possessed a higher caliber, the owner responded with a smile. Welcoming customers is indeed the way of business, Zhang Feng agreed with a grin. Suddenly, Zhang Feng noticed a familiar name in the record. Who is Ruan Hongyu? He asked. Han Jing, puzzled, was about to speak but was silenced by Chen Feng's glance. You mean to say Officer Chen is unaware of the illustrious Ruan Hongyu? That surprises me, the owner said with amusement. I know of someone by that name from the Belle Epoque. Could they be one and the same? Zhang Feng inquired. Absolutely. Given her style and purchasing power, she is undoubtedly the only one on the Shanghai Bund who fits that description, the owner replied with a grin. Thank you, boss, Zhang Feng said, closing the record with a smile. Chapter 74. Interrogating Ruan Hongyu upon exiting the shop, Zhang Feng wore a pensive expression. It was astonishing that Ruan Hongyu had purchased this fragrance, yet she claimed to have never used it and was unaware. Why was she lying? Zhang Feng shook his head, perplexed. In a somewhat dilapidated room at the Belle Epoque, a woman's voice, tinged with urgency, asked, Did you kill those two? The person across from her remained silent. Silence can sometimes imply acknowledgement. Have you forgotten the grudge from 3 years ago? The woman pressed. I cannot forget. I will never forget. The voice from across rasped. Oh, you think I could forget? The pain they inflicted upon me is indelible. The torment I have endured these past 3 years has been solely to enact my revenge, the person replied, seething with anger. But you cannot harm the innocent. That woman has committed no wrong. The woman argued. Anyone associated with them deserves to die. She retorted angrily. You could choose to report this. That would allow you to avenge yourself, the woman suggested. Report? Huh. What good would that do? Even if I did. It would harm them little. In the end, I would expose myself. And even if they were punished, it would not bring me satisfaction that I want to kill them one by one to quell my rage. The person snarled, Do not be so obstinate. This path will not end well for you. What is the point? The woman tried to reason. End well? If I intend to kill them, I have never considered a peaceful resolution. Besides, what right do I have to speak of peace? I am unworthy to live in this world. The person shouted hoarsely. Do not think like that. You have me. Focus on happier thoughts, and you will suffer less. The woman urged gently. My world is gradually filled with pain. There is no joy left. If there is any happiness to be found, it will be in the moment I finally kill them all. The person said wearily. Do not do anything foolish. The police will eventually catch you. The woman cried, tears in her eyes. I have long prepared for death. My only motivation for living these years has been revenge. If I die without killing them, I will not rest in peace, the person declared. Enough. Leave now. Do not disturb me further. They interrupted, cutting off the woman's words, seeing that her attempts to comfort had failed. The woman left, heartbroken. Wait. Just as she reached the door, the person called after her. Have you come to a realization? The woman asked, her face lighting up with hope. No. Came the cold reply. I wanted to warn you not to inform the police about my situation. If you truly care for me, you should wish for my success in killing them. I understand, the woman said, her voice trembling. As she exited, she felt conflicted. If she reported it, this person would certainly be apprehended. But with mitigating circumstances, a death sentence was not guaranteed. Yet, if she refrained from reporting, they might kill those individuals, but the guilt would weigh heavily, leading to an inevitable death. Not long after returning to her room, there was a knock. Miss Wan, Officer Chen is looking for you. Wan Hongyu's heart raced. Had he uncovered something? Without further thought, she answered, I will be right there. Upon entering the living room, she found Chen Feng waiting in a secluded corner. Officer Chen, what brings you here? Wan Hongyu smiled. Hongyu, are we friends? Chen Feng asked calmly. Wan Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by that? This was the first time he had addressed her so formally. Of course, she managed to reply, her lips twitching slightly. Then why did you lie to me? Chen Feng asked, his gaze pained. Lied? What lie? She questioned, genuinely confused. You purchased that fragrance. Why did you tell me you were unfamiliar with it? Chen Feng scrutinized her expression for clues. Did I? What brand was it? She asked. You bought it just a few days ago. Have you forgotten so quickly? Or have you been deceiving me all along? He pressed. You have misunderstood me. I remember now. I did buy a bottle of perfume from Shirley Fragrance, but I never opened it. It was stolen before I had the chance to use it. Since it was just a bottle of perfume, I didn't want to make a scene, so I kept quiet. I have not used it, thus I know nothing of it being the fragrance of the crime scene. She explained. Really? He asked, needing assurance. Of course, do you not believe me? She replied with a smile. I apologize. I wronged you. Chen Feng admitted. It's all right. I understand you are seeking the truth. Wan Hongyu replied warmly. You do not think I suspect you of being the murderer, do you? She teased. I have never thought you capable of such a thing. Even if you had that fragrance, I was merely perplexed as to why you claimed ignorance after having purchased it. It seems we have misunderstood one another, he chuckled. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, can we still be good friends? She asked, smiling brightly. Of course, you will always be my good friend, he affirmed with a grin. However, you calling me Hongyu so seriously startled me. She laughed. I too struggled to accept the reality. Please do not take it to heart that I reiterate my apologies, he said with a smile. Apologies are not merely spoken. She replied playfully. Then shall I treat you to dinner? He proposed. One word is a promise, said Wan Hongyu. Then I shall take my leave, Chen Feng replied. Allow me to see you off. Wan Hongyu smiled as she escorted Chen Feng to the door. Feeling a pang of loss in her heart, I'm sorry, I deceived you. Chapter 75. Dialogue of the second young master. As soon as she returned to the investigation bureau, Han Jingjing hurriedly approached. Did you find out anything? She inquired. She did indeed purchase it, but she claims that the bottle of perfume was stolen before she could use it. Chen Feng replied calmly. Do you don't believe her? Han Jingjing asked hesitantly. I would rather choose to believe, Chen Feng stated firmly. Has Zhang Hao returned? He inquired. He just came back a while ago, but I don't know where he is now. Han Jingjing responded. Please find him. I need to speak with him, Chen Feng instructed. All right, Han Jingjing nodded. Before long, Han Jingjing entered alongside Zhang Hao. How is the investigation on your end? Zhang Feng asked. We've uncovered some details. This Li Mingzhi is nothing but a wealthy heir, indulging in a life of extravagance and vice, surrounded by a group of debauched friends who either chase after women or indulge in opium. He wastes money on whatever brings him pleasure, Zhang Hao reported. What is his background? Zhang Feng inquired. He is known as the only son of Silk Li, and his family's silk industry is quite remarkable. Such immense wealth has fostered his tendency to squander. Zhang Hao explained. No wonder. Another wealthy scion. It seems the young masters of Shanghai are in for trouble, one after another facing dire fates, Zhang Feng scoffed. Indeed, they are a troublesome lot. Has he made any enemies recently? He asked. I inquired. But there's nothing. Although Li Mingzhi is prone to causing trouble, he is somewhat astute and tends not to provoke those stronger than himself. He typically bullies ordinary citizens, Zhang Hao replied. Do we have any news about the woman? Zhang Feng asked. There are no leads on her. She appears to be from a place of ill repute, Zhang Hao said. Notify the Li family, with their only son in peril. The matter cannot be concealed, Zhang Feng instructed. I've already sent word, but how is your inquiry into the perfume? Zhang Hao asked. Wan Hong Yu had bought it. Zhang Feng responded. Do you think? Zhang Hao speculated. No, I never believed her to be the murderer, Zhang Feng asserted. What did she say? Zhang Hao queried. She claimed the bottle of perfume was stolen. Zhang Feng replied. Do you believe her? Zhang Hao echoed Han Jingjing's earlier question. I do not know, Zhang Feng answered, offering a different response. Your heart is troubled, Zhang Hao remarked. We have clarified the leads, yet we remain at a standstill. We know the identity of the deceased, but lack any valuable clues. And there are no enemies to pursue. This is indeed a headless case, Zhang Hao frowned. Even so, we must continue our investigation. Just because there are no leads now does not mean there were none in the past. We should examine his previous adversaries or keep an eye on his acquaintances. A breakthrough must be forthcoming, Zhang Feng stated. Now we have an important clue by focusing on his closest friends. We can pursue them for insights, and as for his past indiscretions, I doubt there is much worth delving into, Zhang Feng declared. Very well, I shall investigate his closest friends, Zhang Hao responded. INACF in the city. Two fashionably dressed men sat together, stirring their coffee while puffing on cigars, indicative of their extravagant lifestyle. What did you call me out here for? One man asked, somewhat disinterested. Li Mingzhi is dead, the other man replied. The previously indifferent man's demeanor shifted instantly. He removed his cigar and asked eagerly, when did he die? You didn't know? The other man glanced at him. Cheng Haoyang, don't speak to me with such sarcasm. If I knew, why would I ask you? The man retorted impatiently. Its said he was murdered last night, and there was a woman present. He met a gruesome end, his throat cut, and a few words were etched into his chest. Cheng Haoyang stated coolly. What words? The man inquired. Scum, Cheng Haoyang replied, taking a sip of his coffee. And what does that signify? The man leaned back comfortably, showing no further interest. The two fell silent. Is your purpose simply to inform me that Li Mingzhi is dead? Now that you've said your piece, I have no further business here, the man remarked, taking a sip of his coffee, seemingly reluctant to leave without tasting another drop. Wait, Cheng Haoyang called out to the departing man. What else do you have to say? Don't tell me you suspect I killed Li Mingzhi. If you think that, you're quite mistaken, the man scoffed. The three of them often socialized together. Their bond somewhat closer than mere acquaintances, yet that did not imply they were invested in one another's lives to the point of vengeance. Friends can be replaced, but life is irreplaceable. Sun Jiadong, I have not finished speaking, Cheng Haoyang continued. Then do so quickly. I have no time to listen to your rambling, Sun Jiadong replied impatiently. The one who killed him is said to be a woman, Cheng Haoyang revealed. Could you please convey your thoughts clearly? I have a woman waiting for me at home, and holding this in is not good for my health. Sun Jiadong expressed his irritation. Why are you always chasing after women? Cheng Haoyang remarked, somewhat displeased. What time is it? And you are still thinking about women. You'll regret it when your time comes, he added. Oh, when did you, young Master Cheng, become so moralistic? If you called me here to lecture me, spare me. We are all of the same ilk, none better than the other. Sun Jiadong chuckled derisively. Have you not considered the possibility of Li Mingzhi's death being suspicious? Cheng Haoyang lowered his voice. What is there to suspect? He has played with so many women over the years. It's only natural he might have made enemies. This murder is quite ordinary, Sun Jiadong stated, dismissively tossing his cigar onto the table before departing. Humph, a mindless fool, unaware of how he met his end, Cheng Haoyang muttered in disdain. Chapter 76. A stitch in time saves 9. Where is my son? Where is my son? Just after Zhang Hao left the investigation bureau, a woman in an extravagant cheap house stumbled in, frantically calling out, Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Zhang Feng approached her inquiringly. My son is Li Mingzhi. Where is my son? The middle-aged woman cried, tears streaming down her face. He is in the morgue. We have taken care of him. Please follow me, Zhang Feng said gently. Liping, where are you? A man's voice called anxiously from behind. Liping, are you all right? The man rushed in, seeing the woman named Liping, and immediately inquired. Jinya, our son is dead. Our son is dead. Liping wailed, collapsing into the man's arms. A nearby young officer leaned close to Zhang Feng and whispered, This man is Li Jinya, known as Silk Li. The woman is Li Mingzhi's mother, Song Liping. Zhang Feng nodded, signaling the officer to step aside. Liping, I know. I am heartbroken too, but death cannot be undone. Mingzhi has passed. If you fall apart, what will I do? The man lamented, tears in his eyes. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, death cannot be undone. Please accept my condolences. Zhang Feng stepped forward. Accept condolences? You speak so lightly. It is my son who has died, not yours. You cannot possibly feel my grief, Song Liping shouted at Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng's expression did not betray anger, his desire to console her dissipated. I apologize, officer. My wife is distraught from losing our son and has lost control. Li Jinya quickly interjected that it is understandable. Mrs. Li's emotions are valid. Zhang Feng replied with a gentle smile. Then please, could you take us to see our son's body? Li Jinya requested politely. Despite the anguish of losing a child, Li Jinya remained composed, realizing that offending Zhang Feng would not serve their interest, as they sought a swift resolution to the case and the capture of the murderer. Certainly, please follow me, Zhang Feng said, sensing Li Jinya's respectful demeanor. My son, who could have caused you such unrest even in death? How they have desecrated your body. Upon seeing the words etched into Li Mingzhi's chest, Song Liping could no longer contain her grief and broke down once more. Li Jinya could not help but shed tears as he mourned for his only son, despite his son's shortcomings. The loss was profound. The thought of dying without an heir weighed heavily on him. After a lengthy period of weeping, both he and his wife managed to compose themselves. The officers have any leads? Li Jinya inquired, his primary concern being the capture of his son's murderer. The death of his child rendered past discussions futile. It was more practical to focus on the present. I'm sorry, but we currently have no significant breakthroughs. Zhang Feng responded, we believe your son's death was a result of foul play. Yet upon investigating his social connections, we found no apparent enemies. Thus this lead has been effectively exhausted. What are you doing? My son has been murdered, and you have made no progress, Song Liping exclaimed. Jinya, for heaven's sake, find someone capable to replace these incompetent officers. My son cannot die without reason. Zhang Feng's face revealed a flicker of irritation, which he did not attempt to conceal from Li Jinya. Recognizing his wife's distress, Li Jinya understood that her outburst was not conducive to their situation. Liping, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with the officer. Li Jinya gently urged. With a huff, Song Liping left, clearly upset with Zhang Feng's demeanor. Officer, I apologize for my wife's behavior, Li Jinya began, but Zhang Feng interjected. Mr. Li, I understand and no need for further explanation, he said, raising his hand dismissively. Are there any leads you can utilize, or ways I might assist? Li Jinya offered. Perhaps we should first learn more about Li Mingzhi, Zhang Feng suggested. My son was spoiled, being the sole child in a wealthy family. He grew up indulged, often engaging in frivolous pursuits, womanizing and smoking opium, barely attending to serious matters. I never had the heart to discipline him, and I never anticipated such a tragic outcome, Li Jinya lamented. A pang of guilt evident in his voice. I hesitate to pass judgment, but as the ancients wisely stated, a father's neglect in teaching is a grave fault. The current state of Li Mingzhi is indeed intertwined with your lack of guidance. Zhang Feng remarked calmly. You speak the truth, but it is too late now, Li Jinya replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Did he exhibit any unusual behavior in the days leading up to his death? Zhang Feng inquired. This child rarely stayed home, often out with friends. I was preoccupied with business matters, so I was not fully aware of his activities. However, he didn't seem burdened by any worries. If he had concerns, he would confide in his mother. She never mentioned him being troubled, so I assume he had no issues, Li Jinya explained. Are you aware of any close friends he had? Zhang Feng continued. One named Zhang Hao, whose family is in pharmaceuticals, and another called Sun Jiadong, whose family is in distilling. They are all just a bunch of wayward youths, Li Jinya sighed. Birds of a feather flock together. Should any of them possess good character, they would not squander their days idly. I believe your son's demise will serve as a wake-up call for them, Zhang Feng stated. Thank you, Mr. Li. Let us proceed. Zhang Feng concluded. Liping, let us not disturb the officer further. Li Jinya said. I leave my son's matters in your capable hands. Officer, you are too kind. Mr. Li, we will do our utmost, Zhang Feng assured him. One can mend a fence after a sheep is lost. But what if the sheep is already gone? Perhaps it serves as a cautionary tale for others. Yet what if no one pays heed? Chen Feng mused to himself, sensing that this ordeal was far from over. Chapter 77. Inquiry of Sun and Qing. Not long after they left, Zhang Hao entered. Before we proceed, let me guess who his close friends are. Chen Feng said with a smile. Go ahead, take a shot, Zhang Hao replied, intrigued. One named Cheng Haoyang in pharmaceuticals, and another called Sun Jiadong in distilling. Am I correct? Chen Feng smiled, pleased with his insights. Impressive deduction. Zhang Hao chuckled. Did Li Mingzhi's parents visit earlier? Indeed, they just departed, Chen Feng noted. It seems nothing escapes your keen eye, Dr. Zhang, Chen Feng remarked cheerfully. Please elaborate further, Chen Feng encouraged. Cheng Haoyang is also an only child. Already married. However, his wife comes from humble beginnings, with rumors suggesting she has a questionable past. Her skills in the bedroom have captivated Cheng Haoyang, leading him to marry her despite facing ridicule, being the only son. He had no choice but to comply with his desires, Zhang Hao recounted, laughing. I had heard whispers of her background, but to think she comes from such a profession explains her haughty demeanor. Chen Feng noted with a faint smile. Have you met her? Zhang Hao inquired playfully. During an investigation regarding perfume, we crossed paths, but enough about her. I'm far more interested in Sun Jiadong. Chen Feng redirected the conversation. Didn't he expect you to have such morbid curiosity? Zhang Hao teased. Let us be serious, Chen Feng replied, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Sun Jiadong is not strictly an only child, but he is treated as such. He has a sister named Sun Jiayao, and all the family's hopes rest on him. Unfortunately, he has squandered their expectations, often indulging in hedonistic pursuits. One redeeming quality is that he has yet to bring a woman home overnight. Zhang Hao shared, laughing. Truly a gathering of rascals. It's no wonder they associate with one another. They revel in their shared vices. With their privileged status, why would they bother with responsibility? Chen Feng observed. Now that Li Mingzhi is dead, one might think these two would become more cautious, Zhang Hao suggested. Not necessarily. They may believe Li Mingzhi's death has nothing to do with them. They might think it was his own misdeeds that led to his demise. And continue their reckless ways, Chen Feng replied. Should we warn them? Zhang Hao proposed. We lack evidence to prove whether the killer had a personal vendetta against Li Mingzhi or against the three of them. Prematurely alerting them might only provoke their disdain, backfiring on us, Chen Feng reasoned. However, we could summon them for a subtle interrogation. Perhaps they might reveal something unexpected, Chen Feng added with a smile. Yet, I doubt they would speak up. Considering it involves their sordid affairs, if word got out, it would only add to their humiliation, Zhang Hao said. In that case, we are left with little choice. I cannot predict their reactions, but I trust that any sensible person would prioritize their own safety over protecting their public image. Chen Feng concluded. I suspect they will not take kindly to your earlier remarks, Zhang Hao warned. Let them come. We have urgent inquiries to make. We cannot afford to delay. Chen Feng stated resolutely. As Chen Feng and Zhang Hao continued to discuss the case, two police officers departed. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Which one of you is Sun Jiadong? Chen Feng asked, surveying the two men. I am. Sun Jiadong replied, lounging in his chair. And you must be Cheng Haoyang. Chen Feng continued. Indeed, Cheng Haoyang nodded. We have summoned you both regarding the matter of Li Mingzhi. I trust you are aware of the tragedy that befell him last night, along with a woman? I understand you two were his closest friends. What are your thoughts on his passing? Chen Feng inquired. What thoughts can one have? Life is unpredictable. His death is just a part of that cycle. Sun Jiadong replied nonchalantly, displaying little concern for Li Mingzhi's demise. Officer, if you're here solely to discuss Li Mingzhi's death, you've come to the wrong people. While we may have shared good times, in serious matters, we are mere strangers to one another. We know nothing of his death. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave, Sun Jiadong continued. Wait, Chen Feng called out to him. Is there something else, officer? Sun Jiadong asked. Your indifference towards Li Mingzhi's passing does not concern us. However, if you do not care for your own life, we may be at an impasse, Chen Feng warned. What do you mean? Sun Jiadong frowned, perplexed. The tragic demise of Li Mingzhi, in our view, does not signify an end's companions who often shared his company. You should possess a deeper understanding of his undertakings. We are uncertain whether his death stemmed from his personal matters or from a collective entanglement involving the three of you. If it is indeed a matter solely of his own, then it may be manageable. However, should it involve a shared endeavor, the consequences might extend beyond him, placing both of you in the crosshairs of danger. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Chen Feng remarked coolly. Such alarmist rhetoric, Sun Jiadong scoffed. You shall soon determine whether my words are excessive, but the price of ignorance could be steep. Chen Feng paused, locking eyes with the two of them. it may very well cost you your lives. Thus, it would be wise to speak swiftly. Any omissions on your part could lead to our failure, and the ultimate price may be your existence, which would be a grievous loss. His words cast a heavy pall over their expressions. Chapter 78. Concealing the truth. Zhang Feng regarded the two, continuing, if you insist on departing, I shall not impede you. The door stands open, but once you step outside, your fates are your own. We bear no responsibility for what may ensue. Can you guarantee our safety? Sun Jiadong inquired. I cannot provide such assurances, but should you divulge the truth, we could implement protective measures, contingent upon your honesty. Zhang Feng replied matter-of-factly. Fine, I shall speak, Sun Jiadong declared resolutely, subsequently recounting their activities over the past 2 years. Yet, from Zhang Feng's perspective, none of these actions seemed sufficient to warrant the violent end that befell Li Mingzhi. Merely acts of indulgence and leveraging familial influence to oppress the innocent did not equate to a death sentence. What could have precipitated such a fate for Li Mingzhi? Noticing Zhang Haoyang's hesitance to speak, Zhang Feng prompted, do you have anything to add? Nothing further. Zhang Haoyang shook his head. Speak if you know more. Your silence may lead to irreparable harm, and you would bear the guilt, Zhang Feng insinuated. Everything I needed to say has been said. There is nothing more to contribute. This situation seems unrelated to us. Li Mingzhi's demise appears to be the result of his own misdeeds, perhaps inciting the ire of an undeserving adversary. Sun Jiadong interjected dismissively. Do not take this lightly. The repercussions may ultimately ensnare you. I advise you both to refrain from unnecessary movements until we apprehend the perpetrator. This is the only prudent course of action. Zhang Feng suggested, there's no need for such caution. Knowing the assailant's motive was directed at Li Mingzhi, we are not implicated. Why should we hide? That does not align with my character, Sun Jiadong retorted defiantly. I intend to live life as usual. I refuse to be intimidated, Sun Jiadong. Perhaps we should heed the officer's counsel and lay low for a while. We cannot be sure we won't be implicated. Zhang Haoyang urged. Zhang Haoyang, have you grown timid? Where is the bold spirit of the Zhang family? If you fear, then remain a coward at home. I, Sun Jiadong, have nothing to fear, he scoffed, turning away and departing the investigation bureau. Officer, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Zhang Haoyang announced as he too prepared to exit. Regardless of Sun Jiadong's stance, I hope you will heed our advice, Zhang Feng stated calmly. Thank you, officer. I understand what must be done, Zhang Haoyang replied with a nod. Zhang Haoyang is rather intriguing, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. Oh, in what sense? Zhang Feng inquired, amused. The debauched young master Zhang is, surprisingly, exhibiting a respectful demeanor. How entertaining, Zhang Hao chuckled. Perhaps it is a manifestation of survival instinct. He perceives us as his sole saviors, hence his amiable disposition. Otherwise, do you believe he would be so accommodating? Zhang Feng mused with a smile. Yet, his lack of full disclosure indicates a lingering distrust, Zhang Hao noted. You noticed his hesitation earlier? Zhang Feng asked. Indeed, his demeanor suggested he possessed alternative information but chose not to reveal it. Indicating potential guilt, Zhang Hao replied thoughtfully. His silence implies he deems this moment inappropriate for disclosure. Or perhaps he is deliberating the implications of revealing such information, which could be explosive, more so than the details Sun Jiadong provided. Zhang Feng conjectured. I suspect he will eventually divulge it, though it may come at a cost, Zhang Hao mused. Do not tell me this is merely an intuitive guess, Zhang Feng teased. Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Zhang Hao chuckled. Our current leads are virtually exhausted, and our focus must shift to Sun Jiadong and Zhang Haoyang, yet they remain uncooperative. Moreover, we are uncertain whether they will be implicated in Li Mingzhi's demise. Zhang Feng lamented. Their departure may present an opportunity, Zhang Hao suggested with a grin. Are you implying we use them as bait to lure the perpetrator? If the assailant targets the three of them, they will not escape unscathed. Should they emerge unscathed, it would imply Li Mingzhi's demise was indeed personal, and we would need to restart our investigation, Zhang Feng articulated. Exactly. If we confine them to their homes, the assailant may hesitate to act, and we risk alarming them. Instead, we should maintain a facade of normalcy to coax the assailant into action, leading us to vital clues, Zhang Hao proposed eagerly. While this is a sound strategy, it necessitates constant protection for them, restricting our capacity for further investigation. Zhang Feng acknowledged point one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. I believe insights gleaned from this approach will yield swifter results than blind inquiries. Zhang Hao asserted. Regardless of your perspective, we must remain vigilant regarding Wan Hongyu. The mere fact that she purchased that perfume obliges us to pursue this lead, Zhang Hao emphasized. I understand. I shall remain vigilant regarding her. Zhang Feng nodded. When necessary, we might employ her to unravel this mystery. Zhang Hao suggested. Do you believe she is connected to the assailant? Zhang Feng probed. That is our most plausible hypothesis, while her claims may hold some truth. I remain skeptical. The Paleta Ftez does not seem like a place prone to theft. She must be concealing something, Zhang Hao stated coolly. Chapter 79. Meeting Ruan Hongyu. Nonetheless, I cannot bring myself to believe that Ruan Hongyu is an accomplice of the assailant. Zhang Feng shook his head. My point is not to assert that she is an accomplice, but rather that she may possess vital information regarding the perpetrator. The disappearance of that perfume is no coincidence. It is likely she gifted it to someone who could very well be the assailant, Zhang Hao elucidated. Very well. I shall take the opportunity to probe her further when time permits, Zhang Feng acquiesced. Ruan Hongyu's involvement caught him off guard, a development he had hoped to avoid. He wished to keep his friends and family untainted by the unfolding chaos, for such entanglements would only lead to pain for all involved. Such a fuss over a mere death. Why summon the authorities for questioning? His misdeeds are his own, Sun Jiadong muttered as he stepped out of the investigation bureau. At that moment, Cheng Haoyang hurried to catch up. Sun Jiadong, wait, he called out. What is it? Sun Jiadong replied curtly. It is true they frequently indulge together, yet when faced with their own troubles, they shun outside interference, Cheng Haoyang remarked. His patience waning as Sun Jiadong repeatedly dismissed his concerns. You would do well to heed the officer's advice and remain indoors for a few days to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it, Cheng Haoyang cautioned. Cheng Haoyang, what has become of you? You prattle incessantly, lacking the fortitude of a man. It seems your family's legacy is doomed, Sun Jiadong retorted mockingly, turning to leave. Have you forgotten the events of 3 years ago? Cheng Haoyang pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. Glancing around to ensure they were not overheard, he finally felt a measure of relief. 3 years ago. I cannot recall the events clearly. With so many occurrences, who can discern which is which? Sun Jiadong chuckled coldly. You may forget, but I cannot. Allow me to remind you, Cheng Haoyang stated. Surely, you remember what transpired on that stormy night 3 years ago, the three of us together? Cheng Haoyang gazed at Sun Jiadong. What are you saying? Sun Jiadong paused, his voice faltering. It seems you have recalled. Cheng Haoyang smiled. But that woman is dead, is she not? Sun Jiadong asked, a hint of panic in his voice, for the mere mention of her stirred unease. At the time, we believed she was dead, yet who verified it? We simply witnessed her on the brink of death and left her to her fate, neglecting her completely, so we remain unaware of whether she lived or died. Cheng Haoyang replied calmly. Do you suspect this matter is connected to her? Sun Jiadong inquired. Perhaps, for in the past 2 years, our most heinous act was that one, and I have heard of Li Mingjie's tragic demise, with the killer likely being a woman. Thus, I wonder if she has returned for revenge after 3 years, Cheng Haoyang explained. Humph, what heinous act? She was already involved in that affair. We did nothing wrong. Besides, serving us 3 young masters was a stroke of luck for her. People of her lowly status rarely encounter such fortune, Sun Jiadong scoffed. Enough, do not continue. Sun Jiadong interrupted Cheng Haoyang's attempt to persuade further. Even if she were alive, would I be afraid of her? 3 years ago, we could bring her pleasure, and 3 years later, we can do so again. If she dares to come, I will ensure she cannot return, Sun Jiadong said, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, a smirk on his lips. Since you insist on this course, I shall refrain from further admonition. Take care of yourself. However, as a brother, I still advise you to be cautious. Cheng Haoyang said helplessly. Understood. Sun Jiadong waved him off and departed. Cheng Haoyang, resigned to Sun Jiadong's indifference, had no further words. Whether he lived or perished was now solely in his own hands. After concluding his conversation with Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng arrived at the Paleta La Culture, seeking Ruan Hongyu. Although he found it hard to believe that she could be involved, her peculiar behavior indeed raised suspicions. Has there been any progress? Ruan Hongyu asked. Her seemingly casual inquiry was, in truth, an attempt to probe into Zhang Feng's latest findings. Lacking the means to assist him in vengeance, she sought to extract useful information from him to mitigate his errors. No progress. It remains unchanged, Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly. Then what brings you here today? To have a heart-to-heart. Ruan Hongyu laughed. If you do not mind, I would gladly engage in such a conversation, Zhang Feng smiled. Why would I mind? I often find myself in solitude, so it is rare to have someone to converse with, Ruan Hongyu replied with a smile. Even though today is merely our 3rd meeting. She added, your words suggest I should take my leave, do they not? Zhang Feng laughed. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. I do wish to usher you away, but I must also make my own exit. Dinner time approaches. And the night is just right. Why not invite me to dine? Ruan Hongyu suggested playfully. Her intention was not merely to enjoy a meal, but to glean more information amidst the conversation. Zhang Feng shared this sentiment, hoping to broach various topics over dinner, allowing for missteps to be easily dismissed. How about that place you mentioned earlier? Wan Hongyu smiled. That sounds splendid, as long as you enjoy it. Zhang Feng agreed the gentleman should possess such grace. Wan Hongyu praised with a smile. However, I do not consider this mere gentlemanly conduct. The ability to listen to others is an essential quality of a distinguished investigator. Perhaps a reflection of my professional demeanor. Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Of course, if you insist on labeling it as my professional quality, I shall acquiesce, for a man with gentlemanly manners is indeed a rarity. He added that I never expected a single remark from me would elicit such a flurry of responses. I truly wonder how many young ladies your tongue has enchanted. Wan Hongyu laughed. I possess a modicum of awareness. I would not transgress the law, hence my tongue has yet to charm a single girl. Zhang Feng chuckled. Should you observe a young lady throwing herself at me, it is merely my allure that draws them. He added with a grin. Chapter 80. Encounter with Sun Jiadong. You have altered my perception of you. Wan Hongyu remarked with a smile. Perhaps it is because you are unaware of my other side. Just as I am unfamiliar with yours, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. The subtext was not lost on Wan Hongyu, a perceptive individual. Each of us harbors an undisclosed side, perhaps that which we wish to conceal in shadowy corners or behind masks. Wan Hongyu mused. Our conversation has turned somber. Perhaps we should shift topics, Zhang Feng suggested with a smile. You are the one brooding. I merely sought not to disturb you, thus I followed your lead. Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. The two then shared light-hearted banter as they arrived at the Chinese restaurant Zhang Feng had longed to invite Wan Hongyu to. After ordering, they settled into their seats. Earlier, you mentioned feeling isolated at the Palais de la Culture. Do you truly lack close friends? Zhang Feng inquired. People like us seldom find true friends. Those who converse with me are often accused of leveraging my notoriety to enhance their own, leading to few willing to engage with me. Even if someone does, it is likely superficial. Genuine conversation is rare, and I disdain such manipulative interactions, Wan Hongyu lamented. Perhaps this is what they call the loneliness of the high places. Although I have not reached your heights, I can empathize with your feelings of solitude, Zhang Feng replied. Who would have thought that the one who understands me best is not a woman but a man? Wan Hongyu observed, her smile radiant. Typically, one might expect men to understand women best, as women seek to marry those who comprehend them. Of course, this is merely a theoretical assumption, for the world is rife with unsatisfactory unions. Were people to embody my earlier words perfectly, this world would not be filled with sorrowful, disheartened souls, Zhang Feng remarked. Conversing with you brings me such ease, Wan Hongyu smiled. You have resided at the Palais de la Culture for so many years. Do you truly lack friends? Not everyone is as scheming as you described. There are indeed many innocent and kind-hearted individuals, and I believe that good people outnumber the bad, Zhang Feng asserted. But do you believe that good people have short lives while mischief thrives for millennia? Wan Hongyu countered, gazing at Zhang Feng. I do. For this is the nature of society. Historically and globally, kindness invites exploitation. And the same applies to nations. My title as a prosecutor in the Joint Investigation Bureau is renowned. Yet it serves foreign interests. Such as our society, Zhang Feng sighed. This is an era of power. Those with wealth and influence can act with impunity, while the powerless endure the tyranny of the elite. Unable to resist, Wan Hongyu expressed with indignation. Observing her expression, Zhang Feng surmised that she harbored a significant grievance. It is not merely about the inability to resist, but rather whether one chooses to resist. Zhang Feng remarked. Does resistance bear fruit? Are those in power ever clean? They possess vast networks of connections, unshakable by mere common folk. The consequences of resistance yield only despair. The tragedy of the powerless lies in glimpsing a sliver of hope amidst despair, only to plunge deeper into hopelessness until death brings release, Wan Hongyu stated, her smile tinged with profound pain. And the only means of self-rescue is mutual destruction, she declared fiercely. Wan Hongyu's sudden shift surprised Zhang Feng. He had never witnessed such a side of her before. Did her words carry a hidden implication? At that moment, the server arrived with their dishes, and Wan Hongyu, regaining her composure, said apologetically, I am sorry for my earlier outburst. No worries. Emotions can be overwhelming. Your earlier demeanor truly startled me. I never anticipated such a display, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. I have mentioned before that everyone harbors a hidden side beneath their mask. Perhaps the demeanor I exhibited moments ago was merely the face concealed beneath my facade, though I simply failed to maintain control at that moment, Wan Hongyu stated candidly. Living beneath a mask can be exhausting. Zhang Feng replied with a faint smile. All right, let us enjoy the dishes. Otherwise, they will grow cold, he added cheerfully, picking up his chopsticks to serve Wan Hongyu a few delicacies. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter Miss Ruan here. My trip has not been in vain. A man's voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhang Feng. Turning around, he was surprised to see Sun Jiadong, who had an extravagantly dressed woman draped over his arm. It seemed he had not heeded Zhang Feng's prior warnings. Zhang Feng mused inwardly. Officer, you are here too. I didn't realize you had a relationship with Miss Ruan, Sun Jiadong exclaimed without a hint of decorum. Young master son, I would appreciate it if you could be more respectful, Wan Hongyu retorted, visibly annoyed. What do you mean by relationship? Sun Jiadong, your choice of words is rather careless, Zhang Feng interjected calmly. To merely share a meal and have you misconstrue it into such a relationship. Not everyone is like you. Haha, perhaps my words are crude, but not unfounded. You understand my meaning, Sun Jiadong continued to chuckle. Unabashed, young master son, you are not welcome here. I must ask you to leave, Wan Hongyu asserted firmly. What? Are you hoping for a romantic dinner for two? Sun Jiadong's expression soured immediately. He valued Zhang Feng's status, but was not intimidated enough to back down. Especially not from a woman like Wan Hongyu, who was tied to the nightclub scene. Let me remind you, Wan Hongyu, do not provoke me unnecessarily. If you anger me, you will regret it. I can certainly play with a woman from your establishment. You are not unique, Sun Jiadong sneered. Chapter 81. Late Night Conversation. Sun Jiadong, it appears you have forgotten my identity. Your brazen intimidation before me suggests you do not regard me highly, Zhang Feng replied with a calm smile. Of course, I hold the officer in high regard. Rest assured, I shall take my leave and not disrupt your evening, Sun Jiadong said with a grin, as he wrapped his arm around the woman and departed. Sun Jiadong, I have warned you to refrain from going out these days. Otherwise, you might attract considerable trouble that you will regret. Remember that those who commit wrongful acts ultimately face dire consequences. I suggest you carefully contemplate my words, Zhang Feng said without turning around, and my affairs need not concern you. Officer, Sun Jiadong responded coldly, and exited the restaurant with the woman in tow. Do not let him upset you. It is not worth it. Let us not allow him to tarnish our meal, Zhang Feng said with a smile. How do you know him? Wan Hongyu asked, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Are you surprised that a man of my integrity would know someone like him? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Wan Hongyu nodded, non-committal. Do you recall the deceased Li Mingzhi? Zhang Feng inquired. Yes, what of him? Wan Hongyu asked. We suspect that Li Mingzhi's death is not the end. Sun Jiadong and Zheng Haoyang were closely associated with him, leading us to speculate that they might also be targets of the murderer. Hence, we summoned them to the Investigation Bureau for questioning, Zhang Feng explained. What did they disclose? Wan Hongyu asked anxiously. Not much of substance. They merely recounted their romantic escapades over the years, Zhang Feng replied with a faint smile. So, you have no leads then? Wan Hongyu questioned. That seems to be the case. We advised Sun Jiadong and Zheng Haoyang to avoid unnecessary outings to prevent attracting the murderer's attention, even if the killer does not wish to harm them. It is always prudent to be cautious. Yet, it appears Sun Jiadong did not heed my advice and continues to act recklessly. However, this recklessness presents us with an opportunity, should the murderer aim to eliminate Sun Jiadong. We can use that to our advantage to apprehend him, Zhang Feng stated. This matter must remain between us. I trust you will not divulge it to anyone, Zhang Feng added with a smile. Of course, I understand that you confide in me because of your trust, and I shall keep it confidential, Wan Hongyu assured him, though her thoughts were already drifting to how she would relay this information to another. Eventually, their jovial banter concluded the meal. Zhang Feng summoned a rickshaw to escort Wan Hongyu back to the nightclub. Watching her retreating figure, he silently hoped. I hope it is not you. Upon returning to the nightclub, Wan Hongyu rushed to a small room before even reaching her own quarters, only to find it empty. This absence filled her with a sense of urgency. He has not truly gone again. Has he? Wan Hongyu anxiously awaited him in his room, but her heart lifted when she soon heard the sound of the door. What are you doing here? A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. Despite the dim lighting, she could discern the outline of a figure. I was waiting for you, Wan Hongyu replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. Waiting for me for what? The figure inquired. What were you doing earlier? Were you out killing again? Wan Hongyu stepped forward, grasping his hand. That is not your concern, he said, shrugging off her grip dismissively. This was, in truth, a form of protection for Wan Hongyu. Do not go tonight. The Investigation Bureau has set up a plan. If you go, they will apprehend you immediately, Wan Hongyu pleaded, grasping his hand desperately. Who told you that? He asked. I dined with Officer Zhang Feng today. He informed me. Wan Hongyu explained. Did he mention that this matter was only between you two and asked you not to share it with anyone else? He queried. How do you know? Wan Hongyu asked, surprised. You have been deceived. I suspect Officer Chen Feng has already begun to suspect you that he intentionally told you this to pass the message to me that if I do not go today, you would be exposed, and they would follow you to me. Conversely, if I go, it ensures our mutual safety, he stated matter-of-factly. That is impossible. I did not reveal anything about you, Wan Hongyu said, her voice trembling in disbelief. Perhaps you inadvertently let something slip. You may not even realize it. But Officer Chen Feng is quite perceptive and may have gleaned some secret from your words, he said coolly. Men, indeed, are not to be trusted, he continued coldly, his disdain for them palpable that I refused to believe he would act in such a manner. Wan Hongyu shook her head, disbelief etched across her face, before suddenly adding, You must trust me. I have not betrayed you that I know, or else I would not have come to rely on you. However, something about you must have captured his attention. Otherwise, he would not have so easily thought of you, he replied. The perfume. It must be the perfume, Wan Hongyu declared. What perfume? He asked. Do you remember the bottle of perfume I gifted you upon your arrival? I detected that scent in the deceased's room, and Chen Feng traced it back to my purchase, but I managed to deflect his inquiries that I believe he did not trust my explanation. Wan Hongyu exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. Do not dwell on that. He certainly did not believe you that if he had. Why would he say such things to you? It is remarkable that they can still inquire about the scent of the perfume after so long. I specifically diluted it and infused it with a sedative. It seems Officer Chen Feng is quite astute, he remarked with a laugh. It was not Officer Chen Feng who deduced it. It was a doctor named Zhang Hao. Wan Hongyu clarified. Now that is intriguing, he mused. Chapter 82. Encounter with the murderer. Promise me you will not go tonight, Wan Hongyu continued, keeping her initial intent in mind. That I cannot. I must go tonight, he replied resolutely. But your plan will not succeed. They are already on high alert, and it is impossible for you to succeed. You have waited 3 years. Can you not wait just one more day? I do not oppose your quest for vengeance, but I implore you to remain alive, Wan Hongyu pleaded, her voice choked with emotion. That I understand. I have waited 3 years. 3 years ago, you saved me and sent me away. Since that moment, I have vowed to cherish this opportunity that fate has granted me. I have waited 3 years. I can no longer wait for this moment, he declared vehemently. But this course of action will not eliminate him. Knowing it to be impossible, why proceed? Perhaps waiting a few more days might yield a better opportunity, Wan Hongyu suggested. I am resolute. Do not speak further, the man coldly interrupted her. Little Dai, Wan Hongyu wished to plead once more, but was rendered unconscious by a swift strike from the man. Gazing at the unconscious Wan Hongyu, the man's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears as he softly murmured, Sister Yu, I understand you have my best interests at heart. Yet I am compelled to act thus. Even if I do not slay them today, I must undertake this journey, not for any other reason than to prevent you from becoming ensnared in this web. I have waited 3 years. Though vengeance occupies my mind incessantly, I am acutely aware of the value of this single life I possess. As long as I do not kill them, I shall remain unscathed. Rest now, and when you awaken, you shall see me again. He gently carried Wan Hongyu to his own room, then donned a mask and dark attire before venturing out. Sun Xiao, the woman we observed at the restaurant, is indeed Wan Hongyu? In a modest inn, Sun Jiandong lay beside a woman who inquired sweetly. Indeed, he replied, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance. She truly is a beauty. Even I am tempted to steal a kiss. The woman laughed. Humph. Merely a woman who wishes to be both a harlot and a saint, pretending to be pure and noble. One day, when I am in the mood, I shall have my fun with her. Sun Jiandong spat bitterly. Oh, Sun Xiao, why discuss other women when you are with me? The woman pouted playfully from his embrace. Well, it was you who initiated this topic, he chuckled. She is merely curious about her identity. Yet you boldly declare your desire for her. Is she not enough to satisfy you? The woman teased. My Wanner, how delightful you are. Your unreserved boldness is precisely what I admire, Sun Jiandong proclaimed proudly. The thought of acquiring Wan Hongyu was beyond his wildest dreams. He had only ever heard of others who had enjoyed a night with her. Sun Xiao, you are incorrigible. How can you speak of her that way? The woman chided. There are worse things I could say, he replied with a smirk, flipping her beneath him. The man outside listened coldly to their exchange. Upon hearing their indulgent banter, he realized this was his opportunity. For it was at this moment that one is most vulnerable. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly leapt from the window into the adjacent room. Chen Feng emerged from a shadow, smiling. He runs quite swiftly. The man dashed down a street, and upon confirming he was not being followed, he felt relief as he stealthily returned to the Palais de Paris. Entering not through the front, but by scaling the wall. In truth, Chen Feng had not dispatched anyone to shadow him. The earlier footsteps were merely a ploy to intimidate. He was there to ascertain whether Wan Hongyu was connected to the killer. Now, it appeared that the killer's appearance only strengthened his belief that they were not linked. Upon leaving the inn, Zhang Feng returned to his residence. What news from yesterday? Zhang Hao inquired the following morning upon seeing him. I shared some information with Wan Hongyu, Zhang Feng replied. What was her reaction? Zhang Hao asked. She displayed no surprise, yet I sensed she harbored a concern or perhaps a secret buried deep within her heart. Zhang Feng stated. Did she mention what this matter might be? Zhang Hao pressed out no. But today I encountered the killer. Zhang Feng disclosed that so. They are not connected after all, Zhang Hao remarked. Perhaps, but I suspect the killer is intentionally distancing themselves to protect Wan Hongyu. Using this method to exonerate her, Zhang Feng theorized. Did you see the killer's true face? Zhang Hao queried. No. They wore a mask and did not speak. Even the scent of perfume was absent. I cannot ascertain whether this person is male or female. Zhang Feng admitted. Why did you not pursue them? You had the opportunity, Zhang Hao questioned. How do you know I had the chance? Were you lurking nearby? Zhang Feng laughed. By the time I spotted them, they had already leapt from the window. They were exceedingly cautious. The moment they heard footsteps, they ceased their actions. Moreover, my intent was merely to verify the connection between the killer and Wan Hongyu, not to capture them. Once they escaped, pursuing them became significantly more difficult. Perhaps we should search the Palais de Paris, Zhang Hao suggested. Let it be. I doubt they would establish a hideout there. We are still uncertain of their relationship. If the killer were to act so brazenly, it would only indicate a connection, and that is the positive aspect. If, by chance, this person is not at the Palais de Paris, a search would only antagonize Wan Hongyu, which would yield no benefit. It would be wiser to wait until we have solid evidence before taking action. Zhang Feng reasoned. I sense you are reluctant to part with a beautiful woman. Zhang Hao teased. One moment. I considered allowing the killer to take Sun Jiandong's life, yet I could not bring myself to do so, Zhang Feng confessed. Even if he is despicable, he is not ours to punish. Zhang Hao replied. Chapter 83. The hubris of mockery. I am still alive. Sun Jiandong murmured to himself as he opened his eyes, glancing at the woman still asleep beside him, a satisfied grin on his face. Did they not say I was in danger? Yet here I am, perfectly fine. Such dire warnings are mere exaggerations. Only Qing Haoyang would believe the drivel from those idle gossips, Sun Jiandong thought smugly. He then retrieved a cigar from the cabinet, ignited it, and savored its rich flavor. Perhaps the thick smoke roused the woman from her slumber, for she blinked sleepily at Sun Jiandong amidst the haze. Sun Shao, why are you up so early? She asked, in no particular reason. I am simply in high spirits today, he replied cheerfully. Indeed, he was elated, for soon he would expose the lies of Zhang Feng and his associates. I shall sleep a while longer. Sun Shao was quite impressive yesterday, leaving me drowsy even now, the woman purred. Very well, rest for now. Gather your energy to serve me later, Sun Jiandong chuckled. They'll not leave today. I have matters to attend to, and I shall return for you tonight, he added, playfully groping her ample bosom. The woman let out a soft moan, her body responding eagerly. Sun Jiandong laughed heartily and then dressed before departing the inn. Today he intended to summon Zhang Haoyang, not for any particular reason, but to belittle him, to highlight his cowardice. What brings you here? Zhang Haoyang inquired as he entered the coffee shop where they had previously met. I am here to inform you that I am very much alive, Sun Jiandong declared, puffing on his cigar with pride. Sun Jiandong, have you lost your mind? Of course, I can see you standing before me. Zhang Haoyang replied, somewhat perplexed. While I stand here, I must tell you that I was not at home yesterday. I was at the inn with a lovely woman. I came to reveal that your so-called caution and avoidance are mere signs of cowardice. The death of Li Mingjie has nothing to do with us. Only you would believe that nonsense from that pathetic officer, Sun Jiandong proclaimed triumphantly. Sun Jiandong, just because you have no issues today does not mean you will not have them tomorrow. I am relieved you are alive, but that is not a point to boast about. Furthermore, I have no interest in hearing your declaration of survival. Ignoring others' advice is your choice, and your fate is of no concern to me. Zhang Haoyang retorted coldly. We shall see, Sun Jiandong said angrily, not expecting to be ridiculed after coming to boast. Little did he know that had Zhang Feng not intervened last night, his fate would likely have mirrored that of Li Mingjie. Wan Hongyu slowly opened her eyes, feeling a lingering soreness in her neck, yet she disregarded the discomfort and hurriedly stumbled into the small room. She was still there. Thankfully, Wan Hongyu sighed in relief. Are you all right? Wan Hongyu asked cautiously. I am fine, the man replied nonchalantly. Where did you go last night? Wan Hongyu inquired anxiously. She understood that little Dai had rendered her unconscious merely to embark on her own venture. Yet she still hoped he had refrained from doing so. Yes, the man nodded. Did you encounter any danger? Wan Hongyu pressed, stepping closer to assess him. No. I encountered someone, but did not engage, he said flatly. So you did not kill them? Wan Hongyu asked. They will die eventually, he replied ominously. You seem rather pleased, he remarked, glancing at Wan Hongyu. You misunderstand. I am relieved you are unharmed. Wan Hongyu smiled. Please leave. I need to rest, he said coolly. Very well. Rest well, Wan Hongyu responded, carefully exiting to avoid disturbing him. Seeing that she was all right, Wan Hongyu felt a sense of relief. Prosecutor Chun, the brothers monitoring Zhang Haoyang and Sun Jiadong reported back that the two just had a meeting. Han Su announced. What was the outcome? Chen Feng inquired with a smile. They parted on bad terms. Both seemed quite angry, Han Su replied. Both angry. It seems that Sun Jiadong was eager to flaunt himself in front of Zhang Haoyang. But little did he expect that Haoyang would not fall for his tricks. Chen Feng chuckled. Neither of them is virtuous. Such an outcome is quite normal, Han Su remarked. Zhang Haoyang is surprisingly obedient. Staying hidden at home, Chen Feng observed, still smiling, at least he is clever. Regardless of his involvement, as long as he keeps himself at home, he remains unaffected by the situation. The killer is unlikely to come to the Chung family to commit murder. Zhang Hao added, grinning that in contrast, Sun Jiadong is broadcasting his whereabouts, seemingly eager for the killer to know where he is that we cannot prevent someone seeking death. Zhang Hao laughed at, oh, what shall we do next? Han Su asked, well, what else can we do? Just continue monitoring. Now we can ascertain that the killer is targeting the three of them, so the killer will not easily let go of the two. Since Sun Jiadong refuses to return home, we have no choice but to enhance his protection. However, we cannot be overly armed and provide the killer with any opportunity as long as we can ensure Sun Jiadong's safety. He should have some freedom, Chen Feng said with a smile that I imagine Sun Jiadong will be immensely grateful to you that he enjoys his carefree life, yet still requires us, the police, to stand guard for him. I truly have no words for this, Zhang Hao chuckled. What can be done? He is now our only breakthrough. We have no other options. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly have my men stand guard for him? Chen Feng replied with a smile. All right, let the brothers get back to work, that we mustn't let Sun Jiadong draw attention. Keep it discreet, lest we alert the snake by disturbing the grass, Chen Feng instructed. Young master son, what is the matter? A woman lying in bed exclaimed in surprise as Sun Jiadong stormed in, visibly upset. Weren't you just fine when you left? How did your demeanor change so drastically? It's nothing. Just got irritated by someone ungrateful, Sun Jiadong fumed, unaware of who truly lacked appreciation. Oh, why get upset over someone ungrateful? Why stoop to their level? The woman smiled. You're right. Why bother with such ungrateful people? Seeing you, my dear, brings me joy, Sun Jiadong declared, leaping onto the bed to embrace her. Nightfall crept in unnoticed. Sun Jiadong, in his comfort, remained oblivious to the figures standing outside his door. The police, drowsy from fatigue, were unaware of the fragrant presence approaching, infused with a sedative. The intruder skillfully inserted a thin wire into the lock, and with a soft click, the door opened. Unconscious of the intrusion, Sun Jiadong remained asleep. While the woman beside him sensed the presence of someone nearby, she screamed. But the intruder quickly covered her mouth, her body thrashing in terror. Moments later, she succumbed to unconsciousness, perhaps stimulated by her movements. Sun Jiadong struggled to open his eyes, and beheld a figure clad in black standing beside the bed. In a panic, he stammered. Who are you? Glancing at the woman, he asked, is she dead? You speak too much. Sun Jiadong, you not recognize me? Came the raspy voice that froze him in fear. I don't know you. I bear no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Sun Jiadong trembled. Regret washed over him for not heeding the warnings earlier. Yet, regret was a commodity not sold in this world. Bear no grudge. That's rich, the intruder chuckled, their harsh laughter sending chills down Sun Jiadong's spine. To his horror, he suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. Heavy and consuming. 3 years ago, you three inflicted atrocities upon me, and I shall never forget. For 3 years, I have awaited this moment to exact my vengeance. The intruder lamented. It's truly you, Sun Jiadong murmured, fear creeping into his voice. Despite his growing drowsiness, he knew he could not succumb. If he did, he would never awaken again. So you've heard of me. The events of 3 years ago were wrong. I confess. Name your price, and I will pay you. Just spare my life. Sun Jiadong pleaded. It's too late for confessions now. Why did you act against me when you knew it was wrong? Do you not understand the suffering you caused me? You beasts, even if I were to kill you 1,000 times, it would not repay the torment you inflicted upon me, the intruder declared. I revel in your pleas for mercy as you face death because it fills me with a sense of accomplishment. When I begged for mercy, You ignored me. Now, I shall make you repay it bit by bit. Do you know, I have become what I am for the sake of revenge. You must be dying to see my current appearance, the intruders said, laughing as they removed their mask, revealing a face marred by scars. Beneath the disfigurement, one could still discern traces of beauty. That you're a ghost, Sun Jiadong stuttered. Haha, you're correct. I am a ghost, a specter returning to make you repay your debts. You know, when I killed Li Mingjie, I showed him this very face, and he uttered the same words as you just did. How amusing. You truly are a band of rogues, the intruder chuckled. Yet, their expression shifted, the raspy voice growing colder. But this visage is all a result of the sins wrought by the three of you. That I was not always like this. You destroyed me and turned me into this wretched form. Your appearance doesn't seem to be our doing. Sun Jiadong cautiously defended himself. Indeed, I did this to myself, but the root cause lies with you. Had you not ruined me, I would never have sought revenge or transformed into this. Listen well, Sun Jiadong, your blood debt must be repaid in blood. The intruder's anger was palpable. No. Sun Jiadong struggled to rise and flee, but found himself utterly drained. You've drugged me, he murmured. Surprisingly, you're somewhat resilient. Unlike Li Mingjie, that you've remained conscious despite my sedative for this long, indicating a strong will to survive. But ultimately, you won to survive the night, the intruder replied with a laugh. Without giving Sun Jiadong a chance to speak further, they swiftly slashed his throat, blood gushing forth. The woman lying beside him met the same fate, her throat cut as well, observing the two lifeless bodies. The intruder assessed the room's decor, muttering to themselves, it seems I must hide you beneath the bed. With precision, the intruder carved a letter into the skin of each corpse, satisfied with their work. They discarded the bodies beneath the bed, opened the window, and exited through the neighboring door, leaping out into the night. The following morning, Zhang Feng, stretching lazily upon arriving at the investigation bureau, was startled by the words of an incoming officer. What did you say? Sun Jiadong is dead. Didn't I instruct you to keep an eye on him? What happened? Zhang Feng demanded. We were fine until around 11 or 12 last night when a fragrant aroma wafted through. Before we knew it, we all fell asleep. When we awakened, something felt amiss, so we rushed to check the room, only to discover that Sun Jiadong was dead, along with the woman beside him, the young officer explained. Let us go take a look, Zhang Feng commanded. What is going on? Why the rush? Zhang Hao entered, followed by Han Jingjing, whom they hadn't seen for a couple of days. Sun Jiadong is dead. It appears he died last night, Zhang Feng informed Zhang Hao. It's no surprise for someone like him to meet such an end. He was obstinate, and no one could save him, even though we had people watching him. The killer had countless ways to eliminate him, and our numbers were insufficient, Zhang Hao commented. Let us go see for ourselves, Zhang Hao proposed. Another case has emerged, providing an opportunity to showcase Han Jingjing's talents. She said with a smile. Chapter 85. Summoning Cheng Haoyang. The group soon arrived at the hotel, where the police had already cordoned off the area, leaving curious onlookers outside. Where is everyone? Zhang Feng inquired as he entered. Under the bed, a small police officer remarked. Why are we under the bed this time? Han Jingjing queried in confusion. Zhang Hao glanced at the room's arrangement and replied, a straightforward answer is that there are no cabinets here. Move the bed, Zhang Feng instructed. Several officers shifted the bed, revealing the bodies of Sun Jiadong and a woman. Having experienced the incident with Li Mingjie previously, Han Jingjing was no longer afraid of the gruesome sight of Sun Jiadong's death. It's the same modus operandi, Zhang Feng stated. Prosecutor, who could do such a cruel thing? A young officer couldn't help but asked. If you ask me, who should I ask? I told you to keep a close watch on Sun Jiadong. Yet you fell for it so easily. Now, we have no leads, Zhang Feng chided, tapping the young officer on the head. The officer flinched, appearing quite intimidated. Zhang Hao, I appreciate your help, Zhang Feng said. Han Jingjing, come with me to the adjacent room. He continued. Following Zhang Feng, Han Jingjing entered the next room and noticed the window was open, which piqued her interest. The window is open, just like last time. Han Jingjing observed. Let's go, Zhang Feng replied. Indeed, as Han Jingjing pointed out. The open window resembled the crime scene from Li Mingjie's death. What's the situation? Zhang Feng inquired upon returning to the room. The cause of death is the same as Li Mingjie's, throat slit. Moreover, she was under the influence of a narcotic. There's still a scent in this room, Zhang Hao informed. But why is the window open? Han Jingjing asked, moving behind the curtain to see a small gap in the window. What's going on this time? Zhang Hao pondered. How is the inspection on your side going? He asked. It's complete, and it mirrors the arrangement of the room next door during Li Mingjie's death, Zhang Feng reported. Then why is this window open? Zhang Hao pressed. Have you noticed that the scent of perfume in this room seems much lighter than that in Li Mingjie's room? Zhang Feng remarked, with the window open. The ventilation is better, so naturally, the scent would be lighter, Zhang Hao replied. He then added, are you suggesting that the murderer opened the window to ventilate and diminish the perfume's potency? That possibility cannot be dismissed. But it could also be a ruse crafted by the murderer, Zhang Feng replied calmly. What sort of ruse? Han Jingjing inquired. Lead us to believe she escaped from this room, or perhaps, learning from the last incident. The open window in the adjacent room is a deception, and she actually fled from this room. Zhang Feng explained. So, where did she escape from? Han Jingjing asked. That is something we need to ask the murderer. Zhang Hao stated. As it stands, the murderer is ruthless, leaving no additional clues. Zhang Hao continued. Given this, our only option is to seek a breakthrough with Cheng Haoyang. Now that both Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiandong are dead, we should no longer hesitate about whether the murderer targeted the three of them. I believe informing Cheng Haoyang might yield unexpected results, Zhang Feng suggested. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly summon Cheng Haoyang for questioning. Han Jingjing urged eagerly. Bring back the bodies of Sun Jiandong and the woman, and also notify Cheng Haoyang to come to the investigation bureau, that we have matters to discuss, Zhang Feng instructed before exiting the hotel. Half an hour later, Cheng Haoyang arrived at the investigation bureau, accompanied by a woman, causing Zhang Feng to smile inwardly. At you. The woman froze upon seeing Zhang Feng and exclaimed that it seems Mrs. Zhang remembers me, Zhang Feng said with a smile. When Xiao? What is going on? Do you know this officer? Cheng Haoyang asked, noticing his wife's reaction. I've met him, Mrs. Cheng replied awkwardly. Isn't this the esteemed Mrs. Cheng? What brings you to our investigation bureau? Han Jingjing remarked sarcastically from the side. Cheng Haoyang, perceptive as ever, noted the brief panic in his wife's demeanor upon seeing Zhang Feng, compounded by Han Jingjing's mockery, which spoke volumes. When Xiao? What happened? How did you offend these officers? Cheng Haoyang asked. Somewhat irritated, he guided her to a proper seat, not out of desire for her wealth, but because she brought him comfort. If abandoning her could serve his interests, he would do so without hesitation. Haoyang, Mrs. Cheng stuttered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Speak up, Cheng Haoyang urged angrily, wishing he could have slapped her for her earlier behavior. Let me explain, Han Jingjing interjected coldly. Your wife has offended us at the Xiang Shirley perfume shop, calling us lower-class individuals unworthy of her company, as if we only deserve to inhale the scent of her perfume. Han Jingjing summarized the incident. You wretched woman, do you consider yourself noble? Don't forget what you were before marrying into the Cheng family. Apologize to the officers, Cheng Haoyang admonished angrily, relying on Zhang Feng and his colleagues for protection. It was foolish of her to offend them. I'm sorry, Mrs. Cheng murmured, her earlier arrogance completely dissipated. She realized her existence depended on Cheng Haoyang. He could easily decide her fate, in the face of such gravity. She had no voice. Louder, Cheng Haoyang demanded, visibly dissatisfied. All right, young Master Cheng, Mrs. Cheng has apologized. Let us leave it at that. However, I must advise that one should control their words, for the trouble it may bring could be beyond comprehension. And do not think that marrying into a wealthy family grants you the right to look down upon ordinary people, as they still represent the majority, Zhang Feng remarked. The officer speaks wisely. Do you hear that? Cheng Haoyang said. I hear, Mrs. Cheng stammered. Chapter 86. Recounting the past. May I inquire what matters the officer wishes to discuss with me? Cheng Haoyang asked, having somewhat calmed himself. Please, take a seat. Zhang Feng instructed. Cheng Haoyang settled in. Zhang Feng handed him a cup of water. Thank you, Cheng Haoyang replied. Sun Jiandong was murdered yesterday, Zhang Feng stated flatly. What? Cheng Haoyang sprang to his feet, the cup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. He. Cheng Haoyang stammered, still in shock. The same person who killed him also murdered Li Mingzhi. That's why we called you here, to warn you to be cautious, and to see if there's anything you might have overlooked last time. Zhang Feng explained that we noticed you hesitated to speak previously, which led us to suspect you might be concealing something critical to this case, that we would like you to reveal whatever you have kept hidden. Zhang Hao continued. All right, at this point, I can no longer conceal it, Cheng Haoyang said, gritting his teeth, clearly struggling with the weight of his revelation. 3 years ago, we committed a grave mistake, he said, lowering his head. He hesitated before continuing, indicating the difficulty of his confession. What mistake? Han Jingjing pressed impatiently. We raped a woman, Cheng Haoyang confessed in a whisper. At that moment, he seemed torn between remorse and the fear of impending doom. Unable to meet the gaze of his audience, his admission stunned everyone, particularly Han Jingjing, who was filled with outrage. What did you say? You monsters, no wonder you met such a horrific fate. This is poetic justice. Han Jingjing seethed, her fury boiling over as she felt an impulse to strike them. Calm down, Han Jingjing, Zhang Feng urged. How can I remain calm? We women are the ones harmed, not you men, Han Jingjing retorted. Her anger unabated. Despite the anger simmering within Chen Feng and Zhang Hao, they managed to suppress it. Cheng Haoyang, continue, Chen Feng commanded coldly. His tone conveyed his stance that on a stormy night 3 years ago, the three of us took turns assaulting her in a dilapidated wooden shack. Afterward, we left her there, thinking she was on the verge of death, and fearing we'd attract bad luck, we abandoned her to her fate. Cheng Haoyang recounted slowly. And what happened afterward? Chen Feng inquired. The next day, we felt uneasy and returned to check on her, but found no trace of her that we assumed she had died and been buried. So we thought little of it, and eventually forgot about her, Cheng Haoyang concluded. Cheng Haoyang remarked, your memory is indeed remarkable. You brutally assaulted an innocent woman, and yet you can so easily forget it. It seems that you frequently engage in such heinous acts. Chen Feng sneered. At that moment, he would rather the murderer take his life. Cheng Haoyang appeared somewhat numb, indifferent to Chen Feng's reaction, and continued. This woman was from Bolman. All we knew was her name, Xiao Dai. She was quite beautiful, and we were drawn to her. When she refused our advances, we became enraged but found ourselves without opportunity. Thus, we instructed someone to watch her outside Bolman, and if she was ever alone, to capture her. For several days, we awaited such a chance, until one rainy day, our watcher, initially intending to leave, spotted Xiao Dai fleeing from Bolman. Immediately, our servant pursued and captured her. And then, what transpired in that small cabin you mentioned? Chen Feng inquired. Indeed, after we brought her to the prearranged cabin, she sensed our intentions and struggled fiercely. We each seized her hands and feet, rendering her motionless. Our desire for vengeance led us to inflict severe torment upon her. Furthermore, the location was desolate, compounded by the heavy rain, which left us unrestrained. Regardless of her pleas for mercy, we showed her no reprieve. Only later did we learn that she had been untouched by men until that point. Cheng Haoyang recounted. Their deaths were not unwarranted. Had I been the killer, I would have been even more merciless. Chen Feng chuckled. It is no wonder that when I dined with Wan Hongyu, Sun Jiadong remarked that if one could entertain a woman from Bolman, then Wan Hongyu would be no different. I had been pondering why I had no recollection of Bolman. Evidently, you concealed the truth. Otherwise, Sun Jiadong might still be alive, Chen Feng stated. That incident occurred 3 years ago. I have shared all I know. If all goes as expected, the ones who killed Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiadong are that woman. She has come for revenge, Cheng Haoyang declared. If that is the case, then the woman must be alive and possibly rescued. Zhang Hao interjected. Cheng Haoyang, while we would like nothing more than for the murderer to end your life, we cannot act in such a manner. Rest assured, we will protect you while we pursue the true culprit. However, you must also agree to one condition, Chen Feng asserted. Speak freely, officer, Cheng Haoyang replied. Surrender yourself, disclose the events of that year, and abide by the law's judgment. Naturally, you must not leverage your position to secure a lighter sentence or an outright acquittal. Otherwise, we shall not let you off the hook, Chen Feng warned. Can you agree to this request? Chen Feng asked. Well, Cheng Haoyang pondered before responding. All right, I accept. Very well, you shall remain at home for the next few days and refrain from wandering about. Chen Feng instructed. I understand, officer. Do not worry. I shall adhere to my promise, Cheng Haoyang responded, then departed with M.R.S. Cheng. It seems we should seek out Wan Hongyu, Zhang Hao suggested. Let us hope she speaks the truth. Chen Feng sighed. Chapter 87. Inquiring with Wan Hongyu at the entrance of Bolman, Chen Feng paused momentarily. What is it? Zhang Hao asked. My feelings this time are quite different. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Let us proceed. We must face what we must, he smiled. Why have you two come? Wan Hongyu rose with a smile upon noticing Chen Feng and Zhang Hao. We have a matter to discuss, but it is not suitable for this location. Might there be a more private space? Chen Feng inquired. Then let us go to my room, Wan Hongyu suggested after a brief moment of hesitation. The two followed Wan Hongyu into her room, where they were immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma. What is it that feels so secretive? Wan Hongyu laughed, though she couldn't shake the feeling that their unexpected visit was for confrontation. Do you know a woman named Xiao Dai? Chen Feng asked directly, without preamble. Xiao Dai, Wan Hongyu unconsciously repeated, her hands trembling slightly, causing tea to spill. Her reaction was intense. She surely knew something. You know her, do you not? Chen Feng pressed. I know a woman named Xiao Dai. But she disappeared 3 years ago, Wan Hongyu replied. She realized her earlier reaction had betrayed her, and if she continued to conceal the truth, it would only raise Chen Feng's suspicions that a mix of truth and falsehood might deceive them. But the remaining truth was something she desperately needed to hide. Disappeared? What do you mean? Chen Feng inquired. 3 years ago, Xiao Dai was suddenly returned to me, battered and bruised. I was shocked and wondered what had happened to her. As she hadn't returned that night, I even sent someone to look for her, but to no avail. I cared for her for half a month, and once her wounds healed, she left without saying a word. Since then, I have no idea where she went. I knew better than to ask her, Wan Hongyu lamented. Then you must know what she endured that night. Chen Feng pressed. I did know, while tending to her. I saw the marks on her body and understood what had transpired. I refrained from questioning her, aware that it would be a haunting memory she could not escape. I feared bringing her pain by mentioning it. From that day forth, she was perpetually despondent, speaking not a word until she finally left. Wan Hongyu's voice trembled. It has been 3 years, and I know not if she is alive or dead. Wan Hongyu continued. That explains the words you spoke during our meal. Chen Feng remarked. I was merely reflecting on Xiao Dai's plight. Wan Hongyu stated. Were it not for the treatment she suffered, I believe her acclaim would surpass mine today. What a pity. Wan Hongyu sighed. Is this not a photograph of you and Xiao Dai? Chen Feng pointed to a frame on the cabinet. Inside were 2 strikingly beautiful young women. One was undoubtedly Wan Hongyu, while the other was likely Xiao Dai. Indeed, we were the best of sisters at Bowman. She had only been there for a couple of years, but was adored by many wealthy patrons who enjoyed her singing. Wan Hongyu recounted. She was exquisite. It is no wonder Li Mingzhi and the others targeted her, Chen Feng observed. You mean it was those men who assaulted Xiao Dai? Wan Hongyu exclaimed in shock. Did you not know? This revelation piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. How could I? I subtly suggested to Xiao Dai that she should report it, but she shook her head. I assumed she had offended someone important. Realizing that reporting would be futile. I never imagined it would be them. They were relentless in their pursuit of her, and it stands to reason that her refusal incited their wrath. Wan Hongyu contemplated. So, your visit today is... Wan Hongyu looked at Chen Feng and Zhang Hao, suddenly realizing. You likely surmise that we suspect Xiao Dai of being responsible for the deaths of Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiado. We learned from Cheng Haoyang about the events from 3 years ago and her time at Bowman, which is why we sought you out. I did not expect you to know her. Chen Feng replied, his tone enigmatic, betraying no shock, for he had already deduced the connection between Wan Hongyu and Xiao Dai upon learning of Xiao Dai's previous association with Bowman. The perfume bottle had already revealed Wan Hongyu's ties. This cannot be. If Xiao Dai had returned, she would surely have sought me out, as I was her only support here. Yet, I have not seen her in 3 years. Wan Hongyu protested. It must be acknowledged that Wan Hongyu's acting is quite convincing. Most would likely be deceived by her words. However, Chen Feng was acutely aware of the intricate connections between the two, recognizing that her statements were mere veils for the truth of Xiao Dai's return. Is that so? If she were aware, your safety here might not be guaranteed, Chen Feng countered. She left 3 years ago, so why would she return now? Moreover, as a fragile woman, how could she possibly have killed those strong men? Wan Hongyu rebutted. It has been 3 years. How much do you truly know about her? What she has endured in that time is beyond our comprehension. Yet, I can assert that the one who killed Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiadong is a woman skilled in martial arts. Set aside her prowess. The mere fact that she leapt from the 3rd-floor window is evidence enough of her capabilities, as you have witnessed, Chen Feng stated. This makes it even more unlikely. 3 years ago. Xiao Dai was merely a frail woman. When she left, I assumed she was escaping this sorrowful place, yet how has she transformed into someone seeking revenge through the pursuit of skill? Moreover, in 3 years. She may not have mastered formidable abilities. How could she possibly defeat them? Wan Hongyu remarked. To deal with those few individuals, exceptional skills are not a prerequisite. Furthermore, she had prepared a sedative beforehand, rendering them incapable of resistance before she struck. For Xiao Dai, eliminating them would be as effortless as lifting a finger, Chen Feng asserted. Chapter 88. A piece of cake. However, I still cannot accept the truth that Xiao Dai has killed them. After all, I have yet to see her in person. If she truly has returned, I believe she would seek me out, Wan Hongyu stated firmly. Chen Feng opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted by Zhang Hao's exclamation. Who? Chen Feng hurried outside and saw a woman with a veil standing at the door, holding a plate of fruit. Clearly startled by Chen Feng's sudden appearance, the fruit fell from her hands, scattering across the ground. Upon seeing the woman, Wan Hongyu was taken aback. Who are you? Chen Feng inquired. Yet the woman remained silent as she turned to leave. Chen Feng attempted to grasp her hand. Officer Chen. She is mute and cannot speak. Wan Hongyu quickly interjected. Sister Ya, apologize to our guest. Wan Hongyu scolded gently as she took a few fruits from the woman's hands. The woman, hearing Wan Hongyu's intervention, babbled in a series of muffled sounds and gestures. But Chen Feng could not comprehend her sign language and was oblivious to her meaning. Why is she wearing a veil? Chen Feng asked. Ah, Sister Ya is quite pitiful. I found her outside, nearly frozen to death. I took her in. Back then, She could still utter some sounds, but gradually, her voice faded. From her, I learned that her husband had disfigured her face. And he also damaged her voice. She was cast out and had nowhere to go, collapsing in front of the palette dance. It has already been 2 years since then. Wan Hongyu sighed and continued. She is indeed a tragic figure. How come I have never seen her during my previous visits? Zhang Feng questioned. Due to her unappealing appearance, our boss did not allow her to serve customers up front. Even with a veil, there are always those curious enough to lift it, and we feared she would be subjected to ridicule and abuse from the wealthy young men. Thus, she typically performs menial tasks in the back. Wan Hongyu explained. Sister Ya, you may leave now. You need not concern yourself here. Wan Hongyu dismissed her kindly. The woman bowed in gratitude and departed. Officer Chun, let us discuss matters indoors. Wan Hongyu suggested, and no need for that. Let us conclude today's business here. You should rest, and we can visit another day. Zhang Feng replied. Very well. I shall not keep you any longer. Wan Hongyu smiled. She lied just now. Zhang Feng remarked once outside the palette dance. Are you referring to that matter? Zhang Hao inquired. That I cannot ascertain whether what she said about Sister Yu is true, but I felt a sense of familiarity. Regarding her claims about Xiao Dai, she was not truthful with us. I suspect Xiao Dai is indeed in this city. We simply do not know her whereabouts. Yet she deliberately concealed this. Zhang Feng stated. Do you suppose Xiao Dai could be here? The most perilous place may also be the safest. It is even plausible that Xiao Dai is Sister Ye herself, Zhang Hao posited. Your conjecture may hold some truth, yet if Xiao Dai truly is that mute woman, our actions have likely startled her, Zhang Feng replied. Regardless of Xiao Dai's location, one thing is certain. She must have had contact with Wan Hongyu. Given Xiao Dai's financial constraints, she cannot afford such extravagant perfume, whereas Wan Hongyu has purchased it before and subsequently lost it. When Xiao Dai committed her murders, she carried this scent, and the bond between Xiao Dai and Wan Hongyu is significant. There must be some connection among these events. Their convergence cannot merely be coincidence. Zhang Feng spoke calmly. Nonetheless, what shall we do next? Xiao Dai is now wary. I doubt she would strike so easily. Furthermore, Cheng Haoyang is safely at home, leaving her no opportunity to act. Zhang Hao remarked. If she lacks opportunity, we can create one for her. Zhang Feng smiled. It appears you have a plan. Zhang Hao chuckled. We can find individuals to impersonate them, luring Xiao Dai into the trap. Cheng Haoyang is the last of the three alive, based on Xiao Dai's methods with Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiao. She will undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him. Thus, we merely need to wait for the right moment, Zhang Feng asserted. What are the specific arrangements? Zhang Hao asked, amused. That requires further planning and utmost caution. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. How careless of you to eavesdrop at my doorstep. Do you know how frightened I was? Wan Hongyu confronted Xiao Dai. What is there to fear? Doesn't he recognize me? And besides, didn't we already cover it up? Xiao Dai responded nonchalantly. If I hadn't eavesdropped, how would I have the chance to eliminate my adversary? Cheng Haoyang is the last one. I must kill him. However, my murders of Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiadong have drawn their attention, and I am certain the investigation bureau will be on high alert, Xiao Dai stated matter-of-factly. Xiao Dai, perhaps you should reconsider. I truly cannot bear to lose you again. Wan Hongyu pleaded. Do not say another word. If you wish to assist me, stay here. If you intend to persuade me, then you may leave. Cheng Haoyang must die. I cannot allow my efforts to be in vain. Xiao Dai declared coldly. But they are already on guard, and I have heard Cheng Haoyang has been hiding at home without showing himself. You currently have no opportunity to kill him, Wan Hongyu countered. Opportunities are created by people that I can wait. I have waited 3 years, and I am not afraid to wait another 3. I must personally take Cheng Haoyang's life to quell my resentment. Xiao Dai insisted. What futility is this? Wan Hongyu lamented. You cannot comprehend the pain I endured. Thus, you cannot fathom my current hatred. Leave me. I am weary, Xiao Dai said. Wan Hongyu, realizing her pleas were futile, reluctantly returned to the investigation bureau, where she found Han Jingjing still present. Han Jingjing, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Zhang Feng beckoned. What is it? Speak. Han Jingjing replied casually. Can you create a facial likeness of Cheng Haoyang? Zhang Feng inquired. What are you planning? Han Jingjing asked. I intend to impersonate Cheng Haoyang to draw out the murderer. Zhang Feng explained. Of course, I can do that. Such tasks are child's play for me. Han Jingjing boasted. Chapter 89. Impersonating Cheng Haoyang. Very well. Prepare yourself. I need you to apply makeup to make it indistinguishable, Zhang Feng said with a smile. You may impersonate Cheng Haoyang, but have you considered that he is quite the charmer? Wherever he appears, women will surely be present, Zhang Hao interjected, casting glances at Han Jingjing. Rest assured, since I proposed this plan, I have considered all aspects. I will impersonate Cheng Haoyang, and Han Jingjing can simply impersonate any woman. After all, the The murderer does not know her, Chen Feng replied with a grin. Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I merely to play the role of a woman? I am a woman. Thank you very much. Besides, who said I would impersonate a couple with you? Isn't that taking advantage of me? Han Jingjing retorted, clearly displeased. That was a slip of the tongue. However, you must cooperate with me in this matter. I could work with someone else, but we would lack the necessary rapport, which could lead to exposure. Moreover, the murderer possesses martial skills, which complicates matters. Fortunately, you are also skilled, albeit modestly, yet you have the ability to escape, allowing me not to worry about protecting you, Chen Feng said with a smile. I'll let you have this one, but remember, I am still a flower among women. Do not let this matter leak. Otherwise, my image will be tarnished, and I will not spare you, Han Jingjing said begrudgingly. Fear not. I will keep this matter secret. Besides, you have no image to ruin. But I must warn you, when we step outside, do not lose your temper. Otherwise, we will both be exposed, Chen Feng cautioned. Got it. You're so nagging, Han Jingjing replied impatiently, her hands still working. Before long, a figure resembling Zhang Hao appeared, bearing a striking resemblance. How does it look? Chen Feng asked Zhang Hao. Unless someone is very close or familiar, they likely won't notice, Zhang Hao chuckled. Rest assured, my skills are exceptional. Most people won't scrutinize so closely, Han Jingjing boasted. What about your business during this time? Zhang Hao inquired that I cannot mimic his voice, and speaking carelessly would reveal our ruse. Thus, I will remain silent, letting Han Jingjing handle any interactions. Chen Feng contemplated that I find it implausible. If you remain silent, it will only arouse more suspicion. You might as well feign a hoarse voice and claim it's a throat issue that may just allow you to pass by unnoticed. With Han Jingjing's assistance, I doubt anyone will dig deeper, Zhang Hao suggested. This seems the best approach. If I were to speak alone, I might inadvertently slip up. Following Dr. Zhang's advice lightens the burden for both of us. Han Jingjing concurred. Very well, we'll proceed as you suggest, Chen Feng agreed. Where will you two go first? Zhang Hao inquired. I believe that a crowded venue will attract more attention and facilitate the rapid dissemination of information. Let's choose a place with a larger gathering. Chen Feng responded with a smile. I have a location in mind, Zhang Hao said, grinning. Where is it? Chen Feng asked. Tonight, the young master of the Kai family is hosting a ball at his residence. I imagine it will be quite crowded, and you can visit there. However, there is a challenge. The attendees will predominantly be affluent young gentlemen, whom you may not recognize. Thus, I advise you to be cautious upon arrival. Zhang Hao cautioned. We will adapt as circumstances unfold. No matter how well we plan here, unexpected situations may arise that could catch us off guard. It would be wiser to remain flexible, Chen Feng remarked. Fair enough, but Jingjing's attire is not suitable for a ball. I believe she needs to purchase an appropriate outfit, Zhang Hao said with a smile directed at Chen Feng, his expression suggesting he wanted to give him an opportunity to shine. My outfit is perfectly fine. No need to buy anything new, Han Jingjing interjected. If you wear that, you will surely become the focus of the evening, and we may miss our chance to investigate. Chen Feng observed, glancing at Han Jingjing's ensemble. Isn't that even better? You want to be the center of attention, don't you? Han Jingjing retorted, pouting. What I desire is not for you to be the butt of the jokes, but to dazzle the crowd with your beauty. Do you really think Zhang Hao would bring a woman dressed so plainly to such an event? Chen Feng questioned. Jingjing, although Chen Feng's words may sound harsh, they hold truth. The ball will be attended by the elite, and no one will be dressed as you are. Moreover, given Zhang Haoyang's status, he would care about his partner's attire. You should heed Chen Feng's advice, Zhang Hao suggested with a smile, but I have no money. I can't afford such fine clothing, Han Jingjing protested. Oh, your financial situation is inconsequential. You are assisting Chen Feng, and he will cover the cost of your outfit. Just focus on presenting your best self. Zhang Hao replied cheerfully. All right then, Han Jingjing acquiesced. Zhang Haoyang won't be attending tonight, will he? Chen Feng asked. Rest assured, he is hiding at home, avoiding public appearances. He won't be at the Kai family ball. Zhang Hao reassured him with a smile. But we don't have an invitation. How will we get in? Han Jingjing questioned. As for that, I can't help. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. My role is merely to inform you, Zhang Hao said with a grin. That's quite the plan you've devised, Chen Feng chuckled. Let us find a way ourselves, he added, shaking his head. It's not as difficult as you think. Your identities carry weight. Remember, you are the young master of the Qing family. If you reveal your status, the doorman will not impede your entry, even without an invitation, Zhang Hao stated with a smile. I pray that the name Zhang Haoyang holds some sway, Chen Feng laughed. Now, restore me to my original appearance. We need to go shopping, he instructed. Han Jingjing playfully pinched his face, and soon, she peeled away several layers of disguise, returning Chen Feng to his true form. Chapter 90. Purchasing evening attire. The pair soon arrived at a high-end clothing boutique. Good day, sir and miss, How may I assist you today? A sales attendant greeted them with a smile as they entered. Please fetch a high-end evening gown for her, Zhang Feng requested cheerfully. Certainly, miss, please follow me. The attendant said, gesturing for Han Jingjing. Go ahead, Zhang Feng encouraged her with a glance. These are our latest styles for the year. Which one appeals to you? The attendant inquired. Han Jingjing had never worn or selected such luxurious items before. She was unsure of her preferences and hoped Zhang Feng could afford to buy them all. Noticing her uncertainty, Zhang Feng approached with a smile. What's the matter? He asked. Which one should I choose? Han Jingjing whispered. Which do you like best? Zhang Feng inquired. I think they all look nice. I like them all, Han Jingjing replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhang Feng sighed, thinking, if only I had enough money for all of them. He understood that she was simply overwhelmed, experiencing such opulence for the first time. Sir, why not select an outfit for her? I am certain your taste is impeccable, the attendant suggested. Very well, if you're unsure. I shall choose for you, and I hope you will like it, Zhang Feng said with a smile. As he strolled before a row of dresses, one gown caught his eye, strikingly beautiful. This white gown shall do. White symbolizes purity and elegance. I believe it will suit you perfectly, he declared. Han Jingjing nodded in agreement, finding the gown appealing. The attendant took the gown and handed it to Han Jingjing. Miss, the fitting room is over there. You may go ahead, she instructed. Thank you, Han Jingjing replied with a smile as she headed to the fitting room. After several minutes, the door opened, revealing Han Jingjing in the white gown. The attendant gasped. Sir, your girlfriend is truly stunning. It seems this gown was tailor-made for her. Han Jingjing hurried to clarify, feeling a bit taken advantage of by the attendant's words. We will take this one, Zhang Feng interjected. Smiling. You look beautiful, he added genuinely. This compliment was not mere flattery. Despite her usual lack of adornment, Han Jingjing possessed natural beauty. Dressed so elegantly, she radiated brilliance. And attending a ball would surely elevate her reputation. Han Jingjing awkwardly smiled and said, Thank you. Miss, would you like us to pack this gown for you? Or do you wish to wear it? The attendant asked. Please pack it for her. Otherwise, if she steps outside in this attire, we may never leave, Zhang Feng joked. His words were not exaggerated. If Han Jingjing wore the gown out, the spectacle would be remarkable. After changing back into her original outfit, Han Jingjing noted Zhang Feng's discomfort. Did clothing truly make the person? Having seen her in her radiant form, he now found it hard to reconcile her previous appearance. After the dress was packaged and paid for, Zhang Feng and Han Jingjing departed. I will return this gown after tonight, Han Jingjing said. No need. This gown is a gift to you, a token of appreciation. Besides, I cannot wear it, so it would be wasted. A fine garment deserves a fitting owner. And you will look lovely in it. If I ever require your assistance in the future, I won't need to buy you another. Zhang Feng smiled. Thank you, Han Jingjing replied softly. Honestly, you look stunning in that gown. When you have time, wear it again for me, he remarked. You'll see it tonight, Han Jingjing replied. Tonight, I'll attend the ball as Qing Hao Yang. I'm in my own identity, Zhang Feng clarified. That depends on my mood. If I'm pleased, I might comply. If not, don't even think about it, Han Jingjing teased, reveling in her newfound control over the situation. You're already planning to burn bridges, Zhang Feng chuckled. You just realized? I, Han Jingjing, am not one to suffer losses, she replied with a grin. Welcome back. Zhang Hao greeted Han Jingjing with a smile. Where's Zhang Feng? He continued, he's just behind me. Han Jingjing replied cheerfully, Is this the dress he bought you? Zhang Hao pointed at the shopping bag. Indeed, a white evening gown. It seems he has spent quite a bit this time. Han Jingjing chuckled. As Zhang Feng entered, he immediately remarked, Why aren't you complying with my request? Han Jingjing responded with a sense of entitlement. Why should I? Zhang Hao, smiling, inquired. What request did he make of you? He wants me to don a formal gown for him alone. Han Jingjing replied that I wouldn't dare. What if he becomes enamored with me, a young and beautiful lady? That would be quite the loss for me. She continued, to be honest, I am also curious to see how you would look in it. Zhang Hao chuckled. When I find the time, I will show you, Han Jingjing laughed. Hey, isn't that dress something I purchased for you? How can you do this? Zhang Feng said, somewhat disgruntled. What of it? Although you bought it. This is my reward now, and it no longer concerns you. I said I would return it after wearing it. But since you refuse, the fault is not mine, Han Jingjing responded with a smile. All right, you were quite clever, Zhang Feng said, laughing in frustration. How much did you spend? Zhang Hao asked, still smiling. About a month's salary, Zhang Feng replied casually. That's quite a sum, Han Jingjing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. You just learned that? I spent my entire month's earnings on this gown, and you treat me this way. Is that fair? Zhang Feng lamented. Well, I could just wear it once for you to see, Han Jingjing said, feeling a bit guilty. I don't just want to hear about it. I want to see your actions, Zhang Feng insisted. But there's no place to change here. You wouldn't want me to change in front of you. Would you? Han Jingjing blushed at your overthinking it. We do have a changing room. Just go in through that door, and you'll find it, Chen Feng said helplessly, changing in front of two men. How could you even think of that? Han Jingjing said no more and went in search of the changing room with the gown in hand. It seems I am in for a treat, Zhang Hao chuckled. Honestly, she will look stunning in that gown. My month's salary was indeed well spent, Chen Feng said, laughing. You wouldn't have developed feelings for her, would you? Zhang Hao asked, eyeing Chen Feng with a grin. You think too much. I'm merely admiring her beauty. Chen Feng replied coolly. Moments later, Han Jingjing emerged in a white evening gown, and Zhang Hao was taken aback. She appeared transformed, radiant. If one were to compare, she had gone from an ugly duckling to a beautiful swan. And that was no exaggeration. Wow, I never expected you to look this beautiful in that gown. Jingjing. I'm genuinely concerned for your safety tonight, Zhang Hao remarked, smiling. Why? Han Jingjing asked, puzzled. Your attire tonight will undoubtedly attract countless gazes. Women will envy you. Men will admire you. That will inevitably put you in danger. You must understand that people can lose their sanity, and those who do are often the most reckless, Zhang Hao explained with a grin. Don't scare her. If she becomes too frightened to attend, how will we accomplish our mission? Chen Feng interjected, laughing. I'm not trying to frighten her. I speak the truth. Her outfit will indeed drive people wild. But fear not. Chen Feng will protect you, Zhang Hao reassured. All right, you should change back quickly. If anything happens to the gown, it will be too late to remedy, Chen Feng advised. Well, everything else is fine, but the hairstyle is somewhat mismatched. Regardless, her elegance is undeniable. Zhang Hao commented. I understand your concerns about the hairstyle, but consider this. She wore it to match tonight's event. If she were to change it, it would clash with her original outfit and appear uncoordinated. Which wouldn't do either. So, let us make do for this evening. Everything will return to normal tomorrow, Chen Feng said, laughing. Fair enough. Let us just make do. Zhang Hao replied. I know you often attend such events and have discerning taste. But we must also be realistic, Chen Feng added. Shortly thereafter, Han Jingjing returned to her original appearance, appearing quite ordinary in comparison. They now awaited the commencement of the evening's ball. I will be attending a ball tonight. The situation has become tense lately, so please refrain from making any rash moves, Wan Hongyu instructed Xiao Dai at the Paleta Ftez. Even without your warning, I know how to act. Sheng Haoyang is currently holed up at home, out of reach, Xiao Dai replied, her raspy voice adding to the somber atmosphere of the dim room. Just be aware, I must take my leave now. Wan Hongyu sighed. When you attend, please try to gather any news about Sheng Haoyang. I suspect he may be present at this ball, Xiao Dai said. Even if he is there, what does it matter? It is a crowded place, far from suitable for any action. Besides, I cannot relay messages to you, Wan Hongyu stated. No worries. Just keep an eye on Sheng Haoyang. I will join you shortly, and you can inform me of any news you uncover. Xiao Dai replied. All right, but be careful. If you encounter trouble, I won't be able to assist you, Wan Hongyu warned before exiting the house. The evening's ball commenced as planned, with some of Shanghai's prominent wealthy sons and daughters in attendance. The venue ablaze with lights and lively chatter. To host such a gathering in one's own home and invite so many guests speaks volumes of the host's influence. Chen Feng arrived with Han Jingjing, who seemed somewhat anxious, clutching Chen Feng's arm tightly, her body tense. Sensing her unease, Chen Feng gently patted her hand and smiled. There is no need to be nervous. Just relax and observe. He allowed Han Jingjing to link her arm with his, creating a more intimate appearance. Please show your invitations. The doorman halted Chen Feng and Han Jingjing. I'm sorry. We don't have invitations. Consider us uninvited guests. Please inform Kai Xiao that I am Chen Haoyang. Chen Feng said nonchalantly. Understood. Please wait a moment. The doorman replied upon hearing Chen Feng's name. Shortly after, the doorman returned with a young man. Cheng Xiao has arrived. I've heard about the recent events, so I didn't send you an invitation. I hope you can overlook this oversight, the young man said with a smile. It appeared that he was the host for the evening. Kai Xiaoyang, Chen Feng thought. With a smile, he replied, I understand, Kai Xiao. But I still wish to extend my gratitude. I came uninvited, so please don't hold it against me. Cheng Xiao's voice, Kai Xiaoyang said, somewhat perplexed. Let's not discuss it. The recent events regarding those two have been quite stressful. But they pale in comparison to your matters, Chen Feng replied with a smile. I've heard. The perpetrator is quite ruthless, so do take care, Cheng Xiao. Kai Xiaoyang expressed concern. Thank you, Kai Xiao, Chen Feng replied with a grin. And who is this lovely lady? Kai Xiaoyang asked, noticing Han Jingjing. Oh, this is my dance partner, someone I've only recently met. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow at Kai Xiaoyang, hinting at an understanding. Kai Xiaoyang immediately caught on, recognizing the man's taste, surprised by the beauty beside him, who would surely stand out among the crowd. Your partner is truly beautiful. May I ask her name? Kai Xiaoyang inquired with a smile. Kai Xiao is too kind. My name is Han Jingjing. She replied gracefully, "That a lovely name that perfectly suits you, serene and gentle." Cheng Xiao is indeed fortunate, Kai Xiaoyang remarked with a smile. Usually, Cheng Xiao brings his wife along. This time, I presume the dance will be even more delightful, Kai Xiaoyang commented. Bringing my wife each time might lead to aesthetic fatigue, so I decided to switch things up this time, Zhang Feng replied with a laugh. He leaned closer to Kai Xiaoyang and whispered, "I brought her out to broaden her horizons. She doesn't really dance, so if anything happens, please bear with me." I understand, Kai Xiaoyang chuckled. "Please, Cheng Xiao and Miss Han. Come inside," he gestured with a smile. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, two figures were watching them intently from a distance. "Cheng Haoyang is indeed here. Fortune favors me," Xiao Dai whispered hoarsely. "Do not act rashly. I will go in and gather intelligence," Ruan Hongyu cautioned. "Rest assured, I am not so impulsive. He is my last remaining foe, and I do not intend to jeopardize my plans," Xiao Dai retorted with a cold smile. "You may go in first. I will wait for you outside," Xiao Dai continued. Ruan Hongyu glanced at Xiao Dai and chose silence, knowing that there was no need for further admonitions. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Was that man truly Cheng Haoyang? Why did she perceive a hint of Chun Feng in his demeanor? Ruan Hongyu felt a sense of confusion. Upon presenting her invitation and entering the hall, she instantly drew the attention of all present. Those who had been conversing with Chun Feng quickly excused themselves and gravitated toward Ruan Hongyu. Although they acknowledged the beauty of the partner Cheng Haoyang had brought with Ruan Hongyu's arrival, they no longer considered Han Jingjing to be the center of attention. Ruan Hongyu smiled in response to the gathered guests, but her gaze was searching for Cheng Haoyang. At that moment, she was taken aback. How could she be here? Ruan Hongyu was filled with perplexity. She politely declined the advances of the crowd and moved toward Han Jingjing. Zhang Feng sensed trouble. Ruan Hongyu must have detected something amiss. Indeed, no amount of scheming had accounted for her arrival. "Jingjing, what brings you here?" Ruan Hongyu inquired with a smile. She was surprised to see Han Jingjing, particularly by her stunning attire, which contrasted sharply with her usual appearance. "Hongyu Jia," Han Jingjing stammered, anxiety evident in her voice. She dreaded encountering acquaintances, and now she had unwittingly exposed herself. Zhang Feng, realizing the precariousness of the situation, lowered his voice urgently. "She is here to protect me." "You?" Ruan Hongyu looked at Zhang Feng, puzzled. "You are not Cheng Haoyang. Your voice is different." Her inquiry, though framed as a question, was steeped in certainty. Coughing slightly, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Han Jingjing's bold declaration. "I am Cheng Haoyang. Miss Ruan. My throat has been a bit sore lately, which may account for the difference in my voice," he quickly replied. "Hongyu Jia, he is indeed Cheng Haoyang. If it weren't for that insufferable Zhang Feng insisting I pose as his partner for protection, I would never have come here. I feel utterly uncomfortable in this outfit," Han Jingjing confessed, her discomfort evident. "Jingjing, you look quite lovely today," Ruan Hongyu complimented, choosing to set aside her doubts regarding Cheng Haoyang's identity. However, her lack of inquiry did not diminish her suspicion. "Not at all," Han Jingjing replied bashfully, though she was aware that her appearance today was indeed captivating, as evidenced by the many who had approached her. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have swiftly dealt with them, her demeanor fierce. After a brief conversation, Ruan Hongyu excused herself. "Phew," Han Jingjing sighed in relief. "That was nerve-wracking. I was so worried I would slip up. I fear I may have already given myself away." Chun Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. "How could that be? We didn't say anything wrong, did we?" Han Jingjing asked, concerned that my voice has already betrayed me. While my excuse may fool many, deceiving Ruan Hongyu will be exceedingly difficult. She is well acquainted with various individuals and is perceptive to their nuances. She will not be easily convinced, Zhang Feng explained with a wry smile. "What shall we do?" Han Jingjing asked anxiously. "Fear not. I believe she is merely suspicious for now. As long as I do not reveal any inconsistencies, her doubts will hold little weight," Zhang Feng reassured her with a calming smile. "Do you think our efforts will yield the desired outcome?" Han Jingjing inquired, still worried. "Perhaps it may exceed our expectations," Zhang Feng replied enigmatically. After Ruan Hongyu seized the opportunity to leave, she stepped outside to a secluded area. "What is the matter?" Xiao Dai asked. "I suspect that man is not Cheng Haoyang. He is accompanied by a woman from the investigation bureau, claiming to be his protector," Ruan Hongyu replied. "Someone is protecting him." "Humph, such a useless fellow. Without protection, he would be on a path to ruin," Xiao Dai scoffed. "You mentioned you doubt he is Cheng Haoyang. Why?" Xiao Dai pressed. "His voice is not the same that I have heard his voice before. It is vastly different from how he spoke just now. Even if their appearances are similar, I remain skeptical," Ruan Hongyu explained. "And what did he say?" Xiao Dai asked. "He claimed he has been overworking himself and has a sore throat." which accounts for his hoarseness, Wan Hongyu relayed. Regardless, I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Xiao Dai declared resolutely that I will stay close by. Just in case, Wan Hongyu affirmed. Very well, Xiao Dai nodded slightly in agreement. Wan Hongyu returned to the ballroom, where the festivities had commenced, and found Qin Feng dancing with Han Jingjing. That I never expected you could dance, Han Jingjing exclaimed in surprise. Such skills are essential in this circle. Though I do not frequent such gatherings, I have learned much from being with Zhang Hao. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Come, let me teach you, he said. Noticing Han Jingjing's awkwardness, he guided her step by step. And soon she was able to keep pace with his rhythm. Their coordination was undeniable. However, this synchronicity only deepened Wan Hongyu's suspicions. She was well aware of Qing Haoyang's reputation in high society. Even if Han Jingjing was there to protect him, their closeness was unwarranted. Confident in her assumptions, Wan Hongyu approached with a smile. Jingjing, take a break. I would like to dance with young Master Cheng. Han Jingjing hesitated, glancing at Qin Feng. Thank you, Miss Wan, for your kind invitation. Han, please take a moment to rest. Everything is fine here, Qin Feng said with a smile. The performance must continue. Wan Hongyu took Han Jingjing's place, and the two began to dance to the music. What brings you to dance with me, Miss Wan? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. That I have no desire to dance with Cheng Haoyang. I find that type unappealing. I simply wish to dance with you, Officer Qin Feng, Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded with a grin. Miss Wan, it is not right to insult me to my face. How could you claim to look down on me? Yet, he recognized her candor was refreshing, far more than those who would speak ill of him behind his back. Officer Qin, do you intend to deceive me further? Such behavior would surely wound my heart, Wan Hongyu said, her smile enchanting. Miss Wan, your repeated identification of me as Officer Qin Feng has piqued my curiosity. Who is this Officer Qin, that you are so invested in him? Qin Feng inquired with a playful smile. He is my man, Wan Hongyu whispered playfully in Qin Feng's ear. That moment, Qin Feng froze. Her declaration was shocking. How could she make such a statement in his presence? Was she attempting to force him to acknowledge his true identity? What is it? Wan Hongyu asked with a smile. Nothing. I am merely taken aback by your statement. Miss Wan. I find myself somewhat envious of Officer Qin Feng, who is fortunate enough to win the affection of such a beauty. Qin Feng responded with a laugh. Assuming the persona of Cheng Haoyang, he maintained his tone to match. You need not be envious. For I am yours, Wan Hongyu continued. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned again. What was Wan Hongyu attempting to convey? Miss Wan, are you jesting? Just moments ago, you claimed Officer Chen was your man, yet now you assert I am yours. This jest lacks any humor, Qin Feng replied with a smile. You misunderstand. When I refer to you, I do not mean Cheng Haoyang, but rather the person behind this mask, you, Qin Feng, Wan Hongyu clarified with a smile. Miss Wan, to persist in identifying me as Officer Qin Feng raises my curiosity. This clay figurine has its limits. Do you believe your reputation is so formidable that I would not dare to act against you? Qin Feng feigned anger. Wan Hongyu smiled, enigmatic in her understanding. While you claim Han Jingjing is here to protect you, the intimacy of your recent actions suggests otherwise. One might mistake you for a couple. Wan Hongyu said with a smile. I in this moment. She is my dance partner. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Is that so? Though I have not interacted much with Han Jingjing, I do know her to be a woman of strong convictions who despises wrongdoing. Surely, she must be aware of some of Cheng Haoyang's actions. Do you believe, given her character, she would so easily comply with your previous exchanges? You may deceive others, but not someone familiar with you. Such as myself, Wan Hongyu smiled, her insight sharp. One could not underestimate Wan Hongyu. Her keen observations allowed her to deduce much from mere details, while it was possible that Han Jingjing might not be fully aware of Qing Haoyang's misdeeds. It was reasonable to assume that, having been assigned to protect him, she would have some knowledge of his actions. Would she willingly comply with his directives upon learning of his past? Moreover, I have heard that Cheng Haoyang has now shut himself away due to the demise of Li Mingzhi and Sun Jiado. Do you truly expect me to believe that you are Cheng Haoyang? As Wan Hongyu observed Qin Feng's silence, she continued, this woman is indeed quite formidable. All right, I confess, I was merely impersonating him, Qin Feng replied. Regaining his voice. I knew it was you. I caught a glimpse of your figure the moment you entered, but I initially saw a face resembling Cheng Haoyang's. However, witnessing the intimacy between the two of you just now confirmed my suspicions. Wan Hongyu remarked with a smile. Now that you know it's me, you mustn't disclose this, Qin Feng said with a grin. Of course not. Well, my objective has been achieved. You should continue dancing with Jingjing. After all, she is your true partner. I wouldn't want to intrude, Wan Hongyu replied, seeking an excuse to extricate herself from the situation. Forget it, I won't dance anymore, that I feel a bit fatigued after dancing with you for a while. Let's go rest, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Why aren't you dancing? Han Jingjing inquired, laughing. With my identity exposed, dancing has lost its meaning. Zhang Feng replied with a chuckle. You two continue chatting. I'll visit the restroom. Ruan Hongyu stated, smiling as she sought a reason to step away and relay information. Zhang Feng was well aware of her intentions. He had already noticed Ruan Hongyu's absence earlier, which had raised his suspicions. Now that she was intent on leaving again, he sensed something amiss. Jingjing, accompany Miss Ruan. Though there are many people here, there may be some who lack discernment. Please protect her, Zhang Feng signaled discreetly. Han Jingjing understood their purpose for being there and, recognizing Zhang Feng's cue, replied nonchalantly, Sister Hongyu, I'll accompany you to the restroom as I need to go as well. Thank you, Ruan Hongyu said with a smile, though internally she was in a state of anxiety. Chapter 94. Xiao Dai takes action. Ruan Hongyu and Han Jingjing entered the restroom, chatting amiably. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng scrutinized his surroundings, searching for any suspicious figures, but was disappointed to find none. Before long, the two emerged. With Han Jingjing subtly shaking her head to indicate that everything was normal, Zhang Feng smiled at them. Where are you headed next? Ruan Hongyu asked. Home. To drop Jingjing off. I should also be on my way. Zhang Feng replied cheerfully. What about you? I think I'll take a leisurely stroll. The evening is still young. Let us step outside for a bit, Ruan Hongyu suggested. That sounds good. I too find it stifling to stay here. Let us go for a walk, Han Jingjing agreed. Zhang Feng understood Ruan Hongyu's intention for leaving was merely to deliver a message, likely to Xiao Dai. All right, since you both wish to step outside, let us enjoy some fresh air, Zhang Feng said with a smile. The three of them exited in succession. However, once outside, Zhang Feng deliberately positioned himself at the door, waiting for Ruan Hongyu to emerge. He intended to keep a watchful eye on her, ensuring she would not make any furtive moves. Ruan Hongyu could only feel anxious, while in the shadows, Xiao Dai was oblivious to the unfolding events. Seeing Ruan Hongyu walk alongside Zhang Feng and the others, she believed her opportunity had arrived and stealthily followed, poised to strike. Despite Ruan Hongyu's outward normalcy, she was acutely aware that Zhang Feng was monitoring her closely, preventing her from relaying any messages. The trio walked ahead, unaware of the figure closely tailing them. Suddenly, from a darkened area ahead, Xiao Dai dashed forward and lunged at Zhang Feng with a knife. Sensing the lethal intent, Zhang Feng swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding harm. Han Jingjing, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to engage Xiao Dai. However, her expertise lay in tracking, and her combat skills were lacking, resulting in her being quickly overpowered by Xiao Dai. Zhang Feng, are you all right? Ruan Hongyu exclaimed, her voice raised, feigning concern for Zhang Feng's injury, but she was deliberately drawing attention, seizing this final opportunity to convey a message to Xiao Dai. Having observed closely, Ruan Hongyu knew that Xiao Dai's attack, though seemingly dangerous, had not inflicted any injury on Zhang Feng, that it was a trap. Indeed, upon hearing Ruan Hongyu call out Zhang Feng's name, Xiao Dai wasted no time and turned to flee. Han Jingjing, seeing Xiao Dai attempting to escape, hurried after her, only to be halted by Zhang Feng's voice. Jingjing, don't pursue her. You are no match for her. Acting alone could put you in danger. Are you all right? Ruan Hongyu inquired again. I'm fine, Zhang Feng replied, casting a casual glance at Ruan Hongyu. That glance filled Ruan Hongyu with a sense of unease. Why did she sense a certain detachment in his eyes? This assassin is exceedingly cunning, Han Jingjing said, rubbing her sore arm in frustration. Fortunately, there were no traces of the attacker's footprints on her pristine evening gown. Otherwise, she would have been beside herself with rage. I'll have someone escort you home, Zhang Feng stated coolly. Was that person Xiao Dai? Ruan Hongyu asked, feigning ignorance. You know full well, Zhang Feng replied, glancing at Ruan Hongyu. He then summoned a rickshaw to take Ruan Hongyu away. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Ruan Hongyu felt a pang of grievance, caught between her dear friend and her close companion. She sympathized with her friend, but was also aware that her companion was a prosecutor. The coincidence of such events occurring in his presence was vexing. Feeling Zhang Feng's calm demeanor, Ruan Hongyu longed to weep. Yet, she understood that more pressing matters awaited her after seeing Ruan Hongyu off. Zhang Feng returned to escort Han Jingjing home before setting off alone. Upon returning to the Palais de Glace, Ruan Hongyu hurried to the small cabin where Xiao Dai resided. Are you all right? She asked anxiously upon finding Xiao Dai lying in bed. I'm fine, Xiao Dai replied nonchalantly. Ruan Hongyu felt a weight lift from her heart. I'm sorry for not relaying the message in time. I had already discovered that Zhang Hao was merely Zhang Feng in disguise, but he seemed to have noticed me and kept a watchful eye that I couldn't find a way to escape. Thankfully, you are unharmed, Ruan Hongyu said, her voice tinged with lingering dread. It's all right. I understood as soon as you called out Chen Feng's name that you had been compromised. However, it's not a problem. I'll have another chance, Xiao Dai replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the setback. What opportunity do you have? Can you tell me? Wan Hongyu asked. Rest assured, I won't disclose anything to outsiders. Wan Hongyu added hastily as she felt Xiao Dai's gaze upon her. There's no need to be anxious. My plan requires your assistance, Xiao Dai said with a smile. How can I help? Wan Hongyu inquired. Looking at Xiao Dai. I need you to lure out Cheng Haoyang. Of course, I require the genuine Cheng Haoyang, Xiao Dai said, her expression fierce. This may prove a challenge. Given that several people are aware of your identity, if I attempt to summon him, he will certainly become suspicious, likely attracting the attention of the investigation bureau, Wan Hongyu cautioned. Her words were not a refusal but rather an honest assessment of the situation. I understand, but can you not extend an invitation in your name? You could enlist someone he is close to. I believe he would not refuse, Xiao Dai suggested. Regardless, I hope to see him tomorrow. As for the content of the message, that is not my concern. Just get him to come, and I will handle the rest. Xiao Dai smiled. If you eliminate him, will you cease your actions? Wan Hongyu inquired, unwilling for Xiao Dai to continue her spree of violence. Rest assured, my vendetta concerns only those 3 individuals. Currently, only Cheng Haoyang remains alive. Once he is gone, my affairs will conclude, and I will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Furthermore, I will not involve you, Xiao Dai assured her with a smile. Xiao Dai had one more thought unspoken. Once he was dead, there would be nothing left for her to cling to in this world. What are you saying? If I feared you would implicate me, I would have turned you over to the Investigation Bureau long ago. My earlier comments were merely meant to convey that since only those 3 bear animosity toward you, I do not wish for you to resort to indiscriminate killing. As for any potential repercussions, I am unafraid because you are my dearest sister. I failed to assist you in the past, so this time, I want to help. I understand that you believe you cannot quell your resentment without their deaths. Yet I simply do not want you to become a person who takes lives, Wan Hongyu expressed earnestly. Chapter 95. Summoning Cheng Haoyang. The following morning, Chen Feng and his companions arrived at the Investigation Bureau. How was the ball last night? Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. It was compromised, Chen Feng replied tersely, his expression clearly reluctant to revisit the previous evening's events. What happened? Zhang Hao asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Wan Hongyu attended, Chen Feng stated. That explains it, Zhang Hao sighed. She must have seen Han Jingjing and grown suspicious of your identity. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded. We hadn't anticipated her presence. Had we known, we could have had Han Jingjing disguise herself. What transpired afterward? Zhang Hao pressed. The assassin, Xiao Dai, attempted to kill me, but I managed to evade her. She escaped, Chen Feng recounted. Did Wan Hongyu notify you? Zhang Hao inquired. Perhaps, Chen Feng sighed. When she called my name, the murderer immediately fled, he said. Maybe she was concerned for you at that moment? Zhang Hao suggested. Perhaps, but from her vantage point, she could see that I was unharmed. Chen Feng replied that it seems that this Xiao Dai must have some connection with Wan Hongyu. Or they attended the gala together yesterday, and Wan Hongyu was there to gather information for Xiao Dai, Zhang Hao speculated. Indeed, Wan Hongyu did step out during the event. I suspect she went to inform Xiao Dai. But she was uncertain whether I was truly pretending to be Cheng Haoyang. Thus, she took the opportunity to dance with me to confirm my identity. After realizing my true self, she intended to relay the news but was thwarted by our vigilance. Unable to convey her message, when she called my name, there may have been a hint of concern, but I believe she aimed more to alert Xiao Dai that I was not the genuine Cheng Haoyang, that it was a trap. Chen Feng articulated. Should we not apprehend Wan Hongyu for questioning? Zhang Hao inquired. Without solid evidence, Wan Hongyu would not confess. Even if we took her into custody, it would be futile. She would deny everything. Otherwise, she would not have risked exposing herself to relay a message to Xiao Dai. Yet, we may be misjudging her intentions. That cry of concern for my safety cannot be the sole reason to detain her. Doing so would yield no leads and invite skepticism from Wan Hongyu, who could easily counter our claims. Chen Feng stated matter-of-factly, what should we do now? Zhang Hao asked. We wait, Chen Feng replied. Wait, Zhang Hao questioned. Indeed, we currently have no viable options. We can only hope the murderer strikes again, which would provide us with an opportunity. Otherwise, we are still unclear about Xiao Dai's whereabouts, making capture impossible. This situation remains a significant threat to Cheng Haoyang and a persistent worry for us. Chen Feng said. But how long must we wait? Xiao Dai's movements are unpredictable. We cannot anticipate when she may act. That we risk being caught off guard and may find ourselves solely focused on protecting Cheng Haoyang. Zhang Hao lamented. Unfortunately, Cheng Haoyang is our only lead. As long as he is alive, he poses a fatal allure for Xiao Dai, and I am convinced she will not relent, Chen Feng asserted. Sigh. It feels unjust for us to expend so much effort protecting such a scoundrel. Zhang Hao sighed. It is unavoidable. He is currently a victim. Regardless of his character, we cannot stand idly by while he faces the murderer. That would contradict our principles. We can only hope to apprehend Xiao Dai soon. Providing some closure for the three of them and allowing Cheng Haoyang to fulfill his promise to Xiao Dai, Qin Feng concluded. Let us hope. Zhang Hao smiled wryly. Young master, here is a letter recently discovered for you. A servant at the Cheng family villa said, presenting an envelope to Cheng Haoyang. Please leave for now, Cheng Haoyang said, taking the letter and waving his hand. Who is it from, Madam Cheng? Nestled beside him. Inquired. I do not know, Cheng Haoyang replied, subsequently opening the envelope. The letter contained only a few terse lines, yet upon reading it, Cheng Haoyang felt a chill run down his spine. What is it, Haoyang? Madam Cheng asked. Cheng Haoyang remained silent, passing the letter to her. Is this true? Madam Cheng questioned anxiously. What shall we do? She asked, her voice tinged with panic. I must go out for a while. Cheng Haoyang hesitated. Haoyang, could this be a trap? It may very well be a scheme by the murderer, intending to lure you out to kill you, Madam Cheng warned. That is a possibility, but few are privy to this information. That I cannot shake my unease. Cheng Haoyang admitted, his heart heavy with apprehension. Are you truly going to meet them? Madam Cheng asked. Yes, I need to clarify this matter personally, Cheng Haoyang affirmed. But it is dangerous now. Wouldn't that be akin to walking into a lion's den? It is too perilous, she urged. I must go, for if this matter were to become public, would I not be in danger as well? Cheng Haoyang retorted, frustration creeping into his voice, not at Madam Cheng, but at the shadowy figure behind this threat. You should take a few people with you for safety, Madam Cheng suggested. No need. That would only complicate matters. I shall go alone, but I will take precautions, Cheng Haoyang said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Precautions? Madam Cheng asked. Cheng Haoyang gazed at her meaningfully, then approached the bookshelf, opening a small compartment and retrieving a handgun. How did you acquire this? Madam Cheng gasped in shock. I obtained it from the black market. It functions well, though I am short on ammunition, only 2 rounds. However, it should suffice for self-defense, Cheng Haoyang said, examining the gun with a smile. Should I inform the authorities of your outing? Madam Cheng inquired. No, if you tell them, they might pry into unnecessary matters. I will return shortly. Do not worry, Cheng Haoyang reassured her. Chapter 96. Xiao Dai appears. By the riverside on the outskirts of the city, foot traffic was sparse due to the hour. A woman, already seated on a bench by the river, wore a long purple dress and a hat, the brim draped with black tulle, lending her an air of mystery. No one dared to approach her to glimpse the true face hidden beneath the veil, for they were unaware of her identity. Cheng Haoyang, following the address written on the letter, arrived at the spot. The woman on the bench caught his attention. With just a glance at her silhouette, he could tell she was strikingly beautiful. Yet, upon seeing her, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. Approaching, Cheng Haoyang asked, Did you send me the letter, summoning me here? The woman slowly lifted her head, smiling as she replied, Indeed. Wan Hong Yu. Those 3 syllables escaped Cheng Haoyang's lips in shock. It seems Chen Gongzi has forgotten me, Wan Hong Yu said with a smile, gesturing to the empty seat beside her. How could I forget someone as renowned as Miss Wan? Cheng Haoyang's tone was laced with disdain. Perhaps due to the letter, I thought Chen Gongzi might have forgotten me amidst his many affairs, being the celebrated singer of the Palette Danse. Wan Hong Yu chuckled lightly. Speak plainly. Spare me the pretense. Why have you summoned me today? Cheng Haoyang said impatiently. I noticed you haven't been at the Palette Danse lately, so I thought to invite you for a conversation. Is that not agreeable? Wan Hong Yu smiled. Alas, it is not, Cheng Haoyang scoffed. Miss Wan, do not pretend to be unaware of the recent events. I refuse to believe you would genuinely seek me out for a casual chat. I risked my life to come here, not to indulge in idle chatter. If you remain silent, I shall have to interrogate you, Cheng Haoyang continued. Please proceed, Cheng Gongzi, Wan Hong Yu replied nonchalantly. What is the meaning of your letter? Cheng Haoyang demanded. You are overthinking it, Cheng Gongzi. The letter held no ulterior motive. I merely wished to invite you for a meeting, but could not think of a better approach, so I resorted to this desperate measure. Wan Hong Yu said with a faint smile. She must have prepared her excuses well. Desperate measure? You speak so lightly of it, yet surely you have heard something that prompted this meeting, Cheng Haoyang retorted coldly. So, it is true then, Wan Hong Yu smiled. Cheng Gongzi, we are both astute individuals. Why pretend otherwise? Cheng Haoyang calmed his rising anger. It seems my information was indeed correct, Wan Hong Yu replied, her smile unwavering. Wan Hong Yu, what do you truly desire? Cheng Haoyang could no longer restrain his frustration. Quite simple, really. I wish for your demise, to see you utterly disgraced, Wan Hong Yu said with a cold laugh. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most ruthless. Yet, it appears we harbor no grievances. Why engage in such animosity? Zhang Haoyang asked through gritted teeth. This notion of no grievances appears erroneous. I believe we share a deep-seated enmity. Do you not recall the events of 3 years past? Wan Hongyu's smile returned. 3 years ago, you saved Xiao Dai. Zhang Haoyang inquired. It cannot be solely credited to me. She was returned to the Palais de Danse by a kind-hearted individual, and I merely cared for her for half a month. Wan Hongyu replied. Thus, your invitation today suggests no goodwill. Zhang Haoyang pressed, his gaze fixed on her. If you consider death a good thing, then I can certainly facilitate that for you. Wan Hongyu said. Humph, Wan Hongyu. Your audacity knows no bounds. Do you truly believe that you can take my life so easily? Moreover, do you think I would come unarmed to such a meeting? Ha, you underestimate me, Zhang Haoyang scoffed. Swiftly drawing a pistol from his waist, the moment Wan Hongyu's eyes fell upon the firearm, her pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated that Zhang Haoyang would be armed if that were the case. Then the task of eliminating him today had become considerably more arduous. How does it feel, Wan Hongyu, to realize you've miscalculated? Zhang Haoyang taunted, reveling in her astonishment as he aimed the gun directly at her head. Do you dare to kill her? A raspy voice suddenly emerged from behind Zhang Haoyang, instilling a sense of terror, its gender indiscernible. Who goes there? Zhang Haoyang gasped, instinctively turning to discern the identity of the intruder. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Hongyu lunged forward to snatch the gun from Zhang Haoyang's grasp. Caught off guard, he was unable to react in time, and the weapon was swiftly wrested from him. Now that you are disarmed, do you still feel so brazen? The dispassionate voice echoed in Zhang Haoyang's ears once more. Who are you? He stammered, a flicker of dread crossing his features. Not knowing his opponent's identity was a truly terrifying predicament. It has been 3 years. I presume you have long forgotten my visage. Allow me to remind you, Xiao Dai declared with a smile, removing her veil to reveal a face marred by scars. Monster! Zhang Haoyang screamed upon seeing her disfigured countenance. You three truly share the same fate. Upon seeing my face, you all exclaim that word, Xiao Dai remarked with disdain, though a tinge of sorrow crept into her voice for her once beautiful face. Now reduced to such a state, you are Xiao Dai. How did you become like this? Zhang Haoyang inquired, incredulous. Indeed, I am Xiao Dai. However, I did not become this way without your hand in it. If it were not for you, would I even think of vengeance? If it were not for you, could my once lovely visage have been so utterly destroyed, leaving me in this grotesque form? Xiao Dai cried out, her voice hoarse with rage. It is all your fault. You three are responsible for my current state. She spat venomously. Each time she recounted this tale to them, Xiao Dai could not suppress her fury, envisioning their flesh torn apart and their blood spilled. No, it was indeed our fault, but I have come to realize my errors. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I have promised Officer Chun that I will confess to the events of that year and restore your honor. Zhang Haoyang asserted. You truly believe I would still trust your words? Xiao Dai retorted with a chilling laugh. Zhang Haoyang, I am no longer the Xiao Dai of 3 years past, regardless of whether you speak the truth or not. Do you think I will show you mercy today? If you confess the past, do you assume you will face only minor consequences? I know you well enough. You would merely serve a few days in confinement. Do you think that would ease my suffering? No. Only your blood can atone for the wounds you have inflicted upon me. You genuinely wish to see me dead? Be aware that I informed the investigators of my whereabouts. If I fail to return, they will come here without delay. You believe you can escape your fate? Zhang Haoyang threatened, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Dai. You are threatening me, Xiao Dai sneered. Observing Zhang Haoyang's desperate struggle, listen closely, Zhang Haoyang. The barefoot have no fear of the shoed. I am now utterly alone. Do you think I would fear your threats? My life has already been shattered by you. After I take yours, I will have nothing left to bind me to this world. Xiao Dai, Wan Hongyu interjected, her voice breaking. Enough. Our priority is to eliminate him. Wan Hongyu, do not forget that if I perish, you shall also face the consequences. You believe a mere accomplice can continue to thrive in the world? Zhang Haoyang warned once more that I have never found purpose in my existence at the club anyway. If it leads to my liberation, and I can fulfill Xiao Dai's wish, then so be it. Wan Hongyu replied with a sincere smile. Since you refuse to offer me a chance at life, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. With that, Zhang Haoyang lunged at Wan Hongyu. Though she held a gun, Wan Hongyu had never fired one before. As Zhang Haoyang charged at her, panic washed over her. Seeking death, Xiao Dai exclaimed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she swiftly positioned herself before Wan Hongyu, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Haoyang sprawling. Coughing violently on the ground, Zhang Haoyang gasped. You know martial arts? Consider it a product of your coercion, Xiao Dai coldly replied. Now, prepare to meet your end. Recognizing the dire turn of events, Zhang Haoyang scrambled to his feet. Desperate to flee, but Xiao Dai would not grant him that chance. She hurled her knife, embedding it in his calf, causing him to collapse once more. In that moment, terror engulfed him. Do not kill me. I was wrong, he pleaded, eyes wide with fear as Xiao Dai approached. It is too late, she stated, advancing to extract the knife from his leg and plunging it into his chest, with a sickening squelch. Blood erupted forth, splattering Xiao Dai's face. Ha ha ha. She laughed maniacally after slaying Zhang Haoyang, though her laughter echoed with profound sorrow and anguish, a truth known only to her. Xiao Dai, you must leave. You cannot remain in Shanghai. Depart swiftly, and I shall send you money each month, Wan Hongyu urged. In this vast world, where could I find refuge? Furthermore, my wish has been fulfilled. I no longer know what it means to live. Xiao Dai lamented, her voice raspy and penetrating, evoking deep sympathy. Xiao Dai, Wan Hongyu pleaded, desperation evident. Enough, let us return, Xiao Dai murmured, her spirit seemingly extinguished, resembling a mere shell of a person. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived at the investigation bureau. Madam Chung, what brings you here? Zhang Hao inquired upon sighting her. Please, you must save Haoyang. If you delay, he may perish, Madam Chung implored, grasping Zhang Hao's hand in desperation. What is happening? Speak clearly, Zhang Feng demanded, stepping forward. This morning, Haoyang received a letter and left. He is yet to return, and it has been over an hour. Madam Chung exclaimed anxiously. What? He left? Who permitted him to go? Zhang Feng gasped in disbelief. I could not dissuade him. His expression suggested the letter contained serious matters, and he left recklessly, Madam Chung stammered. Did he take anyone with him? Was he alone? Zhang Feng probed. I told him to bring someone, but he refused, taking only a pistol. Madam Chung explained, her tone heavy with concern. Truly reckless. He disregarded our warnings. Zhang Feng scoffed. Do you know where he went? I recall seeing the meeting location on the letter. It mentioned a riverside on the outskirts of the city. Madam Chung replied. Are you familiar with that place? Zhang Feng asked. I have some recollection, Madam Chung affirmed. Good. Then take us there at once. We may be running out of time, Zhang Feng instructed. The group drove to the address detailed in the letter. With Madam Chung in the passenger seat, visibly anxious, this is the spot, she pointed. As they neared, Zhang Feng noticed a gathering of onlookers, suggesting that something had transpired. His heart sank. Quickly, we need to see what has happened. He urged the others. Pushing through the crowd, they discovered Zhang Haoyang lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, but lifeless. Haoyang, Madam Chung cried, rushing to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. This scene stirred a mixture of emotions in Zhang Feng and the others. Despite Madam Cheng's superficiality, her recent actions revealed a depth of genuine care. Madam Chung, please step aside. I must ascertain the cause of young Master Cheng's death, Zhang Hao interjected. Reluctantly, Madam Chung released her hold on Zhang Haoyang. Her eyes brimming with sorrow. Madam Chung, please accept my condolences, Zhang Hao whispered in a comforting tone. Zhang Feng observed as Zhang Hao rose to speak. Zhang Haoyang's fatal wound is located at his chest. He must have engaged in a struggle, as there are footprints on his abdomen. Moreover, there is also a scar on his right calf, stated Zhang Hao. Zhang Feng scanned the surroundings, but found nothing suspicious. Did she not mention that Zhang Haoyang arrived with a gun? Why is there no trace of it at the scene? Zhang Feng queried, perplexed. Could it be that the murderer took it with them? Zhang Hao speculated. Let us first take Zhang Haoyang's body back. We should look for Wan Hongyu at this point. We cannot afford to be overly concerned. Zhang Feng remarked in the lobby of the Paleta Dots. Wan Hongyu sat with an air of indifference, gazing at Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao as they approached. You've arrived. Please, take a seat, Wan Hongyu said with a smile. You seem to have anticipated our arrival. Zhang Feng replied coolly. Indeed, I was waiting for you. Wan Hongyu responded with a grin. Is there nothing you wish to share with us? Zhang Feng inquired. What is there to say? Wan Hongyu replied with a sorrowful smile. What happened to Zhang Haoyang? Zhang Feng pressed. I do not know. Wan Hongyu stated. I refuse to accept that. How could you not know? His death is closely tied to Xiao Die. Do not tell me she is not the one who killed him. Zhang Feng said, his voice tinged with anger. I genuinely do not know. Even if Xiao Dai did kill him, what concern is it of mine? I am not the murderer, Wan Hongyu maintained, smiling. Your words wound me deeply. Do you know that? Zhang Feng said, fixing Wan Hongyu with a steady gaze. Wan Hongyu's eyes darted away. Why are you deceiving me? Zhang Feng pressed. This morning, someone called Zhang Haoyang out. I suspect that person was you. You lured him to the riverside outside the city and had Xiao Dai kill him, did you not? Zhang Feng continued, observing Wan Hongyu's silence. Wan Hongyu's throat moved as she struggled to respond. But no words came forth. Do you truly wish for me to summon you to the investigation bureau before you reveal the truth? Zhang Feng nearly shouted. Around them, people turned to listen, yet none dared to engage. This is not her fault. Release her, a hoarse voice came from the doorway. With a crash, the cup in Ruan Hongyu's hand fell to the ground. You did not leave, Ruan Hongyu stammered as she stood. If I left, I would burden you with all these crimes. That would be unjust, Xiao Dai's raspy voice continued. Yet her smile remained sincere. It was evident that she felt liberated. Why have you returned? You are truly foolish, Ruan Hongyu cried. She understood that Xiao Dai's return was a plea for death. Her initial promise to leave had merely been a stalling tactic. If I were to allow my dear sister to take the fall for me, that would be the true folly. You have sacrificed so much for me, and I can never repay you, Xiao Dai replied with a smile. Officer, I am responsible for the deaths of those 3 individuals. Feel free to question me. None of this concerns Hongyu, Xiao Dai declared, looking at Chen Feng. When did you arrive in Shanghai? Chen Feng asked. A month ago, Xiao Dai replied. So, you have been secretly observing these 3 individuals for the past month? Chen Feng surmised. Indeed, I spent the month investigating their routines. They have not changed one bit. They still indulge in debauchery. Xiao Dai laughed. I learned that Li Mingjie was staying alone in a hotel. So I stealthily found his room and killed him. She recounted. You know the look of terror on his face when he saw me? He called me a ghost. I still relish the memory of his desperate pleas. It was utterly satisfying. Fortunately for him, he was overcome by a sleeping perfume and lost consciousness quickly, escaping any pain of death. Xiao Dai continued. Was that bottle of perfume given to you by Ruan Hongyu? Chen Feng inquired. Indeed, she was delighted to know I liked perfumes and gifted me one upon my arrival. I never imagined it would become the clue leading you to me. Yet, it also became my weapon. I mixed the drug into it and sprayed it on myself. Anyone who inhaled it would faint, making it easier for me to strike, Xiao Dai explained. And how did you kill Sun Jiadong? Chen Feng pressed. Sun Jiadong was the most arrogant of the 3. On my first night, he was with a woman. Surprisingly, he remained in the same room the following night. I spared him the first time. But the second time, I was not so lenient. I infiltrated his room and found him blissfully unaware of the danger approaching. Had it not been for the woman beside him, he might have never realized I was there. Remarkably, he managed to plead with me even after being drugged. However, I had no mercy. I would not hesitate to kill anyone who had wronged me, Xiao Dai replied, her eyes flashing with determination. It seems that the person I saw that night was indeed you. Your purpose for visiting was not so simple, was it? I suspect Ruan Hongyu informed you of our setup to capture you. If you had not gone that night, we might have suspected her instead. You sought to dispel our doubts by murdering Sun Jiadong, and you were indeed looking for such an opportunity, Chen Feng remarked. You are correct. I fled upon hearing your footsteps, believing you would pursue and capture me. I never expected to evade you after taking such a long detour, Xiao Dai admitted. My intent that night was not to follow you, but to ascertain whether Ruan Hongyu had disclosed any information to you. Although you appeared, it did not quell our suspicions of her, Chen Feng stated. I must admit, you are quite tenacious, Xiao Dai acknowledged. You concealed their bodies in the cupboard and beneath the bed as a means of avenging the torment they inflicted upon you in the cabin. Did you not? Chen Feng surmised. Indeed, I wish for them to experience the pain I endured, Xiao Dai replied. How did you kill Cheng Haoyang? Chen Feng inquired. Cheng Haoyang was indeed cautious, since Li Mingjie's death. He became increasingly wary, likely suspecting me. However, that was merely conjecture. With Sun Jiadong's demise, his fears were confirmed, and he hid at home. Too afraid to venture out, I had to bide my time until I unexpectedly encountered you masquerading as Cheng Haoyang. Had Ruan Hongyu not called your name at the end, I would likely be in the investigation bureau right now, Xiao Dai explained. Indeed, our ruse to impersonate Cheng Haoyang was intended to inform you of the situation and draw you out. However, we did not anticipate Ruan Hongyu recognizing your identity. She must have shared her suspicions with you. When she excused herself to the restroom, it was likely to relay information to you for your escape. I had Han Jingjing keep an eye on her to prevent her from slipping away, yet ultimately, we failed to apprehend you. Otherwise, today's events might have been avoided, Chen Feng elaborated. True, had she not screamed that night, Cheng Haoyang would still be alive, and my vengeance would remain unquenched, Xiao Dai chuckled. Can you recount how you lured Cheng Haoyang out? Chen Feng asked. That was Ruan Hongyu's idea. I am unaware of the contents of the letter, Xiao Dai replied. Chen Feng turned her gaze to Ruan Hongyu. I learned of a significant matter. He intended to sell his family's business. That I used this information to coerce him, Ruan Hongyu stated. How did you come by this information? Chen Feng inquired. I overheard him discussing it with someone. It slipped my mind until today when it became useful, Ruan Hongyu replied coolly, her expression impassive. I recall Mrs. Cheng mentioning that Zhang Haoyang left with a handgun. Where is it? Chen Feng asked. It is with me, Xiao Dai said, pulling it from her bag. Zhang Haoyang was armed. How did you two subdue him? Chen Feng questioned. Zhang Haoyang pointed the gun at Wan Hongyu. My arrival startled him, allowing her to seize the weapon. Xiao Dai explained matter-of-factly. Chen Feng scrutinized Wan Hongyu, seeking confirmation in her expression. But her calm demeanor suggested Xiao Dai's account was accurate. What about the knife wound on Zhang Haoyang's leg? Chen Feng pressed. He attempted to flee, but I would not grant him that chance. That I stabbed his calf, rendering him incapable of escape, and then moved in to kill him. Xiao Dai stated. Is it really that simple? Chen Feng asked. Indeed, you may verify the scene to ascertain the truth of my words. Officer, is there any aspect you find unclear? I am willing to clarify. Xiao Dai offered. Xiao Dai spoke calmly. She had already contemplated her fate. There is no choice. You must accompany us to the investigation bureau. We are going to prosecute you, and will transfer your case to court on a later date. Chen Feng declared. Very well, but I have one request, Xiao Dai replied. Speak, Chen Feng responded, his gaze fixed on her, already sensing the essence of her plea. My actions have nothing to do with Sister Hongyu. Please do not make things difficult for her. She has her own struggles. I hope you can grant my request, Xiao Dai implored. This stuff fine, I promise you. Chen Feng conceded. He understood that Ru N's involvement in this matter was minimal. Her assistance to Xiao Dai stemmed from their profound bond. Xiao Dai's plight evoked sympathy. It was hard for anyone, even those unrelated, to refrain from extending a helping hand. Moreover, with Zhang Haoyang deceased, the identity of the person who had sent him the letter remained a mystery. In this tragedy, why should another suffer? Xiao Dai, Ru N's exclaimed, embracing her as tears streamed down her face. Sister Hongyu, please don't cry. I'm all right, Xiao Dai comforted her. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Though I tried not to involve you, I find myself in need of your help one last time, Xiao Dai said with a smile. Xiao Dai, why must you endure this? Ru N's cried softly. Sister Hongyu, do you remember our days together? Although life was not easy, we were happy, and that is worth more than anything. I hope you can live joyfully and forget about me, Xiao Dai said, embracing Ru N's. No, Xiao Dai, you will be all right. Though you have taken a life, your circumstances are understandable. I believe you will receive a fair judgment, and I will find a way to rescue you. Rest assured, we will return to our happy days. One we, Xiao Dai, Ru N's reassured her. I wish that were true, but I cannot go back, Xiao Dai said despondently. My body has been defiled by those three beasts, and I am no longer the Xiao Dai of 3 years ago. Everything changed after that incident. My sole motivation for living has been revenge. Now that they are dead, what reason do I have to continue living? I would rather find solace in death, Xiao Dai stated with a smile. Though her expression grew increasingly pallid. No, Xiao Dai, you still have hope. You have me. Think about it. What would I do without you? Ru N's exclaimed. I am a disruption in your life, and I must leave now. Sister Hongyu, you must be strong, Xiao Dai said, her voice faltering. Before she could finish her sentence, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Xiao Dai, what's wrong? Ru N's asked in panic. I took poison on my way here. I believe its effects are taking hold, Xiao Dai responded with a bitter smile. Zhang Hao, Chen Feng called its hopeless. Zhang Hao shook his head. Xiao Dai, how could you be so foolish? Can you bear to leave me alone? Ru N's wept. Sister, I am glad to have met you. I hope in the next life, we can be sisters again, Xiao Dai smiled, then closed her eyes. Xiao Dai died, concluding a tragic life, and the hall echoed solely with Ru N's anguished cries. Miss Ru N, please accept my condolences, Chen Feng said. Chapter 100. Flower sales surged. Chen Feng did not consider himself a person particularly concerned with societal affairs, yet this morning, he unusually picked up a newspaper from his desk, drawn by a headline bearing a name both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar. Daching Flower Company. What's the matter? Zhang Hao asked with a furrowed brow. Is there another case? Nothing of the sort. Just a sense of intrigue, Chen Feng replied, handing the newspaper to Zhang Hao. It's that Daching again. It seems they are eager to make a splash, just as we resolved the issue with Zhu Xiaojuef. Zhu Xiaozhang is stirring up trouble, Zhang Hao chuckled. Take a look at what the article says, Chen Feng urged. Sales have surged, expanding to several nearby provinces. What is happening? Zhang Hao queried, intrigued. Flower sales are typically stable, and under Zhu Xiaojuef's management, the factory had seen growth, but not at the pace observed under Zhu Xiaozhang. Could it be that Zhu Xiaozhang is indeed a talent, and his previous frivolous demeanor was merely an act? Chen Feng mused in disbelief. Do you sense something amiss? Zhang Hao inquired, uncertain, but based on public reaction, Zhu Xiaozhang's management of the flower factory has certainly drawn attention, or perhaps Zhu Xiaozhang himself has become noteworthy. Zhang Feng remarked. It seems we must reassess our understanding of Zhu Xiaozhang. Perhaps we have been manipulated. Zhang Hao chuckled. If we have indeed been manipulated, it would signify that this individual is quite remarkable, exhibiting considerable audacity to enlist our bureau's assistance in eliminating rivals. We have underestimated him, Zhang Feng stated, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Given Zhu Xiaozhang's character, I suspect he will not cease his endeavors easily. He can leverage this situation to vindicate himself, proving he is not inferior to Zhu Xiaojue, and may lead the Zhu family to glory, Zhang Hao asserted. Then we shall wait and see, Zhang Feng affirmed with a smile. For several consecutive days, major newspapers in Shanghai reported on the soaring sales of Dacheng Flour Company. This company, having recently endured a severe setback, appeared to be rejuvenating under Zhu Xiaozhang's stewardship. Xiaozhang, you have returned, Zhu Heling stated calmly as he sat in the main hall of the Zhu residence, observing Zhu Xiaozhang. His perception of his son had improved somewhat, yet recalling the moment when Zhang Feng and others arrived to inform him of Zhu Xiaojue's downfall, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. If only both sons were present. Seeing the elder so astute and capable instilled a sense of confusion. Was this the same Zhu Xiaozhang who once indulged in frivolity? Had the elder transformed so dramatically? Had the younger lived, the elder might not have developed this way. Yet, he recognized that this line of thought was impractical. The brothers were natural adversaries. The elder could not have retained his former self had the younger been alive. Relinquishing control of the company to the elder had seemed a necessity at the time, but in hindsight, it proved to be a commendable choice. Finding solace in old age is also a matter of joy. Father, did you call for me? Zhu Xiaozhang asked, a hint of deference in his tone. In the past, he had been carefree, shielded by his younger brother, allowing him to indulge without worry. Zhu Heling was less concerned. However, the circumstances had changed. With Zhu Xiaojue's death, Zhu Xiaozhang now stood as the Zhu family's pillar. If he did not strive for progress, Zhu Heling might, in frustration, hand the company over to outsiders. In his view, it was better to entrust it to others than to let his own kin oversee its demise. I have noted your accomplishments. You are doing well, Zhu Heling remarked with a smile. Father, your satisfaction is all that matters. Rest assured, I will ensure our company flourishes further, Zhu Xiaozhang vowed earnestly. Confidence and ambition are commendable traits, but do not forget to act prudently. The newspapers have been touting our flour factory. Is this connected to you? Zhu Heling inquired, eyes closed. Father, you are aware? Indeed, I orchestrated the publicity. I believe achievements should be recognized to enhance our reputation and boost sales, Zhu Xiaozhang replied proudly. Withdraw that news tomorrow. We do not require such publicity, Zhu Heling said coolly. He understood his son well. If he accomplished something worthy of notice, he would ensure everyone knew. This could be a prime opportunity. Why not seize it? Zhu Xiaozhang asked, perplexed. It is indeed a good opportunity, but have you considered that it could also sow the seeds of disaster? We currently lack the strength to dominate. Your actions may invite enmity, and disrupting others' livelihoods can come with dire consequences. You must be aware that this could unite adversaries against you. Unlike your brother, who understood when to be discreet and when to be bold, you must avoid drawing attention at this juncture. Otherwise, the Zhu family may face ruin, Zhu Heling cautioned. Humph. I see you are still fixated on my deceased brother. Where do I fall short? Did he ever achieve what I have accomplished? To compare me to him now is unjust. He no longer holds that privilege, Zhu Xiaozhang retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. If only you two brothers could stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Alas, why must you be like water and fire? Sighed Zhu Heling. Father, if you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. There remains a mountain of tasks awaiting me at the company. Zhu Xiaozhang replied. Do you not wish to share the methods behind this surge in sales? Zhu Heling inquired. It is merely a matter of implementing the correct strategy, nothing more, Zhu Xiaozhang answered. Is that truly the case? I am not so senile as to overlook that anyone can devise a proper plan. Yet, why was I unable to achieve such results during my tenure alongside your brother? Do you have nothing more to say? Zhu Heling remarked. Father, you doubt my capabilities, Zhu Xiaozhang responded. I harbor no doubts regarding you. I merely fear you may stray down a perilous path. Do you understand that such a deviation could not only ruin you, but also jeopardize the entire company? Zhu Heling cautioned. Upon hearing the term perilous path, Zhu Xiaozhang's expression soured. Have I hit the mark? Zhu Heling's voice suddenly rose. No, father, how could I ever do such a thing? Zhu Xiaozhang hastily clarified. It is fortunate if you have not. For otherwise, I would show you no mercy, Zhu Heling stated. Though Zhu Heling's tone was calm, it resonated with an irresistible authority that instilled fear in Zhu Xiaozhang. I understand. Father. I shall take my leave. Zhu Xiaozhang declared. Go then, Zhu Heling replied, closing his eyes and waving his hand. After exiting the Zhu family estate, Zhu Xiaozhang did not return directly to the company. Instead, He instructed the driver to head back alone while he walked to a nearby church. Inside the church, there were no other devoted clergy, only a man clad in a black robe standing before the crucifix. "Boss," Zhu Xiaozhang approached him. "What is it?" the man asked without turning, his gaze fixed on the cross. "My father has begun to sense something amiss regarding the flower," Zhu Xiaozhang cautiously stated. "What is the situation?" the man inquired. "He summoned me home this morning and instructed me to retract all recent promotions." His concern seems rooted in attracting undue attention, yet he ultimately questioned the reasons behind the surge in flower sales. "Although I managed to deflect his inquiry, he warned me not to stray from the righteous path. I suspect he has caught wind of something," Zhu Xiaozhang explained. "Old Zhu truly possesses keen insight. He has discerned the underlying secret," the man replied with a faint smile. "What shall we do next?" "Boss?" Zhu Xiaozhang asked. I need to instruct you on what to do," the man replied coldly. "Are we to continue?" Zhu Xiaozhang tentatively probed. You believe Emir Zhuhelen could hinder my progress? "I can assure you, no one will obstruct my path to wealth. Should anyone dare to impede my grand aspirations, I will not hesitate to eliminate them to safeguard my plans. I mean anyone," the man declared fiercely. "But, boss," Zhu Xiaozhang began urgently, "do not speak to me of familial bonds. Does Zhu Heling harbor any familial affection for you?" "I assure you, he does not. His support for you is merely a consequence of your brother's demise, leaving you as the sole heir. Otherwise, do you think your standing in Zhu Heling's eyes would warrant your current position? Not a chance. He would continue to look down upon you, even questioning the very existence of a son like you." The man laughed, seeking to dismantle Zhu Xiaozhang's mental defenses and lead him into despair. "I almost forgot to mention, your brother's downfall was facilitated considerably by you. Those photographs were your handiwork, were they not? If I were to inform your father of this, what would your fate be? A man who ascended to power on the blood of his brother would surely pique interest," the man continued. "Boss, you..." Zhu Xiaozhang's complexion immediately paled at this revelation. "Do not speak to me of threats. I have no interest in such trivialities. I have already stated that anyone who obstructs my dreams will meet a grim fate. Regardless of their identity. I share this with you solely because I see potential in you. Otherwise, do you think I would waste my time conversing with you? You overestimate your importance. I could have disposed of you with a single shot," the man proclaimed, producing a handgun from beneath his robe and placing it on the table before him. "Boss, I apologize. I will comply with your directives," Zhu Xiaozhang quickly asserted upon sensing the gravity of the situation. "You are a clever man. You should know how to proceed. Rest assured, as long as you follow my lead, I will ensure you enjoy untold riches," the man said, satisfied with Zhu Xiaozhang's attitude. "Boss, I have a request. Could you spare my father?" Zhu Xiaozhang asked. "Fear not. As long as your father does not interfere with my plans, I hold no interest in his life," the man replied. "Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations," Zhu Xiaozhang promised. "Is there anything else?" the man inquired, noticing Zhu Xiaozhang had not yet departed. "Boss, I wish to inquire about the substance we add to the flower that induces addiction. The sales have been steadily increasing, and we have no means to explain this. Moreover, such substances may be harmful. Should fatalities occur, what then shall we do?" Zhu Xiaozhang questioned. "Rest assured, your flower merely serves as a temporary vessel. Once they are addicted, I will directly supply them with the substance, and your flower mill shall remain unscathed," the man assured him. As long as you manage the dosage appropriately, there will be no casualties. One must take risks to achieve great success. Otherwise, how could one amass such wealth? The man smiled, his words resonating both as a counsel to Zhu Xiaozhang and a reminder to himself that great endeavors require sacrifice. "Boss, should any complications arise, I implore you to assist me. Otherwise, my father will not spare me," Zhu Xiaozhang pleaded. "Do not worry. I rely on you to generate revenue, and I will not abandon you," the man affirmed. However, Zhu Xiaozhang could not mask his unease. Having discerned the underlying message, should he prove useless, he would not be spared. Whether the man would directly eliminate him remained uncertain, yet Zhu Xiaozhang recognized that having allied himself with this individual, he had forfeited any chance of retreat. His life was now bound to serving the man, for he held leverage over Zhu Xiaozhang. A single misstep could lead to disgrace or, worse, irreparable ruin. Nevertheless, he clung to the hope that while he remained of use, the man would not disregard his welfare. "Thank you, boss. I shall take my leave," Zhu Xiaozhang said. "You may go," the man replied. Exiting the church, Zhu Xiaozhang gazed at the sky, uncertain whether his choice was right or wrong, and pondering the path ahead. In the investigative bureau, tranquility had been shattered by the sound of a woman weeping. The reason was peculiar. It was related to the flower. "What did you just say? Please repeat that," Zhang Feng asked in disbelief. "My husband has developed an addictive craving for that flower, and it has gradually induced a volatile temperament that I did not pay it much mind at first, But this morning he died, the woman sobbed. How could this be? How can flour cause death? This is utterly absurd. Han Jingjing exclaimed in shock. Do you have any further information? Chen Feng asked. We too have noticed that after consuming this flour, it creates a sense of addiction. Previously, this was not the case, but now we find ourselves frequently consuming it, feeling discomfort when we do not, the woman explained. Did your husband have any pre-existing conditions? Zhang Hao inquired. None at all. He was in excellent health, the sole breadwinner of the family. He understood the importance of taking care of his health to provide for us. Now that he is gone, what are we to do? She lamented, tears streaming down her face. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. We must see your husband's body for an examination, Zhang Hao stated. The woman ceased her weeping and led Chen Feng, Zhang Hao, and Han Jingjing to her home, which appeared somewhat modest. My husband is inside. We have not yet buried him, she indicated. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao entered first and found a body lying on the bed. It appeared to be the woman's deceased husband. Take a look, Chen Feng urged sister-in-law. Did your husband exhibit any unusual behavior recently? He asked. Recently, his mood has fluctuated, and he often takes money from home. When I inquired about his intentions, he remained silent and insisted that I not meddle. If I pressed him further, he would scold me, which was quite unlike him. While he never was excessively compliant, he also lacked the heart to reprimand me. Yet, I find it astonishing how drastically his temperament has shifted of late. The woman wept, covering her face. What has happened? Chen Feng asked. You may find this hard to believe, Zhang Hao said, but he appears emaciated, without any visible injuries or ailments. In my assessment, he has succumbed to drug use. What? The other three in the room exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom it. How could my family member, Shi Wang, ever come into contact with such substances? How could he possibly be using drugs? The woman expressed her disbelief. I understand your reluctance to accept this conclusion, but based on my observations, he indeed has fallen into addiction, coupled with the emotional characteristics you mentioned. These are the very symptoms exhibited by someone battling addiction. His repeated withdrawals of money from home likely indicate he is purchasing narcotics, with each emotional outburst correlating to his cravings, Zhang Hao explained. How could this be? Shi Wang has never shown any inclination towards such behavior, the woman protested. Perhaps this is precisely why you suspected something was amiss with the flour, Chen Feng remarked. Those wretched people at Duching Flour Mill have ruined my Shi Wang. The woman cried out in despair. Madam, do you know the deceased's surname? What was his occupation? Chen Feng inquired. His surname is Li. He was called Li Shi Wang and worked as a dock worker, the woman replied. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this, Chen Feng assured her. Upon leaving the deceased's home, Chen Feng turned to Zhang Hao. We now have two leads. One is to investigate the flour for any anomalies, and the other is to trace where Li Shi Wang might have used drugs. Let me handle the investigation of the smokehouses. You look into the flour mill, Zhang Hao suggested with a smile. Very well, then Han Jingjing shall accompany you, Chen Feng replied. Zhang Hao nodded and took his leave. Chen Feng soon arrived at Duching Flour Company, feeling somewhat familiar with the place after a previous visit. Oh, if it isn't Officer Chen, what brings you here? Zhu Xiaozhang greeted him with a beaming smile, though his heart sank, recognizing that Chen Feng's visit likely heralded trouble. That I have matters to discuss with you, Chen Feng stated as he entered. What can I assist you with, Officer Chen? My position owes much to your influence. Just speak your mind, and I shall ensure you receive every convenience, Zhu Xiaozhang replied. Eager to remind Chen Feng of his past contributions, Chen Feng felt a sense of reluctance towards Zhu Xiaozhang. Despite his current role as general manager, Chen Feng perceived him as an opportunist. Another death has occurred in Shanghai, Chen Feng remarked coolly. Deaths are commonplace here on the Bund. Investigating cases is your department's responsibility. Why come to me? Zhu Xiaozhang chuckled, but his expression shifted as he added. You are not here to accuse me of murder, are you? I cannot confirm your involvement, but your understanding of the situation suggests it may indeed concern you, Chen Feng replied. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you mean, Zhu Xiaozhang said, suppressing his irritation. This morning, we received a report that someone died after consuming your flour. How do you explain that? Chen Feng asked, fixing his gaze on Zhu Xiaozhang. That's the funniest joke I've heard. Officer Chen you really believe anyone will take that seriously? Zhu Xiaozhang retorted. To be honest, I found your earlier statement hard to believe. How could someone die inexplicably from eating your flour? Yet, upon investigating the cause of death, we found something even more perplexing. The deceased had been using narcotics. Chen Feng stated. You're correct. He was indeed a drug user. But how could that possibly relate to our flour? Zhu Xiaozhang laughed. We were equally puzzled as to how drug use could connect to flour. But upon hearing the widow's account, we hurried here. She claimed she was unaware of her husband's drug use. Yet his erratic behavior began only after consuming your flour, Chen Feng explained. That sounds utterly absurd. How could this possibly implicate our company? I suspect he is merely trying to extort money from us. Zhu Xiaozhang exclaimed in frustration that I concur with your sentiment. But our investigation cannot hinge solely on your word, nor can it rely solely on hers. For the sake of fairness, I must inspect your flower production facility to ascertain the facts. Chen Feng suggested with a smile. Well, Zhu Xiaozhang hesitated, clearly troubled. What is wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Does this matter truly concern your company? Chen Feng raised his voice slightly. Don't twist my words, Officer Chen. Are we a heartless company? If you wish to inspect, then by all means, go ahead. It could even serve as free publicity for Diqing Flower Company. Zhu Xiaozhang replied cheerfully. If that is the case, I appreciate your cooperation, Chen Feng said with a smile. Zhu Xiaozhang instructed his driver to take them to the production facility as they traveled. Chen Feng keenly observed the surroundings, aware that this visit would not yield favorable results. He merely sought to identify the location for his own purposes. The two engaged in light conversation to ease Zhu Xiaozhang's unease. Eventually, they arrived at the production site. This place is quite hidden, Chen Feng remarked. But why build the flour mill here? Well, the land is cheaper here. And with the rising demand for flour, we decided to construct the factory, Zhu Xiaozhang explained. Please, Officer Chen, come inside, he added with a smile. Upon entering, they found workers busily packaging flour, making it difficult for Chen Feng to detect any issues. With such mechanized operations, it seems unlikely that any problems could arise here. It appears this may indeed be a personal matter, Chen Feng noted after a quick survey. Exactly. We would never engage in unethical business practices. That would tarnish our reputation, Zhu Xiaozhang boasted. You seem to possess a measure of self-awareness that I doubt you'll discover anything here, Zhu Xiaozhang thought to himself, secretly amused. Well, now that I've clarified this matter, I want to impose further. I still need to provide an account to the deceased family, Chen Feng stated with a smile. In that case, shall we return together? Zhu Xiaozhang suggested, still smiling. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing roamed various smokehouses. But after only a few exchanges, they left, as the responses were nonsensical. Han Jingjing entered and directly asked, has a man named Li Shiwang come here to use drugs? The staff, without looking up, replied. No one deterred, Han Jingjing persisted. You should think carefully. There truly isn't anyone? We are here to repay a debt he incurred at a smokehouse. At the mention of repayment, the staff quickly replied. There is indeed a Li Shiwang who has come here and owes a considerable sum. Han Jingjing slyly smiled and continued. Now, could you describe his appearance? The descriptions varied widely, and after hearing them, she and Zhang Hao exited without turning back. Hey, you haven't settled your debt, the staff called after them. Pausing, Han Jingjing turned to them and said, next time, don't be so money-driven. Also, please ensure you describe people accurately. It's a matter of respect. The staff realized they had been outsmarted by the woman. But their frustration had no outlet. This is our last stop, Han Jingjing declared. How do you know this place so well? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Did you forget? I grew up on the Bond. I've frequented all sorts of places. I know this scene well. Han Jingjing replied with a smile. It seems you've endured quite a bit. Zhang Hao sighed. Oh, what of it? Without some trials, how could one truly succeed? If not for my childhood experiences, how could I assist you now? Han Jingjing replied, smiling. She possesses a remarkable sense of acceptance. As Zhang Hao and Han Jingjing stepped through the threshold, a doorkeeper approached them, inquiring, what brings you here? We are here to repay a debt, Han Jingjing replied, reiterating her usual explanation. Repay a debt? The doorkeeper appeared puzzled. For whom are you repaying this debt? It is for a man named Li Shiwang. Han Jingjing continued. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager, the doorkeeper stated before disappearing behind the curtain. Shortly thereafter, he returned with another individual. Are you here to repay Li Shiwang? The newcomer asked. Indeed, he mentioned owing money to a tobacco shop and instructed us to come here and settle the debt. Han Jingjing responded. And what is your relationship to him? The newcomer probed. That we are his friends. Han Jingjing replied. The newcomer scrutinized Han Jingjing and Zhang Hao with suspicion that Li Shiwang does not owe our tobacco shop any money. You might want to check elsewhere. So, you do know Li Shiwang? Han Jingjing said, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I do not know him, the newcomer retorted. Perhaps the Li Shiwang you speak of is merely a namesake. Please describe his appearance, so we may determine if he is indeed the same person. We cannot disregard matters entrusted to us, he continued. Zhang Hao, having perceived the manager's unequivocal denial, stepped forward. From their prior exchange, he sensed that this individual must know Li Shiwang. The person you described is of average height, somewhat lean, with small eyes and a scruffy beard. The manager recounted. The individual you speak of is indeed our friend, Han Jingjing affirmed. However, he does not owe us any money. You should leave. Do not disrupt our business. The manager insisted. I am aware he does not owe you anything. Han Jingjing replied with a smile. You are trying to deceive me. The manager retorted, his anger rising. Who can blame you for being greedy? That is not our fault, Han Jingjing boldly replied. Leave this place at once. Do not interfere with our business, or we shall not be courteous, the manager warned. How do you intend to show your lack of courtesy? Zhang Hao interjected, positioning himself protectively behind Han Jingjing. Zhuanzi, summon assistance. The manager commanded. Do not act recklessly. We are from the investigation bureau. Should anything happen to us, you will bear the consequences, Han Jingjing declared. Sensing the manager's formidable demeanor, upon hearing her words, the manager raised a hand, signaling Zhuanzi to refrain from acting impulsively. Surely, we need some evidence for our conversation, the manager said, narrowing his eyes at the pair. Zhang Hao retrieved his police badge from his pocket and presented it to the manager. Upon inspecting it, the manager closed it with a smile, saying, It seems the flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple. I hope Officer Zhang will not take offense at earlier events. Humph, who considers you family? Han Jingjing muttered behind Zhang Hao. The manager's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. What brings you here? Officer, he inquired, that we are investigating a man named Li Shiwang. Does he often visit this establishment to indulge in opium? Zhang Hao questioned. Officer, that is a matter of our guest's privacy that we cannot disclose such information. Moreover, this place hardly resembles an opium den, I assure you, the manager replied, feigning innocence. Do not pretend. Our ability to locate this place indicates that we are well aware of your activities, to be frank. I have visited this establishment numerous times before, so spare me your charade, Han Jingjing asserted. The manager's demeanor shifted, revealing irritation. Indeed, there is no coincidence in our arrival here, so please do not hold back in your answers. Concealing the truth benefits neither of us. Of course, if you prefer to visit the investigation bureau as a guest to speak candidly, I wouldn't mind. It tends to be rather quiet there, Zhang Hao jested. Feel free to ask your questions, the manager conceded, weighing his options. Once again, does Li Shiwang frequently indulge in opium here? Zhang Hao reiterated. Yes, the manager replied without hesitation. When did he begin visiting? Zhang Hao inquired. About half a month ago. Initially, he would come once every few days, but eventually, he seemed to be here constantly. Oddly enough, he has not shown up today. If you're looking for him, you have come to the wrong place. The manager explained he will not be coming, as he is deceased. Zhang Hao stated, We are here to investigate the circumstances surrounding his death. His death has nothing to do with us. The manager quickly distanced himself from the matter. Do not be alarmed. We are merely asking questions, Zhang Hao assured him. Did he come here on his own, or was he accompanied by someone? Zhang Hao inquired further that he came alone. We do not know how he discovered our location. We typically cater to regular customers, but we cannot refuse business. After frequent visits, we became acquainted, the manager replied. Did he only visit your establishment, or did he frequent others as well? Zhang Hao probed. That I cannot say for certain. The manager admitted. Despite having denied knowing Li Shiwang earlier, it did not imply they were entirely uninformed or lacked ulterior motives, as they sought to protect their interests. Thank you for your assistance, Zhang Hao said, leading Han Jingjing away from the establishment. As they departed, another figure emerged from behind the curtain. How did it go? The newcomer asked. Boss, they have been sent away, the manager replied. Good work. Keep an eye on things. I will step out for a moment, the boss instructed. Meanwhile, in the investigation bureau, Zhang Feng sat in a chair, resting his eyes. You seem quite at ease, Han Jingjing remarked, approaching and tapping his shoulder. What ease? I have only just returned. Did you uncover anything? Zhang Feng inquired. Li Shiwang was indeed using opium, and he has been addicted for about half a month, Zhang Hao reported. It appears this flower company is indeed questionable, Zhang Feng observed. And you? What about your findings? Zhang Hao asked. I visited their production facility, but found nothing of note, Zhang Feng replied. That is to be expected, Zhang Hao chuckled. In truth, I did not enter. I merely glanced from the entrance, Zhang Feng confessed with a smile. So you sought to conduct a discreet investigation, Zhang Hao remarked, comprehending Zhang Feng's intent. Indeed, our overt investigation is unlikely to yield fruitful results. But a covert inquiry might reveal unexpected truths. When I suggested we visit their factory, Zhu Xiaozhang's expression shifted, indicating he might be hiding something. Thus, I memorized the route to facilitate our clandestine tracking. Zhang Feng explained with a grin. You are indeed shrewd, Zhang Hao acknowledged, laughing. How can one not be clever when dealing with such individuals? Otherwise, how would we gather incriminating evidence? Zhang Feng responded with a smile. When shall we depart? Zhang Hao inquired. Let us go now. I suspect Zhu Xiaozhang will not anticipate my swift return, which will catch him off guard, Zhang Feng declared. The group climbed into their vehicle and left the investigation bureau. Han Jingjing, from this moment forth, you must closely monitor Zhu Xiaozhang's every move, who he associates with and what he says. Document everything, Zhang Feng instructed as he drove. You are placing an impossible burden on me. I can observe who he interacts with, but how am I to remember every word he utters? Moreover, I cannot monitor him at all times. I can only watch him from outside the company. As I did with Zhu Xiaoju. Oh, you expect me to be omniscient? Han Jingjing complained. This does present a challenge, but you must find a way to overcome it. While monitoring him at work and home may be difficult. In public spaces, you must remain vigilant. I have serious suspicions regarding him, Zhang Feng insisted. Understood. You can trust me to handle this responsibility, Han Jingjing replied, albeit with a hint of grievance, as she accepted the task. To her, successfully completing such an assignment was invigorating. The group soon arrived at the production facility that Zhang Feng had previously visited. They concealed the vehicle in a discreet location, and the three emerged to approach the factory. Who are you? An elderly man emerged to block their path, questioning Zhang Feng and his companions. Good sir, do you not recall me? I accompanied Manager Zhu here earlier, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Oh, it is you. What brings you back? The old man relaxed his demeanor. Just here for an inspection, as Manager Zhu had matters to attend to, so he sent me alone. Zhang Feng continued his ruse. Charming the kind, elderly gentleman. So Manager Zhu sent you. In that case, please proceed. The old man granted them entry. Never mind. Since Manager Zhu is not here, I shall refrain from entering if anything were to happen. It would be difficult for me to explain. How about this? I could pose a few questions to the elder to gain a general understanding of the company, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Alas, I am merely a doorkeeper. How could I possibly know so much? The elder responded, shaking his head repeatedly. Do not be so modest. Dear elder, we are merely inquiring about some general matters, not delving into any trade secrets. We will not trouble you, Zhang Feng reassured him with a grin. Very well. As long as it is within my knowledge, I shall share it with you. It is the least I can do. The elder said with a smile. Han Jingjing and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads, thinking that this fellow was quite the charmer. Elder, how long have you been working here? Zhang Feng inquired. I have been here for just over a month, but I worked at the Daching Flower Company for over a decade, the elder said, his tone imbued with a sense of pride. What is the reason for that? Han Jingjing asked. This factory is newly established, Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly. The young man speaks the truth. This factory has indeed been built recently. Manager Zhu saw my diligence and decided to transfer me here from my previous post. Although it is somewhat remote, the wages are quite generous. Ever since the sales of flour increased, our salaries have also risen significantly. What do we old bones seek? Merely to earn a little more. After all, there are benefits to this solitude. It provides peace, the elder chuckled. Elder, you mentioned that you worked at Daching Flower Company for several years. Why was the sales performance not as impressive back then? Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. I am not entirely sure. However, I believe the new manager is indeed stronger than the previous one. I have heard many say that Master Zhu indulges in a lavish lifestyle. Yet since he took on the role of manager, I have seen him several times at the original production base. Even during the night when the employees had clocked out, he would inspect the premises before departing. Seemingly unperturbed by the effort, this alone speaks volumes about his dedication compared to his predecessor, who rarely graced us with his presence, the elder sighed. Who would have thought that Zhu Xiaozhang holds such esteem in the eyes of the employees? Zhang Feng chuckled. We are practical folk. We support those who offer us better pay. Manager Zhu has raised our salaries and provided benefits within just over a month of his tenure, while these gestures were made before due to worker demands. His willingness to offer us raises without prompting is commendable, and thus we hold him in high regard, the elder replied with a smile. By the way, you mentioned visiting the old factory frequently. Has he ever come here? Zhang Feng asked. Today marks his first visit. He truly hadn't been here before, perhaps due to the busyness of the company. Now that it is flourishing, he certainly has much to attend to. The elder explained. Elder, what is your perspective on the company's rapid development? It has certainly taken many by surprise. To be honest, our visit to assess your company was prompted by its growth, and we wish to uncover any secrets behind it. Zhang Feng stated with a smile. You just said you wouldn't pry into our trade secrets. Now you inquire about our remarkable growth. Do not expect me, a mere doorkeeper, to possess such insights. Even if I did, I could not divulge them, the elder chuckled. Forgive my impudence, dear elder, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. However, I too find the rapid development puzzling. Previously, both the owner and the former manager exerted considerable effort for the company's growth. While it was progressing well, it never reached the heights we see today. Yet, this is beneficial for us. The better the company does, the more we earn. Even a mere doorkeeper like myself can bask in its glory. The elder added with laughter, there's still staff at the original factory? We wish to gather further insights. This would provide a more comprehensive understanding, Zhang Feng inquired. Indeed, there are still workers there, and the scale of operations is even larger than here. The elder smiled. Where is the original factory located? Zhang Feng asked. Not far from here. Allow me to guide you, the elder offered. Thank you. Elder, Zhang Feng smiled. There's no need for thanks. It's merely a short walk. The elder chuckled, leading the three to the factory. However, to their amusement, the short distance turned out to be a 10-mile trek. Nevertheless, witnessing the elder stride purposefully ahead, the trio refrained from voicing any objections. After reaching their destination, Zhang Feng pretended to inquire about the situation before returning to the original location, where they located their vehicle and departed. It seems we have much to do now. Zhang Hao laughed. Zhu Xiaozhang is far from simple. It appears he will be our focal point. Chapter 106. Surveillance of the factory and the church. Zhu Xiaozhang had just returned after a brief absence. Unaware that he was not alone, a middle-aged man was engaged in conversation with his employer. The man paused momentarily upon noticing Zhu's arrival, but relaxed upon hearing his employer's words. Pay him no mind. We are friends, the employer stated. Yes, the man replied respectfully. Please, continue, the employer urged. What should our next step be? The man inquired. There is a saying in China. Observe the situation. If they have located the site, it indicates they possess some lead. Therefore, we must not act rashly. Let us see what their next move is. Responding appropriately to their actions is key. The employer said calmly. I understand, boss, the man replied before departing. Why are you silent? The employer asked. Boss, who was that just now? Zhu Xiaozhang cautiously inquired. A dealer in opium. The employer replied nonchalantly. Your flower is but the first step. He is the second. I intend to leverage him to control the entire drug market in Shanghai. The employer elaborated, revealing his grand ambition. What brings you here? The employer questioned. Boss, the investigation bureau's personnel sought me out today, Zhu Xiaozhang reported. Have you committed an offense? The employer's voice rose, tinged with irritation. It seemed that should Zhu admit to any wrongdoing, the employer would not hesitate to eliminate him. No, boss. A man died today, but according to prosecutor Zhang Feng, it was due to a long-term addiction to our flower. Zhu Xiaozhang hurriedly clarified. It appears this individual is no simple matter. They quickly found a lead. The man who visited me earlier was here regarding this issue. He mentioned a man and a woman came to his shop inquiring about someone named Li Xiangwang. Presumably, that is the deceased, the employer noted. What should we do now? If this becomes public knowledge, our company will be finished, Zhu Xiaozhang said, panic creeping into his voice. Why are you worried? Since he is asking about you. It suggests he does not yet have solid evidence. How did you respond? The employer reprimanded. He requested I take him to the flower production facility. I brought him to the new factory, but perhaps sensing he would find nothing of interest. He merely looked around outside without entering. Zhu Xiaozhang explained. Exercise caution with this individual. Even a minor slip could lead to our undoing. Do you still have any tainted flower on hand? The employer inquired. There is still some left, Zhu Xiaozhang confirmed. Excellent. Keep that aside as a precaution. If they conduct any surprise inspections, you can present that as a defense, the employer stated coolly. I understand, boss, Zhu Xiaozhang nodded. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave. The employer dismissed him. Back at the investigation bureau, Zhang Feng and his colleagues disembarked and sought out Han Su. Captain Han, please gather a few sharp-minded individuals. I have matters to discuss, Zhang Feng instructed. Understood, Han Su replied. Are you suggesting we monitor these two factories? Zhang Hao queried. Indeed, there must be something amiss at Zhu's flower company. I suspect the deceased case is linked to a larger scandal. And Zhu's company is an integral piece of the puzzle, Zhang Feng asserted. Before long, Han Su returned with 6 robust officers standing before Zhang Feng. I have summoned you at Captain Han's request for an important task. I need you to surveil 2 locations, which may require considerable time and will likely be in remote areas. Be mentally prepared. If you feel unable to undertake this, inform me now, and I will replace you. As this mission is of utmost importance, Zhang Feng stated solemnly. Ensure the completion of the task, several individuals declared in unison. Very well, Zhang Feng replied, satisfied. Now, I will inform you of the locations to monitor. The Zhu family has 2 flower production bases. U6 will be divided into 2 groups, with 3 individuals assigned to each location. These sites are 10 miles apart. Should any situation arise, you can support one another. But refrain from acting impulsively without orders. Do not alarm the enemy. If you detect any unusual activity at either site, return promptly to report. Is that understood? Zhang Feng inquired. Understood. The 6 responded. I will now lead you there. We shall walk. This way, You can familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, Chen Feng stated. He then guided the group towards the Zhu family's factory. Along the way, a young officer could not restrain himself from asking, "Prosecutor, how will we manage meals and sleep? You only think of eating and sleeping. Do we have a noble mission here? Do you not see the importance of this?" Another officer chided, striking the first on the head. "This is a serious matter," the officer protested. "Do not worry about meals. I will ensure you are fed. However, sleeping arrangements are more challenging. You will take turns. Regardless of the circumstances, at least one of you must remain vigilant. Whether they are working or resting, I do not care if there are people present in the factory. You must stay alert," Chen Feng responded sternly. "Rest assured, we will accomplish our mission," the group vowed earnestly. After more than an hour of arduous trekking, Chen Feng and the six arrived at the Zhu family's flower production base. After briefing them, Chen Feng departed. Yet, for 2 consecutive days, there was no sign of activity from the Zhu family, which perplexed Chen Feng and his team. "Could Zhu Xiaozhang have sensed something?" Zhang Hao queried. "Are you suggesting our 6 operatives?" Chen Feng asked. Zhang Hao nodded. "Logically, that should not be the case. Zhu Xiaozhang is not that astute. Our personnel are observing from a distance, and typically, an ordinary person would not notice anything unless they were intentionally searching. Moreover, we have received no news from Han Jingjing if Zhu Xiaozhang were to take action. Han Jingjing would promptly return to inform us," Chen Feng explained. "Then why is this happening? Zhu Xiaozhang has been exceedingly cautious these past few days, and there has been no publicity regarding his flower company in the newspapers. I almost wonder if he has vanished," Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. "Let us not dwell on this too much. Perhaps I should take a walk to clear my mind," Chen Feng suggested with a smile. "You certainly should," Zhang Hao sighed. Chapter 107. The analysis of Wan Hongyu. At the entrance of the bailman, Wan Hongyu spotted a familiar figure who had been absent for several days, her eyes welling with tears. She had presumed that their relationship had reached its end due to a past incident, yet here he was, appearing once more. Although only a few days had passed, for Wan Hongyu, it felt like an eternity of torment. A struggle not only against time but also within her heart. She feared that he might never forgive her, leading to the loss of another dear friend, an outcome she could not bear. However, she was unsure how to broach the subject. "Knowing that she had caused him pain that you've come," Wan Hongyu said, her voice choked with emotion. "Yes," Chen Feng nodded, then smiled. "Does this smile signify forgiveness?" Wan Hongyu pondered silently. Though her lips betrayed a genuine smile, perhaps she should have realized that his presence here meant he had indeed forgiven her, or perhaps he had never held it against her. It was she who struggled to let go of the past. "Have you forgiven me?" Wan Hongyu gazed at Chen Feng, her eyes pleading for an answer. Despite knowing that the timing of her question was ill-advised, she felt compelled to speak, as the words were lodged in her throat like a bone. She understood that his arrival indicated he no longer blamed her, yet she longed for him to articulate it, to ease her troubled heart. "That I forgave you long ago, or rather, I never held it against you." Chen Feng sighed that he recognized the meaning behind Wan Hongyu's expression. It stemmed from her guilt over deceiving him, causing him unnecessary hardship. Yet, he had never blamed her. "I understand how you feel. You may think you deceived me, but I want to assure you that you did nothing wrong. Helping your dear friend was the right thing to do. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. Therefore, there is no need for self-reproach. We are good friends, and I empathize with your feelings at that time. Even if we were not friends, I would still understand your actions," Chen Feng stated with a smile. "Thank you," Wan Hongyu replied, tears streaming down her face. Yet she smiled in gratitude and no need for thanks. "As I said, we are good friends. On the contrary, I feel remorse for not being able to save Xiao Dai's life." Chen Feng replied apologetically. "You need not apologize. This matter is not your fault." As Xiao Dai said, "Death can be a form of liberation, while living can be a burden," Wan Hongyu remarked with a smile. "Let us not dwell on that topic any longer. I thought your absence meant you had forgotten me," Wan Hongyu said with a smile. "Not at all. I have been quite busy these past few days and lacked the time to visit. Today, I finally found a spare moment to come see you," Chen Feng replied cheerfully. "Has another murder occurred?" Wan Hongyu's expression darkened as she inquired. "One person has died from an overdose of opium, and it is linked to the Zhu family's flower company," Chen Feng stated matter-of-factly. "What? How did that happen?" Wan Hongyu asked, puzzled. "Have you seen the recent advertisements for the Zhu family's flower company?" Chen Feng queried. "Yes, various newspapers have been covering their affairs extensively. I have seen it in print," Wan Hongyu responded. The deceased had no prior addiction, but after consuming flour produced by Dacheng Company a month ago, he gradually developed a habit, ultimately succumbing to his opium. We are currently investigating this matter," Chen Feng said, rubbing his temples as a headache began to form. Seeing Zhang Feng's fatigued demeanor, Wan Hongyu stepped behind him, gently taking his hands and massaging his pressure points. Zhang Feng relished this rare moment of tranquility. So, it appears that the flower company is embroiled in controversy, Wan Hongyu remarked. Indeed, the sudden spike in their sales is quite suspicious. Yet they cannot provide a clear explanation, Zhang Feng replied. Did you not visit their production base for an inspection? Wan Hongyu asked. That I did, but found nothing, or rather, it was evident that there would be nothing to uncover. If their flower were truly problematic, our inspection would not reveal it, Zhang Feng said softly. I have a bad feeling about this, Wan Hongyu suddenly confessed. What sort of feeling? Please elaborate, Zhang Feng inquired. Intrigued. I sense that someone is orchestrating events behind the scenes. The death of the individual you mentioned is no mere coincidence. He developed an opium addiction from the flower and subsequently died from it. There must be a connection between the two, Wan Hongyu explained. Citizens are becoming addicted through the consumption of their flower, which leads to opium use, ultimately resulting in a profit-driven scheme for the sale of opium. I believe this is the underlying motive, Wan Hongyu elaborated. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Feng grasped Wan Hongyu's hands, excitement coursing through him. Hongyu, you are brilliant. How did I not see this? Perhaps you considered it, but did not connect the dots, or maybe you were focusing on the two issues separately. Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. Your analysis confirms my thoughts. The ultimate goal of the puppeteer is indeed the sale of opium. The government openly prohibits opium sales, yet covertly, such dealings are less scrutinized. As long as no one reports it or conducts inspections, all remains well. I suspect the mastermind has seized upon this loophole, indicating a truly nefarious intent, Zhang Feng expressed with indignation. We are still merely speculating. Lacking concrete evidence, Wan Hongyu cautioned it is prudent to prepare for the worst. After all, the signs suggest that your theory aligns with their ultimate objective. It seems my visit was not in vain, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. It appears I still have some value, Wan Hongyu replied, laughing. Do not undervalue yourself. Every time I solve a case, you provide me with crucial insights at critical moments. I will never forget this kindness, Zhang Feng said with a grin. Then, how about an opportunity to repay you tonight? Wan Hongyu suggested with a teasing glance. That may not be appropriate, Zhang Feng replied, awkwardly chuckling. What? Are you unwilling to treat me to a meal? Wan Hongyu teased with a smile. Chapter 108. A kiss. How could that be? Inviting you to dinner is a dream come true for many men. It's an honor I could scarcely hope for, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Where would you like to dine? He inquired. Anywhere is fine, Wan Hongyu replied with a grin. How about we stroll down the street? And wherever we find a restaurant, we can stop, Zhang Feng suggested. That sounds delightful. Just give me a moment to change, Wan Hongyu said, smiling. Before long, she reappeared in front of Zhang Feng, clad in a beautiful qipao. You look stunning, he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. How about this? I'll give you a chance to pursue me, Wan Hongyu teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Haha. Let us move on, Zhang Feng laughed, shifting the topic playfully. Wan Hongyu merely smiled, knowing that engaging seriously in such banter would mean conceding defeat. Yet, a part of her wished to take it to heart. As they walked side by side, observing the bustling people of the evening, Wan Hongyu felt a sudden urge. If only she could spend every day like this. Yet, she recognized that such thoughts were mere fantasies. The sunset is truly beautiful, yet it signals the onset of dusk. Wan Hongyu mused, gazing at the sun sinking in the west. Isn't the sun akin to a woman? She asked, parting her lips to pose the question to Zhang Feng. Why do you say that? He replied, intrigued. The current sun resembles a beauty in twilight. Though it retains a semblance of its former brilliance, it has diminished in radiance, now merely a fleeting shadow. The morning sun is like a young maiden. The noon sun embodies a youthful woman, while the afternoon sun represents a middle-aged lady, and the sunset, well, that is akin to an old woman, Wan Hongyu explained with a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of bitterness. What stage do you think I represent? She suddenly asked, reflecting on her earlier thoughts. You are like the sun between morning and noon, more accurately, closer to noon, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Why so? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. You possess the vibrancy of youth, yet also the grace and charm of a young woman, Zhang Feng elucidated. Moreover, you possess the wisdom of a middle-aged woman, a result of life's experiences. Yet you carry the tranquil mindset of a setting sun. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I embody all four stages? Why, then, do you say I'm between morning and noon? Wan Hongyu chuckled. Because I cherish the you of this moment, Zhang Feng replied, smiling. This remark did not elicit the joy he anticipated. Instead, It cast a shadow of melancholy over Ruan Hongyu. Men are all the same. It seems you are no exception, she said with a bittersweet smile. A beauty in twilight. Who truly desires that? I never said I wouldn't appreciate the you of the future. I merely suggested that each stage of life carries its unique attributes. The beauty of each phase is incomparable, and while you may view twilight as undesirable, it is an inevitable aspect of life. It signifies rebirth, a release from worldly attachments. I believe that represents true beauty, a mindset, a spiritual allure. They may lack the vibrant exterior you currently possess, yet do you not see that they embody a wisdom that transcends mere appearance? You exist in this phase, which is why I express my fondness for you now. Are you not aware of your beauty? Even when you reach the twilight of your beauty, you will still radiate magnificently, Zhang Feng said, understanding the turmoil in Ruan Hongyu's heart. I never expected you to possess such profound insights about life. Nor did I anticipate your eloquence. You truly have a way with women, Ruan Hongyu remarked, her spirits lifting momentarily as she began to see Zhang Feng in a new light. You haven't kissed me. How could you judge my eloquence? Zhang Feng said with a playful grin. Just as he expected Ruan Hongyu to blush at his words, she surprised him with an unexpected gesture, without any preamble. Her lips pressed against his, catching him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she pulled away and said with a light laugh, "Consider that a reward for your earlier words of wisdom." Zhang Feng's first reaction was disbelief. He had been kissed. The feeling was surreal. Though enjoyable, he regretted his initial shock. "Wait for me," he called out, chasing after Ruan Hongyu as she walked ahead, clearly unfazed by the incident. Their previous moment lingered in Zhang Feng's mind, making him hesitant to speak. Nevertheless, Ruan Hongyu appeared untroubled, her spirits high as they continued on their way. Eventually, they arrived at a respectable restaurant. "Order whatever you wish." "I am prepared to be overcharged this time," Zhang Feng said, handing the menu to Ruan Hongyu with a smile. "I won't hold back then," she replied, grinning. However, she refrained from selecting the most expensive dishes, opting instead for moderately priced options, sensible choices that reflected her understanding of Zhang Feng's financial situation. She was well aware that he sometimes needed to borrow money to treat her, and she wouldn't want to embarrass him by ordering extravagantly. "You are quite frugal," Zhang Feng noted with a knowing smile as he observed her selections. "It's just a meal. Your intentions matter more than the price. I'm satisfied with these dishes." "I didn't think too much about the rest," Ruan Hongyu said, smiling, confident that Zhang Feng would grasp her meaning. Chapter 109. The company's siege. After their meal, Ruan Hongyu declined the rickshaw Zhang Feng had arranged, insisting on walking back together. She savored this moment of intimacy, especially after having nearly lost it. No matter what the future held, she resolved to cherish the present. Beautiful moments are fleeting. Even the longest journey must eventually reach its end. Despite the reluctance she felt, Ruan Hongyu masked it with a smile as she turned to leave. Upon returning home, Zhang Feng reflected on the events of the day, a smile creeping across his face as he drifted into slumber. The next morning, he awoke early, troubled by Ruan Hongyu's words. That a sense of panic gripped him. If what she implied were true, the consequences could be dire. He knew he had to eliminate this malignant threat. After breakfast, Zhang Feng arrived early at the investigation bureau, eager to reassess the case and identify any weaknesses. Just then, a young officer rushed in, visibly shaken. "Prosecutor, there's trouble. The Dacheng Flower Company is surrounded by a mob." "What happened?" Zhang Feng asked, astonished. "Why would they surround the company? The details are unclear, but Dr. Zhang is already on site. He mentioned that if you come, you should hurry over," the officer replied, without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Feng rushed to his vehicle and sped towards the Dacheng Flower Company. Upon arrival, he was met with a throng of people encircling the premises, while numerous officers worked to maintain order. In the center stood Zhang Hao and Zhu Xiaozhang. Zhang was attempting to calm the crowd, while Zhu appeared increasingly anxious. Amidst the chaos, reporters had gathered, sensing an opportunity for a story, much to Zhu's chagrin. "What is going on here?" Zhang Feng pressed through the crowd. "Officer Chen, you're finally here. I don't know how it happened, but a group of people just showed up and blocked our entrance. This is severely damaging our company's reputation," Zhu Xiaozhang exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Feng. Observing Zhang Hao shaking his head discreetly, Zhang Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Everyone, please be quiet. Can someone explain why you're gathered here? What is your purpose?" Zhang Feng shouted to the restless crowd. "Who are you to intervene?" A middle-aged man in plain clothing retorted. "I am Zhang Feng from the Joint Investigation Bureau. We received reports regarding the situation here, and I wish to understand your motives." "You should know that such actions are illegal," Zhang Feng stated firmly. "We don't care who you are. We just want answers today," the man declared, filled with righteous indignation. "It is indeed necessary for us to seek an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of voices echoed in agreement from behind him. What explanation do you seek? Zhang Feng inquired. Why is it that after consuming flour from their establishment, we occasionally experience bouts of irritability, not to mention an addictive sensation? If we refrain from consuming it for a few days, we feel utterly unwell, a middle-aged man articulated. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. And Zhang Hao was equally taken aback. Zhu Xiaozhang, too, felt a surge of anxiety. If this matter were to come to light, it would spell disaster. Who among you is responsible here? Can anyone offer us an explanation? The middle-aged man demanded, witnessing Zhang Feng and the others fall silent, which only fueled his indignation. Manager Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Feng questioned sternly. He was beginning to believe that Wan Hongyu's assertions were not mere figments of imagination. For the symptoms exhibited by these individuals mirrored those of the deceased Li Xiangwang, albeit less severe, yet they were perilously close to a dire state. How would I know? The flour produced by our family is perfectly fine. Numerous people consume it. Why is it only they who are experiencing such issues? Perhaps it is related to their own health. Zhu Xiaozhang retorted defensively. You are speaking nonsense. We were in good health before. But since consuming your flour, we have deteriorated. More specifically, it is since you became the general manager that our conditions have worsened. The middle-aged man pointed an accusing finger at Zhu Xiaozhang. You are slandering us. The machinery and the grain sources remain unchanged. How can you attribute the situation to my management? This is blatant defamation, Zhu Xiaozhang countered. Whether you are defaming us is for you to discern. If I were the only one affected, perhaps it could be attributed to my own circumstances. However, if many of us are experiencing similar issues, it cannot possibly be our fault. The problem lies with the flour you produce. The middle-aged man asserted angrily that I can assure you that our flour is not at fault, Zhu Xiaozhang stated, his tone unwavering even in the face of potential supernatural implications. Your words carry little weight. We demand a thorough examination of your flour's quality. We seek a definitive answer, the middle-aged man insisted. Zhu Xiaozhang seemed reluctant, but Zhang Feng interrupted. Manager Zhu, let us proceed as the gentleman suggests and conduct an examination of the flour's quality. The outcome will serve to clarify matters for all parties involved. Very well. We have nothing to fear if our integrity is intact. Let the inspection occur, Zhu Xiaozhang conceded. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. It would not be practical for so many of you to attend. I propose we send a trusted representative, Zhang Feng suggested. Let Uncle San go. We trust him. A young man from the crowd declared, garnering support from many others. Lu Lao San, appreciate your trust. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer, the man named Uncle San affirmed. However, your gathering around our company has caused considerable disruption. If this matter is indeed our responsibility, we shall accept it. But if not, what course of action do you propose? Zhu Xiaozhang interjected at this juncture. Well, Zhu Xiaozhang's words left them momentarily speechless. What? Lost for words. He chuckled. Whatever course you deem appropriate, let it be so, Uncle San replied. Agreed. It is settled, Zhu Xiaozhang smiled. Chapter 110. Zhu Helling's wrath with a smile. Zhu Xiaozhang, Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng, and the representative from the encircled Dutching Flour Company made their way to the flour production facility. Thanks to Zhu Xiaozhang's prior arrangements, the inspection results were less than favorable. Officer Chen, could you confirm whether our flour meets the necessary standards? Zhu Xiaozhang inquired, his demeanor unabashedly smug. Officer Chen, following our recent examination, I can confirm that the flour contains no harmful substances and is of acceptable quality, a man in a white lab coat announced. How can this be? Lu Laosen expressed disbelief. There is nothing impossible. Our company has always prided itself on its reputation, thus there are no quality issues, Zhu Xiaozhang proclaimed with conviction. Zhang Hao, why not take a look for yourself? Zhang Feng suggested. Officer Zhang, if you have doubts, you are welcome to conduct your own inspection, Zhu Xiaozhang continued without trepidation. Zhang Hao remained silent as he extracted small samples from each flour bag and placed them in the testing apparatus. Time passed agonizingly slowly, tension palpable among the onlookers, yet Zhu Xiaozhang remained unperturbed, indifferent to the outcome of the examination. After half an hour, Zhang Hao emerged, shaking his head in disappointment. Well, as I said, our flour is guaranteed to meet quality standards. Let us return promptly. I believe the crowd awaits our announcement of the results, Zhu Xiaozhang chuckled, his tone dripping with victorious glee. Lu Laosan, in contrast, appeared dejected, devoid of his previous resolve. What a disgrace. How could he allow the company to be surrounded like this? Zhu Helling fumed upon receiving reports from his subordinates. I am not entirely sure, but I have heard that it seems there is an issue with the flour. Those consuming it are experiencing addictive symptoms, akin to withdrawal if they abstain for a day or two, a subordinate explained. This fool has turned the company into a chaotic mess. I initially thought he had matured into a competent businessman. Yet here he has ruined what was once a thriving enterprise. Zhu Heling gasped, clearly incensed by Zhu Xiaozhang's actions. What is the current status? He inquired. When I returned, the young master had already taken people to the factory for a quality inspection. I expect results are forthcoming, the subordinate replied. Come, take me to assess the situation, Zhu Heling commanded, rising with an air of authority. Yes, sir, the subordinate complied. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaozhang's vehicle parked at the company entrance. And upon disembarking with an air of triumph, the crowd immediately converged, eager to learn the outcome. Uncle San, what were the inspection results? A woman inquired urgently. Lu Laosan raised his head to glance at them, sighed, then lowered it once more. His expression, though subdued, conveyed the outcome, yet the crowd yearned for him to articulate the answer. Uncle San, please say something. What were the results? They pressed. Unable to voice it himself, Lu Laosan's silence was filled by Zhu Xiaozhang. Let me speak on his behalf. After our examination, remember, it was conducted twice. Our flour shows no quality issues whatsoever. Therefore, your ailments are unrelated to our product, Zhu Xiaozhang stated with a smile. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is what he says true, Uncle San? Some skeptics continued to probe Lu Laosan. It is true, and this officer verified it personally. There are no issues. Lu Laosan pointed toward Zhang Hao, his voice barely above a whisper. As if drained of all strength, now that we have reached a conclusion, we must address the matter of our prior wager. Do you all still acknowledge that agreement? Zhu Xiaozhang inquired, his smile unwavering. Of course, the crowd affirmed. Excellent, your acknowledgement is appreciated. Although you have unwittingly provided free advertisement for our company, that is a separate matter and should not be conflated. Zhu Xiaozhang declared with satisfaction. I require you to kneel and apologize for your actions. Zhu Xiaozhang demanded, his gaze fierce. What? The crowd's reaction was one of incredulity. They had not anticipated such an outrageous request. While an apology was indeed necessary, kneeling was utterly unacceptable. How dare you? A commanding voice emerged from the outer edge of the crowd. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned, parting to give way to the elderly figure. Father, what brings you here? Zhu Xiaozhang rushed forward, concern etched on his face. You fool! If I had not come, how could I have witnessed you behaving in such a manner? Zhu Heling exclaimed, casting aside his cane and delivering a sharp slap to Zhu Xiaozhang. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle of Zhu Heling striking his own son in front of so many witnesses. An utterly humiliating display. Father, you struck me. Despite the undeniable reality of the slap, Zhu Xiaozhang struggled to accept it. Do you not deserve it? Zhu Heling rebuked sternly. Father, their actions severely tarnished our company's reputation. Was I wrong to respond as I did? Zhu Xiaozhang defended himself. Do you genuinely believe that? These individuals are our company's lifeblood. Their trust in us is paramount. Now that they are questioning our flour due to their ailments, we owe them an explanation. Yet, you seize this opportunity to behave in such a way. You have truly brought shame upon the Zhu family's legacy, tarnishing my reputation, Zhu Heling lamented, the disappointment palpable in his tone. Zhu Xiaozhang opened his mouth as if to say something. But Zhu Heling spoke first. You should be quiet for now. We shall discuss this matter at home later. He addressed the gathering. I sincerely apologize for this incident. My son acted rashly. I hope you can forgive his behavior. Considering my old face. If there are any doubts in the future, you are welcome to come and verify. The doors of Diqing Flour Company are always open for you. Zhu Heling's sincerity was evident. The situation was clarified amidst the crowd's pleasantries. However, Zhang Feng remarked to Zhang Hao. Observing Zhu Heling's retreating figure, Zhu Heling certainly plays his cards well. Age brings wisdom. Chapter 111. Father and Son Dialogue. Zhu Xiaozhang, disheartened, followed Zhu Heling into the car, returning home. Are you still resentful about my public slap? Zhu Heling said, still irked. Indeed, I am not resentful, but rather angry, or perhaps confused that I believe my actions were justified, as I was defending the company's reputation. Zhu Xiaozhang replied. Zhu Heling snorted in dissatisfaction. You evidently have yet to recognize your mistake. While it is commendable to defend the company's honor, you should never have demanded they kneel an apology. Even if you had merely requested an apology, I would not have been as furious. Why choose such an extreme method? Kneeling is a profound humiliation. Countless proud men throughout history have perished for refusing to bow their heads or bend their knees. They are human beings, and even if they are of lower status, they possess their own dignity. Your actions are coercive. Certainly, this is a wager. If they kneel, it may seem like you have won. However, what you stand to lose is the entire credibility of Diqing. Do you not realize that once they kneel, it won't be long before the headlines tomorrow will scream of this incident? How will others perceive it? Will anyone still purchase our flour then? If that time comes, we will truly be isolated. You clearly fail to grasp the implications here. You are still too young, fixated on immediate gains. You believe that forcing them to kneel will uphold our company's honor. But in the long run, this move is a blunder that could sow the seeds of calamity. Had you embraced transparency and openness in that moment, I believe no one would question our company. Only then would our reputation be secure, Zhu Heling advised earnestly. You deserve that slap. Let us hope this matter ends here and does not further harm the company. Zhu Heling closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Yes, father, I understand, Zhu Xiaozhang replied, appearing humble and teachable. Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I need to attend to some matters at the company, Zhu Xiaozhang said. Wait, Zhu Heling suddenly opened his eyes. Father, do you have something else to say? Zhu Xiaozhang inquired. What exactly transpired today? Was there an issue with the flower? Zhu Heling asked. No, father, everything is fine. We have verified it thoroughly. There are no quality issues with the flower. Zhu Xiaozhang replied, his heart racing. Xiaozhang, I am uncertain how you managed to replace that batch of problematic flour, but I must caution you. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Do not play with fire. If anything goes awry, it will not only cost the company but also your life, Zhu Heling said, his tone heavy with sorrow. I understand, father, Zhu Xiaozhang replied, though he knew once he embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. What is your take on the flour inspection results? Chen Feng asked. Although I could not detect any quality issues in this batch, I suspect there are secrets lurking beneath the surface. They must have swapped out the problematic flour beforehand. If Li Xiangwang's incident was coincidental, then this situation is inevitable. Despite this outcome not yielding what we desired, I believe they will eventually slip up. Zhang Hao remarked that it seems Zhu Xiaozhang is quite cunning. He had everything prepared days in advance, leaving us no room for error. Chen Feng chuckled. And no matter how meticulous the plan, there are always oversights. Even the wisest can falter, and he is hardly a sage. I am confident we will uncover their flaws. They are bound to move that batch of problematic flour soon, Zhang Hao asserted with conviction. Haha, Zhang Hao, I see you're becoming increasingly confident. I wonder from where you draw such conclusions, Chen Feng laughed. Zhang Hao pointed to his head and said, It is my unique sixth sense. You are truly remarkable. Chen Feng smiled, giving a thumbs up. Speaking of sixth senses, it reminds me of something, Chen Feng said, his expression turning serious. What is it? Zhang Hao asked, now attentive. Wan Hongyu once shared a suspicion with me. She suggested that Zhu Xiaozhang's Deqing Flour Company might be linked to a drug trafficking ring. There exists a significant chain connecting these two entities, orchestrated by a key figure, Chen Feng explained. Deqing Flour Company is merely the first step, leading consumers to become addicted to their flour, ultimately ensnaring them in drug addiction and profiting from narcotics. He continued. If Wan Hongyu's theory holds any truth, this could be exceedingly perilous, Zhang Hao said, now grave. However, we currently lack any valuable leads. The smokehouse provides no trace to follow, Chen Feng lamented. Why not take a chance and follow Wan Hongyu's lead? Let us assign someone to monitor that smokehouse. Let us not dismiss this as futile work, Zhang Hao suggested. That is a prudent proposal. Let us proceed in this manner and hope they reveal some clues. Chen Feng agreed. I will select a few individuals to accompany me to those smokehouses when we return, Zhang Hao added. Thank you. Our success hinges on this. We cannot allow these individuals to roam freely. If drugs wreak havoc, it will not only signify our failure, but also harm the citizens of Shanghai, Chen Feng declared. In that moment, he resolved not to allow drugs to plague the people. While he could not control the situation elsewhere, he aimed to restore peace to Shanghai. Chapter 112. Zhu Xiaozhang takes action upon leaving the Zhu residence. Zhu Xiaozhang did not head directly back to the company. Instead, he returned to the church. Boss, he said, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before entering to speak with a man clad in black robes. What is it? The man inquired flatly. This morning, our company was besieged by a group of people, Zhu Xiaozhang explained. What happened? Get to the point, the boss replied, his tone growing serious. They claimed to have lost control of their emotions after consuming our flour, and that they felt unwell if they went a day or two without it. I believe they are addicted, Zhu Xiaozhang whispered, lowering his head. What did you do? The boss asked. They demanded to inspect the flour's quality. So I brought them along. However, I had replaced the problematic flour days ago. They tested only the good batch, Zhu Xiaozhang said with a smile. Excellent, but do not let this success cloud your judgment. Remain cautious. Tonight, transport that flour to the docks and sell it elsewhere. Do not sell any of that tainted flour in Shanghai for the sake of minor profits, lest you jeopardize my plans. The boss instructed. Understood. Boss. I will take my leave, Zhu Xiaozhang replied. Wait, not so fast, the boss whispered in Zhu Xiaozhang's ear. Understood, boss, Zhu Xiaozhang smiled. In the dead of night, Chen Feng was awakened by a frantic knock at the door. He turned on the bedside lamp and slowly emerged from his room, finding a young officer panting at the door. What is the matter? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. It was not merely the interruption of his sleep that troubled him, but the officer's demeanor suggested something serious was afoot. Inspector, we discovered 2 trucks at the Deqing Flour Company's production site, moving goods. We felt the situation warranted your attention, the officer reported. Wait a moment. Chen Feng replied, returning to his room to hastily dress. When did this happen? He asked as he walked. As we observed the truck approaching, I hurried back, and after nearly an hour, the young officer panted. An hour? Chen Feng murmured. Let's drive there, he stated without hesitation. The two of them arrived at the production facility, and as they neared, Chen Feng turned off the headlights, fearing that the light would alert them. What is the situation now? Chen Feng inquired after he and the young officer exited the vehicle. A monitoring officer replied, They're almost done loading. You all wait here. I will take a look. Chen Feng said, and he slipped into the factory under the cover of darkness. Hidden by the brush, he distinctly heard the voice of a commander, which unexpectedly sounded familiar. Zhu Xiaozhang. Hurry up, hurry up. It won't be good once dawn breaks. We still need to transport this batch of goods to the dock, Zhu Xiaozhang urged, glancing anxiously at his watch. Just as Chen Feng intended to step out, he noticed a familiar figure in the brush, Han Jingjing. To his surprise, she had followed him. Quietly, he approached and covered her mouth from behind, whispering, It's me. Han Jingjing ceased her struggles, astonished to see Chen Feng here. How did you get here? She wondered. Suddenly, she remembered he had sent someone ahead. Wait here. I'll check it out, Chen Feng reassured her, patting her shoulder. However, she firmly grasped his arm and cautioned, Don't go just yet. This might be a trap. Chen Feng was startled and looked at her intently. I overheard him say, Today is the time to test you. I don't know what that means, but something feels off. I often see him with a sly grin. Han Jingjing explained. I believe his intentions tonight are nefarious. Didn't he just say they plan to ship the goods to the dock? Let us quietly follow and see what he does next. Who would have thought you possessed such insight? All right, we'll do as you say, Chen Feng replied with a smile. The goods were finally loaded, yet they did not wait for Chen Feng and the others, leaving Zhu Xiaozhang somewhat disappointed. Let us sneak after them. Han Jingjing suggested. Wait a moment. We have a vehicle. Let them leave a bit first. Otherwise, we might be spotted. Chen Feng advised. We'll head out first, Chen Feng said, pulling Han Jingjing along. In a moment. The three of you check the warehouse for any clues while Han Jingjing and I tail them. Be cautious, don't alert them, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, prosecutor, the three young officers replied. Han Jingjing followed Chen Feng into the car, slowly trailing behind. Once the warehouse was completely still, the three quietly entered. It was pitch dark, and they dared not turn on the lights, fearing they would be discovered. Let us split up and search, one senior officer suggested. Let us stick together. It's too dark, and I'm a bit scared. A junior officer replied. What is there to fear with three of us? Don't be such a coward, another officer retorted. You know I'm timid. The junior officer defended. I think we should stay together. One person alone won't find anything, another chimed in. Fine, but you two be careful. Don't knock anything over, the senior officer instructed. The group cautiously explored the dark warehouse, the air thick with silence. Have you found anything? The senior officer inquired to know. The other two replied. Me neither, the officer echoed. In truth, none of them had made any effort. They were too preoccupied with searching to notice their surroundings. Chapter 113. Movement. Chen Feng and Han Jingjing, trailing Zhu Xiaozhang, drove steadily, cautious not to alert him with their vehicle's noise. After an indeterminate time, they finally caught sight of lights. Han Jingjing observed they were near the dock. Let us stop the car and head over, Chen Feng said, halting the vehicle. The two concealed themselves behind a large wooden crate, quietly watching Zhu Xiaozhang's actions. Why isn't he making a move? Han Jingjing asked. Patience is key. These matters cannot be rushed. Let us wait and see. If you're correct, what he is doing now may be an attempt to bait us. If we go out now, we'll expose ourselves, Chen Feng replied, scanning their surroundings. Before long, a figure approached the dock, cloaked in black, obscuring their features. From a distance, Chen Feng and Han Jingjing could not overhear their conversation. What are you doing? Chen Feng asked, gripping Han Jingjing's arm. I want to get closer to here. It's hard to make out from here, she whispered. Are you trying to get us killed? This is the worst place to get closer. Without cover, you'll be exposed, making it difficult for us to investigate further, Chen Feng cautioned. What then? We're left just watching. Han Jingjing sighed. We'll have to wait and see, Chen Feng concluded. Boss, their people haven't shown up, Zhu Xiaozhang reported as a man approached. They're quite composed, not even sending anyone to follow you. The man chuckled. Perhaps they did follow. They just haven't revealed themselves, Zhu Xiaozhang speculated. You may be right. But if they have sent someone, it implies they've suspected you for a while. They will certainly notice your actions tonight, and I expect they will come to investigate. Yet, their silence raises my suspicions, the boss remarked. Whatever the case, this is a test. We'll ship this batch tonight, and continue tomorrow. I doubt they can remain so calm, the boss asserted. What about tomorrow's goods? Zhu Xiaozhang inquired. The same as today. We'll ship the problematic flower when they reveal themselves. That we still don't know their true intentions, so let us not act rashly. The boss advised that I understand. Boss, Zhu Xiaozhang replied. I'll take my leave now. Be careful. Take care, Zhu Xiaozhang replied. That man in black has left. What should we do? Han Jingjing asked. You follow him and find out where he goes, Chen Feng instructed. All right, Han Jingjing said, bending low as she moved back. Chen Feng grasped her hand firmly, saying, be cautious, don't worry. I can handle this. Han Jingjing smiled confidently. Chen Feng continued observing Zhu Xiaozhang, but to his dismay, Zhu Xiaozhang merely completed unloading the truck and departed. Meanwhile, Han Jingjing stealthily followed the black-clad man's vehicle. The car drove slowly, then suddenly stopped. The man exited, surveyed the area, found nothing amiss, and returned to the car. Hidden in the brush, Han Jingjing sighed in relief, her heart racing. Fortunately, she had been alert. Otherwise, she would have been discovered. Despite the man's nonchalance upon exiting, he remained uneasy. After driving in circles, he finally stopped at a building and entered. Han Jingjing noted the location carefully before leaving. Little did she know, this was not the final destination. Exhausted from the night's endeavors, Chen Feng and Han Jingjing did not indulge in a late morning slumber. Arriving early at the investigation bureau the next day, how did your surveillance go yesterday? Chen Feng asked upon seeing Han Jingjing. That man seems quite capable. He made an unexpected stop midway, and I was nearly caught. Thankfully, I found a hiding spot just in time, Han Jingjing recounted, still shaken. And where did he finally settle? Chen Feng pressed. I know. It's a hotel, Han Jingjing replied. Take me to see it, Chen Feng urged. The two walked, making their way easily as Han Jingjing navigated based on memory. Suddenly, she was taken aback. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked. This place feels very familiar. Han Jingjing swallowed hard. Familiar? Chen Feng eyed her curiously. This is a common haunt for drug users. We were here once while tracking Li Xiangwang, but I can't believe he ended up here after all those twists and turns, Han Jingjing said through clenched teeth. It seems that man has already departed, Chen Feng observed. The vehicle is not here. It seems it has already departed. However, can't we simply go inside and inquire? Han Jingjing suggested. Do you really think these individuals would readily speak the truth? If that person could settle here, it is evident they have some connection to this place. If we recklessly enter and ask questions, not only will we gain no leads, but we may also draw their attention. Chen Feng replied. Since we are aware of their whereabouts, we should merely keep an eye on this location. I believe Zhang Hao has already assigned someone to monitor them. Chen Feng continued. What should we do now? Han Jingjing inquired. You should continue to surveil Zhu Xiaozhang. Remember, devise a way to infiltrate. It would be best to observe his every move, as the information we can gather from outside is rather scant. Chen Feng stated. And you? Han Jingjing asked. I will visit the warehouse to see if those individuals have made any progress. Chen Feng replied. Very well then, the challenging tasks always fall to me, Han Jingjing remarked. This is because you possess the capability to handle this task. Otherwise, I would not feel at ease entrusting it to anyone else. Chen Feng said with a smile. He understood that Han Jingjing's words were merely an invitation for him to offer her some flattery, and he thought it best to indulge her. Humph, you do have discernment. That I shall take my leave now, Han Jingjing laughed. Chapter 114. Discovery of the cellar. Do you have something on your agenda? Chen Feng entered the investigation bureau and saw Zhang Hao. No, Zhang Hao replied, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Feng's. Accompany me to the Zhu family's flower production facility. We shall search for clues there. Chen Feng proposed. What happened? Have you made any discoveries? Zhang Hao inquired, his tone growing cautious. Last night, we observed Zhu Xiaozhang in action. He transported a batch of flour to the docks in the dead of night. Chen Feng explained. I in the dead of night? Why didn't you call me? Zhang Hao questioned, though his tone held no reproach. He merely wished to assist. It was too late yesterday, and I couldn't reach there in time. Once I arrived, the vehicle had already departed. Besides, this is something I can manage alone. There was no need to rouse you from your slumber, Chen Feng replied. And what transpired afterward? Zhang Hao pressed. We followed him to the docks, where he conversed with a man in black. I instructed Han Jingjing to shadow that individual, and she discovered that his final destination was the smoking establishment where Li Xiangwang frequents. Thus, I believe Ruan Hongyu's initial suspicions were indeed correct. Chen Feng concluded. It appears this is truly a conspiracy. By the way, I have dispatched someone to monitor that smoking establishment. If they are indeed colluding, I am confident our personnel will uncover something. Zhang Hao asserted. Very well, let us hurry to the production facility. It seems this is our only avenue for clues, Chen Feng stated. I have instructed Han Jingjing to continue monitoring Zhu Xiaozhang if he has further dealings with the man in black. I believe we will be able to detect it, Chen Feng continued. The two men drove to the production facility and observed 3 police officers monitoring the area. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao approached and quietly inquired. Did you uncover any leads in the warehouse last night? No, it was too dark inside. We couldn't see anything. We feared that turning on the lights would attract attention, so we had to exit. The senior police officer replied. Has anything unusual occurred here since last night? Zhang Feng asked. No. Everything is normal, the officer responded. Very well. You all continue to monitor, Zhang Feng instructed. We will quietly explore inside, he added. Zhang Hao nodded and followed closely behind Zhang Feng. The two stealthily entered the warehouse, only to find that even in daylight, it remained dim. Nevertheless, it was much improved compared to the night. Let us split up and search, Zhang Feng suggested. Zhang Hao nodded and chose a different direction from Zhang Feng. They both began to search the warehouse slowly, but all they could see was flour. More flour, that moment. They heard voices outside the door. And instinctively, they retreated to a corner behind the flour. Hey, who would come to this dark place without a purpose? One young man exclaimed. Come on, brother, stop complaining. Be careful not to let anyone hear you. If the manager gets wind of us gossiping behind his back, we'll be in trouble, the other cautioned with a smile. Isn't he the one who asked us to check? We simply need to take a quick look around. It is not a waste of time, the first replied. True, it's all part of our job. You want to know whether we actually checked or not, the young man chuckled. The two men casually wandered, one of them shining a flashlight around. Suddenly, another's flashlight illuminated the corner where Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao were hiding. Hey, let us go. Who would be idle enough to hide here? This place obviously has no one. It is more likely there are rats, the young man called out to his companion. The other retracted his flashlight and followed the first out. They both sighed in relief. What had just transpired could be deemed a close call. They were not frightened. They merely wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing the sound of the main door closing, they felt reassured. Let us take another look, Zhang Feng suggested. Agreed, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Zhang Feng led the way, with Zhang Hao trailing behind. Suddenly, Zhang Hao sensed something unusual beneath his feet. It sounded different, producing a creaking noise as he stepped on a wooden board. Zhang Feng, he called out urgently. What is the matter? Zhang Feng turned to Zhang Hao. Something seems off, Zhang Hao replied. The ground beneath me feels different. It appears to be a wooden board, he explained. You must be mistaken. There is a layer of matting beneath us. Zhang Feng retorted skeptically. No, I distinctly heard a creak. That was definitely the sound of wood, Zhang Hao insisted firmly. All right, let us investigate, Zhang Feng said. They found the edge of the matting and rolled it back to reveal a square wooden panel. You were indeed correct. It seems this warehouse harbors significant secrets, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. They carefully lifted the wooden panel to discover a subterranean storage area. Though dark, it was still discernible. A ladder connected to the cellar was visible. You stay here and watch. I'll descend to take a look, Zhang Feng instructed Zhang Hao. Be careful, Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Zhang Feng withdrew his firearm and cautiously descended the ladder. Inside, it was pitch black. Zhang Feng retrieved a lighter from his pocket and discovered the area was filled with flour, which piqued his curiosity. Why is there flour down here? Zhang Feng pondered as he circled the space and found no other anomalies. He then climbed back up the ladder. What did you find? Zhang Hao asked as he helped Zhang Feng back up. It's still just flour. This appears to be an ordinary storage area. Zhang Feng reported. Do you believe that? Zhang Hao asked, gazing intently at Zhang Feng. Why do you ask that? Zhang Feng queried. If it were an ordinary warehouse, I doubt it would be so discreet. From my perspective, this hidden cellar is the most secretive part of the warehouse. Otherwise, Zhu Xiaozhang would not have excavated beneath it. The area is ample enough to accommodate the flour produced in the factory. And even for stockpiling, it wouldn't require such a vast quantity. Therefore, I suspect something is amiss here, Zhang Hao articulated. Chapter 115. Testing the flour. Are you suggesting that the flour in here is problematic? Zhang Feng inquired. Do you recall when we conducted inspections a couple of days ago? The flour quality from their company was all up to standard. Yet, why have so many individuals experienced issues after consuming their flour? I believe the answer lies within this very location, but if I'm not mistaken, this batch of flour is the problematic one. They must have received a tip-off and replaced this batch before our inspection. Ensuring we detected no issues, Zhang Hao deduced. Moreover, the flour Zhu Xiaozhang transported last night was likely this batch of contaminated flour. Given the uproar regarding flour quality lately, I suspect Zhu Xiaozhang is attempting to eliminate any evidence. Zhang Hao posited. If that is indeed the case, I anticipate Zhu Xiaozhang will make another move today. That we might as well wait here for him to ensnare himself. Zhang Feng suggested that I wish to descend and procure some flour for testing. To ascertain whether it is indeed the toxic flour we suspect, Zhang Hao stated. Very well, you go ahead. I will remain here, Zhang Feng replied. Zhang Hao carefully climbed down the ladder and soon reached the ground. He removed his jacket and, in a corner, opened a bag of flour, placing some into his pocket. After sealing the flour bag, Zhang Hao ascended the ladder and returned to the warehouse. Have you finished? Zhang Feng inquired. Yes, let us head out, Zhang Hao replied, patting his pocket with a smile. Two individuals stealthily exited the warehouse and returned to the location where several police officers were monitoring the factory. What's the situation, prosecutor? A junior officer inquired. Isn't it obvious? Everything has been taken care of. Otherwise, how could the prosecutor and Dr. Zhang have emerged? Remarked a more seasoned officer. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged smiles. You all must not slack off. Tonight, Zhu Xiaozhang is likely to make a move. Keep a close watch, Zhang Feng instructed. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task, several officers assured him. Let us depart, Zhang Feng said. Zhang Feng declared. The two men entered their vehicle and returned to the investigation bureau. Please wait a moment. I need to check on the flower, Zhang Hao said, just as Zhang stepped into the lab. A junior officer rushed in, exclaiming, Prosecutor, we have a situation. What is it? Zhang Feng inquired. The establishment we were instructed to monitor by Dr. Zhang is showing activity, the officer reported. Elaborate on that. Zhang Feng replied, rising to follow the officer outside. We saw the owner of the establishment enter a church, the junior officer explained. A church. Zhang Feng was taken aback. What could he possibly want there? Do you know the location of this church? Zhang Feng pressed. I do, the officer responded. Then lead me there, Zhang Feng instructed. The officer guided Zhang Feng to the church, which lacked the grandeur typical of larger churches and appeared unremarkable. What is the status? Zhang Feng queried. Prosecutor, he has been inside for half an hour and has yet to emerge, one of the officers monitoring the situation reported. Half an hour, Zhang Feng murmured. Does this church have any other exits? He asked. I'm not sure, the junior officer replied, scratching the back of his head. Go check for any other exits. We shouldn't remain here idly if he has already left, Zhang Feng directed the officer who had brought him there. Inside the church, two individuals were conversing, one of whom was the owner of the establishment. Boss, our customer base has been increasing lately. Should we intensify our efforts? The owner asked. No, the situation is quite tense. No, the situation is tense right now. We must not act rashly. If the investigation bureau catches wind of our activities, we will be doomed. Zhu Xiaozhang's flower company is already under scrutiny. You must tread carefully to avoid drawing attention. The boss warned. I know how to handle things. I seldom appear in person, as my subordinates manage the establishment. Besides, the activities there are not known to the average person, the owner reassured him. How can you assure me? I've felt uneasy these past few days. You claim it's safe, yet investigators have approached you, suggesting someone has leaked information. You should be more cautious. I don't want to end up losing everything. I have other matters to attend to elsewhere and will be leaving soon. I hope you won't disappoint me, the boss concluded. We understand what to do and won't let you down. The owner pledged. Driven by profit, I trust you will excel. When our interests grow sufficiently, you will naturally safeguard them, realizing they will not just vanish without a trace. At that point, you won't need my reminders. The boss remarked. You speak as if we won't need your guidance. We will always value your counsel, the owner quickly replied. Prosecutor, I just checked. This is the only exit, the junior officer reported. It appears he hasn't come out yet. Zhang Feng noted. At that moment, the individual emerged, surveying the surroundings cautiously before tipping his hat and walking away. You two follow him, Zhang Feng instructed. After observing the two junior officers depart, he returned. As Zhang Hao was still examining the flower for potential issues, which was a significant matter. How did it go? Zhang Feng asked upon returning to the bureau, noticing Zhang Hao's beaming expression. As I suspected, this flower is indeed tainted, Zhang Hao confirmed. What is the issue? Zhang Feng inquired. Do you know why they become addicted after consuming it? Zhang Hao posed. Why? Is there something in it that causes addiction? Zhang Feng responded. Precisely. I detected the presence of opium. It is this substance that leads to addiction, which explains why Li Xiangwang eventually resorted to opium use, Zhang Hao elaborated. That Zhu Xiaozhang. Zhang Feng fumed. Chapter 116. Visiting the church. Now that we have confirmed the flower is compromised, should we proceed to apprehend Zhu Xiaozhang? Zhang Hao asked. No. Let's wait. We need to catch him red-handed. That would lend credibility to our case, Zhang Feng advised. Where did you go earlier? I returned, and you had vanished, Zhang Hao remarked. Someone reported that the establishment's owner was active. So I went to investigate, Zhang Feng explained. Oh, what activity? Zhang Hao queried. He entered a church and has been inside for over half an hour, Zhang Feng replied. Did you not go in to check? Zhang Hao asked. No, if I had entered then, it would have raised suspicions. The place was rather empty, and I would have drawn attention if I followed him in. Besides, I hardly look like someone who would visit a church. Zhang Feng chuckled. Who do you plan to send in? Zhang Hao questioned. Not Han Jingjing. She still needs to monitor Zhu Xiaozhang, and she would attract attention since she is unfamiliar with such environments. Zhang Feng shook his head. Then who? Zhang Hao asked, suddenly exclaiming. Wan Hongyu? Exactly, Zhang Feng smiled. She mingles with high society and should be suitable for this task, but could that not be dangerous? We are unaware of the circumstances there. Her presence would only heighten suspicion. Chen Feng shook his head. Then who? Zhang Hao asked, suddenly exclaiming, Wan Hongyu. Exactly, Chen Feng smiled. She has connections to high society and should be suitable for this task, but could this be dangerous? Do not worry, I will not let her go alone. I will accompany her for her protection, Chen Feng assured. Very well, you make the decisions, Zhang Hao conceded. I will first head to the Belle Park. Chen Feng announced as he stood. You've arrived. Wan Hongyu smiled upon spotting Chen Feng. I came to discuss something and seek your assistance, Chen Feng stated directly without unnecessary preamble. There is no need for such formality between us. Just tell me what you need, Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. I would like you to accompany me to a church, Chen Feng said, his tone tinged with reluctance. To a church? What is this? Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. I would like you to accompany me to a church, Chen Feng said, his voice tinged with reluctance. To a church? When did you become a follower of the Western god? Chen Feng explained with a smile. Why is it inappropriate? I think it sounds fine, she replied, still amused. Let us be serious. I hardly appear to be a person of faith, and I lack the necessary knowledge. If I were to go, it would be obvious, Chen Feng admitted. Then how should we present ourselves? She inquired, grinning. I will be your bodyguard, Chen Feng said, his face reddening. This time, you are the main character. I will be by your side for protection. He added. Is it really that dangerous? Wan Hongyu asked, still smiling. I am not certain, which is why I wish to accompany you. I do not want you to be harmed, as that would weigh heavily on my conscience. He expressed sincerely. Oh, you know I can't refuse. With you by my side, I feel secure enough to face any danger. Wan Hongyu laughed. Her laughter was comforting, and Chen Feng responded with gratitude. Thank you. He smiled, feeling a deeper sense of emotion. The thought that a single word from him could potentially risk her life was profoundly moving, a testament to the extraordinary trust she placed in him. I will change my clothes. Please wait a moment, Wan Hongyu said as she smiled. Moments later, she and Han Jingjing left the Belle Park and headed toward the church. It seems a bit desolate here, Wan Hongyu remarked upon exiting the vehicle. Indeed, it does feel somewhat eerie. By the way, have you been here before? Chen Feng inquired. No. Wan Hongyu replied. If it weren't for your invitation, I fear I would never have come to this place, Wan Hongyu said with a smile. Then you? Chen Feng hesitated, unsure whether to ask. Noticing his reluctance, Wan Hongyu chuckled. Do not worry. Although I have never been here before, I have visited other churches and am familiar with the rituals. Chen Feng asked. No. I haven't. Wan Hongyu replied. If it weren't for your invitation, I fear I would never have come to this place, Wan Hongyu said with a smile. Then you? Chen Feng hesitated, unsure whether to ask. Noticing his reluctance, Wan Hongyu chuckled. Do not worry. Although I have never been here before, I have visited other churches and am familiar with the rituals. You are playing word games with me, Chen Feng replied. You must protect me well. Rest assured, miss, with me around, you shall remain safe, Chen Feng assured her. This time, Wan Hongyu did not respond, regaining her composure as she walked ahead. Upon opening the grand door, they saw a solitary figure standing quietly in the hall. The arrival of Wan Hongyu and Chen Feng seemed unexpected to that individual. Upon hearing the click of the woman's heels, he turned to face them. Esteemed lady, we do not hold service today. He spoke in stilted Mandarin. Is there a specific date for worship here? Wan Hongyu inquired with a smile, disregarding his earlier remark as she knelt and began to chant softly. Chen Feng observed from the side. Noticing her demeanor was indeed fitting. We do have specific days for worship. As the number of attendees is quite sparse, we concentrate our prayers on select days, the man explained. I believe God will forgive me. I was unaware of the customs here. I apologize for my inadvertent offense. I trust the pastor would not turn me away, for a sincere believer in God would not be concerned with such dates. Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. The man fell silent, watching her closely, searching for any misstep, but found none. Her actions were flawless. Does this gentleman not wish to offer a prayer to God? The pastor asked Chen Feng. He is my bodyguard. He does not believe in God, Wan Hongyu replied with her eyes closed. Is this lady concerned for the safety of our church? The pastor asked, feigning surprise. I believe in God. Thus I trust in the church's safety. I am certain no believer would commit sacrilege within its walls, Wan Hongyu stated confidently. Indeed, we are devout followers and would never act in a manner that undermines God's majesty. However, I am curious as to why this lady has her bodyguard stationed here. Is she unaware that having a non-believer present is an affront to God? The pastor questioned. I do not see this as an insult. A church is not solely for believers. God's children encompass more than just his followers. If we were to follow your logic, then non-believers would not be considered his children. I must insist. I have my bodyguard here out of concern for my safety against potential threats. I previously stated that no believer would harm me. Yet should there be any malefactors present, would I not be neglecting my life as safety? I doubt even God could protect me in such circumstances. Wan Hongyu retorted sharply, please be cautious with your words. What you just said is a grave disrespect to God, the pastor cautioned. But I speak the truth. I believe God will not chastise an honest person. Wan Hongyu replied with a smile. I can assure you, apart from myself, there are 2 devoted parishioners who assist with the church's upkeep. There are no others present, the pastor clarified. Then I have acted rashly. And I ask for forgiveness from God and the pastor. Wan Hongyu conceded. I trust God will pardon you for this indiscretion. But I hope you remember this lesson, the pastor admonished. I understand. Wan Hongyu responded. May I ask if there are any other worshippers present today? No, the pastor answered. It appears I have once more been discourteous. I assumed I would find others like myself, but it seems I am alone in my actions. Wan Hongyu feigned remorse. God will forgive you, the pastor assured her. Then we shall not disturb you further. We take our leave, Wan Hongyu declared. Turning to exit the church. As they departed, the pastor instructed, follow them. Eliminate them. Yes, a hidden assassin responded, emerging from the shadows. I must say, the conversation you had with that foreigner was quite astonishing. The way you invoked God was impressive, Zhang Feng remarked with a chuckle. What choice do I have? When speaking with them, one must constantly reference God. Otherwise, it would be a grave disrespect, and they could drown you in their spittle, Wan Hongyu replied, laughing. However, it seems there are no peculiarities within this church. She added, yet, if what he said is true, then he has lied. I distinctly saw someone enter earlier, yet he categorically denied it. This raises suspicion about who that person conversed with. If it was he, then it indicates he is the orchestrator behind the scenes, but we cannot ascertain that just yet, Zhang Feng observed. Regardless, I have indeed aided you significantly. How shall you reward me? Wan Hongyu inquired playfully. Name it. I would gladly offer myself, Zhang Feng replied, grinning. Really? Wan Hongyu halted, smiling brightly. Suddenly, 2 gunshots shattered the tranquility. Be careful. Wan Hongyu instinctively pushed Zhang Feng away, but she had no chance to escape herself. Hongyu, Zhang Feng cried out. Seeing her collapse, run, she managed to say, clutching her abdomen with great effort. The assailant fired several more rounds at Zhang Feng until the clip was empty, then fled amidst the chaos. Hongyu. Zhang Feng rushed to her side, crouching down to embrace her. Are you all right? I'm fine, Wan Hongyu said, forcing a smile. Hongyu, don't speak. I'll take you to the hospital. Hold on, Zhang Feng said, lifting her as he began to sprint. Coughing, Wan Hongyu struggled to adapt to the vigorous motion. Blood continuing to flow from her wound. Hongyu, how are you? You must hold on. Zhang Feng pleaded, tears streaming down his face in a moment of uncontrolled emotion. How wonderful. You weep for me. Wan Hongyu coughed but smiled. Please, don't talk. We are almost at the hospital. Just hold on, Zhang Feng urged, quickening his pace. I can hardly hold on. I fear I may not have another chance to speak, Wan Hongyu said, reaching out to touch Zhang Feng's face. Do you not like me? Yes, I like you, Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. You are just comforting me. Her gaze dimmed as she spoke. No, I am sincere. I have suppressed my feelings. It was never that I did not like you. But I feared I could not provide the life you deserve. I understand now. I truly like you. I can no longer deceive my own heart. Hongyu, rest assured, once you recover, I will marry you. What do you think? Good, Wan Hongyu smiled. With your words, I have no regrets even in death. With that, she closed her eyes. Hongyu, wake up. I cannot lose you, Zhang Feng cried, rushing towards the hospital, clutching her tightly. Doctor, please save her, he shouted upon entering the hospital. Immediately, several doctors rushed over. Quickly, take her to the operating room. We need to perform emergency surgery, an older doctor commanded. Seeing Wan Hongyu wheeled away, Zhang Feng slumped into a chair, utterly drained. With great effort, he mustered enough strength to call Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, are you there? Please come to the hospital, he croaked. Hello? Who is this? Zhang Hao inquired. This is Zhang Feng. You need to come to the hospital right away, he said. What happened? Zhang Hao asked, concern evident in his voice. We were caught in a shooting. Hongyu was shot in the abdomen and is currently in surgery, Zhang Feng explained, his tone chilling. Wait there. I will be there shortly, Zhang Hao said before hanging up and rushing from the investigation bureau to the hospital. Zhang Hao arrived at the hospital as quickly as possible, finding Zhang Feng looking weary and haggard. Are you all right? He asked, approaching Zhang Feng. I'm fine. Please, go inside and check on Hongyu. Help save her, Zhang Feng urged, his voice hoarse and devoid of its usual vigor. Between brothers, there was no need for words. I'll go take a look, Zhang Hao remarked, promptly changing his clothes before entering the operating room. Inside, Wan Hongyu lay unconscious. How is the patient? Zhang Hao inquired as he approached. Who are you? Don't you know this place is off limits? A nurse reprimanded him. I am Zhang Hao from the Investigation Bureau. A doctor, he replied. Upon hearing his name, a fellow doctor seemed to recall something and said, the patient's condition is critical. She remains in a coma and is at risk of losing her life at any moment. I am here to take a look, Zhang Hao said as he replaced the attending physician. Indeed, as the previous doctor had stated, Wan Hongyu's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, likely due to significant blood loss. The surgery proceeded with great urgency, while outside the operating room, Zhang Feng felt as if time were standing still, consumed by anxiety. He regretted that it was Wan Hongyu who had been shot instead of him. Burdening a woman with his misfortune if anything were to happen to her, Zhang Feng knew he would never find peace in his conscience. An hour later, Zhang Hao exhaled deeply. The operation could be deemed a success. Yet it was not entirely so. Wan Hongyu's life had been temporarily preserved, but the threat of death loomed perilously close. The operating room door swung open. Zhang Feng rushed to Zhang Hao's side the moment he heard it. How did it go? He asked, his voice edged with desperation. The surgery was successful, Zhang Hao replied. Zhang Feng, seemingly oblivious to the sorrow etched on Zhang Hao's face, embraced him in a moment of fervent relief. Do not rejoice too soon, Zhang Hao said, gently pushing Zhang Feng away. Although we have temporarily saved her life, she remains in a coma, and her condition is still precarious. She could slip away at any moment. And whether she will recover remains uncertain. You should stay by her side in the coming days. Zhang Hao shook his head, patting Zhang Feng's shoulder with a hint of exasperation. He had done his utmost. Otherwise, Wan Hongyu would have perished on the operating table. Thank you, Zhang Feng expressed gratefully. Despite the grim outlook, at least Wan Hongyu still had a chance to live. In the hospital ward, Zhang Feng sat by the bedside. Gazing at the serene Wan Hongyu with a faint smile, the silence enveloped him, instilling a sense of fear. He understood that Wan Hongyu's consciousness was in a fragile state. He needed to fortify her spirit to help her withstand this ordeal. Hongyu, I know you can hear me, right? Zhang Feng said, taking her hand and gently caressing his face. You must recover quickly. Once you're well, we'll get married, and I'll take you to many delightful places. Where it'll be just you, me, and our children. Hongyu, I know you wouldn't want to leave me. Would you? Tears welled up in Zhang Feng's eyes. That a man may not easily shed tears. But when sorrow strikes deeply, emotions can no longer be contained. The hospital felt desolate that night, with only Zhang Feng keeping vigil over Wan Hongyu. It was that others did not wish to come. They simply had more pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, in the late hours, the Zhu family's flour factory reawoke. Though Zhu Xiaozhang did not show his face. 2 trucks continued to load goods, but this time, several uninvited guests had appeared. Who are you? An alert employee noticed Zhang Hao and his companions and promptly asked. We are from the Investigation Bureau, and we suspect you of smuggling. We need to conduct a search. Zhang Hao stated. We cannot make that decision. You should speak with our general manager, the foreman replied. Your manager will be informed. For now, we require a search. Step aside. Zhang Hao commanded. 5 or 6 police officers restrained the shipping employees as Zhang Hao led his team into the warehouse. Familiarizing themselves with the underground storage they had discovered earlier that morning with Zhang Feng. Upon opening the door, they found flour still inside, and Zhang Hao approached the foreman again. What is the cellar for? It's for storing flour, the foreman replied, though his tone lacked conviction. Clearly aware of its true purpose, it's for storing flour. But it's that which has not yet been destroyed. Why would there be a separate underground warehouse for flour? Is there something wrong with this batch? Zhang Hao pressed. The foreman's expression faltered, revealing his attempts to evade the inquiry. Seal this place off. No one is to leave, Zhang Hao ordered. Officer, we are innocent. What does it mean to be locked up here? One of the employees protested. If I let you go, will you not tip off your colleagues? Zhang Hao countered. Just wait. In a few hours, daylight will break. And when your manager arrives, this matter will no longer concern you, Zhang Hao stated. You all keep an eye on them. I will check inside, he added, stepping back into the underground storage. He took several bags of flour and tested them with instruments, confirming they matched the flour he had tested earlier, bringing him some relief. That morning, as Zhu Xiaozhang arrived at the company, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something were amiss. Hello, who is this? He answered the phone, somewhat distracted. Manager, our warehouse has been sealed by the Investigation Bureau. They are waiting for you to explain, the foreman, under Zhang Hao's instructions, informed him. What, you incompetent fools? How could you be so careless? General Manager, our warehouse has been sealed by the Investigation Bureau. They are waiting for you to explain. The supervisor informed him under Zhang Hao's directive. What? You incompetent fools. How could you be so careless? What happened? The boss questioned sternly. Boss, it's bad. Our warehouse has been sealed by the Investigation Bureau, Zhu Xiaozhang replied. How could that happen? Did you slip up? The boss inquired with a disapproving tone. I didn't. I haven't made any significant moves these past few days. How could I have revealed anything? Zhu Xiaozhang hurriedly explained. Then why would your warehouse be sealed without reason? What is going on? The boss pressed that I'm not entirely sure that I received a call this morning from my subordinates saying the warehouse was sealed by the investigation bureau, that I rushed here as soon as I heard. Zhu Xiaozhang said. So, the batch of goods you couldn't transport in time was discovered by them. The boss asked. I'm not sure, but I believe they must have some leads, or they wouldn't have sealed our warehouse. Though the underground storage is concealed, it can still be found if inspected, Zhu Xiaozhang replied. Understood. You should go back. I will handle this matter, the boss said, waving him off. Zhu Xiaozhang left, discontented. Unbeknownst to them, someone lay in wait outside the church. It seems your general manager is abandoning you, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile. You all keep an eye on them. You're coming with me to their company, he instructed. At that moment, a man emerged from the shadows. Addressing the other man, seems he has outlived his usefulness. If he can't manage such a simple task, he is of no further use. Take care of him, ensuring no traces are left behind. Check if he has any important information that could be detrimental to us, the boss said, his expression impassive. Understood, boss, the man replied. Upon returning to the company, Zhu Xiaozhang remained uneasy about the situation at the warehouse. As he contemplated going to check on it, he was intercepted at the door. Who are you? Zhu Xiaozhang asked. Lifting his gaze, that I was sent by the boss, the man replied. At the mention of the boss, Zhu Xiaozhang felt a surge of hope. I knew the boss wouldn't abandon me. He would save me, Zhu Xiaozhang said. The boss instructed me to relay a message to you, the man said. Observing Zhu Xiaozhang's misplaced trust with a sense of pity. What message? Zhu Xiaozhang inquired. He said. If you can't handle even this small matter, you're of no use alive, the man stated. Devoid of emotion, this is impossible. Zhu Xiaozhang gasped in disbelief. He never imagined his boss would so quickly sever ties. I still have value, Zhu Xiaozhang pleaded. Your existence only puts the boss in a passive position. So your sole value is in death, the man said, drawing a knife and slashing Zhu Xiaozhang's throat. He covered Zhu Xiaozhang's mouth to stifle any sound and dragged him back to the chair. Beginning to search the office for crucial documents. At that moment, the man heard hurried footsteps and the sound of a conversation between a man and a woman, without a moment to spare. He jumped out the window and escaped. When Zhang Hao arrived, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The office was in disarray, papers strewn across the floor, and Zhu Xiaozhang slumped in the chair. Uncertain if he still breathed, a fatal wound visible on his neck. Zhang Hao could hardly believe that, in such a brief moment, Zhu Xiaozhang had been assassinated. A startled cry from a female subordinate pulled Zhang Hao back to reality. He rushed forward to examine Zhu Xiaozhang's nostrils and found no breath. Who was here just now? Zhang Hao inquired. I don't know, the female subordinate replied. Prosecutor, the murderer must have escaped through the window. A police officer accompanying them remarked after glancing at the window. Immediately call Mr. Zhu and inform him of this matter. Zhang Hao instructed the female subordinate. It seems the murderer was searching for something after committing the crime. He mused, observing the discarded papers on the floor. Tell everyone not to disturb the crime scene. I need to step out for a moment. Zhang Hao announced. I am in the hospital, after a night of torment. Ruan Hongyu appeared to have regained the possibility of survival. Her complexion significantly improved, struggling to open her eyes. Her blurred vision made it difficult to discern her surroundings. However, she could vaguely make out the figure of Zhang Feng, which warmed her heart. She seemed to forget that her grievous injuries were incurred while saving this very man. With great difficulty, her right hand moved to Zhang Feng's face, enduring immense pain with each movement. Yet she bore it without complaint. Sensing someone caressing his face, Zhang Feng opened his bleary eyes. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him as he turned to Ruan Hongyu, who was half awake, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him. Hongyu, you're awake. That's wonderful, Zhang Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement. Wait a moment. I'll call the doctor, he said, hastily exiting the ward. Moments later, he returned accompanied by several doctors and nurses. After their examination, the doctors concluded that Ruan Hongyu had passed the critical stage and now needed only to rest. At this juncture, Zhang Hao arrived at the ward and was taken aback to see a room full of white coats. What is going on? Has Hongyu's condition worsened? He inquired. Zhang Hao, Hongyu is fine. Thank you, Zhang Feng joyfully exclaimed as he embraced Zhang Hao. There is no need for gratitude. It is the doctor's expertise that deserves commendation. Thank you, Zhang Feng bowed to the doctors, who insisted there was no need for such formalities and continued their work undisturbed. What brings you here? Zhang Feng asked. Zhu Xiaozhang has died, Zhang Hao replied. What brings you here? Zhang Feng asked. Zhu Xiaozhang has died, Zhang Hao replied, casting a glance at Ruan Hongyu. What? Zhang Feng questioned incredulously. staring at Zhang Hao. He was assassinated this morning. Zhang Hao informed him. It seems the murderer was searching for something after killing Zhu Xiaozhang. He added that he found it difficult to articulate the request for Chen Feng to join him in investigating Zhu Xiaozhang's demise, but Chen Feng understood. Hong Yu, I'm sorry to leave your side during such troubling times. Chen Feng said apologetically to Wan Hong Yu. She shook her head slightly, offering a smile that I will return soon. Chen Feng assured her with a smile. Chapter 120. Discovery of the ledger after arranging everything in the ward. Chen Feng followed Zhang Hao out. Zhu Heling, having heard the news, hastened to the office. The sorrow of losing a child, let alone consecutively, is a profound anguish in life. Xiaozhang. Zhu Heling wept as he entered the office. The deaths of Zhu Xiaozhang and Zhu Xiaojue had pushed Zhu Heling to his breaking point, leaving him unable to withstand such calamity. Mr. Zhu, please accept my condolences, Chen Feng said as he approached. Who could be so ruthless as to extinguish the Zhu family line? Zhu Heling lamented, a mixture of grief and fury on his face. Mr. Zhu, our analysis suggests that Zhu Xiaozhang must have crossed someone's interests, leading to his assassination. In essence, he had become a discarded pawn, Zhang Hao explained. What do you mean, Officer Zhang? Zhu Heling asked, perplexed. Are you unaware of the matters Zhu Xiaozhang has dealt with since taking office? Chen Feng queried. Did he engage in any illicit activities? Zhu Heling's immediate thought was such. You remember the incident where the public besieged the Duching Flower Company? Zhang Hao asked. That is vividly etched in my memory. Why? Was there something amiss with that incident? Zhu Heling questioned. The occurrence was not coincidental, and the final inspection results of the flower were fabricated. The symptoms people experienced were indeed due to your company's flower. But the final results declared the flower safe because Zhu Xiaozhang preemptively replaced the problematic batch with a good one, Zhang Hao revealed. How could this be? Zhu Heling was thunderstruck, unable to fathom the reality before him. We discovered that batch of flower at your production facility. After testing, we found it contained an addictive substance, explaining the recent swift sales of your flower. Zhang Hao continued. We sealed your warehouse last night as they were in the process of moving flower again. This was the second time I had the head of that operation call Zhu Xiaozhang, but he never arrived. When we got there, we found he had been assassinated, Zhang Hao elaborated. Presumably, after our call, he sought out his benefactor, who decided he was no longer of use. Fearing that if we detained him, he might betray them, Zhang Hao concluded. This ungrateful wretch. I can't believe he would engage in such heinous actions. He truly deserves to die. Zhu Heling exclaimed in anger, shocked that his remaining son could commit such acts. Alas, it seems the Zhu family has reached its end, Zhu Heling lamented, dejected as he exited the office without a backward glance at Zhu Xiaozhang. Let us search again for any clues, Zhang Hao suggested. The murderer ransacked Zhu Xiaozhang's office, evidently in search of something significant. I doubt he had the opportunity to stage the scene, he continued. We should investigate further. Chen Feng agreed. What are you searching for? At that moment, Han Jingjing burst in, noticing Zhang Hao and Chen Feng scouring the area. Chen Feng, why are you here? I didn't see you at the investigation bureau. Han Jingjing asked, surprised. I've been at the hospital, Chen Feng replied, obviously reluctant to discuss the matter. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Han Jingjing inquired with concern. I'm fine. What about you? I thought I told you to keep an eye on Zhu Xiaozhang. Where did you go? Chen Feng asked. I followed him and saw him enter a church. I intended to inform you, but when I returned, I found Zhu Xiaozhang had already died, Han Jingjing confessed, a hint of guilt in her tone. This isn't your fault. None of us anticipated Zhu Xiaozhang would be murdered, Chen Feng reassured her. By the way, you mentioned you tracked him to a church. What kind of church was it? Chen Feng asked. It wasn't large, rather of medium size, and it seemed quite deserted, very desolate, Han Jingjing described. I see. Chen Feng's eyes flared with anger. What do you mean by I see? Han Jingjing asked. Puzzled. That church must hold some secrets, Chen Feng asserted, gritting his teeth. Chen Feng, I can sense a shift in your mood when you mention that church, Han Jingjing remarked, confused. Hong Yu's injury is related to that church. Chen Feng revealed. Is Hong Yu injured? How serious is it? Han Jingjing asked urgently. She is fine now. She just needs to rest, Chen Feng replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go confront them for daring to harm Hong Yu. Han Jingjing exclaimed angrily. We lack evidence. This is merely my conjecture, Chen Feng said. If there were evidence, I would have already gone to apprehend them. Let us postpone the church matter for now and focus on finding that significant object, Zhang Hao suggested. What are you searching for? Han Jingjing inquired again. We're not sure. We believe the murderer was looking for something, so we are also on the hunt, Chen Feng explained. You're impressive. Searching for something without knowing what it is, Han Jingjing said helplessly. As she surveyed Zhu Xiaozhang's office, she remarked, this Zhu Xiaozhang seems quite cultured. He even has a painting hanging here. As she spoke, Han Jingjing began to inspect further, but found nothing of interest. Suddenly, she noticed a rope hanging down from a scroll, which yielded no response when tugged, following the rope to the wooden floor. She crouched down and tapped gently. Suddenly, she detected a sound different from the surrounding wood. "Come over and look. I've made a discovery," she called out excitedly. "What did you find?" Zhang Feng asked. "It seems there's an empty space beneath this wooden board." Han Jingjing grinned. The two men perked up, retrieving a knife to pry open the board, revealing a silk-wrapped ledger beneath. Upon opening it, they discovered it was a ledger detailing transactions. Chapter 121. Interrogation of the smokehouse owner. This revelation brought immense joy to several individuals, as they had not anticipated that Han Jingjing's casual observation would yield such significant findings. This ledger meticulously documented all transactions conducted by Zhu Xiaozhang since his appointment, and it was certain that searching through it would lead to further discoveries. Zhang Hao remarked, "I believe this ledger is far from ordinary. Otherwise, Zhu Xiaozhang would not have concealed it so carefully. If it weren't for my keen eye, we might have overlooked it," Han Jingjing added. "This ledger undoubtedly chronicles Zhu Xiaozhang's illicit dealings," she continued. "Let us return. Having uncovered such a pivotal piece of evidence, I am confident it will greatly assist in our investigation." Zhang Feng suggested, "I have killed the man, but I found nothing of value in Zhu Xiaozhang's office. Upon hearing footsteps, I left," the man reported. "The Chinese are notoriously cunning. They would never place important items in obvious locations. Our inability to find anything indicates either its absence or its concealment in a hidden spot. I doubt the investigators will uncover it either," the boss stated. "Then should I eliminate them now?" the man inquired. "Not yet. We have no need to provoke the investigators at this stage. I believe they remain unaware of our operations, and we should avoid unnecessary trouble. You may leave for now," the boss replied. "Understood, boss," the man acknowledged. Upon returning to the investigation bureau, the team meticulously examined the ledger, only to realize it was not merely a ledger, but a damning piece of evidence detailing all of Zhu Xiaozhang's activities. The most direct implication was a record of his dealings with a person referred to as the boss. "It appears this boss is the mastermind behind this entire operation," Zhang Hao concluded. "Zhu Xiaozhang is truly despicable. I cannot believe he took those photographs and sent them to us. And to think Zhu Xiaojue is his own brother. He truly has no qualms." Han Jingjing expressed indignantly. "If he were incapable of such actions, he would forever remain a worthless member of the Zhu family. The position of general manager is beyond his reach," Zhang Feng remarked. "But he cannot condemn Zhu Xiaojue to death merely for that position," Han Jingjing countered. "Viewing this from different perspectives leads to different conclusions. According to your reasoning, Zhu Xiaozhang's provision of those photographs resulted in Zhu Xiaojue's conviction. Yet from our standpoint, those photographs served as a timely intervention. Without them, even knowing Zhu Xiaojue was the murderer, we would have been powerless to act, merely watching him evade justice," Zhang Feng stated calmly. "It seems this was a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Zhu Xiaozhang's rise to power must have been premeditated, exploiting the Zhu family's flower business to secretly ensnare individuals in addiction, ultimately culminating in the sale of opium. This appears to be their overarching objective," Zhang Hao theorized. "It seems the boss has quite the intricate mind. Had it not been for Li Xiangwang's death, we might still be oblivious to these developments," Zhang Feng scoffed. "Now that we can ascertain their ultimate intentions, everything becomes clearer. We merely need to control the individuals at the smokehouse to trace the leads." Zhang Hao asserted. "I suspect the smokehouse we have been monitoring is the most likely to collude with the boss," Zhang Feng added. "Why is that?" Han Jingjing inquired. "Because both Zhu Xiaozhang and the smokehouse owner have frequented the church you mentioned. This alone suggests a connection between these locations," Zhang Feng explained. "Zhang Hao, let us investigate this further. Jingjing, please go to the hospital and tend to Hongyu. I am concerned for her," Zhang Feng instructed. "Of course." Han Jingjing replied. "Let us proceed," Zhang Feng stated. The two swiftly arrived at the smokehouse. "What can I get for you two?" a steward inquired as he approached. "Do you not recognize me? I was here just a few days ago." Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "Oh, it's you. What brings you back?" the steward asked, his demeanor shifting to one of eagerness. "Bring your boss out. I have matters to discuss," Zhang Feng stated curtly. "Oh, it seems you have come at an inopportune time." "Our boss is not here," the steward replied with a forced smile. "Do not jest with me. I know your boss is inside. Our people have been watching outside and have seen no sign of him leaving." "Are you suggesting we go in and find him ourselves?" Zhang Feng challenged. The steward's expression changed, losing its smile. "Are you here to cause trouble?" he retorted. "We are from the investigation bureau, and we need to speak with your boss." "You should inform him. Should anything go awry, you will be held accountable," Zhang Feng warned. The steward's expression shifted once more as he glanced at Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao before turning to retreat behind the scenes. It was evident he could not withstand the pressure. Moments later, the steward emerged, leading the boss. "What brings you here?" "I am unsure of your intentions," the boss inquired. "What were you doing at the church yesterday?" Zhang Feng asked, aiming to catch him off guard. The boss's face paled momentarily before he regained his composure. I do not know what you were talking about, he replied. Do not play coy with me. I am able to ask you directly because we possess evidence that I advise you to speak truthfully, Zhang Feng asserted. Very well, produce your evidence, the boss countered, unfazed. You are colluding with a person known as the boss, attempting to ensnare more individuals in addiction through Zhu's flower, ultimately leading them to your establishment to consume opium for profit. Am I mistaken? Zhang Feng challenged. The boss's demeanor shifted as he realized the extent of Zhang Feng's knowledge. What you say is merely conjecture. Provide evidence before making such claims, he retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede without proof. Evidence, you say? That is quite simple. If we conduct a search of your establishment, we will undoubtedly uncover something. Our presence here indicates we are already aware of the situation. You and Zhu Xiaozhang have both attended the church. I cannot believe you are both devout believers, Zhang Feng replied. Chapter 122. The smokehouse owner's assassination. I do not know what you are talking about. The boss insisted. Zhu Xiaozhang is dead, Zhang Feng responded, disregarding the boss's protestations. I do not recognize Zhu Xiaozhang, the boss claimed. You must be familiar with Daqing Flower Company. You may continue to deny it. I have all the time in the world. I am here to save your life, Zhang Feng stated. No one is trying to kill me. Why would I need saving? The boss replied defiantly. Not now. Perhaps, but soon enough. Let me explain why Zhu Xiaozhang is dead. It is because he no longer holds any value, which led to his demise at the hands of your boss. Do you believe that when your boss learns we have come to you, he will spare you? Your fate will not be much better than Zhu Xiaozhang's. Moreover, we have obtained incriminating evidence from Zhu Xiaozhang, detailing his transactions. With that evidence, there is no escape for you, Zhang Feng warned. I have not committed any crimes. Do not attempt to extract confessions from me. I do not know what you are talking about, the boss insisted. Though he spoke with bravado, doubt was creeping into his mind. As Zhang Feng contemplated further inquiries, Zhang Hao interjected. Although you may not believe our words, rest assured your boss will be aware of our activities. I trust you do not doubt his capabilities. When the time comes, he will not believe you are loyal. Zhang Hao then pulled Zhang Feng aside, saying, let us leave this matter for now. Give him time to reflect. What did you mean by that? Zhang Feng asked once outside. He was internally conflicted. If we press him too hard, he will reveal nothing of value. Instead, let us provide him with space to contemplate, as it also allows us to prepare. Zhang Hao explained with a smile. What do we need to prepare for? Zhang Feng inquired. A little theatrics, Zhang Hao replied, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Zhang Feng paused for a moment before grasping Zhang Hao's intent. I did not expect you to be so cunning. Very well, let us engage in this charade and see if the boss remains so steadfast, Zhang Feng chuckled. Will you take the lead tonight? Or shall I? Zhang Hao asked playfully. I will handle it. Such matters are best left to me, Zhang Feng replied with a grin. After their discussion, they headed to the hospital. How is she? Zhang Feng inquired upon entering the room. Finding Wan Hongyu staring wide-eyed at the door. She seems to be recovering well, Zhang Hao noted, excusing himself to grant Zhang Feng and Wan Hongyu some privacy. Hongyu, once you are well, will we have a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western one? Zhang Feng inquired softly. Wan Hongyu merely smiled, yet a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. You cannot speak yet, so I shall refrain from questioning you. Once your health is restored, we can deliberate thoroughly. By then, we shall have ample time, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Please rest. I shall remain here with you, he said gently. Wan Hongyu blinked and then closed her eyes. They lingered in that state for the entire afternoon. As dusk fell, Wan Hongyu awoke, and Zhang Feng greeted her with a smile. Hongyu, I have some matters to attend to. I have asked Han Jingjing to keep you company. Is that all right? Yes, Han Jingjing replied, mustering a faint sound, though her voice was barely audible. Yet Zhang Feng perceived it, or rather, he felt it. Zhang Feng was elated, but he did not linger too long. Having arranged everything, he exited the hospital with Zhang Hao. Zhang Feng returned to the investigation bureau to change his attire and proceeded to the tobacco shop. Any activity inside? Zhang Feng inquired. No. Ever since you left this morning, there has been no movement. The owner has also been unresponsive, remaining inside. A young officer reported. So they are waiting for me to act, Zhang Feng stated as he donned a mask. Prosecutor, we wish you swift success, the young officer chuckled. Zhang Feng said little more and silently entered the tobacco shop. Upon finding the owner's study, he discovered a man seated within, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same owner from the morning. Noticing the furrowed brows of the owner, Zhang Feng secretly laughed. It seemed he was genuinely troubled by the events of the morning. Zhang Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside. Who is it? The owner asked, alert. The owner sent me to find you, Zhang Feng whispered to the tobacco shop owner. Do you not know why the owner summoned you? The owner felt a pang of unease but attempted to maintain composure. Do you truly not realize the gravity of your actions? Zhang Feng continued. hinting at his anger, and I had no idea what I did to anger the owner, the tobacco shop owner stammered. Humph, you still wish to deceive the owner? You have colluded with the investigation bureau. Tell me, do you intend to betray the owner? Zhang Feng accused. No, absolutely not. I am loyal to the owner. How could I ever betray him? The owner protested. Humph, the owner no longer trusts you. He instructed me to convey this. Only the dead keep secrets. Prepare to meet your end, Zhang Feng declared as he brandished a knife and lunged at the tobacco shop owner, seeing the dire situation. The owner cried out, "Help! Murder!" But Zhang Feng offered him no reprieve, striking at his arm. The injured owner fled from the study, encountering his subordinates and urgently instructing, "Capture him." At that moment, a group of officers surged in, asking, "What is happening, officer? He attempted to kill me," the tobacco shop owner exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Feng. "Humph, I may not be able to kill you today, but you shall not see tomorrow," Zhang Feng snarled before fleeing the tobacco shop. What transpired? Zhang Hao rushed in, inquiring. Moments ago, someone attempted to assassinate this owner, but the assailant has already escaped. One officer reported solemnly. Do you know the identity of the assailant? Zhang Hao asked the tobacco shop owner. I do not know, the owner replied. Are you still withholding the truth? Zhang Hao pressed. Was it not your boss who ordered the assassination? Zhang Hao asserted. The tobacco shop owner nodded slowly, struggling. Chapter 123. Capturing the boss. There is an old Chinese adage, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away, and when the cunning hare is dead, the hounds are cooked. When one is still of use, they are exalted for the benefits they bring. However, once they lose their value, their life is forfeit, for they possess too much information that may lead to their betrayal. Zhu Xiaozhang is a living testament to this truth, Zhang Hao remarked. I confess, the tobacco shop owner admitted. You guessed correctly. He indeed intended to exploit Zhu Xiaozhang's flour company to ensnare more individuals into drug addiction, than to use my shop to sell opium for profit. The owner divulged. Is the boss you speak of the one residing in the church you visited that day? Zhang Feng interjected, emerging from the shadows. Indeed, the tobacco shop owner confirmed with a nod. Is he a foreigner? Zhang Feng inquired uncertainly. Yes, the owner affirmed. Take us there at once, Zhang Feng commanded. Wait. Zhang Hao interjected. Do you possess any evidence of his dealings? Surely you must have kept something for your own protection. Zhang Hao asked the tobacco shop owner. I do. The owner replied, retreating into the study to retrieve a ledger. This is the account of earnings from the past few months. Zhang Hao perused the ledger and remarked, with this, we need not fear his denial. Now, lead us to your boss, Zhang Hao directed. What about my injury? The tobacco shop owner hesitantly asked. Do not worry. Your injury is not severe and can be treated with simple bandaging. Zhang Hao reassured him. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao escorted the tobacco shop owner to the church. It remained as desolate as ever, devoid of lights even in the night. Is he inside? Zhang Hao queried. This foreigner conceals his true identity behind the guise of a pastor. He likely remains unaware of his exposure, Zhang Feng speculated. You two stay here to monitor him. The rest follow me inside to apprehend him. Zhang Feng instructed. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao stealthily advanced, opening the grand door to find a dim light within. Yet no figures were visible. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked, Zhang Feng whispered. Soon, the others dispersed. Yet the premises were deserted. No one here, a young officer reported. Next, the second, and then the third, Zhang Hao added, shaking his head slightly. It appeared the mastermind had received wind of their approach and fled. Zhang Feng struck a column in frustration, stepping outside to confront the tobacco shop owner. Where are the others? Zhang Feng demanded. I do not know. The tobacco shop owner replied. Are there any other escape routes here? Zhang Feng pressed. I have never ventured inside. I only spoke with him in the main hall, the tobacco shop owner explained. Does he have informants at your shop? Zhang Feng queried. I am unaware. I am merely a figurehead. And I do not know the identities of my staff. Perhaps he does not trust me and has placed his own people there, the tobacco shop owner speculated. Can you think of any other hideouts he may have? Zhang Hao asked. I do not know. He does not confide in me. I am just a subordinate. Why would he share such information? The tobacco shop owner lamented. Let us take him back. Zhang Feng sighed in resignation. Boss, should I eliminate them now? A man concealed in a hidden passage within the church asked the owner. No, we are not their match. To venture out now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. The owner replied. That damned Chinese. I never anticipated his betrayal. I must kill him. The owner seethed. It must be the investigation bureau that received some intelligence, prompting this traitor's defection. What shall we do next? The man inquired. Fortunately, I have other assets elsewhere. I shall inspect them. We must leave tonight. They should not be able to find us, the owner decided. Very well, I will book 2 tickets. The man responded. No, we cannot leave through legitimate channels. They have likely sealed off all exits from Shanghai. We must use smuggling routes to escape, the owner instructed. Where to? I shall escort you. The man offered. To Nannan Wharf. We have a shipment there. We shall leave from there. The owner stated. Go check if they have departed. The owner ordered. Understood. I will check immediately, the man replied. Shortly after, the man returned. Boss, they have all left. I can escort you away now. Very well, the owner replied. Under the cover of night. The two departed the church. What is our next move? Zhang Hao inquired. Immediately seal off all transport routes. We cannot allow him to escape Shanghai, Zhang Feng commanded. This requires approval from higher authorities. We lack the power to make such decisions. Zhang Hao pointed out. Then let our men remain on guard. No one shall enter or exit, Zhang Feng ordered. Also, have the brothers investigate all major docks. I fear this owner will not attempt to leave Shanghai through legitimate means. He is likely to use smuggling routes, Zhang Feng cautioned. Understood. I will arrange that immediately, Zhang Hao affirmed. Wait, Zhang Hao. Ensure the brothers keep a close watch on Nannan Wharf, Zhang Feng reiterated. Nannan Wharf? Zhang Hao echoed. Puzzled. I once followed Zhu Xiaozhang to the Nannan Wharf along with Han Jingjing. This wharf has certain connections to Zhu's flour company, and I suspect that the owner might utilize this wharf before his departure. I hope my conjecture proves to be correct, Zhang Feng remarked. Very well. Zhang Hao responded. I must capture you to avenge Hong Yu. Zhang Feng thought to himself. As time ticked by, there was still no sign of the owner. The dawn began to break in the east. At that moment, two unexpected guests arrived at Nannan Wharf, the owner and one of his subordinates. Boss, there's no one here yet. Perhaps you should rest for a while. The man suggested. If every Chinese citizen were as loyal as you, I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament. Rest assured, if we manage to escape today, I shall reward you with endless riches. The owner replied. Thank you, boss. The subordinate said that I have already applied for a lockdown, but there is still no news of him at the various transportation hubs, Zhang Hao remarked. Then he must have departed from the port. Zhang Feng stated that I have a premonition that the owner is attempting to flee from Nannan Wharf. Let us investigate there now, Zhang Feng suggested. All right, Zhang Hao agreed, and they promptly left the investigation bureau. At Nannan Wharf, porters were already busy unloading goods. Boss, should we go now or wait until the ship is about to depart? The subordinate inquired. Let us head to the ship and wait, the owner replied. Very well, I'll check things out, the subordinate said, stealthily making his way onto a cargo ship. After a thorough inspection revealed nothing amiss, he quietly returned to his original position. It was him. The figure of the subordinate fell directly into Chun Feng's line of sight. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with intensity. Have you seen him? Zhang Hao asked. He is the one who injured Hong Yu. I never expected to find him here. It seems fate itself wishes for me to avenge Hong Yu. Chen Feng declared, drawing his sidearm. What are you doing? Zhang Hao asked, alarmed at Chen Feng's action. Do not worry. I know the limits. I just intend to give him a slight taste of revenge. I shall not kill him. Chen Feng assured. In an instant, he shot the man in the leg. The subordinate, caught off guard, was filled with rage upon seeing his leg wounded. The gunshot sent the owner and dock workers into a state of panic, causing them to scatter in all directions. The owner seized the opportunity to hide behind a stack of cargo. The injured man, examining his leg wound, drew his pistol and fired several shots at Chen Feng and Zhang Hao. Yet none found their mark. Exchanging glances, they split up to encircle the wounded man. Unable to flee, he could only watch helplessly as Chen Feng and Zhang Hao gradually closed in on him. The sound of gunfire attracted nearby searching police officers. Drop your weapon, Chen Feng shouted. The man made a desperate attempt, raising his gun once more, but as he exposed himself, Zhang Hao shot him in the head. The bullet never had a chance to be fired. He was already lifeless. Boss, I know you are nearby. Surrender now, or we shall open fire. Chen Feng called out to the surroundings. I surrender, the owner, having witnessed his subordinate fall to Zhang Hao's bullet, felt his psychological defenses crumble, realizing he could no longer escape. Take him away, Chen Feng instructed the approaching police. Chen Feng and Zhang Hao exchanged a subtle smile, clasped hands, and embraced. Thank you, Chen Feng said sincerely. No need for such words between us, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. After interrogation, the owner confessed to his crimes and revealed details of opium smuggling operations in other parts of China.